According to the courtroom document available for inspection on smoking gun, the quality of the conversation goes downhill from there on in. It may be that O'Reilly's tour of Arab commodities was proleptic, as he began to shift gears through the vowel sounds. For an interesting discussion of the processes involved, I recommend Sebastiano Timpanaro's Philological Investigation, published in translation years ago by Verso, entitled The Freudian Slip. From Lukva to Falafel to what? Let Ms. Macris and her lawyer tell it their way. O'Reilly suggested he would perform oral sex on Ms. Macris and she would perform fellatio on his big cock but not complete the act, maybe to conserve his energies for further deployment of the little lukva or the falafel, though the lifespan of a falafel in a shower is surely limited in duration. After the exciting fa-fel-fel monologue and what to Ms. Macris's repulsed ear sounded like the hum of a vibrator and acoustic intimations of satisfactory climax, O'Reilly launched into a discussion concerning how good he was during a recent appearance on the Today Show. Thanks ever so, Ms. Macris. It must have been just horrible for you, but it was in a good cause. You gave us a bright moment in a dark year. December 14th. Few spectacles in journalism in the mid-1990s were more disgusting than the slagging of Gary Webb in the New York Times, Washington Post, and Los Angeles Times. Squadrons of hacks, some of them with career-long ties to the CIA, sprayed thousands of words of vitriol over Webb and his paper, the San Jose Mercury News, for besmirching the agency's fine name by charging it with complicity in the importing of cocaine into the U.S. There are certain things you aren't meant to say in public in America. The systematic state sponsorship of torture by the U.S. used to be a major no-no, but that went by the board this year. A prime no-no is saying that the U.S. government has used assassination down the years as an instrument of national policy, also that the CIA's complicity with drug-dealing criminal gangs stretches from the Afghanistan of today back to the year the agency was founded in 1947. That last one is the line Webb stepped over. He paid for his presumption by undergoing one of the unfairest batterings in the history of the U.S. press, as Wide Out, by Jeffrey St. Clair and myself, attests. Friday, December 10th, Webb died in his Sacramento apartment by his own hand, or so it certainly seems. The notices of his passing in many newspapers were as nasty as ever. The Los Angeles Times took care to note that even after the Dark Alliance uproar, Webb's career had been troubled, offering as evidence the fact that while working for another legislative committee in Sacramento, Webb wrote a report accusing the California Highway Patrol of unofficially condoning and even encouraging racial profiling in its drug interdiction program. The effrontery of the man. Legislative officials released the report in 1999, the story piously continued, but cautioned that it was based mainly on assumptions and anecdotes, no doubt meaning that Webb didn't have dozens of CHP officers stating under oath, on the record, that they were picking on blacks and Hispanics. There were similar fountains of outrage in 1996 that the CIA hadn't been given enough space in Webb's series to solemnly swear that never a gram of cocaine had passed under its nose, but that it had been seized and turned over to the DEA or U.S. Customs. In 1998, Jeffrey St. Clair and I published Wide Out, about the relationships between the CIA, drugs, and the press since the agency's founding. We also examined the Webb affair in detail. On a lesser scale, at lower volume, the book elicited the same sort of abuse Webb drew. It was a long book stuffed with well-documented facts, over which the critics lightly vaulted to charge us, as they did Webb, with conspiracy mongering, though also, sometimes in the same sentence, with recycling old news. Jeffrey and I came to the conclusion that what really affronted the critics, some of them nominally left-wing, was that our book portrayed Uncle Sam's true face. Not a rogue agency, but one always following the dictates of government, murdering, torturing, poisoning, drugging its own subjects, approving acts of monstrous cruelty, following methods devised and tested by Hitler's men, themselves transported to America after World War II. One of the CIA's favored modes of self-protection is the uncover-up. The agency first denies with passion, then later concedes in muffled tones, the charges leveled against it. Such charges have included the agency's recruitment of Nazi scientists and SS officers, Experiments on unwitting American citizens, efforts to assassinate Fidel Castro, alliances with opium lords in Burma, Thailand, and Laos, an assassination program in Vietnam, complicity in the toppling of Salvador Allende in Chile, the arming of opium traffickers and religious fanatics in Afghanistan, the training of murderous police in Guatemala and El Salvador, and involvement in drugs and arms shuttles between Latin America and the U.S. True to form, after web series raised a storm, particularly on black radio, the CIA issued categorical denials. Then came the solemn pledges of an intense and far-reaching investigation by the CIA's Inspector General, Fred Hitz. On December 18, 1997, stories in the Washington Post by Walter Pincus and in the New York Times by Tim Weiner appeared simultaneously, both saying the same thing: Inspector General Hitz had finished his investigation. He had found no direct or indirect links between the CIA and the cocaine traffickers. As both Pincus and Weiner admitted in their stories, neither of the two journalists had actually seen the report. The actual report itself, so loudly heralded, received almost no examination. But those who took the time to examine the 149-page document, the first of 2 volumes, found Inspector General Hitz making one damning admission after another, including an account of a meeting between a pilot who was making drug/arms runs between San Francisco and Costa Rica with 2 Contra leaders who were also partners with the San Francisco-based Contra/drug smuggler Norwin Menezes. Present at this encounter in Costa Rica was a curly-haired man who said his name was Ivan Gomez, identified by one of the Contras as the CIA's man in Costa Rica. The pilot told Hitz that Gomez said he was there to ensure that the profits from the cocaine went to the Contras and not into someone's pocket. The second volume of CIA Inspector General Fred Hitz's investigation, released in the fall of 1998, buttressed Webb's case even more tightly, as James Risen conceded in a story in the New York Times. So why did the top-tier press savage Webb and parrot the CIA's denials? It comes back to this matter of Uncle Sam's true face. Another New York Times reporter, Keith Schneider, was asked by In These Times back in 1987 why he had devoted a 3-part series in the Times to attacks on the Contra hearings chaired by Senator John Kerry. Schneider said such a story could shatter the Republic. I think it is so damaging, the implications are so extraordinary, that for us to run the story, it had better be based on the most solid evidence we could amass. Kerry did uncover mountains of evidence. So did Webb. But neither of them got the only thing that would have satisfied Schneider, Pincus, and all the other critics: a signed confession of CIA complicity by the DCI himself. Short of that, I'm afraid we're left with innuendo, conspiracy mongering, and old stories. We're also left with the memory of some great work by a very fine journalist who deserved a lot better than he got from the profession he loved. 2005. January 11. These days a very large number of Americans live about $500 from disaster on their monthly budgets. They're mostly not more than 50 miles from a new prison and a couple of percentage points from a boost in their mortgage payments that would spell ruin. They think both major political parties are worthless. Their main enemies are often cops, social workers, and family courts. January 13. Imagine, in the same month as the death of the muse of High Camp, Susan Sontag, we have England in an uproar about Prince Harry and his silly swastika armband. All this while the producers is playing to packed houses in London. They're even talking of banning the swastika. That'll be one in the eye for Indian symbols. The airlines will have to start handing out reminders to the Navajo before they land at Heathrow. The theme of the party where some jerk snapped Harry was colonialists and natives. I suppose the lad could have gone as Lord Curzon or Lord Kitchener, but most of Harry's male relatives still have to dress like that anyway for formal military occasions. The Afrika Korps uniform was a nice idea and a lot more original than putting some shoe black on his face and going as a native. How bitterly Harry must regret not dressing up as Captain Cook. Then he could have had an enjoyable tour of contrition to the Antipodes and the Pacific region, apologizing to the Maoris and Hawaiians for insensitivity to genocide. Who wants to go to Auschwitz at this time of year? Where do you stop with the taboos, wrote David Ball of Milton Keynes to the Daily Telegraph. Do you not dress as a Dominican friar, whose order was responsible for the persecution and death of thousands of heretics, i.e. people with different views, in the Middle Ages? Do you not dress as a U.S. cavalryman, who assisted in the systematic destruction of the indigenous native population of America, or as a conquistador, who decimated the Inca population? History is full of evildoers. Do we try and ignore their existence or accept them for what they were? I don't think Harry was going around shouting neo-Nazi slogans and giving Heil Hitler salutes. He was just dressed as a soldier, complete with all the insignia, swastika included, that the uniform entailed. An insensitive choice, but probably only youthful indiscretion. To bar him from Sandhurst would be crass. If anything, the training is likely to teach him some values and a better appreciation of the influence his position has got. I'll buy that, same way as I buy the view of the Pravda editorialist who wrote, Prince Harry turned up in an Afrika Korps uniform, who better to mock than the German colonials under Hitler, the greatest imperialist project of murder in human history since perhaps Genghis Khan? If this young man was invited to a colonials and natives party, what was he supposed to wear? A pink ballet dress, to be accused of being a fairy, a transsexual, or a cross-dresser. The English have always had a soft spot for Rommel, the desert fox, the good German outgeneraled by Montgomery and then forced to commit suicide by Hitler. Actually, Rommel was outgeneraled by the matrons who ruled over matters of hygiene at the schools attended by the British officer class. How well I remember matron at my own school, Heatherdown, who used to line us little boys up and then clasp our testicles in her chill hand and demand we cough. I'm never quite sure why. Maybe to detect signs of incipient syphilis in case we 8-year-olds had been infected by the girls at Heathfield, the other side of a forbidding wall. Why those boyish testicles in matron's chill hand? Here is one answer. Dear Mr. Cockburn. The nominal answer is, to detect inguinal hernias. The Freudian analysis is more complex. Daniel Ward, MD, Houston. February 7th. I was prowling the other day through a box of old Communist Party literature belonging to the late Dick Criley, sent me by his niece, Honey Williams. Among predictable pamphlets on Lysenko, Dimitrov, and other celebrities of the period, I came across Fighting Words, published in 1949, being selections from 25 years of the Daily Worker. There were many very fine pieces of reporting, from Abner Berry on a cotton plantation in Alabama, from William Allen in Michigan about 288 black workers sold to a canning company for $35, shipped up from Georgia to farm camps, separated from the pigs by straw bales. On October 16, 1947, there was a proud bulletin, titled Sacco, about the achievement of the workers' handicapper, Al. On his second day on the job, Al picked a phenomenal total of 6 winners in the 7 races at Jamaica yesterday. Readers putting $10 on each of Al's picks would have cleared $116. Al's feat on behalf of the toiler punters reminds me of the services done to party members in the UK in 1949, most of whom probably put their money on Russian Hero, who won the Grand National at Aintree that year against odds of 66-1, the 5th longest odds in the history of the race since it began in 1837. Dipping further into Fighting Words, I found an enthusiastic news lead on May 14, 1948, the sun is rising on a new nation, a new state in Palestine, history marches on in Palestine no less than in Greece, China, or Indonesia. In Palestine, it is the Haganah and its allies, in Greece, it is the heroic guerrilla movement, in China it is the mighty and victorious People's Army, led by the Communists. In every case, the enemy is the same, the imperialism of London and Wall Street. Oh well. Small wonder it was hard, even in the ADS, to get many old Lincoln brigaders and kindred comrades, to speak up on behalf of the Palestinians. Further into Fighting Words, my eye was caught by the title, A Trotskyite Slumming Trip, published on November 26, 1947. It was by Samuel Sillin, and took the form of a robust attack on Edmund Wilson. Here it is. The editors of The New Yorker, with grotesque humor, financed a sort of intellectual slumming trip by Edmund Wilson through post-war Europe. He left his Baedeker home, but not his Trotskyism. His report, published in his new book, Europe Without Baedeker, unutterably dull, is worth nothing except as a symptom of the moral decay of capitalist apologists. Wilson felt most at home in a convent cell at the Hospital of the Blue Nuns in Rome, where he discussed with George Santayana his quaint weakness for Mussolini. Wilson's militant, unabashed hatred of people naturally accompanies a hatred of the democratic upsurge in post-Hitler Europe. The author laments his departed friends Trotsky and Tukhachevsky, waxes homesick for Alexander Barmine, consoles himself that de Gaulle's big brain, André Malraux, is one of the most valuable forces still alive on this devastated continent. Then he scoots back to America with a dazzling proposal. He wants us to set up a board of breeding. We should not be so foolish as to allow Nazi failures to discourage us with eugenics. Wilson offers this bright vista: if we can produce, from some cousin of the jackal and the wolf, the dachshund and the Great Dane, the Pekingese and the poodle, what should we not be able to do with man? Fortified by this dog theory of history, Wilson finds a new key to what is wrong with socialist ideas. It is that Karl Marx was a Jew, and, being a Jew, from a family that had included many rabbis, he identified the situation of the factory worker with the situation of the Jew. Marx, says Wilson, mistakenly assumed that workers released from capitalism would behave in terms of Jewish tradition. He did not foresee that what happens, when you let down the bars, is that a lot of gross and ignorant people who have been condemned to mean destinies before, go rushing for all they are worth after things that they can eat, drink, sleep on, ride on, preside at and amuse themselves with. Thus, in one stroke, the Trotskyite tourist for The New Yorker combines the Nazi view of Marxism as a peculiarly Jewish philosophy, the Bourbons' contempt for the masses as wild animals, and the hoary capitalist warning that we must not let down the bars to the working class. This leads up to the inevitability of war thesis. Wilson goes a step further than your run-of-the-mill warmonger. Not only can't we get along with the Soviet leaders, but Americans will never be able to cooperate as peoples with the Russians. It is ridiculous, says Wilson, to think of the Russian people today as civilized. Wilson, borrowing a cue from de Gaulle's Malraux, evidently aspires to be a brain truster of the fascist forces. It is not only moral and intellectual rottenness that we find in his book, but the savagery of desperation. One might have thought that boards of breeding would not have been on Wilson's shopping list, only 2 years after the defeat of Nazism, but eugenic selection ardently backed by American liberals from the start was big in the late 1940s. In 1949 Garrett Hardin was writing about America's declining IQ in his biology textbook. Malthus is never far away, nor the sterilizer's toolkit, intellectual and physical. February 8. Further memories of a Russian hero. England in the late 1940s was famously grim. As I remember it, London back then was a very dirty place, from coal dust and smoke, from the grit stirred up every day by the jackhammers still clearing out rubble from the Blitz. No one had any money. Fun for millions was the weekly flutter on race horses or football teams. Is the middle class doomed? Asked Picture Post in 1949, and answered its question in the affirmative. Labour's National Health Service opened for business on July 5, 1948, and the great race for drugs, false teeth, and spectacles was underway. Spending on prescriptions went from £13 million to £41 million in 2 years, prompting Rep. Paul Ryan's ideological predecessors to howl that the NHS was on the edge of collapse. My father was edging his way tactfully out of the Communist Party, though he was still spending time at the Daily Worker. More than my father's articles in the Worker, the NHS helped the masses see more clearly. Hundreds of thousands of poor people previously had recourse only to prescriptionless specs from the tray in Woolworths. Now they perched on their noses prescription lenses in the 422 Panto oval frame American Samoa did I, though it took John Lennon, 15 years down the road, to endow it with retro chic. At the Daily Worker, with or without prescription spectacles, there wasn't much sign of the fabled millions in Moscow gold supposedly sent by Stalin to foment revolution. In practical terms, the most important fellow in the office was a scholarly-looking Burmese man who toiled away behind a vast pile of books and manuals. My father reckoned he was set to turn in a particularly meaty series on Burma's prospects after independence, one in 1948 from British colonial rule. In fact, he was the Workers' racing correspondent, working up forms for the coming season. The Burman was red-hot as a tipster and soon had a wide following. Once my father found the Workers' manager half dead from apprehension. He'd put the entire office Friday wage packet on a pick by the Burman, in the hope of getting the comrades something decent to take home to their wives. Should that animal fail, he said, trembling, the lads'll about kill me. But the tipster came through, and that week everyone got full pay and even some arrears. The biggest day in the National Hunt steeplechase in England is the Grand National, run at Aintree, outside Liverpool, typically in April, 4 miles, 856 yards, 30 fences, often lethal to horses and devastating to jockeys. In 1928 the winner, Tipperary Tim, ridden by Billy Dutton and carrying odds of 100 to 1, was the only horse out of a starting field of 42 that didn't fall. Later, in Ireland, my mother bred horses. My father never cared for them, but he was pretty good at studying form and picking the odd winner, which was just as well because freelance earnings were scrawny, particularly if you were a well-known red. But when it came to Grand National Day, March 26, 1949, no laborious toil over the form sheets was necessary. Among the scheduled starters that year was a horse called Russian Hero. Although the Cold War was limbering up, Russians were still heroes to many. Not just members of the CPGB but a wider swath of punters in the Union movement would be likely to plump for a horse carrying that name, if only as a side bet in honor of Stalingrad, the siege of Leningrad, the Kursk salient. One of the jockeys riding that day was young Dick Francis, later the immensely popular author of a long string of racing thrillers. Francis was on a great but temperamental horse called Roimond. In the last mile he took the lead. With only 11 horses still in the race, he was set for victory. Then, just short of the finishing line, Roimond got passed by a horse going so fast Francis knew he had no chance to catch up. It was Russian Hero, ridden by Leo McMorrow, carrying starting odds of 66 to 1. Russian Hero beat Roimond by 8 lengths. As the BBC man calling the race screamed out the finale, my father, who was no longer a party member but who'd staked his well-frayed shirt on Russian Hero, loosed a triumphant roar. So, across Britain, did all readers of the Daily Worker, following the advice of the Burmese tipster, who'd picked Russian Hero, no doubt partly through rigorous assessment of the horse's genetic profile, contrary though this Mendelian posture was to the doctrines of Lysenko, riding high in Stalin's esteem. It was by far the largest collective transfer of wealth ever to communism stalwarts in Britain. Around that time the party probably had around 50,000 members, and even a wagered half-crown looked pretty good when multiplied by 66. Dick Francis took second in 1949. 7 years later, a champion jockey in his 8th Grand National, he rode Devon Lock, owned by Elizabeth the Queen Mother. Francis was 10 lengths clear, less than 50 yards from winning, when Devon Lock suddenly went down on his belly, tearing muscles in the process. It's one of horse racing's great mysteries, though Francis thinks it was a sudden wave of noise from the crowd that spooked his horse. "That's racing," the Queen Mother said stoically to Francis. The event got Francis a contract to write a memoir. He retired from the track and took up a hugely successful life of crime writing. But given the choice, he says, "I'd take winning the National every time. I was a jockey first, writer second. It's good having a book well received, but it doesn't compare to winning a race." February 25. I guess I can call myself one of the Dylan generation since, at 63, I'm the same age as him, but the prose stylists that allured an Anglo-Irish lad hopelessly strapped into the corsets of latinate gentility were always those of American roughhousers. First, in the mid-50s, Jack Kerouac, then Edward Abbey, then Hunter Thompson. Thank God I never tried to imitate any of them. Thompson probably spawned more bad prose than anyone since Hemingway, but they all taught me that at its most rapturous, its most outraged, its most exultant, American prose can let go and teach you to let go, to embrace the vastness, the richness, the beauty, and the gross queries of America in all its thousand landscapes. I tried to reread Kerouac's On the Road a few years ago and put it down soon enough. That's a book for excited teenagers. Abbey at full stretch remains a great writer and he'll stay in the pantheon for all time. Lately, sitting in motels along the highway, I've been dipping into his diaries, Confessions of a Barbarian, and laughing every couple of pages. Writing for the National Geographic, Abbey grumbled, is like trying to masturbate in ski mitts. Could Thompson have written that? Probably not. When it came to sex and the stimulation of the synapses by agents other than drugs or booze or violent imagery, Thompson was silent, unlike Abbey, who loved women. Thompson wrote for the guys, at a pitch so frenzied, so over the top in its hyperbolic momentum that often enough it reminded me of the squeakier variant of the same style developed by his Harold Tripp stablemate and exponent of the new journalism, Tom Wolfe. In their respective stylistic uniforms, they always seemed hysterically frightened of normalcy, particularly in the shape of girls, so keenly appreciated by Abbey. Thompson's best writing was always in the form of flourishes, of pell-mell bluster wrenched from himself for the anxious editors waiting well past deadline at Scanlon's or Rolling Stone, and in his later years often put together from his jottings by the writers and editors aware that a new Fear and Loathing on the masthead was a surefire multiplier of newsstand sales. Overall, Thompson's political perceptions weren't that interesting except for occasional bitter flashes, as in this sour and prescient paragraph written in 1972, "How many more of these goddamn elections are we going to have to write off as lame but regrettably necessary holding actions? And how many more of these stinking double-downer sideshows will we have to go through before we can get ourselves straight enough to put together some kind of national election that will give me at least the 20 million people I tend to agree with a chance to vote for something, instead of always being faced with that old familiar choice between the lesser of two evils? I understand, along with a lot of other people, that the big thing, this year, is beating Nixon. But that was also the big thing, as I recall, 12 years ago in 1960, and as far as I can tell, we've gone from bad to worse to rotten since then, and the outlook is for more of the same. There's nothing much to the notion of gonzo beyond the delighted projections of Thompson's readers. The introduction of the reporter as roystering first-person narrator? Mark Twain surely did that, albeit sedately, and less sedately we had Henry Miller, another man who loved women. Which of the road books will last longest between Miller's American Nightmare, On the Road, and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Kerouac and then Thompson drove faster, but they didn't write better. Norman Mailer took the form to the level of genius in Advertisements for Myself, with political perceptions acuter and writing sharper by far than anything Thompson ever produced. Gonzo was an act, defined by its beholders, the thought that here was one of us, fried on drugs, hanging onto the cliff edge of reality only by his fingernails, doing hyperbolic battle with the pomposities and corruptions of politics as usual. And no man was ever a more willing captive of the gonzo myth he created, decked out in its increasingly frayed bunting of Fear and Loathing, the strange and terrible, decorated with Ralph Steadman's graphic counterpoints. Like Evel Knievel, Thompson's stunts demanded that he arc higher and further with each successive sentence's outrage to propriety, most memorably in his obit for Richard Nixon. If the right people had been in charge of Nixon's funeral, his casket would have been launched into one of those open sewage canals that empty into the ocean just south of Los Angeles. He was a swine of a man and a jabbering dupe of a president. Nixon was so crooked that he needed servants to help him screw his pants on every morning. Even his funeral was illegal. He was queer in the deepest way. His body should have been burned in a trash bin. Kerouac ended sadly at 47. As Abby nastily put it, Jack Kerouac, like a sick refrigerator, worked too hard at keeping cool and died on his mama's lap from alcohol and infantilism. Abby himself passed gloriously at 62, carried from the hospital by his pals to die at his own pace without tubes dripping brief reprieves into his veins, then buried in the desert without the sanction of the state. How about Thompson? His Boston lawyer George Tobia Jr. told the Globe the 67-year-old author sat in his kitchen Sunday afternoon in his home in Woody Creek, Colorado, stuck a .45 caliber handgun in his mouth, and killed himself while his wife listened on the phone and his son and daughter-in-law were in another room of his house. His wife had no idea what had happened until she returned home later. Seems creepy to me, same way Gary Webb blowing his brains out a while back with a handgun was creepy. Why give the loved ones that as a souvenir? I suppose Thompson's message was, we were together at the end. Webb was truly alone. He lifted the curtain on one little sideshow of the American empire, and could never quite fathom that when you do that the man doesn't forget or forgive. Thompson engaged the empire on his own terms and quit the battlefield on his own terms too, which I guess is what Gonzo is all about. March 6. Relentlessly, the increased hours Americans have to work, just to squeeze by, is sapping their will to live any sort of pleasant life, at least in terms of the way pleasant was parsed half a century ago. My neighbor Joe Paff says his older brother Bill worked for McDonnell Douglas in the 1960s as a blue-collar line inspector, had a $19,000 house in Anaheim, 2 bedrooms, swimming pool, hardwood floors, new car every year or so, boat and trailer, and time to enjoy them. There were millions like Bill and his wife. Back then, when the incomes of ordinary working people reached their apex, the average family lived in an affordable house with a couple of late-model cars at reasonable insurance rates. Their kids could go to college either for free or cheaply. The man worked reasonable hours and could even look forward to a decent pension instead of having it looted by Bernie Ebbers. The woman didn't have to work prodigious hours at 2/3 of the man's rate of pay so that they could meet the mortgage payments. They might have a little hideaway in the country. They were not so exhausted that they fell asleep over their supper. They stayed up night after night to watch Johnny Carson on The Tonight Show, having already enjoyed light-hearted commentary on their happy condition from Jackie Gleason. The whining racism of Archie Bunker was still ahead, in the 1970s, when the fortunes of the white working class began to dip. As the Economic Policy Institute's State of Working America 2004 report instructs us, any story of rising income for working families across the past quarter century is, at bottom, a story about rising annual work hours, particularly among women. The extra hours worked by wives in 2000, compared to 1979, translates into additional full-time work weeks as follows: 8 weeks in the bottom 20%, 12.9 weeks in the second, 12.5 weeks in the third, 9.2 in the fourth, and 8.3 in the fifth. If women in poor families hadn't gone to work in the years after 1979, their family income would have fallen by almost 14%. It's always eerie how quickly people accept sharply changed circumstances as normalcy, like paying 22% interest on a credit card debt and watching payments on all cards get hiked to the fiercest interest rate if you're late on one payment. 20 years ago those were credit terms the FBI took to be proof of mafia membership and got prosecutors to file charges of extortion. Now, both parties in Congress leap to obey when the credit card companies, i.e., the banks, issue their commands. Latest to come under the axe is Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where bankrupts could go down and not have repayments through their next 10 incarnations, which is what Chapter 11 bankruptcy mandates. March 25. How many times, amid the carnage of such homicidal sprees, do investigators find a prescription for some antidepressant at the blood-spattered murder scene? Lavox at Columbine, Prozac at Louisville, where Joseph Westbecker killed 9 including himself. Scroll through the last 15 years and you'll find plenty such stories. That's the trouble with time. As Paul Krasner joked about Alzheimer's disease, you get old and forget you were a Nazi. But it's never too late to go back to the dim distant origins of the depression industry in the late 1980s and early 90s, and the saga of what happened after 3 researchers working for Lilly concocted a potion in the mid-1970s they christened fluoxetine hydrochloride, later known to the world, to Wes Becker and to Jeff Wise, as Prozac. Long years of rigorous testing? When Fred Gardner and I investigated the selling of depression and of Prozac in the mid-1990s, we found that the clinical trials of Prozac excluded suicidal patients, children, and elderly adults. Although once FDA approval is granted, the drug can be prescribed for anyone of any age. According to Dr. Peter Breggin, the well-known Bethesda-based psychiatrist who analyzed the FDA's approval of Prozac, it was based, ultimately, on 3 studies indicating that fluoxetine relieved some symptoms of depression more effectively than a placebo, and in the face of 9 studies indicating no positive effect. Only 63 patients were on fluoxetine for a period of more than 2 years. Psychiatrists, a breed whose adepts, according to a study published in the Journal of Clinical Psychiatry in 1980, commit suicide at twice the national rate, have been central to the entire enterprise. The process linking their alchemy to the corporate bottom line has a robust simplicity to it. As Prozac came off Lilly's research bench and headed for the mass production line, psychiatrists, some in receipt of Lilly's money, labored to formulate conditions to be installed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, whose chief editor in the 1980s was Robert Spitzer MD, an Argonne Box survivor and adept copywriter skilled at coining the DSM's arsenal of disorders sanctioning treatment, medication, and most crucially of all, reimbursement by insurance companies. When troubling questions were raised about Prozac's possible linkage to violent acts, psychiatrists were there to douse the flames of doubt. In the US, the government is in the pay of the drug companies, and prescriptions for antidepressants have risen as the call for any collective social action to cure depression has long since been taken from any political manifestos. How they must have cheered at Eli Lilly when Congress wiped out Chapter 7 of the bankruptcy statutes, creating family violence, heightened crime, and a vast new potential market for Prozac and kindred potions at the stroke of a pen. March 26. Mumbai Sainath and Priyanka advise me against going out this morning since it's Holi, a day when rowdy fellows pelt you with dye and balloons filled with stones in honor of spring. I wander out at dawn and soon meet people whose faces and clothes are blotched with red and green stains. I retreat for the rest of the morning to the club, whose guest board showed roughly a 50-50th split between Anglo and Indian names. I prowl around the yacht club's library, mostly full of light fiction, but finally come across the Indian Field Shikar book, compiled by W. S. Burke, 6th edition, published by Thacker, Spink & Co., Calcutta and Simla, 1928. Embossed on the flyleaf is J. N. Tata, presumably once the owner. The Tatas are probably India's best-known business family, now running a vast business empire, having flourished down the years from their origins as opium concessionaires, just as Jardine and Matheson were further east. I turn to a chapter called The Game Destroyers. Burke advised that with the marked decrease in game in several parts of India, it has become urgently necessary for sportsmen to turn their attention to the game destroyers of India. Conservation is the order of the day. And who are these natural foes? Burke entertains no uncertainty on the matter. The leopard is one of the greatest foes to the preservation of deer which, largely owing to his depredations, have been almost, if not quite, exterminated in many parts of India, and of all the leopards the ounce or snow leopard is the most inveterate and successful destroyer of the game to be found in the higher elevations of the Himalayas. Below the leopard, Burke ranges the other game destroyers, wolves, wild dogs, civets and mongooses, martens and weasels, crows, owls, eagles, buzzards, falcons. Knight Sainath, full of bitter denunciations of Indian food in America, takes me off to a Mughalai restaurant. He has butter chicken. I choose mutton curry. Despite Sainath's acrid dismissal of all Indian restaurants in the US, the food tastes not too different to a decent Indian meal in New York or Los Angeles, though Sainath's butter chicken was oversalted. Indeed, with some diligence you can find passable North Indian food in a few major American cities. Southern Indian food is another matter. How I will miss Southern Indian cafes and restaurants. How I will yearn for the dosais, the idlis, both made from a mix of rice grits and urad dal fermented overnight. I will pine too for fish and shrimp curries, for oathapam and rasam, of which a popular one is the Tamil Milagothanat, rendered as mulligatawny by the British and thickened into the brackish brown sludge served in clubs and British railway hotels in the 1950s. By the time my trip is done I'll have enjoyed Malabar, Chettinad, Mughalai, Gujarati, City Tamilian, Mangalorean and Goan cooking. Sainath says he puts on 2 kilos every time he visits Kerala, and I can see why. I miss the thali too, a stainless steel tray about the size of a pizza platter on which the smaller bowls of vegetable curries, curds, desserts, and other elements of the thali palette are set and refilled until you're done. Why is there no Southern Indian cuisine in America? After all, the motel industry may be 70% run by clans from Gujarat, but there are a lot of Indians from other regions here too, including Andhra Pradesh which, says Sainath with the pride of a native son, has the fieriest food of all. I ask Sainath how he started working in the countryside. At the start of the 90s Sainath was in his early 30s, born into a distinguished Brahmin family, educated by the Jesuits in Madras, then seasoned in the radical flames of Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. By 1980, he was at United News of India, and 3 years later working for R.K. Karanjia, a famous journalistic figure of that era and proprietor of the muckraking weekly Blitz, which in the early 80s commanded a national circulation of 600,000 and a readership 10 times larger. Karanjia lost no time in making the teetotal and hard-working Sainath deputy chief editor. Soon Khwaja Ahmed Abbas, author of Blitz's last page column, which he had written for over 40 years, willed the column to Sainath, thus trumping from the grave Karanjia's designated inheritor. Abbas, incidentally, was the author of the great novel Inquilab, plus 72 other books, plus the scripts of many of India's greatest movies. A year later Sainath toured 9 drought-stricken states in India, and recalls ruefully, "That's when I learned that conventional journalism was above all about the service of power. You always give the last word to authority. I got a couple of prizes which I didn't pick up because I was ashamed." 10 years later Sainath's moment came. The economic reforms began. That's when the great intellectual shift took place. Just as the US press romped ever deeper into celebrity journalism as the war on the poor unfurled through the 1980s and 90s, so too the Indian press plunged into full-tilt coverage of India's beautiful people. I felt that if the Indian press was covering the top 5%, I should cover the bottom 5%. He quit Blitz and in 1993 applied for a Times of India fellowship. At the interview he spoke of his plans to report from rural India terra incognita to the national Indian press. An editor asked him, "Suppose I tell you my readers aren't interested in this stuff?" Sainath, a feisty fellow, riposted, "When did you last meet your readers to make any such claims on their behalf?" He got the fellowship and took to the back roads in the 10 poorest districts of 5 states. He walked hundreds of miles. The Times had said it would carry a few pieces. He had 2 good editors there who supported what he was doing. In the end the paper ran 84 reports by Sainath across 18 months, many of them subsequently reprinted in his well-known collection, Everybody Loves a Good Drought. They made his journalistic name and earned him a bundle of prizes, both national and international. The prizes furnished him credibility and also money to go on freelancing. In those days, Sainath remembers, the legitimacy of the neoliberal reforms that plunged India's peasantry into the inferno was very great, like religious dogma. But I was getting 300 letters a month from people applauding and ratifying my reports as well as sending money for the people I was writing about. It was very moving. I learned that readers are far ahead of editors. I was saying that poverty is not natural, but a willed infliction. I asked, what are the survival tactics of the poor? I saw that the Indian woman eats last. She feeds her husband, her children, the parents, and then if there's anything left she eats that. I learned how the poor lived off the forests. I did what they did. If they migrated and got up on top of a train, so did I. For hundreds of millions of poor Indians, the brave new world of the 90s meant globalization of prices, Indianization of incomes. As we moved to fortify our welfare state for the wealthy, the state turned its back on the poor, investment in agriculture collapsed, and with it, countless millions of lives. As banks wound down rural credit while granting loans for buying Mercedes-Benzes in the cities at the lowest imaginable interest rates, rural indebtedness soared. In the 90s, for the first time in independent India, the Supreme Court pulled up several state governments over increasing hunger deaths. Welcome to the world so loved by the freedmans Thomas and Milton. From the mid-90s on, thousands of Indian farmers committed suicide, including over 5,000 in the single southern state of Andhra Pradesh. As employment crashed in the countryside to its lowest ever, distress migrations from the villages to just about anywhere increased in tens of millions. Food grain available per Indian fell almost every year in the 1990s, and by 2002-03 was less than it had been at the time of the Great Bengal Famine of 1942-3. Even as the world hailed the Indian tiger economy, the country slipped to rank 127 in the United Nations Human Development Index of 2003. It is better to be a poor person in Botswana, or even the occupied territories of Palestine, than one in India. Few journalists write well about poor people, particularly the rural poor, who have mostly vanished from public description or discussion. Reporters tend to patronize them. The drama is really about the journalist visiting the poor. Interviewing the poor as they reel off numbers from the balance sheet of their misfortunes takes concentration. The devil, in recent years often meaning suicides, is in details that have to be got right: inputs per acres, sources of irrigation, market price for crops. These numbers have to be jotted down in the fields, often in temperatures upward of 110°F, and even 118°F in the fields, at which point all electronic equipment gives up. It's necessary to keep good records. When we visited the family of a Dalit, Sainath gave me the standard form he has designed and fills out for the 300 or so families he's personally visited after a suicide. Name, T.T. Johnny, aged 43. Date of suicide, July 9, 2004. Debt, 60,000 rupees. Family members, 1 wife, 1 daughter. Land, 1 acre. Cattle, none. Crop seed changes, sources of credit, source of irrigation, no well. Input per acre. Sainath respects the people he writes about. On first encounter, he makes a point of drinking the glass of water they put in front of him, no matter how cloudy or suspect in origin. He cares about them, stays in touch with them, tries to get them money. He doesn't see poverty as a condition, but as the consequence of decisions by people, businessmen, politicians, World Bank officials, economists ensconced in some distant institute for development studies. He sees poor people as intelligent actors, well aware of the instigators of their misery, marshalling their tiny resources in the daily search for work and food. Nothing could be further from Oxfam portfolios than Sainath's photographs of his subjects in the Indian countryside, which he recently took with him on a speaking tour in the US and which he is preparing for displays across India. These photographs don't have the slightly stagey drama of, say, a portfolio from Salgado, but they have 20 times more insight and respect. Rural work is hard to photograph. Take California. Have you ever seen a good photograph of a celery cutter in the Pajaro Valley, or a limonero on his ladder picking lemons around Santa Paula near Oxnard, or a palmero, a date picker, near the Salton Sea? The American documentarists of the 30s opted for cartoon stereotypes, preferring the easier and less seditious task of presenting migrants as inert victims. You can see from her contact sheet that Dorothea Lange chose the most beaten-down image of the famous migrant mother. It was Lange, so the contact sheets show, who herded children around the woman, to make it look as though she was burdened with a vast brood, and who passed over more animated images of the same woman. Sainath's subjects always look alive and even cheerful. They are still significant actors in the larger political drama being fought out in India today. In the US, most of the Farm Security Administration's photographers of the 1930s preferred despondency to defiance. Were there no Oki camps with laughing children? Of course there were, but Walker Evans didn't circle those images on his contact sheets, though I'm told the Farm Security Administration has a bunch of color photos of migrants on file it would be worth inspecting. March 27. Off to Agra and the early palaces and mausoleums of the Mughals. We hurtle along in a small Tata car, with Sainath's friend J.P. Jayaprakash and a driver. Rural roadside Indian flashes by. The North Indian landscape here is flat, with wheat sheaves stacked. Everything looks half-built and half-ruined. Vespas and small motorbikes carry the male driver, with a woman and one child pillion. There's often another child up front on the handlebars. The saris are like glorious butterflies everywhere one looks. On we go towards Fatehpur Sikri along the narrow road carrying buses and all bound for India's premier tourist attraction. We get a flat, and while we're getting it fixed by a fellow with a compressor at the side of the road, there's a crash as a 2000 Ambassador tries and fails to squeeze through two tractors. We see it 40 yards down the road with its side bashed in. It's the only metal carcass I see, which is astounding because Indian driving is entirely terrifying, and I have strong nerves in this department. I have a photograph of our car overtaking a bus in the narrow main street of a small town, and ahead of us, rapidly approaching, another car, overtaking a truck. This is standard. Akbar's Fatehpur Palace is a marvel in sandstone, like a Utah landscape conjured into 16th century Mughal architecture, robust, imperial, yet delicate. It's certainly one of the most beautiful palace complexes I have seen, without the endless dreary frontages of Vienna or Versailles, with graceful little temples and pools and then vast colonnades, with parasol-like pavilion roofs lightening the rooflines. Off to Agra town for lunch before our visit to the Taj Mahal. We go to a vegetarian restaurant, thali style. Sainath spots a publisher looking patriarchal with his family. He wrote a style book. I hope he defended the semicolon and other cherished values of an age now gone. Over lunch we start talking about the whole acrid debate about the consequences of British rule. Sainath cites the Madras-based economist C.T. Kurian on one consequence of the American Civil War. Later I look it up in Sainath's copy. The rapidly growing cotton textile industry of Britain had initially depended upon raw cotton from its colonies in America, but after these colonies declared themselves to be the United States of America, British industry lost the power to get cotton on its terms. Subsequently, the Civil War in the United States resulted in a sudden interruption in the supply of cotton to Britain, and a frantic search started for an alternative and more dependable source. Demand for cotton from India suddenly shot up. The export of cotton from India to Britain increased from around 500,000 bales in 1859 to close to 1,400,000 bales in 1864. From then on the commercialization of agriculture continued to gain momentum. Between the last decade of the 19th century and the middle of the 20th, when food production in India declined by 7%, production of commercial crops increased by 85%. There was, consequently, some increase in overall agricultural production, but a growing population could not use the commercial crops as food. Widespread and recurring famines became a regular feature during this period. However, those who had the land and other facilities to take advantage of the demand for commercial crops must have become much wealthier. Capitalism was performing its role of enriching some and impoverishing many. In other words, the Civil War helped install recurring starvation on the Indian calendar. March 28. We head towards the Taj Mahal, built by Shah Jahan for the dearest of his wives, Arjumand Banu Begum, whom he married in 1612 and who died bearing their 14th child in 1631. Shah Jahan took it hard, remaining in seclusion for 2 years and emerging with spectacles and grey hair. He spent 20 years supervising the construction of the Taj Mahal, joining her in the mausoleum 35 years later, having been imprisoned for a number of years by his son, Aurangzeb. There's a split rate for Indians and foreigners, which seems sensible, 15 rupees for the former and 110 for the latter. The crowds are large, but without the air of sullen resignation, amplified by the gross corpulence, conspicuous in American crowds in Disney World and other attractions. The children are mostly cheerful and the mothers animated. In all my journeys I saw neither a really fat Indian nor a skeletal one, of the sort enshrined in Oxfam posters, even though we later visited several homes with families so poor that the man of the house had killed himself from shame at the inability to pay off his debts to the banks and to money lenders. As Sainath stresses, though you can see emaciation in the slums of Mumbai, most hunger is invisible and has been swelling since liberalization began in the early 90s. 67% of Indian kids are malnourished. I've never cared for the Taj Mahal, depicted on the biscuit tins of my childhood. And after seeing Akbar's first palace compound at Fatehpur Sikri, I feel this more strongly. Kitsch is emotional blackmail, and the Taj Mahal, blaring Shah Jahan's bereavement, seems to me the very essence of kitsch. Part of the problem is Shah Jahan's snobbery about red sandstone. Both here and a mile upriver at the fort he ordered white marble, and in the case of the Taj Mahal the result is a sort of airless sterility. The manic symmetry amplifies this. Also, the Taj Mahal is just too big. On the way home Sainath starts reminiscing about Karanjia, the famous owner of Blitz. Karanjia was an owner-editor who plied his trade with Allah. At the dawn of the Cuban Revolution he traveled to Havana, where the new government took him to be the new Indian ambassador and, gratified with such diplomatic recognition, gave Karanjia the red carpet, including an interview with Fidel. Finally, after 3 weeks, Karanjia disclosed that he was not the ambassador but a journalist, and there was a momentary chill, soon dispelled. For Karanjia, said Sainath, impact was everything. Blitz's stories had sizzle and the phones burned with powerful people howling libel threats down the lines. Death threats came too, in such profusion that reporters would solemnly request the callers to postpone their homicidal visits for a day or two owing to the length of the line of people preparing to exact retribution. The Hindu fundamentalists in Shiv Sena got mad enough one time at a slur in the humor column that they sent a mob from out of town to burn 3 of Blitz's delivery vehicles and break office windows. Karanjia was away at the time, and Sainath, who'd let the humor column through without reading it, quaked at news of his return. When he saw his burned trucks, Karanjia trumpeted his dismay, and Sainath, taking full responsibility, was under heavy fire until Karanjia noticed Blitz's business manager, an elderly Parsi, looking undismayed. So, Karanjia asked him, "Were the trucks insured?" "No," said the manager, still calm. Then the glorious truth came out. The trucks had been rented from the local Shiv Sena outfit, whose capo soon appeared at Blitz's office distraught at his dilemma. He could not, he told Karanjia, get compensation from the arsonists since they had been sent from out of town by Shiv Sena's supreme commander. Karanjia told him he could offer no satisfaction. Sometime in the late 60s a guru made the rounds of India, saying that his spiritual powers enabled him to walk on water. And so he could, with the assistance of a German engineer who had designed a tank with a span of fiberglass rope just under the surface, along which the guru would pace, to the amazement of the rubes. Karanjia announced that Blitz would sponsor a demonstration by the water-walking guru in a local auditorium. He ordered an extra big tank to be fabricated. Seeing trouble ahead, the German engineer made a prudent exit. In front of an excited crowd, the guru faltered to Karanjia that the commotion was impinging on his powers and diluting the cosmic forces. "You'll walk on water or I'll break your legs," Karanjia shouted. The trembling guru stepped off the edge of the tank and sank like a stone. When he'd dried off, Karanjaya told him to try again. Once again the guru stepped and sank, and then fled into the night. Karanjaya's staff worried that the crowd would want its money back, but Karanjaya wouldn't hear of it. "They have had their money's worth," he crowed. "They're happy." We bowled along, hooting at the antics and impostures of gurus and fakirs, from the Maharaja on. Only months ago, JP and Sainath told me, an up-and-coming Swami, Sri Sri Ravi Sandar, had headed into southern Tamil Nadu, vowing to project his spiritual powers to those afflicted by the tsunami of December 26, 2004, and soothe the cosmic forces. The bigwigs of the local town assembled to greet the great mystic. But as his cavalcade of 70 cars rolled south along the highway down the coast of Coromandel, some subversive wag raised the cry that a second tsunami, even more immense in destructive potential than the first, was just over the horizon. The Swami made a quick estimate of his powers versus those of the cosmic forces and ordered his car to turn round. The road was narrow, and the ensuing jam very terrible to behold as Sri Sri Ravi Shankar tried to beat a retreat. March 28. At 9:30 p.m. JP, Sainath, and I head for Jawaharlal Nehru University for my big talk. They drive round the campus reminiscing about the good old days when they hosted Iranian students protesting the Shah's visit, and JP managed to get onto the roof of the car behind the Shah's. The next day JP brings a black and white photo, and there he is, a blurry, bearded protester. I ask why the police didn't beat him to death with their latest bamboo staves, and he said that they circled him and began to whack away, but the staves clashed above his body, as in a cartoon, and he was able to roll away and flee. The venue is the mess hall of one of the hostels. At 10 Sainath gives me a generous intro and I'm off on my scheduled talk, War on Iraq, War in America. I go at it for about an hour, throwing everything into the pot, from Judith Miller to Abu Ghraib, to the failures of the American left. It goes down well, and questions are vigorous, including from a fellow who asks about the neocons and their origins in a Trotskyite groupuscule headed by Shachtman. I confirm the story, and the questioner, obviously a Maoist, grins with knowing approval. The Trotskyites furrow their brows. April 2nd. After a few more days in Delhi and Mumbai, we fly to the southwest, land in Tamil Nadu and drive over the state line into Kerala to visit a Coca-Cola plant blockaded by peasants since it has destroyed their water supplies. Then we head on down into Kerala, ending up in Hosakode, aka Calicut, where I give a press conference under the aegis of Mathrubhumi, the million-plus circulation newspaper daily, published in Kerala's language, Malayalam. After a while a fellow stands up and asks me if the CIA is active on American campuses. I allude in my response to recent pieces in Counterpunch about the new Roberts program, covertly funding graduates for intelligence work. He persists. Is it not a fact, he asks, that Professor Franca, at the State University at Montclair in New Jersey, is working with the CIA? Scenting trouble, I immediately respond to the effect that I have absolutely zero knowledge of Franca or of what goes on at Montclair, including any possible CIA activity. The chap nods happily and sits down. A few days later I get an urgent email from Richard Franca in Montclair. Sainath and I and the fellows from Mathrubhumi, traveling in Wayanad, have missed a story in the ultra-Hindu nationalist paper run by the RSS, stating that Cockburn confirms CIA presence at Montclair. Franca, apparently an excellent anthropologist, is frantic to know exactly what I said. It turns out this is all part of a long rumor-mongering campaign of sabotage by left sectarians against Franca, who has played a creditable role in Kerala politics, and a local left leader, T.M. Thomas Isaac, State Secretariat member of the Communist Party of India, which as likely as not will be leading the government of Kerala after next year's elections. April 3rd. To meet India's rural crisis face to face, we drive along the lovely wooded roads of Wayanad, a district in northeastern Kerala. To our east rise the Western Ghat Mountains. Last night we stayed in Sultan's Battery, so called because it had been the last stand of the local sultan, when the British came 3 centuries ago. Along this road the ancient forests have long since logged off and the state-planted young teak trees are usually cut, to judge by the piles at the side of the road, with the trunk at about 12 inches in diameter. Familiar follies of state-sponsored forestry have occurred. Some years ago the clumps of bamboo, often 40 feet across and 50 feet high, were taken off the ridges and slopes of the Western Ghats and eucalyptus globulus put in, the same way it was in California in the 1870s. Elephants don't like it because it replaces their natural habitat and drives them out in search of forage. As the old forest was cut, locals claim the weather cycles in Wayanad changed for the worse, putting paid to the orange groves. We turn off the road through the woods and onto a smaller lane, guided by the area rep of the Communist Party of India, whose red flags and local offices are conspicuous throughout the district. Then we walk up a path past pepper vines, bananas, cashew trees, jackfruit, and some coffee bushes to a single-story concrete block house. Here are Dinzan, 2 of his sisters and 2 little children. The mother and another sister are away. Dinzan has a job as a projectionist, though Wayanad's farm crisis means few can afford to go to the movies anymore and so the local cinema is failing. The proprietor refuses to screen the skin movies now churning out of Indian studios. The property is a house on 3 acres. Livestock, 1 cow, 1 goat. Nearly a year ago Dinzan's father, B.M. Kamilazan, took note of the collapsing price of pepper, vanilla, and coffee, set the sums he'd borrowed from the banks and the money lenders against the expected yields, and decided to end it all with the one agent he could get for free, a pesticide called monocrotophos made by Sibagakia. It's a horrible way to die. This is no tableau of beleaguered sharecroppers in a tar paper shanty in West Virginia 50 years ago. The family is trim, the 2 kids clean and nicely dressed. A farmer's desperation and suicide do not require the backdrop of a rural slum, even though, after the collapse in agricultural prices, Dinzan and his family have their backs against the wall, with a mudslide of debt engulfing them. Amid the terrible crisis of the small family farmers in the American Midwest in the past 30 years there have been plenty of suicides or, to put it more tactfully, higher than expected deaths, in trim ranch houses, where the suicide might be reported as accidental death so the survivors get the insurance money. Kerala has near 100% literacy and a tradition of voracious newspaper reading. The libraries are stuffed with poor people catching up on local and world events. Young Dinzan talks about the reasons for the crisis, the collapse of subsidies, the role of middlemen, the World Bank's subsidy to Vietnam whose cheap and inferior pepper comes to Sri Lanka, a free port, and then into Kerala whose Malabar pepper is the finest in the world. As with most peasants and farmers across the world, he understands the world picture. He talks about the weakness of the dollar against the euro. An hour later it's time to go. The little boy climbs a cashew tree and brings me down a fruit with the large cashew shell growing out of its top. The fruit tastes a little like mango. Cashews came from the New World via the Portuguese, along with chili, tapioca, tomatoes, pineapples, cocoa, potatoes, and ground nuts. That was early globalization. It was quicker in those days. The first housewives on the Indian subcontinent got chilies, a basic for what we regard as the eternal Indian diet, in about 1550, and not too long thereafter it was on every household menu in the whole of India. In 1957, in free elections, the communists swept to power in Kerala and delivered on their promise of land reform in a decade where US dollars and the CIA leagued with the local land barons and international firms like United Fruit to crush it in Guatemala and Iran. The communists delivered on land, on education, and on health. By 1959, under US pressure, the central government in New Delhi struck, dismissing Kerala's government. The long counterattack followed, with brief interruptions by left coalitions. Kerala is still the most literate state in India. Its infant mortality rates are the lowest. Its schools are still good. Last year Sainath wrote about a little girl whose father, working across the state line as a day laborer in Karnataka, scrapes the money together to send her back on the bus each day to get taught by the nuns in Wayanad, a devotion to his daughter's future all the more remarkable because it's a daughter, not a son he's sending back. Millions of Indian parents crave sons, not daughters. When the ultrasound picks up the evidence of a female embryo in utero, the parents all too often avail themselves of choice and abort that embryo. Wayanad is a district caught in the backwash of market freedoms. The Christian churches, who brought in thousands of immigrants into Wayanad after World War II, are in trouble, with their Sunday collections down to 10% of normal. Priests aren't being paid, though bishops surely must be. Movie houses have closed down. There are less Tamil migrant laborers around, and those that are can't afford the 10 rupee ticket. At least the Kerala State Road Transport Corps buses are doing a booming business, ferrying people looking for work in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Thousands cross every day. Back in 1995 there were 6 buses a day to Kuda, in Karnataka, now there are 24 daily. On them are skilled men, masons, carpenters, electricians. These are the people who worked on the half-built houses, many of them substantial villas, one sees mile after mile each side of Wayanad's rural roads, abandoned after farm income slid into the pit. The state-licensed toddy shops are in trouble too. Toddy is a fermented brew from the sap of the Palmyra palm. We visit Uttaman, the toddy man. He's a genial fellow, with the slightly knowing grin, redolent of tolerance for human folly, one often finds in barkeeps and kindred providers. Uttaman pays 48,000 rupees a year for his license, 100,000 rupees for the welfare fund for his 6 employees. These days they're tapping 120 liters of toddy a day. 5 years ago he brewed and sold 250 bottles a day, today only 10 or 15. He's being ruined by arak, a spirit distilled from fermented toddy that's illegal in Kerala but for sale just across the Kabanai River in Karnataka. It's stronger, and because it's illegal and the distillers don't pay taxes, cheaper. Uttaman offers me a glass of toddy. It's pleasant. He lets the toddy ferment for 12 hours, to get an alcohol content of 12%. If he leaves it to ferment for 24 hours, it will go to 24%. It's got a shelf life of 48 hours. As I sip, Uttaman describes to us the visit from the cops after Sainath's piece on him was published in the Hindu in January. Why was he talking to Sainath, they asked him. Sainath was the man who'd personally overthrown Naidu, the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh. Sainath gives a gratified smirk. April 4. Sainath tells me he's had difficulty sleeping since he covered the suicides in Andhra Pradesh from the late 90s on. All told, he's visited 300 families in which a suicide has occurred. How did it all begin? From the early 90s forward, zero investment and a collapse of credit ravaged Indian agriculture. The landless poor saw working days crash as a result. Crippling rises in the costs of seed, fertilizer, utilities, pesticides, and water crushed small farms. New user fees sent health costs soaring, and such costs have become a huge component of rural family debt. Newly commercialized education destroyed the hopes of hundreds of thousands of women, as families, given the narrowed options, favored sons over daughters. Farm kids simply dropped out. Ruin metastasized. Sainath showed me an 8x10 picture he'd made of a woman, Aruna, positioning a photograph of her husband Bangaru Ramachari among the implements he made for farmers, getting payment in kind. Amid the slump he'd no customers for 2 years. He'd died of hunger, too proud to admit, in his last week before he collapsed, that he'd not eaten for 5 days. The shift from food crops to cash crops, backed by the World Bank, produced another harvest of disaster. New entrepreneurs replacing old government-run networks sold bad seeds that would not germinate. The suicides, Sainath says, are a symptom of vast agrarian distress. For every farmer who has committed suicide there are thousands more facing the same huge crisis who have not taken their lives. In fact, we will never know how many suicides there have been, since there are so many ways of not counting them. We do know that in 7 or 8 states since 97 and 98 and most particularly since 2000 farmers have taken their lives by the thousand. In the single district of Anantapur, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, so beloved by the neoliberals because of its reforms, over 3,000 farmers have taken their lives between 1997/98 and 2003. Increasingly, from 1999 to 2000, Sainath and some vigilant local journalists noticed a mismatch between what they were seeing in the fields and the official data. Narasimha Reddy, who works for the biggest Telugu newspaper, Enadu, started writing about this gap. The government stats were saying that suicides due to distress were no more than 54 statewide in 2000. This was strange because when Narasimha and Sainath went to villages to investigate suicides, they'd routinely find 6 or 7. That rattled them. Then they started looking more closely at the death statistics, and found out what the bureaucrats were doing, first as conspiracy, then out of habit. By far the most common method of suicide was drinking the pesticide dumped on farmers by the government. The journalists found that the police had listed these as suicides due to stomachache. Sometimes they said that the pain of the stomachache had prompted the victims to take pesticide. Other methods of concealment included counting a death as suicide, but not a distress suicide. Or as an accident. Or as a death due to natural causes or accident. Many of those killing themselves were women running small farms in the absence of husbands who were looking for work elsewhere, or who had already taken their own lives. But because these women rarely owned the land themselves, they weren't classified as farmers, so their suicides were not counted as farm-related. Then there's the stigma of suicide. Many families don't want it, and that's a big factor in suppressing the numbers. Again, legally speaking, post-mortems are free, but to prove that a relative committed suicide, the police extort money from family members to pay for the autopsy. Officials undercount suicides among Dalits and landless laborers or among migrant farmers who've given up, gone to a town and severed from their social setting killed themselves. While these farmers were being driven to suicide by the thousand in Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, the state's chief minister, was being iconized in the Western press as the apex poster boy for neoliberal reform. The Wall Street Journal hailed him as a model for fellow state leaders. Time crowned him South Asian of the Year. Bill Gates called on Naidu. So did Bill Clinton. So did Paul O'Neill. John Wolfenson, president of the World Bank, tossed him loan upon loan. The press projected onto Naidu all their fantasies of what a neoliberal modernizer should be, building an IT-based economy in Cyberabad. Oppression of women? Naidu's fixed that, crowed the Financial Times. In a country where lower caste women are locked out of decision-making, the government of Andhra Pradesh is sponsoring a social revolution. Women now dominate the village square. Indeed, World Bank officials clapped their hands as Naidu kicked aside the Panchayat's democratically elected village councils and announced he was empowering women in new local organizations. What could be wrong with that? Plenty. The new outfits usually turned out to be small coteries with the right connections, which got Naidu's patronage and which filched or wasted the money, while the genuinely democratic panchayats were sidelined and starved of funding. The collapse of democracy, that is, the framework for collective action to combat disaster in the countryside, contributed to the terrible harvest of death. On December 27, 2002, Keith Bradsher of the New York Times issued a worshipful resume of Naidu's assets and achievements, selecting for particular mention the asset that Bradsher deemed vital to Naidu's political grip on Andhra Pradesh. Naidu and his allies, Bradsher breathlessly confided to the NYT's readers, speak Telugu, a language spoken only in the state and by a few people in 2 adjacent states. What Bradsher was saying was that Naidu spoke the same language as the other 70 million inhabitants of Andhra Pradesh. It was as though someone ascribed Tony Blair's political successes in the United Kingdom to his command of English. Apart from Naidu's wondrous fluency in his native tongue, Bradshaw fixed upon other achievements likely to excite an American business readership. Mr. Naidu, he excitedly confides, has succeeded in raising electricity prices here by 70% and has enacted a law requiring union leaders to be workers from the factory or office they represent. Andhra Pradesh has also relaxed some of the restrictions on laying off workers. In the spring of 2004, the Naidu balloon exploded with a gigantic thunderclap. The Indian poor entered his field of vision decisively, even as they shattered the expectations of almost every national political pundit. Rarely has a poster boy been more humiliatingly peeled from the billboards and tossed in the gutter. Naidu's elected coalition plummeted from 202 seats to a quarter of that number. The verdict, from the landless poor to farmers to rural women to the denizens of Cyberabad, was well nigh unanimous. The Naidu model had been a disaster for Andhra Pradesh, as statistics had been inexorably recording even during his glory years. Economic growth was abysmal and other vital statistics equally wretched. The 5,000 suicides remain the prime epitaph for a politician hailed in the West more than any other Indian as the harbinger of neoliberal triumph. Only the Argentinian collapse was as brutal a rebuff to elite opinion. April 5. My big evening in Calicut, sponsored by the extremely militant Bank Clerks Union. There's a full house, I'm glad to say, with Muslim clerics front row right, Hindu fundamentalists, secularist leftists, Christians of various stripes. Kerala is a third Muslim, a third Hindu, and a third Christian, the latter faith having been brought to the Malabar coast in 60 AD by Thomas the Doubting Apostle, no doubt plaguing the navigator with anxious questions. The meeting is chaired by the local member of the federal parliament, Virendra Kumar, an energetic man in his 60s who also controls Mathrubhumi. I let fly for an hour on the topic of the war in Iraq. It seems to go down well. Sainath speaks too, reminding the audience that back in 1916, when the British invaded Mesopotamia, their force was mostly Indian soldiers, most of whom were captured by the Turks and died in forced labor building railroads. April 6. We drive north back to Wayanad, back to St. George's Battery for a last night, winding our way up to 3,000 feet in the Western Ghats. The next day, with Suthi at the will of the ambassador, we set off north again into the state of Karnataka, northeast through Mysore to Bangalore, hailed by the freedmans of this world as India's prime rendezvous with the future, where the cybercoolies toil night and day in the huge call centers. The Hindus classifieds tell the story, call center placement based US/UK, REQ'd for Chennai and BLR, SAL up to Rs 1800/M, age 17 to 29. Any degree, walk-in. ACDA of Chennai wants to hire part-time faculty to teach accent neutralization and American accent. Later come the matrimonial classifieds, Hindu Parkekulam, Mupinar/Udayar 23/167, BA. Fine Arts, doing MA. Masscom, good-looking, wheatish complexion, girl from well-to-do family in business seeks well-settled groom in business. Early marriage. Send horoscope/photo. And on down the packed columns to, Karkatha Pillai 30/MCA/employed in TNEB seeks employed guy of same caste. These were all from the Tamil section, with others allocated to Marathi, Bengali, and Cosmopolitan where we find K. 33/155/fair MNC innocent divorcee. Brahmin 35 to 38 preferably hide/abroad without encumbrances, plus an e-address at Yahoo and a box address at the Hindu in Chennai. Sainath says such references to innocence frequent in the matrimonial classifieds are intended to convey the fact that the advertiser is still a virgin. Since some of the male matrimonials also mention innocence in divorce, I'd assumed this meant simply that the advertiser was claiming to be the injured party. These matrimonial ads aren't on the fringe of the national culture, but in its dead center, as is the poor situation of Indian women overall. Most Indian marriages are arranged, from poor up to wealthy families. Of course there are love marriages, and these days some Indian women find a way out of the parental pressure to marry via prolonged stints of education abroad in the US, UK or Australia. Bangalore may be the modern face of India, but it's paralyzed by traffic. Nothing moves. International businesses are having to relocate into the hinterland. There is, so our host Ashvin Mahesh tells us genially, no central traffic authority. Ashvin, ex-NASA researcher, educated at UW, then with a stint at NASA's Goddard Center under his belt, returned to India to run a fine, public interest website, India Together. From the 16th floor of South Tower, where he and his wife live, we are well situated to review the gridlocked traffic. Ashvin has already modeled some ideas for traffic relief which are under consideration. April 7. Chennai. Here I am on the coast of Coromandel. At last a city with the feel and pace of an older time. We go to the guest house of the Asian College of Journalism. I give a talk to the students. Then off to a terrific Chettinad restaurant, though in my order I foolishly include curried partridge, which is disappointing as all partridges have been for the 34 years since I ate a good one, braised in whiskey and cream. I drive around with Ashvin, who's come from Bangalore to visit his parents. We drive through the Theosophy Cantor, the sanctuary of Annie Besant, also of a banyan of international repute, though now dying. Then we pace about on what is officially classified as the third longest beach in the world. There aren't many women, and no one in bathing dress. The great tsunami of last Christmas washed in over this beach and about 3/4 of a kilometer inland, with a total of 40 lives or so lost in all of Chennai. April 8. We go down to a heritage center south of Chennai called Dakshinachitra, which is really good, with excellent reconstructions of vernacular Indian architecture of an earlier time in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Looking at the wooden buildings reminds me of how much Indian architecture of the past 50 years is truly awful. I distinguish architecture here from landscape. Indian landscapes, whether rural or urban, are certainly what one might call thick, just as most American landscapes are thin. In India, from a foot in front of one's nose to the horizon, there are infinite medleys of planes and perspectives. There is no thin air, no emptiness. There's the street life, the endless small shop displays and signage, the billboards above, the animals, the stalls, the cars and buses overtaking each other at 60 miles an hour. The overall effect is endlessly inspiriting, with palette after palette of tumultuous greens, blues, yellows, pinks, and reds deployed on saris, racks of clothes, aging advertisements. Anyone tired of an Indian streetscape or country road is truly tired of life. But the architecture itself is mostly drab cinder block. April 10. I give a talk at the Asian College of Journalism on the war in Iraq. There's a fine turnout and many questions. N. Ram, the editor-in-chief of The Hindu, which sponsored the event, is unable to attend, with the rather good excuse that he was meeting the Chinese Prime Minister Wen Haibao touring Bangalore and Chennai that week. The Hindu, circulation 1 million plus, and now Sainath's home port, maintains decent standards and reminds me somewhat of the London Times 30 years ago, when a salvo from the editorial page could alter the contours of a whole political battlefield. Ram invites Sainath and me to drop by his house in Chennai the next day, and we do so. When we arrive, his charming wife says that he cannot be with us for a few minutes because he is finishing his editorial on Chinese-Indian relations. She says this with a tinge of gravity, of reverence for the solemn rite of editorial composition that takes me back to the distant years in the 60s when the presses at the Times would be held while the editor-in-chief, William Haley, wrestled unrighteousness to the ground in the first leader, as the prime editorial was called in England in those days. These days editorials count for nothing in the US. Few read them except for press secretaries and lobbyists. They have no weight. In due course Ram emerges from his editorial labors, looking weighty, and treats us to an interesting disquisition, which I correctly assess to be the burden of his impending editorial, on the evolution of Chinese-Indian relations since the late 1940s. Then he shifts to a description of his shock when he attended the reunion of his class of '68 of the Columbia Journalism School last year, At a meeting to discuss the burning issues of the day, he heard not a word of condemnation of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, so rose to his feet and denounced it himself. He said there were several hisses from other J-school grads. It was bracing to find a newspaper editor, probably India's premier editor in terms of political clout, talking like that. Bracing too to hear later that in his younger days Ram endorsed a strike at the Hindu and was promptly exiled from the paper's premises by his father, then the newspaper's boss. April 11. Back to Mumbai. Sainath's friend Sudarshan invites me to APNEAAP, a foundation he runs, in Kamathapura, Mumbai's red light district along the Falkland Road. The foundation has some rooms in an old school, and these are now filled with cheerful kids. The idea is to give children of prostitutes a chance to get out of the life, get some education, get a chance. It's the dearest dream of the prostitutes, many of whom haven't much hope of living past 35, taken off by AIDS or TB. The women working at the drop-in house get the prostitutes' ration cards, take them to hospital, run savings accounts for them over 200 when I was there, where they can squirrel away 10 rupees or so a day for their kids. Without such help, the prostitutes get turned away by hospitals and kindred bureaucracies. Already there are 150 kids who've graduated, and 65 currently in attendance. Only one graduate has gone into her mother's line of business. I like the atmosphere, mercifully free of social worker sanctimony. APNEAAP staff, Manju Vyas, Prithvi, Deplay, and Bimbla, are all in good spirits and very impressive. We walk over to a huge old brothel built by the British 100 years ago for their garrison. Back then the prostitutes were Tibetan or Japanese. These days they're from Nepal or Bangladesh. The middlemen procuring the girls from their parents get 20,000 rupees or more from the madams. The rooms in the brothel are about 10 foot by 10 foot, with 2 tiers of beds and families of 4 or 5 cooking and chatting. When a customer shows up and forks over his 50 rupees, they presumably stand outside. The girls greet us in friendly style, and some of them covertly slide over their 10 rupees to the APNEAAP women, out of sight of husband, or pimp, or madam. It costs residents 50 rupees a day to rent a bed. 5 rupees buys you a bucket of water. Electricity costs 150 rupees a month. After an hour or so I bid them adieu and go off to the Royal Yacht Club to read for an hour or two before Sainath and his wife Sonia throw me a farewell dinner. As we wait for friends to arrive, Sainath reminds me of the bit in Tacitus's Annals where he describes how condemned people were recruited to serve as candles at Nero's parties. They were doomed to the flames and burnt, to serve as nightly illumination when daylight had expired. Nero offered his gardens for the spectacle. What sort of sensibility, Sainath broods, did it require to pop another fig in your mouth as one more human being went up in flames? And by the same token, Sainath asks, what sort of indifference has it required for India's rich and the very rich in India are the among the richest on the planet to disport while millions starve not far off, and thousands of peasants kill themselves, some of them less than 50 miles from Mumbai where much of India's wealth is concentrated, and where theme weddings costing millions have been the rage. Last year an Indian steel billionaire, Lakshmi Mittal, and his wife Usha promised their daughter Vanisha a spectacular wedding. They cashed the promise by renting Vaux Le Vicomte and Versailles in France for the nuptials. The 6-day-long wedding bash cost over $80 million and was attended by more than 1,200 guests including leading Indian industrialists and celebrities from the Bollywood film scene. Just as interesting, I remarked to Sainath, as the festivities and excesses of the rich is the mindset of the policy makers, the intellectual formulators of neoliberal policies that they well know will cause terrible suffering. What processes of self-exculpation insulate them from a policy, and the execution of that policy, inflicting terrible privations and early death on millions. April 29. Weather can wipe out cities forever. It's what happened to America's first city, after all, as a visit to Chaco Canyon, northeast of Gallup NM, attests. At the start of the 13th century it got hotter, and by the 1230s the Anasazi upped and moved on. As the world now knows, weather need not have done for New Orleans. There are decades worth of memos from engineers and contractors giving budgets for what it would take to build up those levees to withstand a force 4 or 5 hurricane. The sum most recently nixed by Bush's OMB $3 billion or so is far less than what the Pentagon simply mislays every year, without even taking the trouble to convert the appropriated cash into cruise missiles or boots. For much of its post-Civil War existence, New Orleans was always a pretty desperate city, despite its boast of a few years ago that it had the highest number of millionaires in America's 50 largest cities. I remember that in the year that G. Bush Sr. accepted his party's nomination in the Superdome in 1988, some 26% of the inhabitants were below the poverty line and 50% could be classified as poor. The scarcely suppressed class war in New Orleans was what gave the place, and the music, its edge, and why, at least until now, the disnification of the core city could never quite be consummated. Barely had the hurricane passed before Speaker of the House Hastert caught the Republican mood nicely with his remark that the city should be abandoned to the alligators, and Barbara Bush followed through with her considered view that for black people the Houston Astrodome represents the NE+ultra in domestic amenities. Music and street food are what anchored the city to its history. On any visit, you could hear blues singers whose active careers spanned 6 decades. Clarence Gatemouth Brown finally left us last week at 81. I heard him at Jazz Fest this spring, and though the Reaper was at his elbow, Gatemouth Brown still fired up the crowd. Goodbye, I hate to leave you now, goodbye. / wish that I could help somehow. So long, for now so long. / I pray that I return to you someday. You pray that it shall be just that way. So long for now, so long. May 2nd. A highlight of the New Orleans Jazz Fest was the tribute to Sister Rosetta Tharpe, courtesy of Marcia Ball, Tracy Nelson, Maria Muldaur, Angela Strelli, and special guest Irma Thomas. They were all strong, but Irma Thomas blew everyone away with beams of heaven. Not a dry eye in the blues tent, including her own. On a less portentous level, a big moment for me was Ike Turner's set, also in the blues tent, a day earlier. Ike of course has been in disgrace ever since Tina's descriptions of his violent abuses. Ike was terrific. Everything was wonderfully tacky, from the one-size-fits-all maroon suits of his band, looking like fugitives from a bad early 60s movie about Billy Haley, to Ike's own sequined, white, purple, and gold jumpsuit like a hand-me-down from a late Elvis wardrobe. His current Tina-like is Audrey Madison, gorgeous and with a big voice. Also a Tina-type wig. Some in the crowd thought this tasteless and left. Ike claimed that he'd just discovered her in Memphis 3 months ago. Jeffrey St. Clair heard him say the same thing in Portland, Oregon, back in 2001. Ike was a great musician as always, on guitar and piano. Of course he sang Rocket 88, deemed by many the first rock and roll song, released in 1951. By the end the act had the initially cool crowd roaring. Ms. Audrey, with her big voice, tumultuous bosom, and increasing confidence, had a lot to do with it, though you wouldn't know this from the guy in the band who roared into the mic during Audrey's huge finale, Ike Turner. Ike Turner. May 27. Discussing an Iraqi faker touted by the Bush administration, I recently wrote that in atrocity stories there are some things that don't ring true, even when dealing with such well-credentialed butchers as Saddam and his sons. Take the story, subsequently identified as one concocted by a Western intelligence agency, that Uday had put some of his victims through a wood chipper. Anyone using these chippers knows the damn things jam if inconvenienced by anything with a diameter larger than that of a stick of asparagus, let alone an Iraqi human, however scrawny. Uday's chipper, whose origin can probably be traced to a scene in the movie Fargo, just didn't pass muster, same as the incubator story from the first Gulf War, first identified in this column as intrinsically preposterous. I was being slightly frivolous about the wood chipper, but the letters poured in. Mr. Cockburn. I imagine this will be but one of many, but what kind of pissant wood chipper did you train on? I routinely use a medium-sized chipper that will take up to 2 to 3 branches of green wood, and I don't think it would have much trouble with a person's arm, or even a leg. Now whether you could get a whole human through one, I don't know, but I've heard of really sweet guys putting small animals through them just to watch the spray, so I suspect that if you did a bit of selective drawing and quartering you might eventually be able to do a whole body. But what mess! And what would be the point, even for someone like Uday? You're right, the idea is farcical. But asparagus as an upper limit is off by several orders of magnitude. Nicholas Dykema. Cleveland, Ohio. June 1st. I hate surprise parties, and now the scientific evidence is in. Surprise parties can kill. To put the matter in scientific terms, emotional stress can precipitate severe, reversible left ventricular dysfunction in patients without coronary disease. Exaggerated sympathetic stimulation is probably central to the cause of this syndrome. Or, in the words of the press release from Johns Hopkins, researchers at Johns Hopkins have discovered that sudden emotional stress can also result in severe but reversible heart muscle weakness that mimics a classic heart attack. Patients with this condition, called stress cardiomyopathy but known colloquially as broken heart syndrome, are often misdiagnosed with a massive heart attack when, indeed, they have suffered from a days-long surge in adrenaline and other stress hormones that temporarily stun the heart. The research team found that some people may respond to sudden, overwhelming emotional stress by releasing large amounts of catecholamines into the bloodstream, along with their breakdown products and small proteins produced by an excited nervous system. These chemicals can be temporarily toxic to the heart, effectively stunning the muscle and producing symptoms similar to a typical heart attack, including chest pain, fluid in the lungs, shortness of breath and heart failure. Of course, many rituals in our society have a furtive homicidal intent, most notably those fraught sessions known as family reunions. Grandpa and Grandma drive to the event, get mildly looped, head for home and are wiped out on the interstate by a semi when Grandpa pulls out of the rest stop. Father keels over when he opens the front door to see a plump-faced man vaguely resembling the daughter who left home all those years ago saying in a throaty voice, "Hi, Dad." So please, no surprises. July 9th. The terrorists' desire is to show the enemy precisely that they, the terrorists, are sane, but implacable. When the Conrad-era French anarchist Émile Henry carried a cooking pot filled with explosive and 120 bullets into the Café Terminus near the Gare Saint-Lazare in Paris in February 1894, touched his cigar to a 15-second fuse and strolled out, his plan was to kill ordinary, relatively humble people, shopkeepers, clerks and salesgirls having a beer and listening to the band. Not innocent, he claimed later. These beer drinkers, petty bourgeois with a steady salary in their pockets, are the ones that always line themselves up on the side of the powerful, ignoring the problems of the workers. They hate the poor more than the rich do. Many anarchists promptly repudiated him. At least have the courage of your crimes, gentlemen of the bourgeoisie, Henry declared to the court that condemned him to the guillotine, and agree that our reprisals are fully legitimate. Reprisals for what? Are these not innocent victims? Children dying slowly of anemia in the slums. Women turning pallid in sweatshops. Old people turned into machines for production all their lives and then cast on the garbage dump and the workhouse when their strength is exhausted. July 10th. A jury has found against a South Carolina doctor who referred a patient for electroshock treatment that left her permanently impaired. The patient, Peggy S. Salters, is a 60-year-old former psychiatric nurse. She was subjected to 13 electroshocks within the span of 19 days. The jury awarded her $635,177. The jury found that her loss of 30 years of memory and cognitive impairment, which are demonstrable symptoms of brain damage, was due to ECT. Maybe this decision will give shrinks pause before they send the next poor soul off to get battered on the head with an electric club. A press release from Linda Andre, president of Committee for Truth in Psychiatry, adds that 100,000 patients in the U.S. undergo electroshock annually, many against their will. As Andre writes, ECT is dominated by medical cowboys who push the limits of intensity of electric shock as they please. In his deposition in Peggy Salters's case, Dr. Fink defended the administration of 13 intensive ECT treatments in 19 days, stating, "There are no absolute limits on the low side or to the high side if you're going to give a patient a treatment. I have personally treated patients twice a day. And there was a time when I gave patients 8 treatments in one sitting, you know, on an experiment that we did many years ago. So, yes, I have treated patients with 8 seizures in a morning. It was called multiple monitored ECT. It was a government-supported project in an effort to find out if we can speed up the response." Wouldn't you describe Fink's tone here as one of ghoulish glee? Leonard Frank outlined the economics of ECT succinctly in testimony. ECT is a money maker. An in-hospital ECT series can cost anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000. Using a low figure of 100,000 Americans who are electroshocked annually, most of whom are covered by private or government insurance, ECT brings in $5 billion a year. ECT promoters are its stakeholders. They include device manufacturers, hospitals, and practitioners. The malpractice verdict was against the referring doctor, Eric Lukois. The jury could not return a verdict against the other 2 doctors because of one holdout vote for acquittal. The hospital settled its liability for an undisclosed sum early in the trial. Former patients have reported devastating, permanent amnesia and cognitive impairment since ECT was first invented in 1938, but that has not hindered the treatment's popularity with doctors. The first lawsuit for ECT amnesia, Marilyn Rice v. John Nardini, was brought exactly 30 years ago, and dozens of suits have followed. While there have been a few settlements, including one for $500,000, no former patient has won a case until now. In fact, defiant ghoulishness seems to be a stock in trade of the ECT lobby. For 40 years, Dr. Milton Greenblatt told a meeting of the American Psychiatric Association in Miami in 1976, "The therapeutic value of convulsive therapy has been recognized." My personal recollections go back to 1939, shortly after the introduction of metrazole, when, as a medical student, I was allowed to inject metrazole into chronically ill patients at Worcester State Hospital against their terrified and frightened resistance, which, I might add, was overpowered by several burly attendants. In those days we required only the approval of next of kin for the procedure, and had few qualms about proceeding against the patient's resistance. Greenblatt goes on to describe how ECT was initially hailed as a marvelous substitute for metrazole, since there were no awful pre-seizure sensations and patients were fortunate to have a period of amnesia after the treatment. It's like saying bleeding via leeches was a big step forward from opening a patient's vein and having his blood splash all over the bed. The 1950s found Dr. Greenblatt overseeing research into LSD, in a program funded by the CIA. August 24. These are triumphant hours for Pat Robertson. His standing as America's senior Ayatollah is becoming firmer as Billy Graham and even Jerry Falwell yield the prime-time pulpit to the smooth-tongued maestro of the Christian coalition. A decade ago CNN would sooner have given half an hour's airtime to the leader of North Korea, but last week Wolf Blitzer poked a stick through the bars, and nodded respectfully as Robertson raved on about the end time. Blitzer, you see what's going on in the world today in Pakistan, in India, Afghanistan, an earthquake, maybe 20,000 people dead, maybe twice that number, we don't have a count. Hurricanes in the United States and around the world, a tsunami a little bit less than a year or so ago in Southeast Asia. What's happening? Robertson, Wolf, I might say you're very perceptive to pick up the key in this. If you read back in the Bible, the letter of the Apostle Paul to the Church of Thessalonica, he said that in the latter days before the end of the age that the earth would be caught up in what he called the birth pangs of a new order. And for anybody who knows what it's like to have a wife going into labor, you know how these labor pains begin to hit. I don't have any special word that says this is that, but it could be suspiciously like that. These things are starting to hit with amazing regularity. Blitzer wagged his head like a mental hospital attendant placating a noisy inmate, and then poked his stick through the bars again. Blitzer, but what does that mean? Explain that in more simplistic terms so I can understand what you're driving at. Robertson, well, what was called the blessed hope of the Bible is that one day Jesus Christ would come back again, start a whole new era, that this world order as we know it would change into something that would be wonderful that we'd call the millennium. And before that good time comes there will be some difficult days and they will be likened to what a woman goes through in labor just before she brings forth a child. More placatory nods from the hospital attendant. Blitzer, so you think we're at that moment right now perhaps? Robertson, it's possible, Wolf. I don't have any special revelation to say it is, but the Bible does indicate such a time will happen in the end of time. And could this be it? It might be. Blitzer, all right. Let's move on to something that we perhaps can understand a little bit better, which would be Harriet Miers. After chiding James Dobson for hyperbolic language, Robertson closed out the interview a few minutes later by claiming that Venezuela's President Hugo Chavez, whose assassination he had recently recommended, was building a nuclear arsenal and had sent Osama bin Laden $1 million after September 11. The sobering part of all this is that all the same words could have come out the mouth of the president, whose relationship to Jesus and expectations of the end time are probably more intense than Robertson's, since the latter is a seasoned professional, rather than an inspired amateur. Reagan used to talk about the end time equably too, once stressing that it could occur in our lifetime. Journalists like Blitzer should raise the issue more frequently, both to Ayatollahs of the apocalypse like Robertson and to the president. It would give press conferences a certain gloomy zest. The only mystery is why, given his apocalyptic expectations, Robertson fusses about the threat of Chavez and calls for his murder by the CIA. He surely cannot think that the Venezuelan leader will be spared the Lord's coming wrath, when the saved rise up in the great celestial spiral and the damned are consigned to the pit. Why ask the CIA to do what the Almighty will soon take care of? August 27. Each time some loudmouth calls for the CIA to murder an inconvenient foreign leader, the tut-tuts of the State Department get more and more casual. When Pat Robertson called a few weeks ago for a CIA hit on Venezuela's Chavez, the best the State Department could manage was a softly murmured inappropriate. Maybe it's finally being acknowledged that, just like torture, assassination has long been standard U.S. policy. Standard. Start, in the post-World War II era, with the bid on Zhou Enlai's life after the Bandung Conference in 1954. An in-flight bomb blew up the plane scheduled to take him home, but Zhou had switched flights. Now move to the efforts, ultimately successful, to kill the Congo's Patrice Lumumba. The CIA tried several times to kill Iraq's General Qasem. The first such attempt, on October 7, 1959, was botched badly, and one of the assassins, Saddam Hussein, was spirited out by the Egyptian Mukhabarat to an agency apartment in Cairo. There was a second agency effort in 1960-1 with a poisoned handkerchief. Finally, they had Qasem shot to death in the coup of February 8-9, 1963, that brought Saddam to the fore. Qasem was a very impressive man, as Roger Morris recently reminded me, an Arabized Kurd from Kut with a Shia mother and a Sunni father, a practicing Sunni who knelt at the sickbed of the Grand Ayatollah of his mother's faith, in a symbolism every Iraqi understood. Qasem even embraced the Kurds until the Brits brought them back to rebellion, as usual. As Morris remarks, Qasem was just what poor sick GW needs in Baghdad now, of course. November 11. Did the White House slip Judy Miller money under the table to hype Saddam's weapons of mass destruction? I'm quite sure it didn't, and the only money Miller took was her regular Times paycheck. But this doesn't mean that we the taxpayers weren't ultimately footing the bill for Miller's propaganda. We were, since Miller's stories mostly came from the defectors proffered her by Ahmed Chalabi's group, the Iraqi National Congress, which even as late as the spring of 2004 was getting $350,000 a month from the CIA, said payments made in part for the ink to produce intelligence from inside Iraq. It also doesn't mean that when she was pouring her nonsense into the NYT's news columns, Judy Miller didn't know that the ink's defectors were linked to the CIA by a money trail. This same trail was laid out in considerable detail in Out of the Ashes, written by my brothers, Andrew and Patrick Cockburn, and published in 1999. In this fine book, closely studied by journalists covering Iraq, the authors described how Chalabi's group was funded by the CIA, with huge amounts of money, $23 million in the first year alone, invested in an anti-Saddam propaganda campaign, subcontracted by the agency to John Rendon, a Washington PR operator with good CIA connections. Press manipulation was always a paramount concern of the CIA, as with the Pentagon. In his Secret History of the CIA, published in 2001, Joe Trento described how in 1948 CIA man Frank Wisner was appointed director of the Office of Special Projects, soon renamed the Office of Policy Coordination. This became the Espionage and Counterintelligence branch of the Central Intelligence Agency, and the very first in its list of designated functions was propaganda. Later that year, Wisner set up an operation codenamed Mockingbird, to influence the domestic American press. He recruited Philip Graham of the Washington Post to run the project within the industry. Senate Armed Services Chairman John Warner said recently, apropos the stories put into the Iraqi press by the Lincoln Group, that it wasn't clear whether traditionally accepted journalistic practices were violated. Warner can relax. The Pentagon, and the Lincoln Group, were working in a rich tradition, and their only mistake was to get caught. December 8. I remarked after reading Pinter's Nobel acceptance speech that it's a sign of the inability of the American empire that its agents didn't manage to kill off his nomination, or having failed at that to kill Pinter before he was able to record his remarks. Consider the CIA's probable poisoning, at a fraught political moment, of Paul Robeson, the black actor, singer, and political radical. As Jeffrey St. Clair and I wrote a few years ago, in the spring of 1961, Robeson planned to visit Havana to meet with Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. The trip never came off because Robeson fell ill in Moscow, where he had gone to give several lectures and concerts. At the time, it was reported that Robeson had suffered a heart attack. But in fact Robeson had slashed his wrists in a suicide attempt after suffering hallucinations and severe depression. The symptoms came on following a surprise party thrown for him at his Moscow hotel. Robeson's son, Paul Robeson Jr., investigated his father's illness for more than 30 years. He believes that his father was slipped a synthetic hallucinogen called BZ by U.S. intelligence operatives at the party in Moscow. The party was hosted by anti-Soviet dissidents funded by the CIA. Robeson Jr. visited his father in the hospital the day after the suicide attempt. Robeson told his son that he felt extreme paranoia and thought that the walls of the room were moving. He said he had locked himself in his bedroom and was overcome by a powerful sense of emptiness and depression before he tried to take his own life. Robeson left Moscow for London, where he was admitted to Priory Hospital. There he was turned over to psychiatrists who forced him to endure 54 electroshock treatments. At the time, electroshock, in combination with psychoactive drugs, was a favored technique of CIA behavior modification. It turned out that the doctors treating Robeson in London and, later, in New York, were CIA contractors. The timing of Robeson's trip to Cuba was certainly a crucial factor. 3 weeks after the Moscow party, the CIA launched its disastrous invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. It's impossible to underestimate Robeson's threat, as he was perceived by the U.S. government as the most famous black radical in the world. His embrace of Castro in Havana would have seriously undermined U.S. efforts to overthrow the new Cuban government. Another pressing concern for the U.S. government at the time was Robeson's announced intentions to return to the United States and assume a leading role in the emerging civil rights movement. Like the family of Martin Luther King, Robeson had been under official surveillance for decades. As early as 1935, British intelligence had been looking at Robeson's activities. In 1943, the Office of Strategic Services, the World War II predecessor to the CIA, opened a file on him. In 1947, Robeson was nearly killed in a car crash. It later turned out that the left wheel of the car had been monkey-wrenched. In the 1950s, Robeson was targeted by Senator Joseph McCarthy's anti-communist hearings. The campaign effectively sabotaged his acting and singing career in the States. Robeson never recovered from the drugging and the follow-up treatments from CIA-linked doctors and shrinks. He died in 1977. 2006. January 3. Sunora Bab died on December 31, aged 98. Harry Magdoff died on New Year's Day, at 92. Frank Wilkinson died a day later, at 91. My line has always been that to get really old it pays to have been a commie or at least a fellow traveler. In younger years they tended to walk a lot, selling the party paper. They talked a lot and, above all, they never stopped thinking. The quickest way to kill someone is to send them off to quasi-solitary, torn from their comfortable nest and thrown into a nursing home or into managed care, where people talk about them at the tops of their voices, referring to them in the third person. You can see them dying before your eyes, their brains turn to mush. It takes about a year to kill them off, unless a surprise birthday party wipes them out even earlier. Trotskyists tend to be more feverish and stressed out, hence less likely to turn the bend into their 90s. As for Maoists, I don't know. As Zhou Enlai answered, when asked what he thought of the French Revolution, too soon to tell. The ex-Maoists I know are mostly still in their mid-60s. I don't know whether Sweezy and Magdoff ever took a day's exercise. When I used to see them in the editorial offices of the Monthly Review they looked as though they'd been marinating in tobacco smoke there for decades. They certainly thought a lot, to great effect. They liked Mao too. Frank Wilkinson was a feisty soul. He led the fight for public housing in Los Angeles in the late 1930s and 40s, which earned him the savage enmity of the Chandlers and thus of the Los Angeles Times. If his plans had gone right, we'd have public housing built by Nutra instead of Dodger Stadium. He did time for refusing to testify before Congress, then went on to be a great campaigner for the First Amendment, just like his friend and fellow communist, Dick Criley, who died a few years ago up in Carmel Highlands, also in his high 90s. Dick's sister, Cynthia Williams, is still peppy after a tremendous 90th birthday party last fall in Carmel Highlands. Her wonderful piece of advice to the partygoers: it's a great life if you don't weaken. Sunora Bab obviously didn't weaken, though she endured some zingers in her long span, the worst being the fact that she wrote a novel about migrant workers in 1939 that was to be published by Random House, until Random House's other novelist on migrant workers, John Steinbeck, scored a huge hit with The Grapes of Wrath. Bennett Cerf cancelled Bab's novel, whose names are unknown. It had to wait 65 years until it was published to great acclaim in 2004. Bab thought she was a better writer than Steinbeck and some smart people agree with her. March 9. Americans are in a fever about possible Arab control of mainland ports along both coasts of the United States. The whole storm is ludicrous. When it comes to America's national security and penetration of the mainland by foreign capital, there are bigger worries. This very week, the week of the Chicago Auto Show, the widely read magazine Consumer Reports lists the 10 safest cars sold in America this year. They are all Japanese, mostly Hondas, and mostly made-in-US-based plants put up after Japanese and other foreign automakers were welcomed in 30 years ago, partly as a way of undercutting the union of auto workers. This same month the headlines here have been full of stories about the collapse of the top two U.S. automakers General Motors and Ford in the face of foreign competition. Well over 100,000 American workers are to lose their jobs, thus vastly increasing U.S. insecurity. Hundreds of thousands more U.S. workers have already lost their jobs to India, China, Mexico, and other low-wage nations because that is the way American business, backed by the U.S. government, wants it. March 15. Milojevic's death in his cell from a heart attack spared Del Ponte and the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia the ongoing embarrassment of a proceeding where Milojevic had made a very strong showing against the phalanx of prosecutors, hearsay witnesses, and prejudiced judges marshaled against him. There are now charges and counter-charges about poisons and self-medications. Milojevic's son says his father was murdered. The embarrassed court has claimed Milojevic somehow did himself in by tampering with his medicines. But no one contests the fact that Milojevic asked for treatment in Moscow. The Russians promised to return him to The Hague and the court refused permission. As the tag from the poet A.H. Clough goes, "Thou shalt not kill, but needst not strive officiously to keep alive." March 21. For the past few weeks a sometimes comic debate has been simmering in the American press, focused on the question of whether there is an Israel lobby, and if so, just how powerful is it? To ask whether there's an Israel lobby here is a bit like asking whether there's a Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor and a White House located at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. For the past 60 years the lobby has been as fixed a part of the American scene as either of the other two monuments, and not infrequently exercising as much if not more influence on the onward march of history. The Democratic Party has long been hospitable to, and supported by, rich Zionists. In 2002, for example, Haim Saban, the Israeli-American who funds the Saban Center at the Brookings Institute and is a big contributor to AIPAC, gave $12.3 million to the Democratic Party. In 2001, the magazine Mother Jones listed on its website the 400 leading contributors to the 2000 national elections. 7 of the first 10 were Jewish, as were 12 of the top 20 and 125 of the top 250. There have been plenty of well-documented accounts of the activities of the Israel lobby down the years, from Alfred Lilienthal's 1978 study, The Zionist Connection, to former U.S. Rep. Paul Findley's 1985 book They Dare to Speak Out, to Dangerous Liaison, the inside story of the US-Israeli covered relationship, written by my brother and sister-in-law, Andrew and Leslie Cockburn and published in 1991. 3 years ago the present writer and Jeffrey St. Clair published a collection of 18 essays called The Politics of Antisemitism, no less than 4 of which were incisive discussions of the Israel lobby. So it can scarcely be said that there had been silence here about the lobby until 2 respectable professors, John J. Mearsheimer and Stephen M. Walt, offered their analysis in March of this year, their paper, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, being published in longer form by the Kennedy School at Harvard and, after it had been rejected by the Atlantic Monthly, in shorter form by the London Review of Books. In fact, the significance of this essay rests mostly on timing and on the provenance of the authors, from 2 of the premier academic institutions of the United States. Neither of them has any tincture of radicalism. After the paper was published in shortened form in the London Review of Books, there was a brief lull, broken by the howls of America's most manic Zionist, Professor Alan Dershowitz of Harvard, who did Mearsheimer and Walt the great favor of thrusting their paper into the headlines. Dershowitz managed this by his usual eruptions of hysterical invective. The Mearsheimer-Walt essay was Nazi-like, Dershowitz wrote, a classic case of conspiracy mongering. In fact, Mearsheimer and Walt's paper is extremely dull. The long version runs to 81 pages, no less than 40 of which are footnotes. I settled down to read it with eager anticipation but soon found myself looking hopefully for the end. There's nothing in the paper that any moderately well-read student of the topic wouldn't have known long ago, but it does have the merit of stating rather blandly some home truths which are somehow still regarded as too dangerous to state publicly in respectable circles in the United States. Meanwhile, mostly on the left, there has been an altogether different debate, over the actual weight of the lobby. Here the best known of the debaters is Noam Chomsky, who has reiterated a position he has held for many years, to the general effect that U.S. foreign policy has always hewed to the national self-interest, and that the lobby's power is greatly overestimated. April 19. One would have thought that after the humiliating self-critiques of last year the New York Times would have simply withdrawn its name from contention in the 2006 Pulitzers, but shame was short-lived and the assigned function of the Pulitzer Prize Committee was to winch the paper's name out of the mud. The committee's composition made this task easier. On the 18-member board sits Thomas Friedman of the New York Times, Nicholas Lemon, Dean of the Columbia J School and contributor to the New York Times Magazine, and Paul Tash, boss of the St. Petersburg Times, which has friendly ties to the New York Times. So the Times duly reaped 2 Pulitzers, the first to a couple of journalists, James Risen and Eric Lichtblau, who sat on an explosive story through the election of 2004, and through most of 2005, before finally disclosing the NSA's wiretaps in time to give a boost to Risen's book on U.S. intelligence. 2 prizes were not enough for full rehab, so the committee threw in another for 2 Times reporters for their China coverage. April 23. I was harsh about Senator Barack Obama of Illinois, and the very next morning his press aide, Tommy Vietor, was on the phone howling about inaccuracies. It was an illuminating conversation. Obama's man took grave exception to my use of the word distance to describe what his boss had done when Illinois senior U.S. Senator, Dick Durbin, got into trouble for likening conditions at Guantanamo to those in a Nazi or Stalin-era camp. This was one of Durbin's finer moments and he duly paid the penalty by having to eat crow on the Senate floor. His fellow senator, Obama, did not support him in any way. Obama said, "We have a tendency to demonize and jump on and make mockery of each other across the aisle, and that is particularly pronounced when we make mistakes. Each and every one of us is going to make a mistake once in a while, and what we hope is that our track record of service, the scope of how we've operated and interacted with people, will override whatever particular mistake we make." That's 3 uses of the word mistake. This isn't distancing? Nor did Obama's man like my description of Obama's cheerleading for the nuke Iran crowd. Obama recently declared that when it comes to the U.S. posture on Iran, all options, including military ones, should be on the table. All options on the table is standard senatorial tub thump, meaning we can nuke them if we want to. Anybody aiming for high office in America has to be able to swear they're capable of dropping the big one. Obama knows that. HRC knows it too, but nobody bothers to ask her, since they know the answer anyway. That woman probably uses a bomb sight to target in on her breakfast grapefruit. If Obama had any sort of guts in such matters, he would have said that if Iraq is to teach America's leaders any lesson, it is that reckless recourse to the military option carries a dismal long-term price tag. He did nothing of the sort, which is not surprising to anyone who read his speech to the Council of Foreign Relations last November. Obama is one of those politicians journalists like to decorate with words like adroit or politically adept because you can actually see him trimming to the wind, the way you see a conjurer of indifferent skill shove the rabbit back up his sleeve. Above all, he is concerned with the task of reassuring the masters of the Democratic Party, and beyond that, the politico-corporate establishment, that he is safe. There are plenty of black people like that in the Congress now. After a decade or so of careful corporate funding, the Black Congressional Caucus is sinking under the weight of DLC clones like Arthur Davis of Alabama, Albert Wynn of Maryland, Sanford Bishop and David Scott of Georgia, William Jefferson of Louisiana, Gregory Meeks of New York, all assiduously selling for pottage the interests of the voters who sent them to Washington. Obama is doing exactly the same thing. April 24. From Brian Roth Jerry. To Alexander Cockburn. Subject: Obama. You are and were right on about Obama. I met the spineless Dem in the summer of 2004, at a private fundraiser at the home of a wealthy, suburban Chicago attorney. I asked him one question: "I've heard that you call yourself a Democrat but you support NAFTA, the death penalty, and the war on Iraq, is that true?" Regarding the death penalty, he proceeded to feed me some bullshit about how he believed that it was the right of the people to express their will, and that he wasn't going to stand in their way. I said, "But the death penalty is racist," and he repeated himself. I got the same mishmash about the war and NAFTA. What a joke. Keep up the good work. May 3rd. The left and the blathersphere. Thank God Karl Rove is not to be indicted, so the left will have to talk about something else for a change. As a worthy hobby horse for the left, the whole Plame scandal has never made any sense. What was it all about? Outing a CIA employee? What's wrong with that? Many years ago a man came into the offices of the New Left Review in London, where I was manning the portcullis at the time, and said his name was Philip A.G. and he wanted to write a book about the CIA. Did we call for a special prosecutor to have this fellow hauled over the coals? No, we did not. We arranged for a publisher. Rove has swollen in the left's imagination like a descendant of Pere Ubu, Jerry's surreal monster. There is no scheme so deviously diabolical but that the hand of Rove cannot be detected at work. Actually, the man has always been of middling competence. Under Rove's deft touch, Bush has been maneuvered into one catastrophe after another. It was Rove who single-handedly rescued the anti-war movement last July by advising Bush not to give Cindy Sheehan 15 minutes of face time at his ranch in Crawford. Rove and Cheney are the White House's answer to Bavard and Picouchet, counselors who have driven George W. Bush into the lowest ratings of any American president. Yet the left remains obsessed with their evil powers. Is there any better testimony to the vacuity and impotence of the endlessly touted blogosphere, which in mid-June had twin deb balls in the form of the yearly COAS convention in Las Vegas and the Take America Back folk mood of progressive move-on Democrats in Washington, D.C.? In political terms, the blogosphere is like white noise, insistent and meaningless, like the wash of Pacific surf I can hear most days. The blogosphere's signature upset came in early 2004, when the Howard Dean balloon, inflated by millions of cubic feet of hot air from the bloggers, went pop at the first poke of political reality amid the cornfields of Iowa. But this fiasco was soon forgotten. MoveOn and Daily Kos have become hailed as the emergent form of modern politics, the target of excited articles in the New York Review of Books. Beyond raising money swiftly handed over to the gratified veterans of the election industry, both MoveOn and Daily Kos have had zero political effect, except as a demobilizing force. The effect on writers is horrifying. Talented people feel they have produced 800 words of commentary every day, and you can see the lethal consequences on their minds and style, both of which turn rapidly to mush. They glance at the New York Times and speed to their laptops to rewrite what they've just read. Hawsers to reality soon fray and they float off, drifting zeppelins of inanity. May 5th. Galbraith died on April 29, at the great age of 97. I once drove up to Vermont to interview him in his farmhouse. It was dark and I drove uncertainly along a dirt road and up a driveway and knocked on the door, shouting, "Is this the home of Professor Galbraith?" "No," came a testy cry from within. "It's the home of Professor Hook." Sidney Hook, the prototypical neocon, lived on the opposite side of the hill from the Keynesian progressive, Galbraith. By no means for the last time, I reflected how easy it is in America to take the other path, often without noticing, and end up 180 degrees from where you thought you were headed. When I got to Oxford in 1960, people had Galbraith's 1958 tract, The Affluent Society, on their desks, jacket to jacket with the works of such other moral critics of capitalist consumerism as Levy, Hogarth, and Williams. How we sneered at the image of a car's tail fin on the cover, which, as I discovered 25 years later in Detroit when I tracked down the designer, was first drawn in the Chrysler studio by young Cliff Voss in 1954 as emblem of the company's forward look launched in 1956. The consumers had it right, however. Labor never was going to get any purchase on the commanding heights of the economy or any putative supervision by Congress of the allocation of credit, and of social investment, so they bought fun Baroque cars on the installment plan instead, as thoughtfully arranged by GM's Alfred Sloan decades earlier. At least Galbraith, in his 90s, could look back to a time when a reformer could not only body forth a social vision, but tentatively identify the agencies whereby that vision could be put into practice. As I read through the nation's recent special issue on reforming the world's economic arrangements, with fine contributions by Stiglitz, D'Arista, Galbraith's son James, and others, not once, in all the essays, was the question of agency ever raised, or the Democratic Party even alluded to. If there's going to be a fork in the road ahead, the question of agency had better be on the agenda. Galbraith certainly understood that, though he politely underestimated just how roughly capitalism could play to win. July 13. A few moments after Italy dashed French World Cup hopes with that disappointing coda of penalty kicks, Alia and I took a 5-minute stroll to the Piazza San Marco to see the locals celebrate their nation's capture of the World Cup for soccer. As we left, the TV in our hotel was showing Rome, Naples, and Milan exploding in triumph. Alia's niece, staying in Milan, told her the next day that sleep had been impossible. The racket of cheers and honking horns had lasted all night. In Venice, looking east across the vast expanse of the Piazza San Marco, we could see a knot of maybe 300 people down the far end, near the Basilica. As we drew nearer, they turned out to be tourists leveling their digital cameras at a knot of maybe 50 Italians lofting the national flag and dancing round in a circle. Things weren't much livelier in front of the Doge's palace facing the Grand Canal. On the Ponte della Paglia, opposite the carving of drunken Noah and his sons, an Italian woman commented irritably that she'd been in Rome when Italy beat Ukraine, and it had all been a lot more fun. We ambled back to the hotel through the warm Venetian evening. Snatches of German, Japanese, English, and even Russian drifted from couples peering at their maps. An American woman showed me a postcard of the Rialto, stabbing it with her finger, and said slowly, in a loud voice, "How, get, there." There were almost no cheering Italians because Italians don't live in central Venice anymore. Walking around the city for 5 days, we could see easily enough where ordinary life, as expressed in the form of grocery stores, bakeries, and so forth, ends and the international enclaves begin. The writer Andrea de Robilant, author of a marvelous chunk of 18th-century Venetian romantic history in the form of his best-selling A Venetian Affair, confirms this. When he was writing that book 3 years ago, de Robilant and his wife Alessandra lived in the Dorsoduro district, west across the Grand Canal. "These days," said Andrea sadly, "the Dorsoduro is dying. When neighborhoods in Venice die, it's not because huge vulgar concrete condos replace delicate 18th-century facades. The rules protecting Venice's exterior appearance are rigidly enforced. Nor does death merely come in the vulgar form of t-shirt stalls featuring underwear with the genitals of Michelangelo's David painted on them. Death comes respectably, in the form of moneyed quietness. There's no bustle of everyday life, no local kids in the streets, few old folk, no little food stores or wine shops, just the bland, well-maintained exteriors of high-end international homes, part of a portfolio that might include a condo in Mayfair, or Vale, or Hannah. The locals have been moving out for quite a while. The city's population is down to 70,000, from a high of around 200,000. De Robilant now has a delightful apartment on the island of Giudica, a district of Venice half a mile south towards the Lido from the main part of Venice. Rich Venetians used to have summer homes there 100 years ago. Then the island slowly nosedived and became a dangerous slum. Cleanup began in the 1990s, with artists and writers as so often pioneering the rehab. If the histories of zones like Manhattan Soho are any guide, next usually come the fancy restaurants, the art galleries, the clothes stores, the antique stores. The rents soar and the artists and writers become real estate operators. The locals leave. In Giudica's case, de Robilant is optimistic. He thinks there are too many modest-income locals who won't quit the island. I hope he's right, but I fear the worst. At the east end of Giudica there's already the very high-end Cipriani's, and at the west end a consortium including Hilton has just bought the vast old 19th-century mill. July 30th. 23 years after one of America's stupidest presidents announced Star Wars, Reagan's dream has come true. Behind ramparts guarded by a coalition of liars extending from Rupert Murdoch to the New York Times, from Bill O'Reilly to PBS, America is totally shielded from truth. Here we have a Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, who gazes at the rubble of Lebanon, 300,000 refugees being strafed with Israel's cluster bombs, and squeaks happily that we are witnessing the birth pangs of a new Middle East. Here we have a President, G. Bush, who urges Vladimir Putin to commence in Russia the same institutional change that is making Iraq a beacon of freedom and free expression. Not long after Bush extended this ludicrous invitation, the UN relayed from the Iraqi Ministry of Health Iraq's real casualty rate, which was running at least 100 a day, now probably twice that number. Crackpot realism was a concept defined by the great Texan sociologist, C. Wright Mills when he published The Causes of World War III in 1958, also the year that Dwight Eisenhower sent the Marines into Lebanon to bolster local U.S. factotum, Lebanese President Camille Kamoun. In Crackpot realism, Mills wrote, a high-flying moral rhetoric is joined with an opportunist crawling among a great scatter of unfocused fears and demands. The expectation of war solves many problems of the crackpot realists, instead of the unknown fear, the anxiety without end. Some men of the higher circles prefer the simplification of known catastrophe. They know of no solutions to the paradoxes of the Middle East and Europe, the Far East and Africa except the landing of Marines. They prefer the bright, clear problems of war as they used to be. For they still believe that winning means something, although they never tell us what. September 5th. Though the numbers are dwindling, some people still go through their whole adult lives thinking that the next Democrat to hunker down in the Oval Office is going to straighten out the mess, fight for the ordinary folk, face down the rich and powerful. I got off the plane in New York in 1972 at the age of 31 with one big advantage over these naive souls. I'd already spent 20 years seeing the same hopes invested in whatever Labour Party candidate was on the way to 10 Downing Street. By the time I reached my prep school at the age of 9, the first post-war Labour government was already slipping from power. Back in the summer of 1945, if any party was ever given a mandate, it was surely Labour, propelled into office by the millions who had spent the war years awakened by unusual circumstance, a familiar effect of war to a fresh awareness of the barely inconceivable incompetence and arrogance of the British upper classes and memories of the pre-war depression when the Conservatives ruled the roost. With one voice they said, there must be a better way. The Tories thought they were going to win. After all, Churchill was presiding over the defeat of the Axis in the war, and the apparatus of gerrymander was still in place, including an electoral register unchanged from 1935, thus rendering those in their 20s as disenfranchised as American felons today. University graduates and businessmen could vote twice. There were predictably archaic methods to undercount the overseas armed forces vote from troops overwhelmingly for Labour. But Clement Attlee's Labour Party swept to tremendous victory. When the dust settled, Labour had 393 MPs out of a total of 640, the greatest majority in their history, with the Tories limping along with 213 MPs, almost exactly the reverse of what happened 38 years later when Thatcher trounced Foot and got a majority of 143, which she swiftly put to radical use. In 1945, with an invincible majority of 146 and vast popular hunger for radical change, the challenge was great, but Labour's leaders Clement Attlee, Ernest Bevin, Herbert Morrison and the others rose and mastered it, managing successfully in the next 5 years to keep the British class system intact in all essentials. Of course the Conservatives savagely attacked the onset of socialism, but the welfare state had more to do with the wartime command economy than with any attack on the dominion of capital. Across the Channel the French used their Marshall Plan handouts from the US to reorganize their infrastructure and plan the railway network the British now worship as they surge in a few hours from Paris to Marseilles. The British themselves, Miss Muffets of propriety, paid off old debts and rejected new ideas. French-style planning? We don't do things like that in our country, Bevin scoffed. We don't have plans, we work things out practically. My awareness of this first Labour government was limited, though I do remember my father telling me that this was 1947 when I was 6, now owned the railways. I was no early bloomer. A year later the British Special Branch, tapping my father's phone as part of a continuous program of surveillance of the man, lasting from 1934 to 1954, monitored me, urging him to come home to read me Christopher Robin, a conversation finally released into the National Archives in 2004 and perused by my brother Patrick, who swiftly reported the Christopher Robin request to me. Christopher Robin. By the time he was 7, John Stuart Mill was already rereading Aeschylus, although he confessed later he did not know what an emotion was until he was 20, which shows the downside of intellectual precocity. We went off to live in Ireland, followed by the Special Branch onto the boat where, so the archives now show, they made a discreet search of my father's suitcase, prowling through his socks and shirts in search of the communist master plan, while 4,000 drunks heading home for Easter wondered why the ship wasn't getting underway. Irish politics, as ripe in intricate corruption as those of Naples or Bangkok, had scant relevance to the vices of the Labour Party or the Democrats of the United States. I returned to England for the late 1950s and 60s. Great was the rejoicing when, in 1964, Harold Wilson led the Labour Party to slim victory, ousting the Conservatives after 13 long years. Years of disappointment immediately followed, with a seal righty that had to wait until 1993 to be equaled by the almost instant collapse of the Clinton administration as any kind of reforming force. By 1972 Edward Heath sat in 10 Downing Street. Now I was nearly 30 and yearned for escape. I could see English politics stretching drearily ahead. After Wilson's return there would be James Callaghan. After Callaghan, Michael Foot. After Foot, Neil Kinnock. After Kinnock. One day in the late summer of 1972 I had occasion to be in the portion of South London known as Balham. It was hot, and the streets infinitely dreary. I must get away, I muttered to myself, like Razumov talking to Councillor Mikulin in Conrad's Under Western Eyes. I turned in the direction of the subway station. A dingy sign caught my eye, in a sub-basement window. I knocked, and the Sibyl, in Indian sari, greeted me. She had tarot cards and a parrot, a method of divination with an ancient lineage in India. She dealt the cards. The parrot looked at them, then at me, then at the fortune teller. Some current of energy passed between them. The Sibyl paused, then in a low yet vibrant voice, bodied forth the future to me, disclosing what lay ahead in British public life. Her lips curved around the as yet unfamiliar words New Labour. Falteringly, raising her hands before her eyes in trembling dismay at the secret message of the cards, she described a man I know now to have been Tony Blair. I paid her double, then triple as, amid the advisory shrieks of the parrot, she poured out the shape of things to come. Within a week, obeying the promptings of the parrot, I had booked a flight to New York and a new life. Ahead of me lay a vast political landscape, seemingly of infinite richness and possibility. Never for a moment have I regretted my journey westward. That parrot in Balham had read the cards correctly. It is probably still alive, and I'm sure that if I were to return for another consultation, it would cry out, "I could have told you so," and cackle heartily as it described the blasted expectations raised by Democrats stretching from Carter to Clinton. We approach the midterm elections, soon thereafter the great masquerade of election 2008 will commence. There will, I can guarantee it, be once again hopes for change, courtesy of a Democrat. I will remain without illusions. Like the Labour Party, the Democrats offer no uplifting alternative and not even the pretense that they differ in essentials from the Republicans in the way they propose to deal with the rest of the world. I might even offer a maxim here: the greater the hunger for change, the more thunderous the popular cries for decisive, radical action, the more rapid will be the puncturing of all hopes, as though the whole point of the electoral exercise, of 1964 and 1966 in the case of Wilson, and of 1992 in Clinton's, had been to demonstrate to those foolish enough to have thought otherwise the lesson that all hopes and fierce expectations notwithstanding, business will continue as usual. It's the same lesson European governments now regularly give European voters. The French vote against neoliberalism, despite the stentorian advice of the entire political establishment. The voters prevail, with a thunderous non. The political establishment, as represented in the major parties, pays no attention. Same in Germany, same in Italy, same in Britain. Same in the United States. As is now widely recognized, most of all by the voters, there is no effective opposition here, any more than there is in the UK. But if the parties are identical in their essential programs, give or take many swerves from the norms such as tactical environmentalism by the Democrats to keep green and Hollywood money flowing in, then why is there such vitriol between them? Much of it is plain stupidity. Many people in middle age keep the prejudices of their youth intact. What we need from the political scientists is a fresh consideration of political constituencies and their material interests. The current maps are useless. The parrot did a much better job. October 8. I drove into Eureka to speak at an anti-war rally. I asked one of the organizers, one I knew to be keen on the 9/11 conspiracy scenarios, whether this was planned as basically a conspiracist's convocation. The inviter said no. Maybe one speaker on 9/11. I went along, to the parking lot north of the jail in the middle of town. There were about 200 people. It was a glorious day. Speaker number 1 was the chairperson, many days into a fast. He told the crowd that he was a 9/11 conspiracy convert. The war in Iraq didn't get much of a mention in his address. Speaker number 2 was a 9/11 conspiracy advocate. He gave a long, detailed and incomprehensible speech, whose main effect was to cut the crowd by about a third. The only audible bit of his allocution was a savage denunciation of Alexander Cockburn. He also barely mentioned the war in Iraq. Speaker number 3, an academic, read a lengthy speech loaded with refined ironies about Bush. I don't know whether he mentioned the war because two young people, one with a button saying 9/11 was an inside job, were beginning to harangue me. Speaker number 4 was my neighbor, David Simpson, who announced he was a global warming cultist and spoke briefly on that theme. I was the final speaker. It had been over 2 hours, and the crowd was much depleted. I said, "We are united by one common desire, lunch." Big applause. I talked about the war, about September 11, 73, the coup against Allende in Chile, as the starting gun for the empire's counterattack amid defeat in Vietnam. I talked about the current political situation, and even the prime story of the hour unmentioned hitherto, the Foley scandal, which may well turn the House of Representatives over to the Democrats. Let's hope so. We need gridlock. My speech went down well with the 70 or so survivors in the parking lot. October 22. Tony Yude, the liberal writer for the New York Review of Books, has just discovered the realities of criticizing Israel. Here's a message he released in early October. I was due to speak this evening, in Manhattan, to a group called Network 2020, comprising young business leaders, NGOs, academics, etc., from the US and many countries. Topic: the Israel lobby and US foreign policy. The meetings are always held at the Polish consulate in Manhattan. I just received a call from the president of Network 2020. The talk was cancelled because the Polish consulate had been threatened by the Anti-Defamation League. Serial phone calls from ADL President Abe Foxman warned them off hosting anything involving Tony Yude. If they persisted, he warned, he would smear the charge of Polish collaboration with anti-Israeli anti-Semites all over the front page of every daily paper in the city. They caved and Network 2020 were forced to cancel. Whatever your views on the Middle East, I hope you find this as serious and frightening as I do. This is, or used to be, the United States of America. Yude's disclosure elicited a few stories, including one in the Washington Post by Michael Powell, who wrote, The pattern, Yud says, is unmistakable and chilling. This is serious and frightening, and only in America, not in Israel, is this a problem, he said. These are Jewish organizations that believe they should keep people who disagree with them on the Middle East away from anyone who might listen. The leaders of the Jewish organizations denied asking the consulate to block Yud's speech and accused the professor of retailing wild conspiracy theories about their roles. But they applauded the consulate for rescinding Yud's invitation. I think they made the right decision, said Abraham H. Foxman, National Director of the Anti-Defamation League. He's taken the position that Israel shouldn't exist. That puts him on our radar. It's good that Yud is making a fuss about the ghastly Foxman, but I do have to smile wryly at his sudden discovery that criticizing Israel can be an edgy business. Actually, it was far, far riskier 20 or even 10 years ago. It's much easier now, as Chomsky indicated in his note to me, and as I and Jeffrey St. Clair have found with talks promoting our book The Politics of Antisemitism. Not so long ago, when Chomsky went to a town to talk, the ADL would trail him and file minute-by-minute reports on his movements and statements. Someone once sent him anonymously one such dossier. On the front page of the Xerox was written for Alan Dershowitz. Chomsky told me long ago that he and Dershowitz were scheduled to have a debate in a week or so, and evidently the file was being sent to Dershowitz, for him to cull the usual slanders and lies. The ADL had spies everywhere, sending back feverish reports, mostly hysterical fabrications, about what they claimed to have heard in meetings. That was a joke. Not a joke was what happened at UCLA and Cambridge, where there were undercover cops at Chomsky's meetings because they'd picked up serious threats. And that was nothing compared what Edward said had to live with. Or Norman Finkelstein. What Yud faces isn't a minuscule fraction of what Norman faces regularly, e.g., being condemned by the Progressive as a Holocaust denier or by its editor as a Holocaust minimizer on the grounds that he accurately quoted Raoul Hilberg. The difference now is that some of these efforts to crush debate get reported. That wouldn't have happened 10 or 20 years ago, at least in the Washington Post or Reuters. November 7. Let me direct you to a recent series of polite coughs, reminiscent of a sheep quietly clearing its throat somewhere on a fog-bound hillside in the north of England. The aforementioned coughs emanated at the start of this week from the Financial Services Authority, a body set up under the purview of the British Treasury a few years ago to monitor financial markets and protect the public interest by raising the alarm about shady practices and any dangerous slide towards instability. In a briefing paper under the chaste title, Private Equity, a discussion of risk and regulatory engagement, the FSA raises the alarm. Excessive leverage, the amount of credit that lenders are willing to extend on private equity transactions, has risen substantially. This lending may not, in some circumstances, be entirely prudent. Given current leverage levels and recent developments in the economic/credit cycle, the default of a large private equity-backed company or a cluster of smaller private equity-backed companies seems inevitable. This has negative implications for lenders, purchasers of the debt, orderly markets, and conceivably, in extreme circumstances, financial stability and elements of the UK economy. Translation: it's about to blow. The duration and potential impact of any credit event may be exacerbated by operational issues which make it difficult to identify who ultimately owns the economic risk associated with a leveraged buyout and how these owners will react in a crisis. These operational issues arise out of the extensive use of opaque, complex and time-consuming risk transfer practices such as assignment and sub-participation, together with the increased use of credit derivatives. These credit derivatives may not be confirmed in a timely manner and the amount traded may substantially exceed the amount of the underlying assets. Translation: the world's credit system is a vast recycling bin of untraceable transactions of wildly inflated value. November 10. Lame duck: a White House controlled by an unpopular, highly partisan lame duck. Wherever you look, there's lame duck Bush limping across the White House lawn, or hobbling out to give a press conference. According to Brewer's ever-useful 1910 Dictionary of Phrase and Fable, a lame duck in stock exchange parlance means a member of the stock exchange who waddles off on settlement day without settling his account. All such defaulters are blackboarded and struck off the list. Sometimes it is used for one who cannot pay his debts, one who trades without money. November 28. There are plenty of real conspiracies in America. Why make up fake ones? Every few years, property czars and city officials in New York conspire to withhold fire company responses, so that enough of a neighborhood burns down for the poor to quit and for profitable gentrification to ensue. That's a conspiracy to commit ethnic cleansing, also murder. It's happening today in Brooklyn, even as similar ethnic cleansing and gentrification is scheduled in San Francisco. Bayview Hunters Point is the last large black community in the Bay Area, sitting on beautiful bayfront property. So now it's time to move the black folks out. As Willie Ratcliffe, publisher of SF Bayview writes, if the big developers and their puppets, the mayor and his minions, win this war, they'll have made what may be the largest urban renewal land grab in the nation's history, some 2,200 acres of San Francisco, the city with the highest priced land on earth. That's a real conspiracy, even as many in the Bay Area left meander through the blind alleys of 9/11 conspiracism. Machiavelli points out that every conspirator you add to the plot has less chance of preserving secrecy than the previous one. The 9/11 group in fact did tell people about their plans in various ways, but the prevailing belief that Arabs couldn't do it prevented any of the revelations from being taken seriously. The view that a bunch of Arabs with box cutters weren't up to it was precisely the cover they needed. The conspiracy virus is an old strand. The Russians couldn't possibly build in a bomb without commie traitors. The Russians are too dumb. Hitler couldn't have been defeated by the Red Army marching across Eastern Europe and half of Germany. Traitors let it happen. JFK couldn't have been shot by Oswald, it had to be the CIA. There are no end to examples seeking to prove that Russians, Arabs, the Viet Cong, the Japanese, etc., couldn't possibly match the brilliance and cunning of secret cabals of white Christians. It's all pathetic, but it does save the trouble of reading and thinking. It's easy enough to proclaim one's readiness to speak truth to power, as the self-regarding tagline goes. As yet, that's not a very perilous thing to do, here in America, at least on the part of the folks who like to use the phrase. But to speak truth to people overwhelmed with a sense of powerlessness and hence ready to credit Bush and Cheney with supernatural powers of efficient evil, that's one of our functions at Counterpunch. There's no point in marching forward under the banner of illusions. December 8. The slithery junior senator from Illinois, Barack Obama, is ensuring himself a steady political diet of publicity by refusing to take his name out of consideration as a possible candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination in 2008. We're entering the time frame when all such aspirants have to make up their minds whether they can find the requisite money and political base for a run. Senator Russell Feingold of Wisconsin, the obvious peace and justice candidate, has already decided that he can't, which gives us a pretty revealing insight into the weakness of the left these days. It's a no-brainer for Obama to excite the political commentators by waving a maybe flag. It keeps the spotlight on him, and piles up political capital, whatever he decides to do in the end. It's depressing to think that we'll have to endure Obama speak for months, if not years to come, a pulp of boosterism about the American dream, interspersed with homilies about putting factionalism and party divisions behind us and moving on. I used to think Senator Joe Lieberman was the man whose words I'd least like to be force-fed top volume if I was chained next to a loudspeaker in Camp Gitmo, but I think Obama is worse. I've never heard a politician so careful not to offend conventional elite opinion while pretending to be fearless and forthright. A couple of weeks ago Obama unleashed another cloud of statesman-like mush about Iraq to an upscale foreign policy crowd in Chicago. Trimming to new realities, he's now talking about a 4 to 6 month time frame for beginning withdrawal from Iraq. Don't mistake this for any real agenda. It's a schedule that can be pulled in any direction, like a rubber mask from a Christmas stocking. December 27. I bid a sad adieu to Gerald Ford. It has always been my view that Gerald Ford was America's greatest president. Transferring the Hippocratic injunction from the medical to the political realm, he did the least possible harm. Under Ford's tranquil hand the nation relaxed after the hectic fevers of the Nixon years. He finally pulled the U.S. out of Vietnam. Now, not doing harm for an American president has to be a very forgiving phrase. True, on his watch, with the U.S. green light, Indonesian troops invaded East Timor. As a visit to the Ford Presidential Library discloses, the largest military adventure available for display was the foolish U.S. response to the capture of the U.S. container ship Mayaguez by the Khmer Rouge on May 12, 1975. As imperial adventures go, and next to the vast graveyards across the planet left by Ford's predecessors and successors, it was small potatoes. Ford was surrounded by bellicose advisors such as his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, his Vice President, Nelson Rockefeller, his Chief of Staff, and later Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, and his presidential assistant, Dick Cheney. The fact that this rabid crew was only able to persuade Ford to give the green light for Indonesia's invasion of East Timor, an appalling decision to be sure, is tribute to Ford's specific instincts and deft personnel management. Unlike George W. Bush, Ford was of humane temper and could mostly hold in check his bloodthirsty counselors. Kissinger was part of the furniture when Ford took over, after Nixon's resignation on August 8, 1974. With latitude to choose, Ford made sensible selections, none more fruitful than his Attorney General, Edward Levy, who in turn prompted Ford to nominate John Stevens to the U.S. Supreme Court, where he has long distinguished himself and dignified Ford's choice by being the most humane and progressive justice. As a percentage of the federal budget, social spending crested in the Ford years. Never should it be forgotten that Jimmy Carter campaigned against Ford, as this is Carter, the prophet of neoliberalism, precursor of the Democratic Leadership Council, touting zero-based budgeting. If Ford had beaten back Carter's challenge in 1976, the neocon crusades of the mid to late 1970s would have been blunted by the mere fact of a Republican occupying the White House. Reagan, most likely, would have returned to his slum bears in California after his abortive challenge to Ford for the nomination in Kansas in 1976. Instead of a weak Southern Democratic conservative in agreement with almost every predation by the military-industrial complex, we would have had a Midwestern Republican, thus a politician far less vulnerable to the promoters of the new Cold War. Would Ford have rushed to fund the Contras and order their training by Argentinian torturers? Would he have sent the CIA on its most costly covert mission, the $3.5 billion intervention in Afghanistan? The nation would have been spared the disastrous counsels of Carter's foreign policy advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski. During Ford's all-too-brief tenure, a mood of geniality was the rule. Even the attempted assassinations of the president by Lynette Squeaky Fromm and Sarah Moore, in September 1975, had a slapdash, light-hearted timbre. 2007. January 11. A make-or-break speech by a beleaguered U.S. president is usually preceded by a demonstration of American might somewhere on the planet, and the run-up to Bush's address last night was no exception. The AC-130 gunship that massacred a convoy of fleeing Islamists on Somalia's southwestern border, apparently along with dozens of nomads, their families, and livestock, was deployed on Sunday to make timely newspaper headlines indicative of Bush's determination to strike at terror wherever it may lurk. Moral to nomads: when the U.S. president schedules a speech, don't herd, don't go to wedding parties, head for the nearest cave. February 25. The Clintons have always had short fuses. At the best of times, Hillary is taught by disposition, and already her political prospects for winning the Democratic nomination are getting somewhat cloudier. This last week has been a trying one, crowned by the Oscar night adulation for Al Gore, no favorite of the Clintons. On the heels of his $1.3 million fundraiser for Hillary's rival, Illinois Senator Barack Obama, Hollywood tycoon and DreamWorks co-founder David Geffen planted a carefully improvised explosive device under HRC's candidacy. He confided to Maureen Dowd of the New York Times that Mrs. Clinton was not the candidate to unify the Democratic Party, nor the nation, also that he would never forgive her husband for ignoring his own appeals and those of many other liberals to give a White House pardon to Leonard Peltier, a Native American convicted of killing 2 FBI agents back in the 1970s. But while leaving Peltier to rot in prison, Clinton did pardon financier Mark Rich. This, and the Oscar triumph for Gore, have left Mrs. Clinton distinctly frayed. But she is defiant. Asked about her vote for the war at a New Hampshire town hall, she said, "If the most important thing to any of you is choosing someone who did not cast that vote or said his vote was a mistake, then there are others to choose from." February 28. Which scion of which well-known newspaper dynasty assembled a squadron of bulldozers in May of 2005, mounted the lead bulldozer and led this rumbling squadron into a ferocious assault on the house his mother left him on her death in 2001. When it was over, a house that had seen visits from President William Jefferson Clinton and First Lady Nancy Reagan lay in splinters and rubble. Mohu. It was the name of Katharine Graham's large house, which roosted on over 235 acres on Lambert's Cove Road on the north shore of Martha's Vineyard. When the chairman of the Washington Post Company died in 2001, she willed it to her second son, Billy. A couple of years ago, Billy got into an increasingly acrimonious series of battles with the local township of West Tisbury at the property taxes he had to pay each year, challenging his assessments from fiscal years 2003 and 2004, when he paid the town more than $500,000 in property taxes. The fight matured into the longest tax appeal case in the history of the Commonwealth. Early 2005, the owner of Mohu evidently felt the need to express his feelings of profound loathing for whom? Start, obviously, with the tax assessors. And, maybe, with the person who hung the curse of Mohu round his neck. Take in also the people who used to run over from their nearby homes to use Mohu's tennis court. In fact, the very first bit of real property on the estate Billy's bulldozer scraped into oblivion was indeed that same tennis court. Then it was the house's turn. To me, the oddest thing about this piece of demolition is that it happened in early May of 2005. Here we are at the end of February, 2007, and there's barely been a whisper, beyond a tiny reference to Mohu having been demolished, in the Vineyard Gazette. Did all interest in the Graham publishing clan die with Katharine? It certainly seems that way. I checked last year to see how many articles there'd been about the role in the Washington Post's editorial policy being played by her oldest son, Donnie. He's the one who got the paper. Month after month, as the Post ran one pro-war story and editorial after another, I kept waiting for one of those insiderish stories to appear in Vanity Fair or some kindred publication about Donnie pushing the Post into a hard pro-war stance. Nothing. Suppose that when GWH and Barbara Bush finally depart this world, they leave Kennebunkport to GW and Laura, who promptly whistle up the demolition crew and tell them to level the place. Will the local press content itself with paeans to W's selfless act of homage to the poor of Maine and natural beauty restored? Maybe, in the not-too-distant future, low-income structures in Martha's Vineyard will be enhanced by Mohu's vertical grain dug fir flooring, thick canyon red quarry tiles, yellow pine beadboard, plus lighting fixtures and hardware. John Abrams, the man who supervised the leveling, says that's the way it's going to be. It seems unlikely to me, though I can imagine the salvage stock being sold off to rich people restoring their homes and the proceeds donated to a housing charity. March 12. Since there undoubtedly will be a next time, after these latest campus killings at Virginia Tech, what useful counsel on preventative measures can we offer faculties across America? There have been the usual howls from the anti-gun lobby, but it's all hot air. America is not about to dump the Second Amendment giving people the right to bear arms. A better idea would be for appropriately screened teachers and maybe student monitors to carry weapons. This is not as outre as it may sound to European ears. A quarter of a century ago, students doing military ROTC training regularly carried rifles around campus. 5 years ago, Peter Odizuwa, a 43-year-old Nigerian student, killed 3 faculty members at Appalachian Law School with a handgun, but before he could wreak further carnage 2 students fetched weapons from their cars, challenged the murderer with guns leveled, and disarmed him. The stupidity of the campus cops at Virginia Tech will undoubtedly cost the college hefty damages. There was plenty of evidence that Cho Seung-hui was a time bomb waiting to explode. Students talked about him as a possible shooter and refused to take classes with him. His essays so disturbed one of his teachers with their violent ravings that she arranged a secret signal in case she needed security during her tutorials. When the mass murder session began in the engineering building, the police cowered behind their cruisers until Cho Seung-hui finished off the last batch of his 32 victims, then killed himself. Then the police bravely rushed in and started sticking their guns in the faces of the traumatized students, screaming at them to freeze or be shot. More than one teacher felt Cho was scarily nuts. They recommended counseling, then didn't bother to review the conclusions. And it has emerged that Cho was actually institutionalized as a psychotic and suicide risk in 2005. Yet when he returned to campus, the administrators didn't even tip off his roommate. College administrators live in constant fear of declining students' enrollment. At the first sign of trouble, they cover up. So, there's a double killing in a Virginia Tech dorm at 7:15 a.m., after which Cho has time to go home, make his final home video, walk to the post office, mail his package to NBC, and then head off to the engineering building with his guns. The college's first email to students goes out more than 2 hours after the first killings were discovered. The ineffable Warren Stager, college president, says later, "You can only make decisions based on the information you have at the time. You don't have hours to reflect on it. 2 dead bodies, a killer somewhere on campus, and Stager makes his big decision to do nothing." May 3rd. By far the best performance at the recent Democratic candidates debate organized by MSNBC was by a very distant outsider, Mike Gravel, a 77-year-old former U.S. Senator from Alaska, well known nearly 40 years ago for his opposition to the war in Vietnam. In some electrifying tirades, he flayed Clinton, Obama, Edwards, and the others as two-faced on the absolute imperative of getting out of the war in Iraq and not getting into one in Iran. "They frighten me," Gravel shouted, gesturing at his rivals. "You know what's worse than 1 U.S. soldier dying in vain in Iraq? It's 2 soldiers dying in vain. In Vietnam they all died in vain." June 12. These are troubling times for evangelical Christians. The born-again president they helped elect is in the autumn of his tenure, the bold promises of Christian revival now tarnished or cast aside. Their great champion, Jerry Falwell, has gone to the judgment, leaving only the Reverend Pat Robertson as their national champion. Mitt Romney, the front-running Republican contender to be Bush's successor, is a Mormon, and although leading evangelical Christians have given him the nod, many foot soldiers in the service of Christ entertain doubts. "The world needs Jesus, the real Jesus, not Jesus the half-brother of Lucifer," cries Kevin Stilley on his Christian site. Then, there's the never-ending struggle with the evil one in the arena of sexual temptation where, as a one evangelical put it, Satan and his demons more aggressively attack and tempt those in Christian leadership because they know that a scandal involving a leader can have devastating results, on both Christians and non-Christians. Still fresh in the ears of the righteous are the chortles of unbelievers over the tribulations of Pastor Ted Haggard, leader of the New Life Church and one of the nation's most prominent and politically connected evangelicals. He was outed last year in Colorado by a former male prostitute declaring that Pastor Ted had enjoyed sex with him, their monthly interactions enhanced by crystal meth. In February of this year, Pastor Ted had crash counseling across 3 weeks, overseen by 4 ministers, to give, as one put it, Ted the tools to help embrace his heterosexual side, but there have been doubts, even among evangelicals, as to whether Satan and his demons have in this instance been decisively rooted after so brief an engagement. And now evangelicals face fresh evidence that the darker forces miss no opportunity to make further ravages among the righteous. Earlier this week, Christianity.com, the world's most visited Christian website, disclosed the results of a survey it has just concluded, asking site visitors questions about their personal sexual conduct. 1,000 Christians answered, and Christianet has now evaluated these responses with the analytic assistance of Second Glance Ministries, led by Clay Jones, founder and president of SGM. The poll results indicate that 50% of all Christian men and 20% of all Christian women are addicted to pornography, Jones reports bleakly. It seems that 60% of the women who answered the survey admitted to having significant struggles with lust, 40% admitted to being involved in sexual sin in the past year, and 20% of the church-going female participants struggle with looking at pornography on an ongoing basis. There have been dynamic paradigm shifts in the behavior of Christians over the last 4 years, Jones declares. Technology has allowed pornography to flood the marketplace beyond a controllable level. The phones at Second Glance Ministries are ringing off the hook with calls for counseling from porn addicts. Christianet.com's president Bill Cooper reports that we directed over 100,000 inquiries to Second Glance Ministries in 1 year, and that we are seeing an escalation of the problem in both men and women who regularly attend church. Sex surveys regularly conducted by the University of Chicago suggest why Satan and his legions are finding it easy to beguile these evangelical Christians. Their sex lives are more vital than those paddling in the tepid mainstream, and hence they are more easily led into temptation. One such Chicago survey I have claims that Americans are almost entirely straight, and the vast majority revel in the loyal married state and have sparse sex. Evangelicals do better. Among women, conservative Christian evangelicals have the highest rates of orgasm. June 20. In 1938, 3 years before the first death camps of the Final Solution, Nazi chemist Dr. Gerhard Peters published a full account, in the German science journal Anzeiger für Sahalenskund, of the El Paso disinfection plant. He included 2 photos and diagrams of the machinery that sprayed Zyklon B on railroad cars. As David Dorado Romo describes it in his Ringside Seed to a Revolution, An Underground History of El Paso and Juarez, 1893 to 1923, Zyklon B had become available in the U.S. in the early 1920s when fears of alien infection had been inflamed by the alarms of the eugenicists, most of them from the progressive end of the political spectrum. It should be noted that while the Americans sprayed their victims with toxic chemicals, they restricted use of Zyklon B to freight and clothes. As the Nazis understood, spraying it directly on a human caused almost immediate death. We can only guess what effect it had on the thousands of Mexican men, women, and children who, after a bath in DDT or gasoline, were sent away in clothes drenched with Zyklon B. Romo's book comes at a time when Mexican immigration is at the top of the list of U.S. political issues. There are 12 million illegals in the United States by official count, and certainly twice that unofficially. Among the solutions is the right-wing's vociferous call to build a Berlin Wall 2,000 miles long across the entire Rio Grande border. Unsurprisingly, Mexican Americans hate this idea. Their memories the emerging truth of Mexican American history and their votes seem certain to undermine it. Zyklon B came to El Paso in the 1920s. In 1917 the U.S. Congress passed the immigration law and the United States Public Health Service simultaneously published its manual for the physical inspection of aliens. The manual had its list of excludable aliens, a ripe representation of the obsessions of the eugenicists, imbeciles, idiots, feeble-minded persons, persons of constitutional psychopathic inferiority, vagrants, physical defectives, chronic alcoholics, polygamists, anarchists, persons afflicted with loathsome or dangerous contagious diseases, prostitutes, contract laborers, all aliens over 16 who cannot read. In that same year U.S. Public Health Service agents bathed and deloused 127,123 Mexicans at the Santa Fe International Bridge between Juarez and El Paso. The mayor of El Paso at the time, Tom Lee Sr., represented, in Romo's words, the new type of Anglo politician in the progressive era. Progressive didn't necessarily mean liberal back then. In Lee's case, Progress meant he would clean up the city. As part of his cleanup operations, Lee made his city the first in the U.S. to ban hemp, aka marijuana, as an alien Mexican substance. He had a visceral fear of contamination and, so his son later disclosed, wore silk underwear because his pal, Dr. Klutz, had told him typhus lice didn't stick to silk. His loins thus protected, Lee battered the U.S. government with demands for a full quarantine camp on the border where all immigrants could be held for up to 14 days. Local health officer B.J. Lloyd thought this outlandish, telling the U.S. Surgeon General that typhus fever is not now, and probably never will be, a serious menace to our civilian population. Lloyd was right about this. Lee forced health inspectors to descend on Chihuahua, the Mexican quarter of El Paso, forcing inhabitants suspected of harboring lice to take kerosene and vinegar baths, have their heads shaved and clothes incinerated. Inspection of 5,000 rooms did not stigmatize Chihuahua as a plague zone. The inspectors found 2 cases of typhus, one of rheumatism, one of TB and one of chicken pox. Ironically, Klutz, presumably wearing silk underwear, contracted typhus while supervising these operations and died. But Lloyd did recommend Dello using plants, saying he was willing to bathe and disinfect all the dirty, lousy people coming into this country from Mexico. The plant was ready for business right when the Immigration Act became law. Soon Mexicans were having their bodies checked, daubed with kerosene where deemed necessary, and their clothes fumigated with gasoline, kerosene, sodium cyanide, cyanogens, sulfuric acid, and Zyklon B. The El Paso Herald wrote respectfully in 1920, hydrocyanic acid gas, the most poisonous known, more deadly even than that used on the battlefields of Europe, is employed in the fumigation process. The Dello-using operations provoked fury and resistance among Mexicans still boiling with indignation after a lethal gasoline blaze in the El Paso City Jail. As part of Mayor Lee's citywide disinfection campaign, prisoners in the jail were ordered to strip naked. Their clothes were dumped in one bath filled with a mixture of gasoline, creosote, and formaldehyde. Then they were forced to step into a second bath filled with a bucket of gasoline, a bucket of coal oil and a bucket of vinegar. At around 3:30 p.m., March 5, 1916, someone struck a match. The jail went up like a torch. The El Paso Herald reported that about 50 naked prisoners from whose bodies the fumes of gasoline were arising, many of them locked in their cells, caught fire. 27 prisoners died. In late January, 1917, 200 Mexican women rebelled at the border and prompted a major riot, putting to flight both police and troops both sides of the border. The use of Zyklon B swiftly became habitual. How many Mexicans suffered agonies or died, when they put on those garments? As Romo recently told the El Paso-based journalist Paul Spike, this is a huge black hole in history. Unfortunately, I only have oral histories and other anecdotal evidence about the harmful effects of the noxious chemicals used to disinfect and delouse the Mexican border crossers, including deaths, birth defects, cancer, etc. It may well go into the tens of thousands. It's incredible that absolutely no one, after all these years, has ever attempted to document this. The use of Zyklon B on the U.S.-Mexican border was a matter of keen interest to the firm of Dijes. In 1938 Dr. Gerhard Peters called for its use in German disinfection Skammern. Romo has tracked down an article Peters wrote in a German pest science journal, Anzeiger für Sahalenskund, which featured 2 photographs of El Paso Dello-using chambers. Peters went on to become the managing director of Dijes, which handled the supply of Zyklon B for the Nazi death camps. He was tried and convicted at Nuremberg. Hilberg reports that he got 5 years, then won a retrial that netted him 6 years. He was retried in 1955 and found not guilty. In the U.S. the eugenicists rolled on to their great triumph, the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924, which doomed millions in Europe to their final rendezvous with Zyklon B 20 years later. By the 1930s the eugenicists were mostly discredited, though many particularly in the environmental movement remain true to those racist protocols much longer. The Restriction Act, that monument to bad science married to unscrupulous politicians and zealous public policy, stayed on the books unchanged for 40 years. June 21. Summer's hot breath draws closer and the psychoanalysts of New York and Boston prepare their patients for the difficult 2 or 3 weeks of holiday separation. Undoubtedly beach chat among both analysts and analysands will focus on the end of the Soprano series which, across the past 8 years, courtesy of Lorraine Bracco's Jennifer Melfi Tony Soprano's analyst has been the biggest boost to the shrink business since Lee J. Cobb starred in The Three Faces of Eve. Truly comical has been the solemnity with which psychoanalysts across the United States have been deploring the breach of professional ethics at a shrink's dinner party in one of the concluding Soprano episodes in which the identity of Dr. Melfi's patient as mobster Tony was disclosed. The rare moments when shrinks aren't seducing their female patients are usually consumed by such indiscretions, a tradition stretching all the way back to the notoriety of the patients trotting up the stairs of Berggasse 19, Freud's chambers in Vienna. It's true that some psychoanalysts were indignant at the way Melfi, chided by her colleagues for enabling a sociopath, promptly dumped the mafia boss as a patient, the climax of a process identified back in 1999 in the British Medical Journal by Dr. Tony David as the collision of the superego of Melfi's civilized values and the intellect, with the murky ID that is Soprano's stock in trade. The strict ethical principles established by the American Psychological Association, wrote one APA member furiously, do not allow for the arbitrary dismissal of a client even if they are sociopathic in nature. It so happens that these same strict ethical principles of the APA have been the topic of unsparing rebuke that probably won't be cited much on those holiday beaches. A recent report by the Pentagon's Inspector General confirms what has been detailed in a number of news stories since 2005 concerning the starring role played by American psychologists and psychoanalysts in devising and supervising torture techniques as administered by the U.S. military in Guantanamo, Iraq, and Afghanistan, as well as other secret interrogation centers run by the CIA. The APA leadership has piously maintained that psychologists have a critical role in keeping interrogations safe, legal, ethical, and effective. The Pentagon Inspector General's report makes clear this claim is ludicrous. So here we have shrinks refining Tony Soprano's brutish violence, draping his ID with the national flag. August 4. Was there ever a luckier clan than the Bancrofts, whose elders okayed the $5 billion sale of the Wall Street Journal to Rupert Murdoch's News Corp on Tuesday? There's been some solemn talk about the Bancrofts' stewardship of this national institution since they acquired the Dow Jones Company a century ago. In fact, the Journal was an undistinguished little sheet till a journalistic genius called Barney Kilgore, to whose daughter Catherine I had the pleasure of being married for a few years in the 1980s, decided in the years after World War II that a businessman in San Francisco should be able to read the same paper as one in Chicago or New York. Kilgore devised the technology to do this, along with the paper's reportorial stance, serious but often humorous, in the style of the Midwest where Kilgore a Hoosier was from. Kilgore made the Bancrofts, though not himself, really rich, and they continued in that state for almost half a century, though their stewardship was either indifferent or inept, beyond the pleasant chore of raking in the money. Now they can trouser Murdoch's gold and trot off into the sunset, mumbling that they have extracted all the usual pledges from Rupert Murdoch that he will respect the Journal's editorial independence. The Journal's editorial stance of fanatic neocanary was established by the late Robert Bartley from the mid-1970s onward, and his pages bulged with every mad fantasy of the Cold War lobby. Bartley led the charge against effete liberalism, and since by the late 70s American liberalism had thoroughly lost its nerve, he carried the day, becoming by far the most influential editorial page editor in American journalism. More than its sometimes excellent reporting, Bartley gave the Journal its high profile in Washington as well as on Wall Street. August 7. Right now they're hosing down Barack Obama after he said in the YouTube debate in South Carolina that he would be prepared to meet with Kim Jong-il, Hugo Chavez, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, and Fidel Castro to hash over problems face to face. The pundits promptly whacked him for demonstrating inexperience. Experienced leaders order the CIA to murder such men. Then Obama drew even fiercer fire by saying he would not use nuclear weapons to fight terrorism in Afghanistan and Pakistan. I think it would be a profound mistake for us to use nuclear weapons in any circumstance, Obama told AP on August 2, adding after a pause, involving civilians. Then he quickly added, let me scratch that. There's been no discussion of nuclear weapons. That's not on the table. I'm beginning to respect this man. He displays sagacity well beyond the norm for candidates seeking the Oval Office. He comprehends, if only in mid-sentence, that when you drop a nuclear bomb, it will kill civilians. He also realizes that strafing Waziristan with thermonuclear devices in the hopes of nailing Osama bin Laden is a foolish way to proceed. So Obama is being flayed for his inexperience, first and foremost by Hillary Clinton, who permits no table setting which does not include a couple of nuclear weapons next to the salt and pepper. September 1. Larry Craig of Idaho was a three-term senator. On June 11, Craig, co-chair of the Mitt Romney presidential campaign, used a stopover at Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport to prowl through a lavatory in the Lindbergh terminal. He spotted under a stall door lower extremities belonging to a man we now know to have been undercover cop Dave Carcenia, who, patient as any spider, had been sitting on the john for 13 minutes for prey that he could entrap. Americans following the case have been learning with fascination how easily some innocent action in a public convenience known in the argot of gay patrons as tea rooms can be misconstrued. Don't put your bag in front of the door. That's what Craig did, and Carcenia, a youthful-looking blonde decoy, says in his report, my experience has shown that individuals engaging in lewd conduct use their bags to block the view from the front of their stall. Keep your feet still. At 12:16 hours, Carcenia relates, Craig tapped his right foot. I recognized this as a signal used by persons wishing to engage in lewd conduct. Craig tapped his toes several times and moves his foot closer to my foot. I moved my foot up and down slowly. The presence of others did not seem to deter Craig as he moved his right foot so that it touched the side of my left foot, which was within my stall area. Craig then swiped his hand under the stall divider several times. That did it. Carcenia put down his police ID for Craig to check out. Craig quickly pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct and peeping, which is defined in Minnesotan statutory lingo as interference with privacy by surreptitiously gazing, staring, or peeping in the window, or other aperture of a sleeping room in a hotel, a tanning booth. This is Minnesota, after all, or other place where a reasonable person would have an expectation of privacy and has exposed or is likely to expose their intimate parts, as defined in Sector 609-341, Sub 5, or the clothing. Covering the immediate area of the intimate parts and doing so with the intent to intrude upon or interfere with the privacy of the occupant. A gross misdemeanor. At some level, Craig obviously wanted to get caught, just as compulsive gamblers at some level want to lose. September 11. Leftists used to think that, at least as a general axiom if not by a precise deadline, capitalism was doomed. But today most of these same leftists deem capitalism invincible and fearfully lob copious documentation at each other detailing the efficient devilry of the executives of the system. The internet serves to amplify this pervasive funk into a catastrophist mindset. It imbues most of the English-speaking left after 7 years of Bush and Cheney, and frames Naomi Klein's new book, The Shock Doctrine, subtitled The Rise of Disaster Capitalism. At the outset, Klein permits herself a robust trumpet blast as intrepid pioneer. This book is a challenge to the central and most cherished claim in the official story that the triumph of deregulated capitalism has been born of freedom, that unfettered free markets go hand in hand with democracy. The arc of triumph to which Klein alludes is the half-century from the Eisenhower administration's onslaughts on political and economic nationalism in Iran and Guatemala in the early 1950s, to the U.S. attack on Iraq in 2003 and its subsequent occupation. These are not decades where official apologetics have been entirely without challenge until Ms. Klein embarked on her researches. There are shelves worth of books on the ghastly consequences of the covert interventions and massacres organized or connived at by the United States in the name of freedom and the capitalist way. Klein's own bibliography attests that there has plenty of detailed work on the neoliberal onslaught that gathered strength from the mid-1970s on, marching under the intellectual colors of one of her arch-villains, the late Milton Friedman, the Chicago school economist. Where Klein would presumably claim originality is in identifying and describing the taxonomy of what she terms shock capitalism, the shock of a sudden attack, whether the overthrow of Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973 or the bombing of Baghdad in 2003, the shock of torturers using sensory deprivation techniques and crude electrodes to instill fear and acquiescence, Friedman's economic shock treatment. Methodically combined and elaborated, these onslaughts now amount, on Klein's account, to a new and frightful chapter in the history of capitalist predation. Klein begins with a chapter on the CIA-sponsored psychic depatterning experiments of that apex monster, Dr. Ewan Cameron of McGill University's Allen Memorial Institute, and states explicitly that torture, aside from being a tool, is a metaphor of the shock doctrine's underlying logic. To use shock literary tactics to focus attention on the deliberate and sadistic engineering of collective social trauma is certainly no crime. But, as often happens after a shock, one eventually retrieves a sense of proportion, one that is not entirely flattering to Klein's larger ambitions for her book. Capitalism, after all, has always been a shock doctrine of selfish predation, as one can discover from Hobbes and Locke, Marx and Weber, none of whom is mentioned by Klein. Read the vivid accounts of the Hammonds about the English enclosures of the 18th century, when villagers would find nailed to the door of the parish church an announcement that their common lands had been privatized. Protesters may not have been depatterned, Cameron style, but were briskly hanged or relocated to Botany Bay. Friedman's Chicago boys laid waste the southern cone of Latin America in the name of unfettered private enterprise, but 125 years earlier a million Irish peasants starved to death while Irish grain was exported onto ships flying the flag of economic liberalism. Klein writes about the bloody birth of counter-revolution in the 1960s and 1970s, but any page from the histories of Presidents Jackson, Polk, or Roosevelt discloses a bleak and blood-stained continuity with the past. Depatterning. Indian children were taken from their families and punished for every word spoken in their own language, even as African slaves were given Christian names and forbidden to use their own, or to drum. Amid the shock of the Civil War, the Republicans deferred by several years the freeing of slaves, while hastening to use the crisis to arrange a banking and monetary system to their liking. Just as there is continuity in capitalist predation, there is continuity in resistance. Here's where Klein's catastrophism distorts the picture. Her controlling metaphor for the attack on Iraq is the initial shock and awe bombardment, designed to numb Saddam's forces and the overall civilian population into instant surrender and long-term submission. But the shock and awe tactic was a bust. Having sensibly decided not to fight or die on an American timetable, many of Iraq's soldiers regrouped to commence an effective resistance. Capitalists try to use social and economic dislocation to advantage, but so do those they oppress. War has been the mother of many a positive social revolution, as have natural disasters. The incompetence of the Mexican police and emergency forces after the huge earthquake of 1985 prompted a huge popular upheaval. In Latin America there have been shock attacks and shock doctrines for 500 years. Right now, in Latin America, the pendulum is swinging away from the years of darkness, of the death squads and Friedman's doctrines. Klein's outrage is admirable, as are her specific accusations across 6 decades of infamy. But in her larger ambitions her metaphors betray her. From the anti-capitalist point of view she's too gloomy by half. A capitalism that thrives best on the abnormal, on disasters, is by definition in decline. As Cassius put it, the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. September 18. Orlando Figg's The Whisperers, Private Life in Stalin's Russia is in its most literal sense an act of collective memory, and the only quibble I have with the author's tremendous achievement is that the homage to those he rightly calls the heroes of his book comes not at the beginning but at the end, in his afterword and acknowledgements, where he scrupulously describes how The Whisperers came to be written. The project really began as a series of interviews by Figs when he was a graduate student in Moscow in the mid-1980s. Ultimately, after Figs began work in earnest on this book in 2002, he had several teams in the former Soviet Union searching through previously closed archives, locating notebooks, albums, diaries, assembling the vast cast of characters, over 1,000 of them, who contribute their memories. Masterfully composed and controlled as a narrative by Figs, this is a collective testimony in which you can hear voices through a doorway open at last, the hopes, fears, and numberless awful tragedies of the Soviet era. As Figs himself says of the families who gave him his book, these people are the heroes of Whisperers. In a real sense, this is their book. For us these are stories, for them it is their lives. As overture, we hear from the children of 1917 and memories of the idealism of those early years. Even then it had a sinisterly prophetic cast. When Sonya Laskin was rejected by the Komsomol, the communist youth organization, in 1927, the three girls in this Jewish family formed a reading circle with their cousin Mark and other little friends and would discuss politics and hold show trials of characters from literature. Once they held a trial of the Old Testament. Even as the kids held their trials, the Bolsheviks were methodically destroying the livelihood of Sonia's father, Samuel, who owned a herring stall on Botnia Square, not far from the Kremlin. Taking from the theories of the Montessoris, Soviet educators invented improving games such as search and requisition, with the boys playing the role of Red Army units looking for hidden grain in the countryside and the girls acting as the bourgeois speculators or kulak peasants hiding it. Fantasy melted into reality with horrible speed, and Figs soon plunges us into the horrors of forced collectivization of the Russian peasantry, seen centrally through the experiences of the Golovin family. We meet them amid pastoral contentment. On August 2, 1930, the villagers of Obukhov celebrated Ilan Day, an old religious holiday to mark the end of high summer, when the Russian peasants held a feast and said their prayers for a good harvest. They all went off to the house of the Golovins, the biggest family in the village, headed by Nikolai, an excellent farmer. The Golovins were not rich. Their net assets add up to 2 barns, several pieces of machinery, 3 horses, 7 cows, a few dozen sheep and pigs, iron bedsteads, and a samovar. Alas for the Golovins, such modest possessions doomed them as kulaks, a word originally used by peasants to designate usurers and wheeler dealers. The Bolsheviks transmuted it into the absurd designation, a death sentence to millions of peasant capitalists, and ultimately a term dooming any peasant opposing forced collectivization. The pleasant supper in Obukhov notwithstanding, the destruction of rural Russia had already begun. In 2 months at the start 1930, half the Soviet peasantry, 60 million people in 100,000 villages, were herded into collective farms. The specific ruin of the Golovins commenced, courtesy of Kolya Kuzmin, a loutish 18-year-old son of a failed farmer and local drunk. At the head of a posse of 12 armed teenagers, he becomes the local agent of the Komsomol. By September, Obukhov, in existence since 1522, was gone. And the kolkhoz new life was in its place. The peasants had lost their land. Kuzmin, drunk, violent, and incompetent, was chairman of the kolkhoz. The first winter saw half the horses dead and the peasants paid 50 grams of bread a day each. Nikolai Golovin was in a distant prison, with one son in the Gulag, working on the White Sea Canal. Nikolai's wife Yevdokia and 2 daughters were still in new life, in a hovel with 1 cow, which Kuzmin a few months later confiscated along with everything else, leaving them 1 iron bedstead. They were deported on May 4, 1931, given 1 hour to prepare. Kuzmin confiscated the 8-year-old Antonina's shawl. No one hugged us or said a parting word, Antonina recalls. They were afraid of the soldiers. Figs correctly calls his chapter on forced collectivization the Great Break, and writes that Stalin's destruction of the kulaks was not only an appalling human tragedy, but an economic catastrophe for the Soviet Union, from which Soviet agriculture never recovered. In the ensuing famine of the early 1930s, anywhere from 4 to 8 million died. The strength of the whisperers is the range of the individual testimonies. On the one hand, Dmitry Strelis, who was 13 in 1930, remembers Surkov, chairman of his village Soviet in the Kurgan region of Siberia, telling his father that he'd been designated a kulak and was being sent into exile. I formed a committee of the poor and we sat through the night to choose the families. There is no one in the village who is rich enough to qualify, and not many old people, so we simply chose the 17 families. You were chosen. Please don't take it personally. What else could I do? On the other, we also hear one of the requisitioning Red Army men, Lev Kopelev, a young communist, remembering the screams of children and the glare of the peasants, and telling himself, I mustn't give in to debilitating pity. We were realizing historical necessity. The family sagas in this vast canvas are of scarcely believable tenacity and endurance. No novelist would dare invent such feats and such coincidences. Take the Ozemblovskys, a family of 6, in the Minsk region. They were exiled to the north, 3,000 kilometers from their home. While Alexander stayed to look after the 2 boys, Serafima, and the 2 girls, 9 and 5, escaped and hiked south through the forest. Serafima had several gold teeth and periodically would pull one of them to buy a lift in a cart. They made it home, where Serafima left her daughters and hiked 3,000 kilometers north again, only to find that her husband had been arrested and one of her sons was now working as a police informer. She herself is arrested, escapes again, returns south, where she finally collects her daughters and sets up a new home, where the whole family is finally united. Terror is vivid on page after page, particularly in the dreadful year of 1937. Maria Drozdova, from a strictly religious peasant family, remembers how her mother Anna became demented with terror after her husband, a church warden, was arrested. She would not leave the house. She became afraid of talking in the room, in case the neighbors overheard. In the evenings she was terrified of switching on the lamp, in case it drew the attention of the police. She was even afraid to go to the toilet, in case she wiped herself with a piece of newspaper which contained an article with Stalin's name. Another girl got home late from a party in 1939 and found she had lost her key. She knocked on the door at 1 a.m. There was a long pause. Then her father opened it, dressed as if ready to leave on a journey. He had thought the knock heralded the NKVD. In his mind he had already been tortured and shot. He gazed at her as though in a trance and then, for the first and last time in her life, slapped her across the face. From every walk of life, from high-party people like the Stalinist writer Konstantin Simonov, to peasants like the Golovins, the Soviet tragedy offers itself up, unforgettable in its heroism, villainy, cowardices large and small, endurance. Take Ignaty Maximov, from the Novgorod region. He is arrested and sentenced to work in the Gulag, on the murderous White Sea Canal where 25,000 workers died in the first winter, many simply froze to death. Ignaty's wife Maria gets a job as a cook on the Leningrad to Murmansk railway that ran at one point along the northern sector of the canal. She wrote notes to her husband on scraps of paper which she threw out the window of the train. Eventually she got an answer from her husband. One of the scraps has reached him, though he was working 50 miles north of where she thought he was. They were finally reunited in Arkhangelsk. Here is the whole arc of Soviet history. In its amazing testimonies to the strength of the Russian family in the Soviet Union, as well as the awful fissures the system imposed on those families, The Whisperers is like a rainbow over a graveyard. October 26. In America, awareness never sleeps and has been on particularly active duty this October, designated as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, as Energy Awareness Month, and we speak here specifically of October 22, 29 Islamofascism Awareness Week. When I first saw Horowitz he was neither fat nor hairy nor apparently aware of Islamofascism. This was in the late 1960s in London and he was working for the Bertrand Russell Peace Foundation, studying at the feet of Isaac Deutscher and Ralph Miliband. About a decade later I saw him again, this time in Washington, D.C., presiding over a well-publicized Second Thoughts conference, announcing his departure from the left. He spoke harshly of his parents' decision to make him watch uplifting features about the Soviet Union and to forbid any Doris Day movies, a common blunder in child brainwashing techniques among the comrades at that time. Since then, like other Trotskyist vets, such as Christopher Hitchens, Horowitz has thrown his energies into crusading on behalf of the American right, fueled in his efforts by copious annual disbursements from the richer denizens of that well-populated sector. Richard Mellon, Scaife apex demon in the vast right-wing conspiracy identified by Hillary Clinton amid the Lewinsky scandal, has poured millions into Horowitz's organizations, as have other well-heeled conservative foundations. Every now and again Horowitz will raise some spectacularly nutty alarum, like the Los Angeles Times being taken over by Pinkos, and I always assume that Horowitz must be filling out his annual grant applications, and reminding Scaife that others may snooze and idle, but he, Horowitz, is unceasing in his vigilance against sedition. In Horowitz's bestiary, sedition comes in all the traditional forms, from commies on campus to commies in the press, and he's churned out endless bulletins charting their insidious reach. Some of his specific accusations have no doubt been useful to fearful school administrations eager to harry and expel the few radical teachers able to find employment in these bleak times. But the problem for Horowitz is one of supply. The left in America is really in very poor shape, near zero commies, and really only a sprinkling of radical black profs, militant lesbians, and kindred antinomians to beat up on. The notion of pinkos in the media is laughable to all except the fearful imaginations of millionaires like Scaife. Hence the spotlight on Islamofascism, a gloriously vague term whose origin is the topic of a tussle between Malice Ruthven, who used the term in 1980 to describe all authoritarian Islamic governments, and Stephen Schwartz, yet another fat, bearded former Trotskyist who says he was the first to use it in its specific application in 2000, eventually receiving a tap on the shoulder for so doing from Christopher Hitchens and John Sullivan. Arise, Sir Stephen. Islamofascism Awareness Week has been featuring Horowitz and big-name ranters of the right like Ann Coulter and Fox's Sean Hannity, plus former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum, and noted Islamophobe Daniel Pipes. They descended on various college campuses to be received by Christian fascists and the curious while they hurled imprecations at the left for being soft on Sons of the Prophet stoning women to death for adultery. The reaction of the left has been mixed. In some ways it always takes Horowitz's antics far too seriously, though the latter's effect on timid college administrations cannot be entirely gainsaid. On the other hand, Awareness Week is having a galvanizing effect. Coalitions have formed to combat Horowitz's version of awareness with a superior progressive awareness about what is good or not so good about Islam. Since Santorum and others have ripe records of intolerance for women, the air is usefully thick with shouts of hypocrite. Horowitz is probably the best organizer the left has these days. November 7th. Paris in Brumaire, late October and early November in the French revolutionary calendar devised by d'Eglantine should be mellow and the vegetable stalls full of bolete mushrooms. But this Brumaire has been inhospitable, with a wind as sharp as the knife that sliced through d'Eglantine's neck, though conditions are tolerable when the sun is up. The plus side held gloriously clear skies and beautiful light, filling Suger's great cathedral at St. Denis. At the Pompidou there is an immense exhibition of Giacometti, in which profusion has a reverse effect. 2 or 3 Giacometti sculptures by themselves look great, but hundreds tell you the guy ran out of steam sometime in the late 30s. His studio became a mecca for top-level photographers doing the sculptor at work. Cartier-Bresson, Brassai, Arnold Newman, and Irving Penn were all in attendance. Giacometti was a manly-looking Swiss-Italian, and played the artist at work part well. Annette G. looked less happy as the decades passed, and there are odd times when he spends 3 or 4 years sculpting and drawing a couple of Japanese men, at least one of whom was Annette's lover. Giacometti chose his fans well too. Jennett did a big essay on him and Sartre wrote the catalog intro for his first New York show. The modern art collection at the Pompidou is really good and reminds one, if reminders are necessary, just how awful modern art collections are in US. There was room after room of great and interesting things, ravishing Kandinsky's, a fantastic room of Picabuy's, one with two naked women in 40s movie poster style with a bulldog, plus a really frightening golden calf. Then on the next floor a whole late modern collection with excellent acquisitions from 1950s, 1960s, and on. Among them was Manhattan Real Estate Holdings, a real-time social system as of May 1, 1971, the series by Hans Haacke that got his one-man show axed at the last minute by the Guggenheim in the 1970s. The work consists of 146 photographs of buildings, many of them slums, acquired between 1951 and 1971 by Harry Szapolsky, named at the time as the city's top slumlord. Haacke included in each photo the info given in the real estate directory of Manhattan. They make ironic reading now. Back then, to take a couple of examples, Szapolsky had 219 E94th, a 5-story building with an assessed land value of $25,000 and a total value of $47,000. A 6-story walk-up, 346 East 13th Street had an assessed land value of $22,000 and a total value of $57,000. The best pieces on this floor of the Pompidou were an immense robe made from bottle tinfoil and bottle caps, maybe 50 feet by 50 feet, looking like a Klimt, by a Ghanaian artist, Ella Natsui, and a 50-foot sperm whale or plane, depending on one's point of view, made from bamboo, with about 10,000 scissors, knives, etc., confiscated by security at Sao Paulo airport. The artist is Cai Guoqiang, about whom one story I found begins with the promising words that he is best known for his magnanimous works using gunpowder. The greatest delight of the Pompidou's modern collection is that not one Warhol as profuse in American institutions of culture as dinosaurs was on display. December 11. Overheard by the SF cab driver. 20-something female passenger, how are you feeling? 20-something male passenger, like I'm about to pass out. Female passenger, awesome. Passing out is awesome. 2008. January 2nd. It's time to take stock of the landscape. The American political system, as conditioned by corporate cash, legal obstructions to independent candidacies, and the corporate press, is designed to eliminate any substantive threat to business as usual. In the case of the Democrats, the winnowing process is working well. Mike Gravel, by far the most vivacious and radical of the party's candidates on the substantive matters of the war and empire, was swiftly marginalized. I've seen very few Gravel buttons. Dennis Kucinich seems to have a lock on those Democrats prepared to stay true to a hopeless outsider. I don't understand this loyalty to the Ohio congressman. The point of hopeless outsiders is to give us hope. It's a dialectical thing. They convince us that their cause is not hopeless, but his signs and buttons and tickers already look as though they're collectibles on eBay. The three major Democratic contenders for the nomination are all unalluring. John Edwards is offering us a populist package, with homilies on fair trade, gaps between rich and poor, corporate greed and so forth. Decent people including many labor organizers are working for him. I don't believe a word he says. His substantive record on war and empire is bad. He has poor judgment. Why spend $400 to have a hairdo that makes you look like a slick lawyer with a fancy haircut? Barack Obama? I can't remember a single substantive statement he's made. In terms of political philosophy and pragmatic intention, his platform is like the Anglican clergyman's answer, when asked for his conception of God, an oblong blur. When pressed, Obama's positions on war and empire are usually very bad. Talk about moving beyond partisan differences invariably ends with the establishment's long-term goal of abolishing Social Security. Hillary Clinton is the candidate for corporate power at home, An empire abroad. She argued passionately in the White House for the NATO bombing of Belgrade. 5 days after September 11, 2001, she was calling for a broad war on terror. She voted for the Patriot Act. When it came time for Mrs. Clinton to deliver her speech in support of the war, she reiterated some of the most outlandish claims made by Dick Cheney. On the Republican side, I've liked Mike Huckabee. He had a decent record as governor of Arkansas and deserves support if only for his moral and political courage in his pardoning or sentence commutations of some 1,200 convicted criminals. These acts of mercy and faith in rehabilitation have been predictably attacked by many liberals because one of those he released may well have subsequently killed someone. This is an unavoidable risk unless you achieve certainty by execution or a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, which will be the trend if states continue to abandon the death penalty. The release on New Year's Eve of the 77-year-old Sarah Jane Moore after 32 years prison for trying to kill our greatest president since Warren Harding is, alas, scarcely a precedent. But Huckabee, particularly since he took on board a big-name political strategist, Ed Rollins, has made bad mistakes, flip-flopping on his enlightened position on immigration and taking on the awful John Bolton as a foreign policy counselor. Nonetheless, I have a soft spot for the guy, if only because he has real populist character and has panicked the establishment into regrouping round John McCain as the Republican match to HRC, as the bipartisan candidate of choice. But my favorite remains Ron Paul, rock solid against war and empire and the neoliberal corporate state. He's a principled fellow who's won passionate support from ordinary Americans. I recently drove down I-5 from Washington through Oregon to Northern California, and Ron Paul signs were almost the only ones I saw. I like the look of the people behind them. All great seasons in politics begin with excitement. Right now there's none. January 3rd. For the party establishments, Democratic and Republican, it was a bad night, as their favored candidates went down to severe defeat. With Barack Obama's crushing victory over Hillary Clinton, the campaign scenario of the Democratic elite is now in the trash bin. Their calculation had been that Obama would never be able to match the Clintons' fundraising. Wrong. Obama raised huge sums from small contributors, who can continue their support. A lot of Hillary's big financial backers have already reached their legal limits. They thought Obama was another Howard Dean, headed for deflation as soon as the voters faced the moment of decision. Wrong again. Mrs. Clinton had the big feminist organizations in her corner and a good chunk of organized labor. They didn't deliver, any more than the Democratic machine supervised by campaign chairman Terry McAuliffe and super pollster Mark Penn. They thought they could sink Obama with December's slurs about drug use, Islamic heritage, and color. They backfired. The only age bracket Hillary scored well in was that of women 65 and up. However, Obama was able to expand the electorate, an unprecedented feat in the history of Iowa caucuses. Students currently on winter break went back to Ames, Iowa City and Des Moines to vote for him. The three main issues on voters' minds were, in descending order, the war, the economy, and health care. Obama led in all three. Overall, he beat Hillary among both men and women. He took the 5 biggest cities and most of the counties in every quarter of the state. Young people simply don't care for Hillary. Young voters see Obama as a break with the past, and he skillfully manages to avoid any substantive positioning that might disabuse them of this belief. As much as the press tried to say that the war is no longer an issue, it turned out to be the top concern of the voters, and Obama's record features opposition to the war in his Senate campaign in 2004. Clinton and Edwards both voted for the war. Edwards apologized for that vote. Clinton never did. It's hard to see any future for the Edwards campaign, unless as some kind of Hillary surrogate to siphon votes away from Obama in New Hampshire and South Carolina. There's no evidence that economic populism doesn't sell in Iowa. It's simply that this time around Democrats and independents didn't see Edwards as a persuasive salesman. January 16. Terrorism flourishes brazenly at Ground Zero in the new 7 World Trade Center building. Here can be found a secretive entity of fabulous wealth and power. Kingdoms and corporations alike tremble at its shadow and make haste to pay it tribute. I refer to Moody's Investor Services, wholly owned subsidiary of Moody's Corporation, which reported $2.3 billion in revenues in 2006. On January 10, Moody's, in concert with the other main bond rating firm, Standard & Poor's, gave the United States its top AAA credit rating. The terrorist blackmail threat came in the form of a demand by Moody's that the U.S. government reform Social Security and Medicare. In the very long term, the rating could come under pressure if reform of Medicare and Social Security is not carried out, as these two programs are the largest threats to the long-term financial health of the United States and to the government's AAA rating. Stephen Hess, Moody's top analyst for the U.S. economy, spelled it out more explicitly to the London Financial Times: if no policy changes are made, in 10 years from now we would have to look very seriously at whether the U.S. is still a AAA credit. The U.S. rating is the anchor of the world's financial system. If you have a downgrade, you have a problem. Thus does Moody's man calmly threaten to plant the financial equivalent of a thermonuclear device under the Statue of Liberty. Right now the U.S. deficit is around $200 billion, 1.5% of GDP, which is not large by recent historical measure and which presents no danger in itself to U.S. financial soundness. But as Professor Robert Pollin of UMass/Amherst adds, if Moody's analysts want to discuss the causes of fiscal laxity, why not look at the Iraq War? The defense budget for 2006 was $617 billion. That is 4.8% of a $13 trillion GDP. Before the Iraq War, the defense budget was about 3% of GDP. So Iraq alone is costing about $150 billion annually, about 1.1% of GDP. And what has it accomplished? Social Security and Medicare combined were about $900 billion in 2006. Why assume we first have to attack our minimal welfare state, and leave the imperial budget intact? In fact, it's almost entirely Medicare, not Social Security, that accounts for the projected rising costs in our shriveled welfare state. The culprit here is not the swelling ranks of older people but the insurance and drug companies' grip on our health system. Conversion to single payer would mean huge savings. The U.S. pays around 15% of its gross domestic product for healthcare, about 70% more than the outlay of other advanced industrial countries. Shift to single payer and quit shoving money 4.8% of GDP down the imperial sinkhole and there's no fiscal crisis of any sort, short or long term, for Moody's or anyone else to fret about. And in the even shorter term, if Moody's sees a fiscal crisis looming, why don't its overpaid executives for once put the national interest first and call for a tax hike on the rich? Pollin tells me that just going back to Clinton, as opposed to Bush 2, on taxes for those making over $200,000 a year would generate $60 billion a year. Do this and end the war in Iraq and you wipe out almost the whole deficit at a stroke. Let a real war on terror commence. March 1. Was there a medium-sized right-wing conspiracy to nail Gov. Eliot Spitzer, above and beyond Governor Spitzer's own diligent efforts in the same cause? It certainly looks like it. It's clear that the Fed started with Spitzer, whose wire transfers led them to the Emperor's Club, a prostitution business efficiently administered by a 23-year-old Blair Academy grad, Cecil Sewell, on behalf of her 62-year-old boyfriend, Mark Breener, from the high-rise in Cliffside Park, New Jersey, with fine views of Manhattan. The official story is that it was Spitzer's efforts to break down a $10,000 transfer to an account fronting for Emperor's Club that alerted clerks at his Manhattan branch of Capital One's North Fork Bank. A similar transaction at another bank where Spitzer had an account also supposedly twitched a red flag. Banks have to report deposits of $10,000 and up to the Treasury Department. People not wanting to have their bank snitch to the feds about their transactions routinely keep the sums below the red light figure, and the feds have told the banks to adjust their mandatory snooping to report $8,000 plus sums, or sums that add up to $10,000. Like innumerable other affronts to privacy, this reporting requirement began as a tool in the war on drugs, and now is part of the furniture of our lives. All the same, it strains credulity to believe that North Fork's suspicious activity report on a well-known and presumably valued client immediately aroused the interest of the IRS employee scrutinizing the hundreds of thousands of SARS churning through his computer in the IRS watchpost in Long Island. The official version has the IRS man noting Spitzer's name, then passing the information up the food chain to the Justice Department, and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan. Instead of the banks being curious on their own, what if the feds told the banks to report all of Spitzer's wire transfers to them? It seems likely, and if so, we have here in outline a sting operation which raises another pressing question: who exactly was it that put Spitzer in touch with Emperor's Club in the first place? Once the wheels were set in motion, we had the undefying spectacle of the full resources of the state devoted to exposing Spitzer's various rendezvous with consenting adults, primarily the comely 22-year-old Kristen. Spitzer's role as the sole target in this recruitment of investigative and prosecutorial manpower since July 2007 is evidenced by the malicious insertion in the prosecutor's indictment of a quote from the phone taps about his sexual preferences, which Heidi Fleiss, the Hollywood madam, insisted was most certainly a demand for unprotected anal sex. It's hard to root for Spitzer with much enthusiasm, beyond mandatory support for anyone facing political ruin and possible criminal charges for having sex with a consenting adult. It was extraordinary to hear the Mann Act, ancient weapon of racist bigotry against blacks, being brandished as a possible sanction against Spitzer for having paid for a prostitute to travel from New York to Washington, D.C. Obviously a stookpot of psychic contradictions, Spitzer was brimful of prosecutorial zeal himself, against prostitutes as well as convicted sex offenders. It was Gov. Spitzer who pushed civil commitment into law in March 2007, legalizing possible lifetime incarceration for sex offenders, no matter what their original prison sentences may have been. But Spitzer also frightened Wall Street. There were plenty of very powerful financial institutions that craved his downfall and whose employees cheered wildly when that downfall appeared imminent. Powerful people on Wall Street didn't like Gov. Elliot Spitzer, and Wall Street plays dirty. Relevant here are remarks on the evening of Spitzer's resignation by Ken Langone. The billionaire venture capitalist was a New York Stock Exchange board member whom Spitzer had gone after when he was Attorney General. Langone was an ally of Richard Grasso, chairman and CEO of the New York Stock Exchange. Attorney General Spitzer sued Grasso in 2004, seeking repayment of most of a $140 million pay package. According to the suit, Grasso, along with former NYSE Director Kenneth Langone, misled the NYSE board about the details of his pay package, beyond that of comparable chief executives. Langone later proclaimed he was launching a holy war against Spitzer, when the latter ran for governor. CNBC, would you say that you were surprised by this news? Langone, not at all. I had no doubt about his lack of character and integrity. It would only be a matter of time. I didn't think he would do it this soon or the way he did it. But I know for sure he went himself to a post office and bought $2,800 worth of mail orders to send to the hooker. CNBC, how do you know that? Langone, I know it. I know somebody who was standing in back of him in line. We all have our own private hells. I hope his private hell is hotter than anybody else's. In other words, the vindictive billionaire Langone heard about the $2,800 in money orders from a private investigator he or his associates had retained to follow Spitzer. As one Wall Street veteran remarked, I know this to be standard operating procedure against Wall Street enemies. How is this not selective prosecution when the members of law enforcement are trying the case in the media? Furthermore, how is this a matter for the Department of Justice's Public Integrity Office? Spitzer has income of over $1 million a year. That would put his assets in the tens of millions. It's not as though he couldn't afford to pay for the prostitutes out of his own pocket. And it's also not like he was guarding the location of nuclear subs. Now consider the larger context of Wall Street's apprehensions about Governor Spitzer. Pam Martins outlined them eloquently as she described the motivations big Wall Street players had for pumping money into Barack Obama's campaign. In March of 2000, the Nasdaq stock market, hyped with spurious claims for startup tech and dot-com companies, reached a peak of over 5,000. 8 years later, it's trading in the 2,300 range and most of those companies no longer exist. From peak to trough, Nasdaq transferred over $4 trillion from the pockets of small mania-gripped investors to the wealthy and elite market manipulators. Mr. Greenspan was the wind beneath the wings of a carefully orchestrated wealth transfer system known as pump and dump on Wall Street. As hundreds of court cases, internal emails, and insider testimony now confirm, this bubble was no naturally occurring phenomenon any more than the Obama bubble is. The current housing bubble bust is just a freshly minted version of Wall Street's real estate limited partnership frauds of the ADS, but on a grander scale. Wall Street created an artificial demand for housing by soliciting high interest rate mortgages because they could be bundled and quickly resold for big fees to yield-hungry hedge funds and institutions. A major underpinning of this scheme was that Wall Street secured an artificial rating of AAA from rating agencies that were paid by Wall Street to provide the rating. When demand from institutions was saturated, Wall Street kept the scheme going by hiding the debt off its balance sheets and stuffed this long-term product into mom-and-pop money markets, notwithstanding that money markets are required by law to hold only short-term investments. To further perpetuate the bubble as long as possible, Wall Street prevented pricing transparency by keeping the trading off regulated exchanges and used unregulated over-the-counter contracts instead. Wall Street has nothing to fear for its subprime frauds from the SEC. The Commission cannot initiate criminal prosecutions. But New York State has the Martin Act, the most powerful criminal enforcement weapon in the country. Now look at why Wall Street was extremely nervous of what New York Attorney General Andrew Cuomo, backed by Gov. Spitzer, might have been planning to do with the Martin Act. News reports in January said Cuomo was preparing such suits. Later the NAACP and lead counsel Brian Kabatek filed papers seeking to fast-track their federal class action lawsuit against Washington Mutual, Citi, GMAC, and 15 other mortgage firms who systematically steered African American borrowers into predatory loans. The defendants in this case are Citi Mortgage, SunTrust Mortgage, GMAC Rescap, JP Morgan, National City, First Horizon, AmeriQuest Mortgage Company, Fremont Investment and Loan, Option 1 Mortgage Corporation, WMC Mortgage Corporation, Long Beach Mortgage Company, BNC Mortgage, Accredited Home Lenders, Bear Stearns Residential Mortgage Corporation, Encore Credit, First Franklin Financial Corporation, HSBC Finance Corporation, and Washington Mutual Incorporated. This suit is the first to have ever charged so many major mortgage lenders with racial discrimination. The suit is supported by a wealth of government and other research. A 2008 study by United for a Fair Economy cites federal data showing people of color are more than 3 times more likely to have subprime loans. The study estimated losses of between $164 billion and $213 billion for subprime loans taken by people of color during the past 8 years. This is thought to be the greatest loss of wealth for people of color in modern U.S. history. A July 2007 report by Freddie Mac showed that minority borrowers pay higher annual percentage rates on mortgage loans than non-minorities with equal income and credit risk. There are reasons not to be entirely confident of the defense team retained by Spitzer. The former governor has retained 3 lawyers from the law firm Paul, Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton, and Garrison. This is, according to one seasoned observer, one of the dirtiest law firms, and a huge part of its income comes from Wall Street. It's known as the place that both the U.S. government and Wall Street hire to cover up big crimes. The way things usually work is that Paul Weiss is on board to make sure Wall Street's and the government's dirty secrets remain secret. The public is pretty much in the dark about the fact that our government is not just wiretapping and email snooping, but it's also going through our mail. Judging from what Longoni said about the postal money orders and what the complaint says about the phone calls with Spitzer about the package arriving, it seems Spitzer was mailing his checks and or postal money orders. So, it seems likely the feds were snooping in his mail. Opening this window to public scrutiny might disclose that millions of pieces of our mail have been opened without good cause. March 1st. The vast slum projects on Chicago's South Side known as the Robert Taylor homes, setting for Sudhir Venkatesh's gang leader for a day, no longer exist. The bulldozers started rolling in the early 1990s, only 30 years after the mini-city of 28 high-rises went up. It was constructed on French modernist principles, a 2-mile by 2-block concrete desert in which the Chicago Housing Authority had very loose authority over 27,000 people, 99.9% black, 95% jobless and on welfare, over 40% of the heads of household being single mothers. Venkatesh's colorful and sympathetic memoir is a snapshot, like those you see stuck on posts alongside American highways where a car or truck took its human cargo into the hereafter. Born in Madras and raised in comfortable middle-class academic circumstances in Southern California, Venkatesh embarked on his PhD in sociology at the University of Chicago in 1989. The dominant figure in the department at that time was William Julius Wilson, famous for arguing in such books as When Work Disappears and The Truly Disadvantaged that, contrary to depictions of ghetto blacks in right-wing bestiaries, which spoke of psychological, intellectual, and even genetic deficits, the core problem was work. Without stable, well-paid jobs, any community will slide downhill, with blacks at the bottom of the heap. Venkatesh soon got bored poring over data sets and yearned to scrutinize actual poor people. Fortunately, Wilson was embarking on a big new study of poverty and told Venkatesh to put together a questionnaire and start interviewing. To the homeboys lounging about in the stairwells of the projects, selling crack and fending off the competition, Venkatesh must have been an odd sight, a tall, dark-skinned fellow with a ponytail and a tie-dye shirt, memento of his deadhead cultural affiliations, flourishing a researcher's clipboard and asking, "How does it feel to be black and poor?" They figure him as a member of a Mexican gang, or an Arab, and hold him till the gang leader, JT, a college dropout with a talent for organizing, assays Venkatesh's academic credentials and origins, and in short order says he can stay around, thus setting Venkatesh on a path that would eventually lead him to Harvard and then to Columbia University. Venkatesh does little more than gesture in a sentence or two about how exactly he earned the trust of JT and other powerful people in the projects, such as the tenant leader, Ms. Bailey. In keeping with his laconic, understated mode, one has the sense now and then of a book written in something of a hurry. He does not broach the subject of his own ethnic origins, but it obviously helped that he is not white. At all events, the laid-back personality that led JT and others to trust young Sudhir emerges clearly from his descriptions, at once sympathetic and detached, of slum life and the endless battles of the very poor to make it to the end of the day in one piece. His dry Indian eye allows him to sketch in vivid detail the entrepreneurial hive at the Robert Taylor homes. The projects come alive in Venkatesh's glancing descriptions: urine-soaked stairwells inhabited by squatters and cruised by hookers, the 16-story buildings' bleak outside corridors savaged by Chicago's winter winds, welcoming apartments in which heroic mothers raise their kids and cram Sudhir's plate with soul food as he writes up his notes. His posture is genuinely one of respect. The gang members are not the super predators demonized by the right-wing criminologists who dominated discussions of the ghetto and of the justice system's stance toward gangs in the late 1980s and 90s. They are humans given scant choices. "You want to understand how black folks live in the projects," Ms. Bailey tells Venkatesh. "Why we are poor. Why we have so much crime. Why we can't feed our families. Why our kids can't get work when they grow up. So will you be studying white people?" Declining a pose of moral affront, Venkatesh's particular talent is to have figured out how the buildings function as a collective business enterprise, how the truly desperate squeeze $100 a month out of recycling trash, how the hookers rate their services. He had one huge stroke of good fortune in the form of a secret gift of the gang's business accounts, conscientiously maintained by J.T.'s bookkeeper, T-Bone. Using T-Bone's notebook, he established exactly what the junior drug vendors in J.T.'s army, the Black Kings, were making, minimum wage, hence the need to live with their moms. JT himself was pulling down from $30,000 a year up to as much as $100,000 at his apex. The books methodically recorded the levies extorted by the gang from local shopkeepers, from the squatters, from the hookers. Venkatesh explains how a vast urban slum was actually governed by innumerable quid pro quos and intricate contracts which, being unwritten and with the rule of law not accessible to its inhabitants, were enforced by the threat or the direct exercise of violence. Adopting a modified Candidian posture as the West Coast naif in darkest Chicago, Venkatesh lets the reader know early on that, yes, he witnessed more or less mutely some bad stuff. Initially, when JT beats up an elderly squatter called C-Note who refuses to quit working on a car in an area the gang want to use for basketball, "I told you, nigger," JT said, his face barely an inch away from C-Note's, "but you just don't listen, do you?" He sounded exasperated, but there was also a sinister tone to his voice I'd never heard before. "Why are you making this harder?" He started slapping C-Note on the side of the head, grunting with each slap, C-Note's head flopping back and forth like a toy. Then J.T.'s henchmen pushed him to the ground. They took turns kicking him, one in the back and the other in the stomach. It takes C-Note 2 months to recover from the beating. Venkatesh writes a few pages later, J.T. and I resumed our normal relationship. I kept my questions to myself. While I was by no means comfortable watching drug addicts smoke crack, the C-Note affair gave me greater pause. He was an old man in poor health, he could hardly be expected to defend himself against men twice his size and half his age, men who also happened to carry guns. But I didn't do anything. I'm ashamed to say I didn't confront JT about it until some 6 months later, and even then I did so tentatively. This observer/participant theme weaves its way uncertainly through the book. Venkatesh's academic advisors remind him that witness of criminal activities renders him liable to subpoenas and even charges of criminal conspiracy. More experienced ethnographers caution him against excessive involvement with his subjects. Venkatesh's own entrepreneurial instincts prompt him to assert too shrilly the originality of his research methods, and also to contrive the signally unconvincing chapter that gives the book its title, Gang Leader for a Day. It is plain enough that Venkatesh was nothing of the sort. Under the careful eye of JT and his lieutenants, he is allowed to make a few inconsequential decisions before surrendering the imaginary role. It is as a participant that Venkatesh makes the astounding move of revealing to JT and Ms. Bailey the actual earnings disclosed to him by the small-time hustlers, hookers, and marginal players, whose confidence he has fostered down the years. Furious at the news of tiny profits undeclared to them, JT and Ms. Bailey promptly exact retribution, thus earning Venkatesh the well-merited suspicion of his erstwhile informants. Remorseful across several pages, he never really explains his shameful conduct, and one can only conclude that it was the pride of the business analyst that led him on. He could not resist strutting his stuff to JT and Ms. Bailey. History sidles briefly into the book. Old black men muse nostalgically about the days of the Black Panthers, who offered the ghetto social services along with incendiary politics. An older woman, Cordella Levy, recalls how women used to run social life in the projects before the possibility of decent local employment disappeared and the drug gangs came in, establishing the cash nexus and rule of force as the motor of social relations. It was a time for women, Levy says, a place for women. The men ruined everything. This brings us back to young men like JT, who beats up C-Note. Eventually Venkatesh asks him why, and JT answers, C-Note was challenging my authority. I had niggers watching me, and I had to do what I had to do. The sense of insecurity and impermanence in jobs, relationships, lodging, life itself that so imbues the lives of poor people takes over Venkatesh's book in its final chapters. The Robert Taylor homes are now demolished, and amid the rubble lies J.T.'s empire, as a federal onslaught puts many of the black kings behind bars. T-Bone got 10 years for drug trafficking and died in prison. JT got out of the gang business, but his barbershop failed. He thought he was going to be the hero of Venkatesh's book, but presumably by now has realized that this was a role the author had reserved for himself, crowing on the last page that he was a rogue sociologist, breaking conventions and flouting the rules. Of course, the roguery has done him no end of good, and Gang Leader for a Day will probably end up as a movie. And the moral is? But no, there is no moral of the sort Venkatesh's supervisor William Julius Wilson might have written about how to fight poverty. March 26. Suddenly everyone is having a conversation. The word has come of age. I see it bowing and scraping on the opinion pages and TV talk shows 3 or 4 times a day. Barack Obama's speech in Philadelphia about race stuck pretty carefully to the unwritten rules of a national conversation, in marked contrast to the sermons of the Rev. Josiah Wright, whose stimulating rhetoric has caused such extraordinary affront, if you will, to the conversing classes. The junior senator from Illinois is a master at drowning the floundering swimmer he purports to rescue, while earning credit for extending a manly hand in human solidarity. Obama's fake rescue technique is reminiscent of Alexander Pope's 18th century lines about Joseph Addison: damn with faint praise, assent with civil leer / and without sneering, teach the rest to sneer. Our tragedy is that we have 3 neoliberals left in the presidential race, at a time when neoliberalism has collapsed and life-giving divisiveness is top of the wanted list. I suppose, out of the 3 of them, I prefer Obama. McCain is an idiot, and HRC wants Volcker, Rubin, and Greenspan to lead a high-level emergency working group to recommend ways to restructure at-risk mortgages to help avert more foreclosures. But I don't think Obama is a real fighter. He's too pretty, and he doesn't want to get his looks messed up. May 3rd. Every few years New York City cops hear the growl of clear and present danger and subdue the threat with powerful volleys of lead. With Sean Bell, an African American, in November 2006 the fusillade rose to 50 shots, deemed necessary by the men in blue to lay low Bell outside a nightclub in November 2006. In Queens last week a judge ruled that the cops who turned young Bell into a sieve on his wedding day had been filled with a most understandable apprehension, even though Bell turned out to be unarmed. As usual the cops walk, and sometime later the victim's family may get a settlement from the city. The important thing is that justice is seen not to have been done. Power needs the periodic buttress of irrational, uniformed violence. The crowds protesting in Queens after Judge Anthony Cooperman let Bell's killers go free a week ago were orderly, as instructed by an African American. We're a nation of laws, so we respect the verdict that came down, Barack Obama said when asked about the case by reporters in Indiana. Resorting to violence to express displeasure over a verdict is something that is completely unacceptable and is counterproductive. Spoken like a president of the Harvard Law Review. In fact, Obama's white rival for the Democratic nomination, Hillary Clinton, put more juice into her press release: this tragedy has deeply saddened New Yorkers and all Americans. My thoughts are with Nicole and her children and the rest of Sean's family during this difficult time. The court has given its verdict, and now we await the conclusion of a Department of Justice civil rights investigation. Obama is now well advanced along the path of reassurance, where each candidate nearing the White House makes clear their fidelity to the standard of irrational violence. As with McCain and Mrs. Clinton, this year he has affirmed his willingness to wipe out America's enemies with nuclear bombs and missiles, though he drew some rebukes for saying he was not in favor of nuking the Hindu Kush, thus casting a disquieting flicker of reason across the path of reassurance. Since he is, though half-white, black in appearance, and in such matters appearance counts for everything, Obama has dealt with the pigmentation problem by declaring that race is no longer a troubling factor in America, and should be low on the fix-it list of any incoming president. In Selma, Alabama, he declared that blacks have already come 90% of the way to equality. Indeed, he's already issued white America a loss damage waiver. If I lose, it would not be because of race. It would be because of mistakes I made along the campaign trail. June 7. Obama inspires young people who flock to his rallies. He promises not only to create a new kind of politics but to transform this country, change the world, create a kingdom right here on earth. Commingled with these doses of uplift are the familiar coarse pledges to crucial interest groups, such as the Miami Cubans. Obama's speech to them on May 25 was a dismal exercise in right-wing demagoguery. Take his speech to the Cuban-American National Foundation in Miami on May 23, "Throughout my entire life, there has been injustice and repression in Cuba. Never, in my lifetime, have the people of Cuba known freedom. This is the terrible and tragic status quo that we have known for half a century of elections that are anything but free or fair. I won't stand for this injustice, you won't stand for this injustice, and together we will stand up for freedom in Cuba. I will maintain the embargo." Obama also had words of specific comfort for the Uribe regime in Colombia. "When I am president, we will continue the Andean counter-drug program, and update it to meet evolving challenges. We will fully support Colombia's fight against the FARC. We'll work with the government to end the reign of terror from right-wing paramilitaries. We will support Colombia's right to strike terrorists who seek safe haven across its borders." Note the endorsement of Colombia's foray into Ecuador to assassinate a FARC leader. After invoking hope and change in St. Paul, Obama rushed the next day to Washington for some ritual groveling to the APEC. "We will also use all elements of American power to pressure Iran. I will do everything in my power to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Everything in my power. Everything, and I mean everything. Israel should get whatever it wants and an undivided Jerusalem should be its capital." We can look ahead to months of Obama deflecting McCain's onslaughts on him as a starry-eyed peacenik by insisting that what the beleaguered empire above all needs is efficiency, ruthless if necessary. "The generals are light years ahead of the civilians," he reassured one of his fans, the neoconservative New York Times columnist, David Brooks. "They are trying to get the job done rather than look tough." Can a black man get elected president in 2008? Hillary Clinton said no. In the last weeks she ran up some impressive totals of white voters agreeing with her, as in West Virginia where Obama scarcely campaigned, just as he remained invisible to voters in Kentucky, Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, and Wisconsin. Obama right now has an edge in electoral college votes, though this somewhat depends which faction of number crunchers you believe. By almost every yardstick, except the wild card of his skin color, he'll win. It should be inconceivable for a Republican to capture the White House for the third time in a row when the price of gasoline is headed towards $5 a gallon, food prices are soaring, and most Americans reckon things are going to get a lot worse. At least for now, the Clinton dynasty is headed for the retirement home. None too soon, I say, however Obama turns out. June 22. The delirium in the press at Tim Russert's passing has been strange. As a broadcaster he was not much better than average, which is saying very little. He could be a sharp questioner, but not when it really counted and when courage was required. He was tough with George Bush in a February interview in 2004. He taxed with him with faking the reasons to attack Iraq. But in the years before the 2003 attack, I used to hear him being merciless with those questioning whether Saddam Hussein had the nukes and bioweapons alleged by the Bush administration and its conspirators in the press, prominent among them Russert himself. If Russert had rocked the boat in any serious way he'd have had more enemies. The right-wingers didn't care for Walter Cronkite, but they had no problem with Russert. Rush Limbaugh nuzzled him respectfully on the air and so did Don Imus. Russert was always there with his watering can to fertilize myths useful to the system. Russert spent many years working for Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who played the greasiest cards in the political deck, whoring for the Israel lobby, and race-baiting for Nixon. Few were more zealous than Russert in shredding anyone with the temerity to criticize Israel. Obama, now shuffling Moynihan's greasy deck with his Father's Day sermon about black responsibility, himself got a dose of Russert's own race-baiting earlier this year, with a ridiculous volley of questions about Farrakhan and Wright in the February 26 debate. Any white telepundit can make hay with Farrakhan, but when it came to high gasoline prices, Russert was meek as a shoeshine boy, lining up the oil execs and tugging his forelock. After his death, the TV played over and over the clip with Russert's interview of Dick Cheney, where the latter said U.S. troops will be greeted as liberators. Russert didn't say, "What do you mean, Mr. VP? People historically despise occupying armies. Bombing historically does not win people to your side." It was a softball moment for Cheney. Russert was part of the Amen chorus. July 9. He went to the big armory in the sky a few years ago, but on the evening of June 26, here in Petrolia, I could almost hear the joyful salvos that my neighbor, Curly Wright, half a mile down Conklin Creek Road, would have loosed off into the hillside the other side of the Mattole. June 26. For millions of Americans, the political high point of 2008 is now behind them. The precise day is forever inscribed in their hearts as one of glorious ratification of America's core freedoms, the day the U.S. Supreme Court for the first time affirmed by a narrow majority of 5-4 the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The last time Joe Paff and I visited Curly, then in his early 80s, his strict constructionist reading of the Second Amendment was visible in every cranny of his home. Without twisting my head as I sat on the couch, I think I counted around 30 long guns disposed about the premises. Tucked between the cushions of the couch itself and in a planter or two there were small handguns available for swift deployment. Curly was an unregulated militia all on his own. The U.S. Supreme Court's decision was a frightful blow to the gun controllers. This is a decision that will cost innocent lives, cause immeasurable pain and suffering, and turn America into a more dangerous country, wailed the New York Times in an editorial. A frightening decision and a return to the days of the Wild West, said Mayor Richard Daley of Chicago, a city to which gunfire has been street music for many decades. The court's decision was written by its peppery ultra-conservative, Justice Antonin Scalia, who became positively lyrical in his paean to the handgun. There are many reasons that a citizen may prefer a handgun for home defense. It is easier to store in a location that is readily accessible in an emergency. It cannot easily be redirected or wrestled away by an attacker. It is easier to use for those without the upper body strength to lift and aim a long gun. It can be pointed at a burglar with one hand while the other hand dials the police. Whatever the reason, handguns are the most popular weapon chosen by Americans for self-defense in the home, and a complete prohibition of their use is invalid. Thinking of Curly's well-defended home, I remain astounded by the tiny number of weapons allegedly seized by the feds in their recent execution of 29 search warrants in Humboldt County, commencing on June 24. Only 30 firearms seized in Sohum. Mr. McGregor probably had better home defense against Peter Rabbit. If that's all that a passel of alleged cultivators can muster in southern Humboldt, heaven help us when the Chinese declare World War III. They could land at Shelter Cove, and scythe their way through the woods to Garberville with only token resistance from pacifists bunkered down in their plastic greenhouses flourishing watering cans. The red flag would be flapping over Willits by sundown, and San Francisco right down 101 waiting to drop into the hands of the commie capitalists like a ripe plum. Europeans, snootily aghast at America's 50 million households holding about 250 million guns, usually miss two important points. Home defense is a phrase with profound reverberations. How much it all had to do with killing Indians is for you to decide. And the gun lobby has been successful in anchoring their cause in the notion of a basic freedom, in an era when Americans correctly feel that freedom against unreasonable searches and seizures, or to a speedy trial, is being relentlessly eroded by government. August 23. Change and hope are not words one associates with Senator Joe Biden, a man so ripely symbolic of everything that is unchanging and hopeless about our political system that a computer simulation of the corporate political paradigm senator in Congress would turn out Biden in a nanosecond. The first duty of any senator from Delaware is to do the bidding of the banks and large corporations that use the tiny state as a drop box and legal sanctuary. Biden has never failed his masters in this primary task. Find any bill that sticks it to the ordinary folk on behalf of the money power and you'll likely detect Biden's hand at work. The Bankruptcy Act of 2005 was just one sample. In concert with his fellow corporate serf, Senator Tom Carper, Biden blocked all efforts to hinder bankrupt corporations from fleeing from their real locations to the legal sanctuary of Delaware. Since Obama is himself a corporate serf and from day one in the U.S. Senate has been attentive to the same masters that employ Biden, the ticket is well balanced, the seesaw with Obama at one end and Biden at the other dead level on the fulcrum of corporate capital. Another shining moment in Biden's progress in the current presidential term was his conduct in the hearings on Judge Alito's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. From the opening moments of the Judiciary Committee's sessions in January 2006, it became clear that Alito faced no serious opposition. On that first ludicrous morning, Senator Pat Leahy sank his head into his hands, shaking it in unbelieving despair as Biden blathered out a self-serving and inane monologue lasting a full 20 minutes before he even asked Alito one question. In his allotted half hour, Biden managed to pose only 5 questions, all of them ineptly phrased. He did pose 2 questions about Alito's membership of a racist society at Princeton, but had already undercut them in his monologue by calling Alito a man of integrity, not once but twice, and further trivialized the interrogation by reaching under the dais to pull out a Princeton cap and put it on. A Delaware newspaper made deadly fun of him for his awful performance, eliciting the revealing confession from Biden that I made a mistake. I should have gone straight to my question. I was trying to put him at ease. Biden is a notorious flapjaw. His vanity deludes him into believing that every word that drops from his mouth is minted in the golden currency of Pericles. Vanity is the most conspicuous characteristic of U.S. senators en bloc, nourished by deferential acolytes and often expressed in loutish sexual advances to staffers, interns, and the like. Why did Obama choose Biden? One important constituency pressing for Biden was no doubt the Israel lobby inside the Democratic Party. Obama, no matter how fervent his proclamations of support for Israel, has always been viewed with some suspicion by the lobby. For half the lifespan of the State of Israel, Biden has been its unswerving acolyte in the U.S. Senate. September 17. Last Monday morning, amid the financial rubble of the weekend disasters, John McCain said he thought the economy was fundamentally sound. Hours later, maybe after a phone call from the Palins, he changed his mind. The man who wants less government now wants a government inquiry. He doesn't know what's wrong, but he's bothered. It would take the pen of Swift to depict a scene more ludicrous than the recent Republican convention, featuring thunderous denunciations of big government a few hours before Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson rushed to bail out Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac in the largest nationalization in history, privatizing the profits and nationalizing the losses, sticking the taxpayers with a $300 billion TAB. On Tuesday, AIG got the same treatment. Even Swift could not depict the brazen effrontery of McCain offering himself as the foe of the special interests when his prime, albeit technically unofficial economic advisor is former Senator Phil Gramm. In 1999, John McCain's friend and now his closest economic counselor, then a senator from Texas, pushed through the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. It repealed the old Glass-Steagall Act, passed in the Great Depression, which prohibited a commercial bank from being in the investment and insurance business. President Bill Clinton cheerfully signed it into law. A year later, Gramm, chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, attached a 262-page amendment to an omnibus appropriations bill, voted on by Congress right before a recess. The amendment received no scrutiny and duly became the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which okayed deregulation of investment banks, exempting most over-the-counter derivatives, credit defaults, and swaps from regulatory scrutiny. Thus were born the scams that produced the debacle of Enron, a company on whose board sat Graham's wife Wendy. She had served on the Commodity Futures Trading Commission from 1983 to 1993 and devised many of the rules coded into law by her husband in 2000. Somewhat stained by the Enron debacle, Graham quit the Senate in 2002 and began to enjoy the fruits of his own deregulatory efforts. He became a vice chairman of the giant Swiss bank UBS's new investment arm in the U.S., lobbying Congress, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department about banking and mortgage issues in 2005 and 2006, urging Congress to roll back strong state rules trying to crimp the predatory tactics of the subprime mortgage industry. UBS took a bath of about $20 billion in write-offs from bad real estate loans this year. Acknowledged for years as one of the most mean-spirited men ever to reach Congress, utterly charmless, Graham kept close contacts with the man dubbed McNasty when he was at the Naval College in Annapolis. Aside from their affinities in viciousness of character, Graham had access to big campaign funders in Texas, necessary for McCain's 2008 bid. He became McCain's campaign chairman and chief economic advisor. Graham is Exhibit A in any list of the architects of the current economic mess. At the behest of the banking industry, he wrote the laws that enabled the huge balloons of funny money debt that exploded this year. His deregulatory statutes prompted Wall Street's looting orgy in the subprime thievery. After Graham declared that America was suffering merely a mental recession, and was becoming a nation of winners, McCain had to reposition him as an unofficial economic advisor, but he still remains close to the candidate and has even been touted as a possible Treasury Secretary in a McCain administration. If McCain does win and picks someone else for that job, then maybe Graham will chair the commission charged with figuring out what went wrong. October 7th. Election Day is officially November 4th. A month earlier, voters started mailing in their ballots. We can expect the usual uplifting essays, extolling the spectacle of millions of Americans peaceably exercising their democratic rights, so unlike Cuba or North Korea. Unusually early, the real election day in the United States this year fell on October 3rd, the day the U.S. House of Representatives finally approved the bailout bill already passed by the U.S. Senate 2 days earlier. Real elections mostly come after the symbolic election day. They are staged, sometimes protracted events, designed to remind voters that no matter what they may have thought they were voting for when they went to the polls, no matter who the victor or what his pledges, reality is in charge. Examples vivid in my memory include the arrival in Britain of a Labour government in the fall of 1964 after 13 years of Conservative rule. Prime Minister Harold Wilson had a slim majority of 5. Hopes were for sweeping change in accord with Labour's socialist programme. The real election then took place, dragging on for a couple of years. Lord Cromer, Governor of the Bank of England, told Wilson that there was a financial emergency. The international integrity of the pound sterling was being compromised in their eyes by the all-important international financial community, known colloquially in those days as the Gnomes of Zurich. Cromer advised the Prime Minister that Labour's plans for economic and social reform must be abandoned forthwith. Wilson told Cromer that this was a challenge to democracy. It was, and across the protracted real election it succeeded. Labour's bold promises withered. Cromer and the Gnomes carried the day. Britain was set on the course it has held to this day. The election of Jimmy Carter in 1977 was also a season of hope, that a new era was dawning, particularly in the arena of foreign policy and the Cold War. If, after the inauguration, Carter's campaign manager, Hamilton Jordan, told the press, "You find Cy Vance as Secretary of State and Zbigniew Brzezinski as Head of National Security, then I would say we failed. And I'd quit." Carter wanted George Ball as Secretary of State, but in the backstage maneuverings of the real election the Israel lobby vetoed Ball. Carter was forced to pick Vance as Secretary of State and the Cold War fanatic Brzezinski as National Security Advisor. Jordan did not quit. Such non-resignations are symbolically important because they indicate that the mandate of the real election is recognized and loyally accepted by all. The real election in Bill Clinton's case took place across 3 months after his election. After victory at the polls, he swiftly indicated surrender by making Goldman Sachs' Robert Rubin his Treasury Secretary. By March he had announced his total submission to the Wall Street banks and the end of any pretense then from the get-go of economic change or social reform. The left opposition inside his cabinet, headed by Labor Secretary Robert Reich, stayed on board. This year economic crisis demanded an early real election, designed to fend off the admittedly very remote possibility Robert Rubin is Obama's close economic advisor that Barack Obama, victorious in the November 4th election, might arrive in power, claim a reformer's mandate, and seek to prise loose the stranglehold of Wall Street financiers on the economy. In this real election, dissent dwindled rapidly in the press as the accredited commentariat, from George Will on the right to Paul Krugman in the center, declared the bailout odious but necessary. The rebellion of the House Republicans was an unexpected bump in the road and they were stigmatized as irresponsible along with the 95 Democrats who joined them. Paulson's draft bill was originally 3 pages long, a terse classic in the annals of coups d'états, seeking to render the bailout safe from the sanction of any elected body or U.S. court. As it passed to the Senate it swelled to over 700 pages, most of them recording bribes to legislators. The Senate Obama, Biden, and McCain in the vanguard duly voted aye. At this point the last, best weapon of the real election sidled onto the stage. On October 2, Rep. Brad Sherman, a California Democrat and opponent of the bailout, stated in the House that there would be martial law in America if we voted no. By a pleasing coincidence amid these dramatic events, the Army Times had reported on September 30 that the 3rd Infantry Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team, lately in Iraq, would be deployed on October 1 on U.S. soil under the day-to-day control of U.S. Army North, the Army Service Component of Northern Command. This new mission, wrote the Times' Gina Cavallero, marks the first time an active unit has been given a dedicated assignment to Northcom. As the Senate voted, Obama once again affirmed publicly that he accepted the verdict of the real election. He told reporters in Clearwater, Florida, last Wednesday that issues like bankruptcy reform, which are very important to Democrats, is probably something that we shouldn't try to do in this piece of legislation. In addition, he said that his own proposed economic stimulus program is not necessarily something that we should have in this package. But hold. You cry. Obama may enter office with a secret plan. Even FDR campaigned in 1932 for a balanced budget. And anyway, Obama and Biden will have saved us from Sarah Palin, Alaska's answer to Eva Peron. My friends, Palin is a distraction from the uncomfortable truth. After the October coup, the November ballot is merely a coda. October 24. Every politician, good or bad, is an ambitious opportunist. But beneath this topsoil, the ones who make a constructive dent on history have some bedrock of consistency, of fidelity to some central idea. In Obama's case, this idea is the ultimate distillation of identity politics, the idea of his blackness. Those who claim that if he were white he would be cantering effortlessly into the White House do not understand that without his most salient physical characteristic Obama would be seen as a second-tier senator with unimpressive credentials. As a political organizer of his own advancement, Obama is a wonder. But I have yet to identify a single uplifting intention to which he has remained constant if it has presented the slightest risk to his advancement. Summoning all the optimism at my disposal, I suppose we could say he has not yet had occasion to offend 2 important constituencies and adjust his relatively decent stances on immigration and labor law reform. Public funding of his campaign? A commitment made becomes a commitment betrayed, just as unwarrantless eavesdropping. His campaign treasury is now a vast hog swallow that, if it had been amassed by a Republican, would be the topic of thunderous liberal complaint. In substantive terms, Obama's run has been the negation of almost every decent progressive principle, a negation achieved with scarcely a bleat of protest from the progressives seeking to hold him to account. The Michael Moores stay silent. Abroad, Obama stands for imperial renaissance. He has groveled before the Israel lobby and pandered to the sourest reflexes of the Cold War era. At home he has crooked the knee to bankers and Wall Street, to the oil companies, the coal companies, the nuclear lobby, the big agricultural combines. He is even more popular with Pentagon contractors than McCain, and has been the most popular of the candidates with K Street lobbyists. He has been fearless in offending progressives, constant in appeasing the powerful. So no, this is not an exciting or liberating moment in America's politics such as was possible after the Bush years. If you want a memento of what could be exciting, I suggest you go to the website of the Nader Gonzalez campaign and read its platform, particularly on popular participation and initiative. Or read the portions of Libertarian Bob Barr's platform on foreign policy and constitutional rights. The standard these days for what the left finds tolerable is awfully low. The more the left holds its tongue, the lower the standard will go. October 30th. Over the past 2 months the entire intellectual superstructure of the conservative revolution has collapsed, with conclusive and absolute finality, nicely illustrated by the ludicrous invective lobbed by McCain at Obama. A Republican Treasury Secretary from Goldman Sachs bails out the banks and all McCain and the right-wing talk show hosts can do is howl that the rather conservative and economically right-centrist Obama is a socialist. Nervous liberals are perennially terrified that the brown shirts will soon be marching down Main Street. Now they worry that economic depression will spark to life a right-wing populist counterattack, headed by Sarah Palin, who is already cutting herself loose from McCain and setting herself up as the Jeanne d'Arc of Republican Renaissance in the next 4 years. On her current form, she's not up to it. She's just not smart enough to get beyond canned one-liners to the rubes. And how much of a constituency will she really have, beyond the born-agains? In the late 1960s Nixon's speechwriters had the easier task of delighting a solidly confident blue-collar constituency, many of them with good union jobs, with their sallies against pointy-head professors, liberal judges, and unwashed hippie scum. That constituency is long gone, along with the jobs. The best the Republicans can do at the moment is cling to the rigging, and then hope that President Obama will stick to his campaign promises, launch a wider war in Afghanistan and maybe Iran, sacrifice all his domestic pledges on the altar of imperial maintenance overseas, and see his presidency wither and die, just as Lyndon Johnson did. When the Republicans have pulled themselves together, they'll muster up some new demagogue of the right, to run a right-wing populist campaign of the sort Palin has been too dumb to mount. To counter this, what the Democrats should do, but won't, is run a series of show-trial Senate hearings, with power of subpoena, into the economic meltdown. Get the Wall Street villains up there in the public eye, day after day, and feed with torrents of disgusting facts the huge public appetite for retribution. November 4th. The first 100 days looking back over the record since FDR, the pattern is discernible: declare war on something, or at least kill people, or put a woman in the cabinet. FDR, Day 1, declares war on fear, nominates Frances Perkins to be Secretary of Labor. Truman, Day 5, calls for unconditional surrender of Axis powers. Day 113, drops a bomb on Hiroshima. Eisenhower, Day 23, refuses clemency to the Rosenbergs. Day 72, appoints Ovta Kulpabi as head of U. JFK, Day 41, announces Peace Corps, and thousands of young Americans duly learn to sit cross-legged on the ground, sowing seeds for bankruptcy of Medicare when knee replacements kick in 40 years later. Day 88, launches Bay of Pigs attack on Cuba. LBJ, Day 8, creates a mass employment program known as the Warren Commission. Within hours tens of thousands of Americans are hard at work, challenging the Commission's proceedings and drawing maps of Dealey Plaza. Nixon, Day 57, launches secret bombing of Cambodia. Ford, Day 4, declares war on inflation, public enemy number 1. Carter, Day 2, pardons Vietnam draft resistors. Day 89, announces National Energy Plan, raising domestic coal production to reduce dependency on foreign oil. Yes, President Obama, we have been here before. Better not start talking about malaise. Reagan, Day 66, declares war on corruption and inefficiency in government. This is going too far. 4 days later Hinckley tries to kill him. Bush Sr., Day 38, goes live on Chinese TV, Day 47, bombs Baghdad. Clinton, Day 3, allows clinics to offer abortion counseling and abortions, Day 6, appoints Hillary head of his health reform task force. Bush Jr., Day 3, ends funding of national centers offering abortion counseling and abortions, Day 40, declares big tax cuts for the rich. November 28. Before Thanksgiving I drove down I-26 and then I-95 from Campobello, in the northwest corner of South Carolina, where a friend of mine owns a small trailer park. By the late summer, as local factories started closing, long-term tenants said goodbye and went on the road in search of work. The vacant trailers were soon filled by families walking away from mountains of mortgage debt and foreclosed homes. They live on budgets so tight my friend says that they can just make the $500 monthly rental, but $550 would put them under. He pointed to one where an older man had just arrived from Michigan, 650 miles north up Interstate 75, heart of the U.S. auto industry and already in economic ruins long before the major auto companies went begging for bailouts in Washington, D.C., in the last couple of weeks. States in the industrial heartlands, like Michigan or Ohio, have been reeling for years as the factory owners redeployed to China, but others like New York or California or Washington and Oregon in the Pacific Northwest now face budgetary implosion and cuts in services of up to 25%. This is the first time since I came to America in 1972 that I've heard almost every day of well-off people sounding somewhat distraught at the money they've lost. From this richer crowd one hears daily stories of portfolios worth half or less of their value 3 and 4 months ago, of people losing high-salary jobs, often only months shy of long-scheduled retirement on full benefits. Amid the plunge in the nation's economic fortunes, as in any hospital ward, gloom alternates with determined good cheer. Flying across the country last week I could hear snatches of optimism in airport lounges from the TV sets blaring CNN news bulletins. The market may have hit bottom. The bounce back after the Citibank bailout was the quickest two-day climb up the graph since the recovery from the crash of '87. Walking down Las Vegas Boulevard, I watched 5 huge cranes just south of the Bellagio and Caesars Palace busy servicing an enormous new hotel casino complex about halfway to completion. The sponsoring party here is MGM Mirage, the owner of Bellagio, New York and MGM Grand and other properties, and the project is the 68-acre city center, scheduled to include more than 6,000 condo and hotel rooms, 165,000 square feet of casino space, and its own power plant based around a 60-story casino and hotel. Its $7.4 billion budget schedules it to be the single most expensive privately funded project ever in the Western Hemisphere. All told, in Las Vegas right now, there are 7 major projects budgeted at a total of $23 billion. It's hard to tell whether these huge gambles are being staked on economic quicksand. The local housing market certainly has been soft. The man at Dollar Car Rental, an Hispanic fellow, said he'd come to Las Vegas because he couldn't afford the $400,000 or so a decent house in Los Angeles would have cost him. The house in Las Vegas he just bought had been advertised at $240,000 and he just signed on the dotted line for $165,000. He was happy. December 2nd. Growing up in Ireland and Britain, I gazed with envy at the United States, with its constitutional protections and its Bill of Rights, contrasting with the vast ad hoc tapestry of Britain's repressive laws and emergency statutes piled up through the centuries, as successive regimes from the Plantagenet and Tudor periods onwards went about the state's business of enforcing the enclosures, hanging or transporting strikers, criminalizing disrespectful speech, and, of course, abolishing the right to carry even something so innocuous as a penknife. Instructed by centuries of British occupation, my native Ireland, I have to say, took a slightly more relaxed attitude. My father once asked an Irish Minister of Justice, back in the 1960s, about the prodigious size and detail of the Irish statute book. "Ah, Claude," said the minister equably, "our laws are mainly for guidance. We are thankfully near the exit door from the Bush years, after enduring appalling assaults on freedom, built on the sound foundation of kindred assaults in Clinton's time, perhaps most memorably expressed in the screams of parents and children fried by U.S. government forces in the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, and in Bill Clinton's flouting of all constitutional war powers' inhibitions on his executive decision to wage war and order his commanders to rain bombs on the civilian population of the former Yugoslavia. Bush has forged resolutely along the path, diligently blazed by Clinton, in asserting uninhibited executive power in the ability to wage war, seize, confine, and torture at will, breaching constitutional laws and international treaties and covenants, concerning treatment of combatants. The Patriot Act took bits of the Justice Department's wish list left over from Clinton's Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996, which trashed habeas corpus protections. The outrages perpetrated on habeas corpus have been innumerable, some of them relatively unpublicized. Take the case of people convicted of sexual felonies, such as molestation of children. Convicted and imprisoned, they reach the end of their stipulated terms and then find that they now face continued imprisonment without any specified terminus, under the rubric of civil confinement, as fierce as any lettre de cachet in France's ancien regime. Free speech is no longer a right. Stand alongside the route of a presidential cavalcade with a humble protest sign, and the Secret Service or local law enforcement will hail you off to some remote cage, labeled designated protest area. Seek to exercise your right to dispense money for a campaign advertisement or to support a candidate, and you will at once fall under the sanction of McCain/Feingold, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act of 2002. In the case of public expressions of protest, we may expect particular diligence by the Secret Service and other agencies in the Obama years, while, perhaps, Obama's reneging on a campaign promise to accept only public financing has stopped campaign finance reform in its tracks. Liberals, joyously eyeing Obama's amazing $150 million haul in his final weeks, have preserved a tactful silence on this topic, after years of squawking about the power of the corporate dollar to pollute democracy's proceedings. Worse than in the darkest days of the 50s, when Americans could have their passports revoked by fiat of the State Department, citizens and legal residents no longer have the right to travel freely even inside the nation's borders. Appearance on any of the innumerable watch lists maintained by government agencies means inability to get on a plane and probably even Amtrak, whose unmolested passengers already risk being stranded sine die in some remote siding in the southwestern deserts for weeks on end. Americans no longer have the right to vote, even if of appropriate age. The Indiana statute okayed by the Supreme Court requires under Indiana's voter ID law, that persons lacking proper ID can only make a provisional vote, with a bureaucratic apparatus of subsequent verification. In some states, anyone carrying a felony conviction faces a lifetime ban on the right to vote. Fourth Amendment protections have gone steadily downhill. Warrantless wiretappers had a field day, and Congress reaffirmed their activities in the FISA bill, for which Obama voted, in a turnaround from previous pledges. Vice President-elect, Joe Biden, can claim a significant role here since he has been an ardent prosecutor of the war on drugs, used since the Harrison Act of 1914 to enhance the right of police to enter, terrorize, and prosecute at will. Indeed, the war on drugs, revived by President Nixon and pursued vigorously by all subsequent administrations, has been as powerful a rationale for tearing up the Constitution as the ensuing war on terror. It's like that with all wars. Not far from where I live in Northern California, the war on drugs was the excuse for serious inroads in the early 1990s into the Posse Comitatus statutory inhibition on use of the U.S. military in domestic law enforcement, another constitutional disaster of the Bush years. In the past 8 years, Bush Jr. has ravaged the Fourth Amendment with steadfast diligence, starting with his insistence that he could issue arrest warrants if there was reason to believe a non-citizen was suspected of implication in terrorist activity. Seized under this pretext and held within America's borders or in some secret prison overseas, the captive had no recourse to a court of law. Simultaneously, the probable cause standard, theoretically disciplining the state's innate propensity to search and to seize, has been systematically abused, as has the FBI's delirious use of the material witness statute to arrest and hold their suspects. Goodbye, habeas corpus. Federalism and the rights of states have been relentlessly eroded, often amidst liberal cheers at such excrescences as the No Child Left Behind law. Government's power to seize property under the canons of eminent domain received particularly sinister buttress by the U.S. Supreme Court. Have there been any bright patches in the gloom in Bush time? I salute 1. The vindication of the Second Amendment in the Supreme Court's majority decision, vigorously written by Justice Scalia. I've no need to tell you what liberals and leftists thought of that one. Part 3. 2009. January 9th. Madoff-gate is proof of the old rule: the more elegant the tailoring, the more handsomely silvered the distinguished locks, the more innocently rubicund the visage, the more likely the hand covertly fishing for one's wallet. Uncle Sam is the biggest Ponzi operator of all. Bernie had to constantly replenish his fund with new deposits, so does Uncle Sam, wheedling more money out of the Chinese, the Indians, the Japanese, and poor third world nations forced to pony up at the point of a gun. But in the end Uncle Sam has one huge asset denied Madoff, who seems to have stopped short of the straightforward forgery allegedly practiced by Mark Dreyer, the Manhattan lawyer arrested in Canada for trying to sell non-existent bonds to the tune of $380 million. Uncle Sam has the printing press to run off the necessary dollars. He's certainly going to need lots of fresh new bills. You can set your clock now for the alarms scheduled to go off all the way through Obama time: credit card debt, commercial real estate implosion, option arm financing. Maybe Madoff, trolling for suckers in the Palm Beach Country Club and the Jewish charitable foundations, will become the sacrificial symbol of Wall Street thievery, sent off to the penitentiary in lieu of the real big-timers. January 23rd. So many ghosts crowded the inauguration dais that it's not surprising Chief Justice Roberts flubbed his lines and had to be corrected by the man he was swearing in. Over there on the right? That jolly fellow with the 5 o'clock shadow and the long upsweeping nose. It's Richard Nixon on January 20, 1973. He'd swept every state in the Union in November's election, except for Massachusetts and the District of Columbia. Listen to him: as we meet here today, we stand on the threshold of a new era of peace in the world. Yet American B-52s were still bombing Cambodia, as they had virtually throughout his administration. 1.5 years later he resigned, rather than face impeachment. Why, look. Nixon's smiling. He's just heard Obama call for a new era of responsibility. He's remembering more lines from his second inaugural in '73, a person can be expected to act responsibly only if he has responsibility. This is human nature. So let us encourage individuals at home and nations abroad to do more for themselves, to decide more for themselves. Obama offered a mild version of blood, sweat and tears. We understand that greatness is never a given, he said. It must be earned. Our journey has never been one of shortcuts or settling for less. It has not been the path for the faint-hearted, for those who prefer leisure over work, or seek only the pleasures of riches and fame. I hope we don't get too much sermonizing about seeking the pleasures of riches. The word responsibility from those set in authority over us usually means compulsory belt-tightening and onslaughts on Social Security and Medicare, which Obama more or less promised the Washington Post 5 days before the inauguration. Each time a new president strides forth, flourishing his inaugural menu of change, one feels the same gloom at these quadrennial displays of leader lust. 8 years of complaining about George Bush's arrogation of unconstitutional powers under the bizarre doctrine of the unitary executive, and here we have the national audience enthusiastically applauding yet another incoming president rattling off the I will do's as though there was no U.S. Congress and he was Augustus Caesar. The founders, whom Obama invoked in his opening line, produced a constitution that gives the president, to quote Dana Nelson's useful new book Bad for Democracy, How the Presidency Undermines the Power of the People, only a thin framework of explicit powers that belong solely to his office, for instance, the power to grant reprieve and pardons, and to fill any government vacancies during any Senate recess. His other enumerated powers are either shared, or secretarial and advisory. Enough of the commander-in-chief. All we need is a decent pardoner and a good secretary. But credit where credit is due. On his second day in the White House, Jimmy Carter amnestied Vietnam draft dodgers and war resistors. On his second day, Obama said Guantanamo and the CIA's secret prisons must close within the year, and said that his administration will be on the side of those seeking to end government secrecy rather than those wanting to enforce it. February 1st. There's been no exciting surprise or originality in Obama's opening engagements with the reeling economy. His team is flush with economists and bankers who helped blaze the path to ruin. He's been selling his $819 billion stimulus program on the Hill, with all the actors playing their allotted roles and many a cheering Democrat not entirely confident that the House Republicans may not have had a point when, unanimously, they voted no on the package. America's economy may be so hollowed out, its industrial base so eroded by 20 years of job exports to China and other low-wage sanctuaries, that a bailout may not turn the tide. Then the Republicans will have their told usos primed and ready to go in the midterm elections. But Obama can scarcely be blamed for putting up his $819 billion pump primer. It was a given, from the moment he got elected, and indeed probably owes, both in its good and bad components, more to Rep. Charlie Rangel, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, than to Gaithner or Summers. Obama's timid folly comes with the impending $2 to $4 trillion bailout package for the banks, signaled by Treasury Secretary Gaithner. If anything can make Wall Street smile bravely through the hail of public ridicule for the way it's been handing out the previous wad of bailout money in the form of bonuses, it's the prospect of getting further truckloads of greenbacks to lend out to Americans already crippled by debt. So Wall Street can feel satisfaction that its investment in Obama seems to be paying off. February 12th. I walk into a local plumbing store, a large place used by building contractors. There's one other man in the store, buying a $5 plastic fitting. One of the owners says there's zero new construction in the area. We fix a few toilets. The only people actually building are the marijuana growers down in southern Humboldt. Take out Humboldt's good fortune in being in the Emerald Triangle and multiply by every plumbing store in America. Throw in the idled lumber yards, construction stores, paint suppliers, and building crews. Count in the car lots that are going out of business because the banks won't finance car loans. Go to the lost auto assembly jobs. It tots up to a job loss across America, just in December and January, of 1,175,000. And that's an underestimate. Every president since Reagan, particularly Clinton, has jimmied the unemployment criteria to produce an undercount. The actual number for the 2 months is nearer 1.75 million. The actual total unemployment rate by pre-Reagan criteria, according to statistician John Williams, rose to 18% in January, from 17.5% in December. These are numbers out of the Great Depression of the 1930s, and it's going to get worse as businesses put up their shutters. The air is whistling out of the American economy. My own state of California, often touted as the 8th largest economy in the world, can't pay its bills. There's a shortfall in revenues and it can't sell enough bonds. On January 26, the California State Comptroller John Chang announced that the state is going to print its own money. If the state owes us money, we'll get the scrip as EIS. Who knows, in happier times maybe we can hawk them on eBay. Student aid and payments to the disabled and needy will also come in the form of EIS. Governor Schwarzenegger and his aides are negotiating with the banks to get them to accept the EIS as deposits. March 13. In town after town across America these days, one can physically see the economic mantras of an entire generation turning to boarded-up wasteland before one's eyes. Shopping malls, which changed the American landscape within the course of a generation, are dying week by week. Take the Bayshore Mall in my own town of Eureka, Northern California. A covered, pedestrian arcade opened in the 1980s, owned by the Utah-based General Growth Company. Located on the edge of Humboldt Bay, though facing the opposite direction towards Highway 101, our mall was an optimistic place in the early days. People dressed up to go there. A friend of mine who opened a coffee stall wore a tie purchasing it from Ralph Lauren, which opened an outlet. Every pretty girl in Humboldt County wanted to work there, to see and to be seen. People drove for 3 hours through the Yali Bali wilderness all the way from Redding in the Central Valley to savor its glories. There were stylish concerts in its ample food court. Today the Bayshore Mall molders, embodying the misfortunes of General Growth, the second largest mall owner in the U.S., whose stock trades now for 55 cents, down from $44 last May. General Growth has now ousted its CEO, John Buxbaum. Some major retailers, like Ralph Lauren's Polo, have long since fled from Bayshore Mall. Walk east along one of the arcades and you come to a wall of plywood, behind which lies the desolation that was Mervyn's, a clothing chain which has now filed for bankruptcy. The little stores nearby have a somber mien, like people compelled to live in the chill shadow of a funeral home. The food court, serviced by 6 or 7 fast food businesses, is becoming a sanctuary for the poor who sit in the warmth with modest snacks and while away the hours. Across the past 40 years, some 200 cities built pedestrian malls. Today, only 30 remain. Drive around any town and one can see strip malls in similar decline, their parking lots nearly empty, boarded stores in the retail frontage like a mouth losing its teeth, as the lights of Circuit City go out and Linens and Things, Zales and Taylor and Sharper Image retrench or collapse entirely. Out of crisis comes opportunity, one that's been discussed for some years by movements such as the New Urbanists and Crusaders for the refashioning of the American urban landscape, such as James Howard Kunstler, author of The Geography of Nowhere. A mall can be razed to the ground, like the Belle Promenade, on the west bank of the Mississippi in New Orleans. Eureka's too poor a town to do that. But a mall can be refashioned into a more congenial quartier, one blessed with easier parking. In the same way that coastal cities like Boston finally realized the asset of 19th-century quaysides with their warehouses and customs depots, today's failed or failing malls can be reconfigured, converted to mixed use, with residential housing, public spaces, and constructive social uses. In the Bayshore even now I see groups of the mentally ill being brought along for an outing in a place that's sheltered, still physically safe, equipped with bathrooms, and has plenty of space with chairs or benches where they can relax. In many towns one can imagine that energetic councils and resourceful financing could offer the reeling mall operators terms and take the properties off their hands, reconfiguring the malls as social assets. Opportunity is there, to be seized from the jaws of capitalism's shattering reverses. From the malls to the commanding heights of the economy, let the reconquest begin. April 20th. On March 18, Bill Richardson, governor of New Mexico, had his opportunity to raise the dead and bring them back to life. This was the day he signed a law, already ratified by the state Senate and House, formally ending New Mexico's death penalty. Did Richardson ennoble this solemn occasion by endorsing the idea that all human life has value, and even those who have fallen into the lowest moral abyss are capable of redemption? Did he cite Holy Scripture as buttress for such thoughts? He did not. Richardson festooned the signing with language about this being the most difficult decision of his political life, arrived at only after he had toured the maximum security unit where offenders sentenced to life without parole would be held. My conclusion was those cells are something that may be worse than death, he said. I believe this is a just punishment. Lest anyone be under the misapprehension that he was endorsing some quaint notion of the value of a life, the governor was at pains to emphasize that since the new law comes into force only on July 1, the 2 condemned men currently residing on death row in New Mexico still face execution. For Richardson, the flaw with the death penalty lies in its imperfection. Faced with the reality that our system for imposing the death penalty can never be perfect, my conscience compels me to replace the death penalty with a solution that keeps society safe. Embalmed in this self-serving verbiage are many pointers to how seriously the whole cause of death penalty abolition has gone off the rails, fleeing the arduous moral battleground where revenge tilts against redemption for the low-lying pastures of efficiency. New Mexico's lawmakers were bolstered by this rationale of cost-effectiveness. A cost assessment report pointed to the fact that in one case, State v. Young, the public defender's office put up $1.7 million to defend Young. Add in costs for the prosecutors and the courts and the bill soared to nearly $6 million. In that instance, the state Supreme Court barred the state from pursuing the death penalty further because insufficient resources were being provided for the defense. Bill Clinton did his best to speed up the conveyor belt by signing the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. But it's still a hugely expensive hassle to line things up so lethal injection can proceed. Against all this, what's brisker than the offer of LWOP as part of a plea bargain? Sign on the dotted line. Pack the prisoner off to a concrete box and throw away the key. As the Dallas Morning News editorialized in support of LWOP for Texas, which is considering whether to abandon the costly death penalty in favor of confinement unto death, it's harsh. It's just. And it's final without being irreversible. Call it a living death. The pendulum is swinging against the death penalty, however. DNA evidence posthumously exonerating some, clearing others waiting to die has been a big factor in waning enthusiasm for the ultimate sanction. The current total of defendants on state and federal death rows is 3,307. 15 states don't have the death penalty, New Mexico being the most recent. Nothing much is going to change in New Mexico, except for the worse. The state has only formally executed one man since 1960, Terry Clark, a child killer, had his appointment with the lethal needle in 2001 after abandoning further appeals. This number may soon swell to 3 because of the 2 men whose situation I noted above. Presumably their chances of commutation have diminished, since no one wants to be accused of giving killers anything resembling a lucky break. When I drive south to the Bay Area, I pass San Quentin, where 667 prisoners sit on death row. In the very unlikely event they get executed, they will have waited an average of 17.5 years from the moment they were condemned. 13 people have been executed in California since the U.S. Supreme Court allowed capital punishment to resume in 1976. When I drive from Crescent City, at the northwest corner of California, with its terrifying Supermax Pelican Bay Prison, down Highway 101, jog over to Redding and head south on Interstate 5 to Los Angeles, I traverse a Gulag archipelago in which thousands of prisoners are serving decade upon decade of hard time, with hundreds of them in solitary confinement, often for years on end. How many prisoners nationally are under sentence of living death? The Sentencing Project, a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C., says there were 33,633 people serving life sentences without parole in the United States in 2003, which is 26.3% of the total number of people serving life sentences. The analyst at the Sentencing Project discloses that they have tried to determine how many people are effectively serving life sentences without parole, but that it's been a nightmare to do so. They don't even have a ballpark estimate. There are at least 73 U.S. inmates, most of them from minorities, who were sentenced to spend the rest of their lives in prison for crimes committed when they were 13 or 14. It was de Tocqueville who lauded American penology, in the book he wrote with Gustave de Beaumont, on the penitentiary system, and who wrote in a letter in 1836, isolate the detainees in prison by means of solitary cells, subject them to absolute silence, prohibit every communication between souls and minds as between their bodies. That is what I would consider the first principle of the science. As Professor Sheldon Volin writes in his Tocqueville Between Two Worlds, this was a theory of total control. Pure power and wholly opposite to the unlimited space, frenzied time, and near-anarchical subjects of democracy. The prison that de Tocqueville and Beaumont particularly admired was Auburn, with its system of penitential solitary confinement developed by the Quakers, partly advanced as a substitute for the death penalty, which they opposed on principle. May 8. Shades of Gogol, who was born 200 years ago this year. The motor of his great novel is the economic use of dead souls, deceased serfs listed by the state as assets of the landlords. The novel's central character, Shishakov, goes around buying them up. New York State could take Gogol's hint and start auctioning its living dead as income generators to other states in need. Looking at our criminal justice system here, Gogol would surely use the line carved on his gravestone, "And I shall laugh my bitter laugh." May 15. You could say the 60s began, at least in part, in 1884, when Stiles Hall was founded in Berkeley by some high-minded do-good Christian Protestants. This private, non-profit institution, a YMCA for much of its existence, though no longer, was never formally part of UC Berkeley, but its premises, which shifted about over the decades as the university expanded unrelentingly, have always been right next to the campus. In the 50s, Stiles Hall was where it is today, at Bancroft and Dana. On March 14, Stiles Hall celebrated its 125th anniversary. The university chancellor was there. So was the mayor of Berkeley. So were a good many veterans of the 50s and 60s, among them Joe Paff, my friend and neighbor here in Petrolia. In the 40s, returning GIs had changed the UC Berkeley campus dramatically in terms of dress, style, and new kinds of students. Clearly, fraternity draft dodgers were not about to haze returning soldiers. By the mid-50s, they were regaining their piss and vinegar and reached their zenith in the notorious panty raid of 1956. By 1957, Middle America was resurging with cocky buckle in the back pants and button-down collar and Oxford cloth. It was, Joe recalls, pretty much a uniform. Compulsory ROTC required males to drill in uniform once a week, fraternity boys at the entrance to campus enforced conformity, the student body elections were considered jokes. Faculty who had opposed the loyalty oath had been purged. In this climate of conformism, conservatism, and William White's organization man, the campus had decided that students should not talk about off-campus issues and should be protected from outside agitators. Hence, Stiles Hall provided a meeting space for a wide variety of groups: socialists, libertarians, single-issue groups, farm workers, African studies, ACLU, SNCC support, student corps, and so forth. Stiles Hall had been greatly shaped by the long-term influence of Harry Kingman, who had first worked there in 1916, leaving to fight in World War I, and in its aftermath spending 6 years in China. In China, Harry was a friend and teacher of some of the students arrested in the famous demonstrations at the international settlement over foreign companies exploiting workers. He wrote a letter defending the students that was translated and published throughout China, leading to his transfer from Shanghai to Shenzhen. While a pariah to the Westerners in China, he was quite famous with the Chinese. His China newsletter of 1925 and 1926 was circulated worldwide, and letters of praise and requests for more information came from Senator Bora, Mahatma Gandhi, Ramsay MacDonald, H. G. Wells, Lloyd George, and Bertrand Russell. At Shenzhen, he met and became friend of then Lt. Col. George Marshall. Kingman finally returned to Stiles Hall in 1928. In the early 1930s, he made it his business to extend a welcoming and helpful hand to the 2,000 new students, many of them poor. All of them were invited to dinner by Stiles people, with Harry's wife, Ruth, cooking dinners for 500. Then Kingman looked around the area for jobs for them, and found just 25 available. A student came to him and said his father had been able to give him $3 for the entire semester, and after 6 weeks he'd already spent $1.50. This is when Harry organized the housing co-ops, where the students could live and cook. Clark Kerr and Robert McNamara were among those students. Stiles also provided a meeting place for the Social Problems Club, accused by the campus administration of being a haunt of New Yorkers and communists. Kingman also was active in creating a student minimum wage for employment. These commitments to the First Amendment, equal housing, and fair and equal wages became permanent principles. During the war, Styles and Harry Kingman were active and strong opponents of the internment of Japanese, not a common posture on the left, alas, and raised money to help the internees, make legal challenges, and help to relocate released people. Older Japanese men in Joe's era in the late 1950s used to come in and hail Kingman, who retired in 1957, as a great man. Kingman had to stand up to the Un-American Activities Committee, who were witch-hunting leftists. He fought back triumphantly. In 1946, when Harry was director of the Western region of the Fair Employment Practices Committee, Ed Rutledge, whom he'd hired, had been called before one of the McCarthy committees. Kingman flew to Washington, stiffened Rutledge's resolve, and turned the tide. "We're going to fight this," he said, and they did. Kingman retired from Styles Hall in 1957 and went to Washington to form the Citizens Lobby for Freedom and Fair Play. He and his wife lobbied for 13 years, never raising more than $5,000 to support this effort, living in one room and entertaining guests with food on paper plates. An interesting Harry anecdote: when Joe McCarthy died, the flags were flying at half-staff. As Harry walked the streets of Washington, D.C., he reached the Supreme Court and saw that above the court there was no half-staff flag. Harry found Earl Warren to go to lunch and asked about it. A sly smile was the response. Joe Paff went to Berkeley in 1957, then took 18 months off to avoid ROTC, came back to Berkeley from Europe and got an apartment in Styles Hall, with duties that included opening and shutting the building and setting out chairs for meetings, a duty that often required nice judgment. One would not, for example, embarrass the score or so turning up for the Berkeley-Bulgaria Friendship Society by setting out 200 chairs. Sometimes, no one would show up. Norman Thomas drew 10 people, and Joe took him out and bought him a piece of pie by way of consolation. By 1960, Joe was on the student council, running a weekly coffee hour with a speaker. I invited Dizzy Gillespie twice, Ralph Gleason, Jean Renoir, the movie director who'd been sitting in his office with nothing to do. His son taught at Cal. I invited Linus Pauling and Martin Luther King Jr. I asked Mrs. Sobel when her husband Morton was in prison as a spy. Anti-communists came and made her cry. Young Caspar Weinberger running for state assembly drew no one to the meeting, so we went and had lunch. John X came from the Open Temple, the first time any black Muslim spoke in the Bay Area. Joe invited Gus Hall, General Secretary of the PUSA, and Eric Hoffer. He got into trouble when he invited Vincent Hallinan to discuss the Gary Powers trial, which Vincent had attended in Moscow. Sheldon Volin had given a lecture on Richard Hooker coveting eccentricity. A student who'd attended Volin's lecture accused Joe of coveting eccentricity by inviting Hallinan, and the majority agreed with him. Malcolm X was supposed to speak on campus in May of 1961, Joe reminisces, but the university high command rejected him, saying he was a minister who might convert people to Islam. So Styles Hall offered him a venue at the last minute, with no time for publicity and room for only 160. It was electric, the most extraordinary speaker I have ever heard. He changed everyone's life forever. You'd ask him a question, he'd look you in the eye and repeat your question, then really go into it. Pretty soon people got scared of asking dumb questions. All blacks sat together and not one of them acknowledged you when they left. Within a month, half the blacks were giving Malcolm's speech. The 1960s rolled into motion. Styles had long had a concept of incubating groups and activities that could soon stand alone and form independent groups. Berkeley's residential co-ops were a good example. Student activists soon followed the same policy. Fired by the gatherings in Styles Hall, campus meetings became more politically conscious, more boisterous. Protests against bans on collecting money became more vigorous. It was not long before the free speech movement was underway. Many Styles members became active in the civil rights movement, going to Mississippi, getting arrested, beaten. Many had been hosed off the steps of the San Francisco City Hall as the House Un-American Activities Committee held hearings. Thelton Henderson went south for the Justice Department. He was the first African American in the Civil Rights Division for 2 years until he was fired for loaning his car to Martin Luther King Jr. to drive to Selma. Henderson has remained all these years on the Styles Board and was honored at the 125th anniversary. At 76, Henderson is senior judge in the Federal Northern California Division. It was Henderson who, in 2005, found that substandard medical care in the California prison system had violated prisoners' rights. In 2006, he appointed Robert Sillon as receiver to take over the health care system of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. He replaced Sillon with J. Clark Kelso in 2008. The Internal Affairs Division of the Oakland Police Department remains under his supervision. One could say that going to lunch at Styles from 1957 to 1963, Joe concludes, and going to the events, if combined with going to Pauline Kael's little movie theater and reading her extensive program notes, was a complete education. A carefully chosen small set of classes at UC would do the rest. In June of 1965, the California Senate Fact-Finding Subcommittee on Un-American Activities released its 13th report. Chairman Hugh Burns was also the president pro tempore of the state Senate. In the section on communists on the campus, it excoriated President Kerr and the regents for removing the speaker ban. Albert J. Lima, came the deluge. In came Malcolm X, William Buckley Jr., Mark Lane, Dr. Fred Schwartz, an endless procession of political candidates, folk singers, and an incredible procession of controversial figures ranging from the extreme right to the extreme left, with heavy emphasis, in our view, on the left. The students no longer had to walk across the street to Styles Hall, the YMCA facility where communist speakers had been holding forth for years, because the university was now bringing the communists to the campus. It is difficult for us to understand how a disciplined communist who addresses a crowd of students for 30 minutes can actually teach them anything worthwhile about communism. Certainly not anything they could not learn much better from the thousands of books on the subject in the university library. The communist is obviously there to indoctrinate and recruit, so he benefits. But the student, presumably there to learn, gains nothing except a satisfaction of his morbid curiosity and 30 minutes of entertainment. If, as a result of several years of exposing students to the propaganda emitted by communist lecturers, one student is drawn into the communist conspiracy against his own country, who is really to blame? We conclude it must be the persons who are charged with the high responsibility of caring for and teaching the students entrusted to them. The communist speaker is clad with the reflected prestige of the university where he is a guest, and we are unable to understand why the people should contribute to their own destruction by making their public institutions available to those who are dedicated to the task of overthrowing our government by any means available. It is our considered view that to throw wide the portals to any controversial speaker, who wishes to utilize the opportunity to harangue a college audience, is to put curiosity and entertainment above the educational process, and to appeal to the morbid and emotional rather than to the scholarly and the intellectual. May 22. How long does it take a mild-mannered, anti-war, black professor of constitutional law, trained as a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, to become an enthusiastic sponsor of targeted assassinations, decapitation strategies, and remote control bombing of mud houses on the far end of the globe? Obama campaigned on a pledge to decapitate Al-Qaeda, meaning the assassination of its leaders. It was his shorthand way of advertising that he had the right stuff. And, like Kennedy, he's summoning the exponents of unconventional, shortcut paths to success in that mission. Lt. Gen. Stanley A. McChrystal now replaces General David McKiernan as commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. McChrystal's expertise is precisely in assassination and decapitation. As commander of the military's Joint Special Operations Command for nearly 5 years starting in 2003, McChrystal was in charge of Death Squad Ops, with its best advertised success being the killing of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, head of al-Qaeda in Iraq. McChrystal, not coincidentally, was involved in the prisoner abuse scandal at Baghdad's Camp Nama. Whatever the technique, a second certainty is the killing of large numbers of civilians in the final targeted assassination. At one point in the first war on Saddam in the early 1990s, a huge component of U.S. air sorties was devoted each day to bombing places where U.S. intelligence had concluded Saddam might be hiding. Time after time, after the mangled bodies of men, women, and children had been scrutinized, came the crestfallen tidings that Saddam was not among them. The logic of targeted assassinations was on display in Gaza even as Obama worked on the uplifting phrases of his inaugural address. The Israelis claimed they were targeting only Hamas even as the body counts of women and children methodically refuted these claims and finally extorted from Obama a terse phrase of regret. It didn't take long. But it's what we've got for the rest of Obama time. May 24. Go to any Tea Party rally and three quite different political components are in evidence. There are the libertarian populists, chaotic in philosophy, strong on the right to bear arms, hostile to all forms of taxation, bankers, and big business. There are the social conservatives massed behind Sarah Palin. And, lurking nervously behind the speaker's rostrum, there are the Republican politicos like former Texas Representative Dick Armey, hoping to harness the Tea Party to the chariots of the Republican Party establishment. The politicos have now learned with acute dismay that many Tea Party members, particularly the libertarian populists, regard the Republican leadership as a significant part of the problem. Following Rand Paul's shattering upset in Kentucky, one member wrote on his blog, in an idiom which accurately catches the slightly nutty Tea Party flavor, there are now two forces in America, not Democrats and Republicans, but a patriotic pro-American anti-Wall Street faction which cuts across both parties, and a traitor faction that supports the financial parasites, a pro-British column in the U.S., which also cuts across the two parties. Scroll through the political positions Paul took in the primary and one can see at once that the Tea Party is firmly lodged in a political lineage in republicanism that has been muted for decade after decade since Barry Goldwater was crushed in his presidential bid against Lyndon Johnson in 1964. Its ancestry goes back to the isolationists who fought vainly to keep America out of both world wars and who saw the American empire as a betrayal of the republic's historical destiny. This brings us to another powerful strain in the genetic coding of the Tea Party as a right-wing populist movement, a strong racist antipathy to blacks and browns, symbolized most vividly for them by Barack Obama, whom many Tea Partiers believe was born in either Kenya or Indonesia and therefore has no right to be lodged in the White House, however many votes he won in 2008. Kentuckians displayed no particular interest in Paul's deprecation of those bits of the Civil Rights Act forbidding private businesses to put whites-only notices on their premises. But at the national level it was a different story. 24 hours after his victory, Paul was on national television, carefully explaining to the very liberal Rachel Maddow of MSNBC that while he abhors racism, he does indeed think private businesses have every right to pick and choose the customers they want. America is a discontented place. Unemployment remains high. Liberals are disappointed in Obama but lack any of the fire that the Tea Partiers have in their bellies. The established parties are widely despised, as is big government. Rand Paul's victory is the augury of a turbulent time. The demands for change are far greater than Obama and the Democratic and Republican leadership ever bargained for. June 5. As they drafted his speech to the Muslim world, delivered in Cairo on Thursday, President Obama's speechwriters strove to suggest that cordiality towards Islam is soundly embedded in America's cultural history. The first Muslim congressman, Obama confided to his vast audience across the Muslim world, was sworn into the House of Representatives with his hand on Thomas Jefferson's copy of the Quran. Obama reminded the world that Morocco had been the first nation to recognize the infant United States, signing the Treaty of Tripoli in 1796, which declared in its preamble that the United States had no quarrel with the Muslim religion and was in no sense a Christian country. The second U.S. President, John Adams, said that America had no quarrel with Islam. As my father Claude said, Never believe anything till it is officially denied. Adams and Jefferson both saw it as a vital matter of national security to settle accounts with the Muslim world, as represented by the Barbary States. America needed free access to the Mediterranean, and the Barbary pirates controlled the sea lanes, and, furthermore, supposedly had some Christian slaves, all no doubt using the opportunity of captivity to imbibe the first principles of algebra, whose invention Obama took the opportunity in Cairo correctly to lay at the feet of the mathematicians of Islam, though ancient India deserves some credit too. He also credited Islam with the invention of printing and navigation, which should surely require the Chinese People's Republic to withdraw its ambassador in Washington, D.C., in formal diplomatic protest. An early version of the Star-Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key, written in 1805 amid the routing of the Barbary States, offered a view of Islam markedly different from Obama's uplifting sentiments in Cairo. In conflict resistless each toil they endured, till their foes shrunk dismayed from the war's desolation. And pale beamed the crescent, its splendor obscured by the light of the star-bangled flag of our nation, where each flaming star gleamed a meteor of war, and the turbaned head bowed to the terrible glare. Then mixed with the olive the laurel shall wave, and form a bright wreath for the brow of the brave. In 1814 Key rehabbed this doggerel into the Star-Spangled Banner. So America's national anthem began as a gleeful tirade against the Mohammedans. And of course every member of the U.S. Marine Corps regularly bellows out the USMC anthem, beginning from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. In short, America's march to empire was minted in the crucible of anti-Islamic sentiment. June 12. I came to America in 1972 to the Village Voice, which Dan Wolfe, Ed Fancher, and Norman Mailer founded in 1955 to bring light to those whole sectors of civic life kept in darkness by the major newspapers of the day, starting with the New York Times. As a tot I'd been given bracing tutorials about the paradigms of journalism and class power by my father, Claude, who'd founded his newsletter The Week in the 1930s as a counterbalance to the awful mainstream coverage in those years. From Europe, I'd already been writing for Cockburn and Ridgway's Hard Times and also for Ramparts, respectively, a newsletter and a monthly founded like much of the old underground press to compensate for the ghastly mainstream coverage of the upheavals of the 60s and the Vietnam War. In other words, any exacting assessment of the actual performance of newspapers rated against the twaddle about the role of the Fourth Estate spouted by publishers and editors at their annual conventions would issue a negative verdict in every era. Of course there have been moments when a newspaper or a reporter could make fair claims to have done a decent job, inevitably eradicated by a panicky proprietor, a change in ownership, advertiser pressure, eviction of some protective editor, or summary firing of the enterprising reporter. By and large, down the decades, the mainstream newspapers have often rabidly obstructed and sabotaged efforts to improve our social and political condition. In an earlier time writers like Mencken and Hecht and Liebling loved their newspapers, but the portentous claims for their indispensable role would have made them hooted with derision, as they did the columnist Bernard Levin, decrying in the London Times at the start of the 1980s the notion of a responsible press. We are, and must remain, vagabonds and outlaws, for only by so remaining shall we be able to keep the faith by which we live, which is the pursuit of knowledge that others would like unpursued and the making of comment that others would prefer unmade. But of course most publishers and journalists are not vagabonds and outlaws, any more than are the professors at journalism schools or the jurors and boards servicing the racket known as the Pulitzer industry. What the publishers were after was a 20% rate of return, a desire that prompts great respect for the rule of law, if such laws assist in the achievement of that goal. In 1970 this meant coercing Congress to pass the Newspaper Preservation Act of 1970, exempting newspapers from antitrust sanctions against price fixing in a given market. Nixon signed the law and was duly rewarded with profuse editorial endorsements in 1972. South of me in Mendocino County, California, is the Anderson Valley Advertiser, a weekly edited by my friend Bruce Anderson. I've written a column for it for over 20 years. The AVA does everything a newspaper should do. It covers the county board of supervisors, the court system, the cops, water issues, the marijuana industry. It's fun to read and reminds people of what a real newspaper should be, which is why half its circulation is outside the county, often the other end of the United States. The Ava lives resolutely up to the injunction by Joseph Pulitzer it carries on its masthead, a newspaper should have no friends. I asked Bruce about proposed bailouts of the mainstream press. Do you like these bailout ideas? No, I don't. I don't even want them to rest in peace. I want them to twist and turn in their graves eternally. Why? They don't do any local reporting and haven't for about 25 years. I'm talking here about the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, owned by the New York Times Company, and the San Francisco Chronicle. Does this remind you of a paper near you? Weep not for yesterday's papers, for the old Fourth Estate. At every critical hour, in every decade, it failed us. And yet they do weep. It's like the dogs in Conrad Lorenz's book running up and down either side of the fence, barking at each other. One day they take the fence down and after a moment's bewilderment the dogs continue as before. The other night I watched Bill Ayers at some bookstore being filmed by C-SPAN. He was asked what he thought about the press. I said to myself, here's a fine opportunity for the terrorist Ayers to throw some bombs, hail the rise of the internet. Come on, Bill, greet the new day. But no, Ayers said that he liked to settle down at the breakfast table with the New York Times and the Nation and have his daily little bicker with them. Bark, bark, bark. It adds up to what Mark Ames just referred in an email to me as that inexplicable cowardice that everyone here in print is infected with. Jesus, they don't even shoot or club people here like they do in Russia and still they exercise more freedom, take more risks there in print than they do here. Comrade Ayers, that's not your lifelong partner the New York Times on the other side of the fence, that's the graveyard. So much for the so-called left. Without the New York Times, the Federal Reserve, the public school system, the fundamentalists, and the IRS to yap at, they'd be lost. In the David v. Goliath struggle of the left pamphleteers battling the vast print combines of the news barons the tide has turned. On a laptop's 12-inch screen we stand as high as Punch Sulzberger, or Rupert Murdoch. 20 years ago the Los Angeles Times was a mighty power. The owners of the Knight Ridder chain complacently counted on a 20% plus rate of return on their properties. Today the LA Times totters from one cost cut and forced employee retirement to the next. Knight Ridder's papers of high reputation went on the auction block. Will the broadsheets and tabloids vanish entirely? Not in the foreseeable future, any more than trains disappeared at the end of the railway age. A mature industry will yield income and attract investors interested in money or power long after its glory days are over. But it's a world in decline, and a propaganda system in decline. The left is so used to being underdog that it is often incapable of looking a gift horse, meaning a dead horse, in the mouth and greeting good fortune when it knocks on the door. 30 years ago, to find out what was happening in Gaza, you would have to have had a decent shortwave radio, a fax machine, or access to those great newsstands in Times Square and North Hollywood that carried the world's press. Not anymore. We can get a news story from a counterpuncher in Gaza or Ramallah or Oaxaca or Vidarbha and have it out to a world audience in a matter of hours. June 19. I have taken the first necessary step in my own quest for the White House by becoming a citizen of the United States at approximately 10 a.m. Pacific Time, last Wednesday, June 17, in the Paramount Theater in Oakland, California. To my immediate left in the vast and splendid Daco Theater was a Moroccan, to my right a Salvadoran, and around us 956 other candidates for citizenship from 98 countries, each holding a small specimen of the flag that was about to become our standard. All of us had sworn early that day that since our final, successful interview with immigration officials we had not become prostitutes or members of the Communist Party. Inductees to U.S. nationhood were downstairs, relatives and friends were up in the balcony, including counterpuncher and friend Scott Handleman, attorney at law. I was determined to start out on the right path. What is more American than to have a lawyer nearby? Master of Ceremonies was U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service Agent Randy Ricks. The amiable Ricks actually conducted my final interview in USCIS's San Francisco HQ. At the Paramount he pulled off the rather showy feat of making short welcoming speeches to the cheerful throng in French, Spanish, Chinese, Tagalog, Russian, and I think Hindi. After various preliminaries, including uplifting videos about Ellis Island that tactfully omitted the darker moments in the island's past, Ricks issued instructions. Each time, starting with Afghanistan, he announced a country. The cohort from that nation stood up and it was easy to see that China, India, the Philippines, and Salvador were very strongly represented. A handful of Zambians brought us to the end of the roster and we were all on our feet. We raised our right hands and collectively swore that we absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, and that we would bear arms on behalf of the United States, or perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law. The phrase rang a bell. During World War II in Britain, so my mother Patricia would recall from time to time, cats patrolling warehouses where food was stored would get extra rations for performing work of national importance. Minutes later I was outside on the sidewalk, registering to vote, albeit declining to state which party I would favor. My own path to citizenship began with a green card in 1973, allowing me to work for the Village Voice in New York and to be a legal resident. The man who helped me get that card was Ed Koch, at that time a supposedly liberal U.S. congressman living, then as now, in Greenwich Village. A few years later, in 1977, he ran for mayor of New York City and I wrote about him harshly. Koch was heavily backed by Rupert Murdoch and the New York Post, running on a law and order platform. Ed was always a petty man, and this trait was well displayed the night he won. A PBS interviewer asked him what his worst moment in the race had been and he promptly said in his trademark squeaky whine, the attack by Alexander Cockburn in The Voice. To think I got him his green card. In that race there had been slurs a lot nastier than any I made. If you walked around Queens in that campaign you'd see "Vote for Cuomo, not the homo," scrawled on plenty of walls. There were others with thin skins. In my Voice column I made fun of a New Yorker writer, a woman dispensing lethal doses of tedium on an almost weekly basis. I didn't know that her lover was a New Jersey congressman powerful on the Immigration and Naturalization Subcommittee. Within days I was the object of a probe by the INS. That New Jersey congressman could have pressured the INS to put me on the watch list, meaning the next time I returned to the US I could have found the door slammed in my face. In the mid-1980s a nutball colonel called Oliver North, working in the White House for Ronald Reagan, began to reactivate a national system of prison camps for lefties from a blueprint that had sat in government filing cabinets ever since the Palmer raids in the Red Scare following World War I. Dick Cheney most certainly dusted it off after 2001. On North's plan, as with Cheney's, it was safe to assume that potentially troublesome legal residents would have been locked up, then kicked out. These are negative reasons, of the sort that guided me in earlier years to elect to be Irish when I got my first passport. I had the choice between the UK and ERA, as it was then called. I was pondering this when our school radios announced in 1956 that the RAF had bombed Ismailia as a first blow in the Suez invasion. The lads in our Pachel's house room in Glenalmond rose to their feet cheering. My sympathies were with the Egyptians. I remained seated and listened to a heated debate as to whether I should be tried and hanged as a traitor. Plenty of my schoolfellows in the Scotch school had fathers serving in the British Armed Forces and the mood in Pachel's was very ugly. Looking at the Cole-Eric supporters of the Union Jack it seemed better to be Irish. My brothers Andrew and Patrick made the same decision about Irish citizenship a few years later. Patrick was vindicated in 2005 when Shia fighters at a roadblock in southern Iraq asked to look at his papers and when they saw his passport was Irish let him pass. Patrick reckons that if he had been carrying a UK passport they would have shot him on the spot. So much for the negative reasons. but I have plenty of positive thoughts about America and am very happy to be stepping aboard a sinking ship. After 3.5 decades, why be a non-voting visitor, particularly if you've been dispensing measured counsel for many years on how the country should be run? I've lived in every quadrant of the United States and driven across it maybe 40 times. Not hard when you live in the West and buy old cars from a friend in the Southeast. I know the place as well, if not better than many. August 19th. Life's too short. Dear editor, I have been enjoying the AVA for the past year and deeply appreciate the good writing of yourself and your staffers. I probably disagree as least as much as I agree, but it's intellectually stimulating in any case. On Alex's latest on the way over publicized Gates saga, I just have to laugh. He gives white America another pompous lecture on our racism, but the nearest group of blacks to him is at the Supermax prison at Pelican Bay. Since Gates's verbal abuse of the officer is on tape, it really doesn't matter what Alex believes. He didn't believe that the Soviets killed tens of millions and Mao even more, but these facts are well documented by R.J. Rumnall and other historians. Alex didn't believe the stories of Castro's torturers, but of course all the Pinochet atrocity tales are solid gold. Whew. Then Alex drags out local talent Ismail Reed as the objective authority on Uncle Tom's. I guess the black officer present at the Gates arrest is a Tom too, because he supported the arrest. I love it when Alex refers to an Oakland cop shooting a black man as if blacks don't shoot other blacks, and sometimes whites far more often than the very occasional police shooting. But Alex has a schizoid side to him because he endorses libertarian books like Robert Hicks's Against Leviathan, which explicitly attacks all legislation of the New Deal, Great Society era, including government laws outlawing non-governmental discrimination. Maybe he can't make up his mind whether he wants to be a libertarian or Stalinist when he grows up. Sort of like poor Lyndon LaRouche, who couldn't decide whether he was a communist or National Socialist. He now labels himself a FDR New Deal Democrat, which combines both above concepts. I think the real reason for Cockburn's transparent blackophilism is to make up for being widely hated in U.S. Jewish circles, a venomous hatred that matches what Ismail Reed and white feminists feel for each other. As a Frontier, Tennessee housewife said while watching a brawl, "Go husband, go bear." On the recent school teacher case, I agree that the guy reads like a real pervert, but I don't agree with any prison sentence unless it was actually rape. In more rational places like Ontario, the legal age of consent is 14. There's something deeply sick about America as it has always related to sex. Goes back to our fundamentalist communist Puritan heritage and the fact that we have the largest group of Christ cult nuts in the Western world. We are split between the good Athenian part of our intellectual heritage and the bad Jerusalem part. As Nietzsche said, Christianity is the Jews' revenge on the Gentiles. Well, I've been living here since 1973 and the only good public policy I've seen here in that time is Prop 13. We still pay way too much taxes, but if we were in some rat hole like New Jersey it would be triple. Best regards. Mike Hardesty, Oakland. Alexander Cockburn replies, among the rules for life to which I cling is a commitment not to read anything to which the name Hardesty is appended. I concluded long ago that reading his unique brand of ignorant venom was a worthless and degrading activity. October 14th. Of the 4 U.S. presidents who have been given a Nobel Prize, Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, Jimmy Carter, and Barack Obama, the one who's shown the cleanest pair of heels when it comes to escaping the world's guffaws for the absurdity of the award is Jimmy Carter. It's easy to throw mud at TR. The excuse for his prize, awarded in 1906, was his role in ending the Russo-Japanese War. But what the committee of those worthy Norwegians was actually saying was that when it comes to giving a U.S. president the Peace Prize, the bar has to be set awfully low. After all, TR was fresh from sponsorship of the Spanish-American War and ardent bloodletting in the Philippines. He accepted the prize not long after he'd displayed his boundless compassion for humanity by sponsoring an exhibition of Filipino monkey men in the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair as the missing link in the evolution of man from ape to Aryan, and thus in sore need of assimilation, forcible if necessary, to the American way. On receipt of the prize, Roosevelt promptly began planning the dispatch of the Great White Fleet on a worldwide tour to display Uncle Sam's imperial credentials. Wilson, the liberal imperialist with whom Obama bears some marked affinities, won the Nobel Peace Prize for 1919. The rationale was his effort to establish the League of Nations. His substantive achievement was to have brought America into the carnage of World War I and to have refined the language and ideology of liberal interventionism. Between TR and Wilson, it's hard to say who was the more fervent racist. Probably Wilson. As governor of New Jersey, he was a fanatical proponent of the confinement and sterilization of imbeciles, a eugenic crusade that culminated in the U.S. Immigration Act of 1924, which barred Jews and other suspect genetic material from entering the United States. Much against their will, many of these excluded Jews made their way to Palestine. Others involuntarily stayed in place in Russia and Eastern Europe and were murdered by the Nazis. Above all, Wilson at Versailles was the sponsor of ethnic nationalism, the motive force for the final solution. And they say Obama's award has brought the Peace Prize into disrepute. Carter got his prize in 2002 as reward for conspicuous good works. But there again, the message of the Nobel Committee was take the rough with the smooth. It was Carter, after all, who amped up the new Cold War, got Argentinian torturers to train the Contras, and above all dragged the United States into Afghanistan. It was in 1978 that a progressive secular government seized power in Afghanistan, decreeing universal education for women and banning child marriage. By early 1979, Carter was hatching plans with Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and China to arm mujahideen and warlords in Afghanistan to overthrow the government and attempt to lure the Soviet Union into combat. In December 1979, after repeated requests from the government in Afghanistan, the Soviet Union sent forces to fight against the rebellion by the fundamentalists. The CIA launched the most expensive operation in its history to train and equip these fundamentalists and allied warlords. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee loves paradox, which is why I tend to believe that it toyed with the idea of giving Hitler the award in 1939, before the Führer's sponsor withdrew the name. But it remained adamant about denying the prize to another nominee in 1939, Mahatma Gandhi, as it had done in 1937 and 1938, and would again in 1947 and 1948. When it came to the man Churchill described as a half-naked fakir, the committee lost the forgiving appreciation of realpolitik it had evinced in the cases of men like Roosevelt and Wilson and became inflexibly high-minded. Jacob Wormmuller, a Norwegian history professor who wrote a briefing memo for the committee, remarked censoriously that Gandhi is frequently a Christ, but then, suddenly, an ordinary politician. Year after year the committee found reasons to reject him. The chairman of this year's committee, a ductile social democrat called Thorbjørn Jagland, was refreshingly frank about the selection of Obama. They could not, year after year, simply honor peace workers without marquee appeal. He didn't mention it, but last year's recipient, Martti Ahtisaari, the former Finnish president, drew a collective world yawn except among those fuming at his disgusting record as a broker in the dismemberment of the former Yugoslavia. So they decided to shop for the headlines. People marvel at the idiocy of these Nobel Awards, but there's method in the madness, since in the end they train people to accept without demur or protest absurdity as part and parcel of the human condition, which they should accept as representing the considered opinion of rational men. It's a twist on the Alger myth, inspiring to youth, you too can get to murder Filipinos, or Palestinians, or Vietnamese, or Afghans and still win a peace prize. That's the audacity of hope at full stretch. So one shouldn't take these prizes too seriously but simply cheer when a prize committee somewhere does the right thing. What do Paul Robeson, Bertolt Brecht, and Pablo Neruda all have in common? They won the International Stalin Prize for Strengthening Peace Among Peoples, which was in business from 1950 to 1955. Then it became the International Lenin Prize, honoring many estimable toilers for human betterment, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Salvador Allende, Sean McBride, and Angela Davis. Read that list and you rapidly get a fix on the outer limits of the Nobel Committee's range of political sympathy. Obama's award was a gift dispensed from the battlements of capital, recognizing that empire is in a safe pair of hands. October 17. The transition from the Tennessee chunk of Interstate 40 to the Arkansas section always makes me laugh. On I-40 you start in Wilmington, North Carolina, and ahead of you lie 2,555.4 miles of road, running through 8 states, all the way to Barstow, California. Through Tennessee you roll for a day and a half on smooth tarmac, often 3 lanes each way, tribute to the state's wealth and the patronage powers of Senator Albert Gore Sr., father of the portly warmist. It was Gore Sr., along with a crafty Irish Republic from Maryland called George Fallon, who was responsible for the bill enabling the financing of the interstate system, appropriating $25 billion in 1956, sucking in a generous whack of the money for his own state, already engorged with federal pork for the Oak Ridge Nuclear Complex and the TVA. In honor of these achievements, all interstates entering Tennessee are labeled the Albert Gore, Sr. Memorial Highway. It's no doubt why, out of forlorn hopes for emulation, Al Jr. preposterously claimed he'd invented the internet. The unimpressed citizens of Tennessee duly doomed Al Jr.'s presidential bid by voting for George Bush in 2000. I rolled through Memphis, battleground for a very significant victory for we the people. The blueprint for I-40 had the interstate slicing through Overton Park on the east side of town. There's an old-growth arboretum here, also the famous band shell, one of 27 built by the WPA in the 1930s. Elvis Presley gave his first paid concert there, opening for Slim Whitman on July 30, 1954. Since the shell was a graceful piece of architecture, the forces of darkness yearned to bulldoze it flat and put in something useful like a parking lot. Lovers of the shell beat back 2 such onslaughts, and the shell survives, gussied up. The I-40 builders neared Memphis at a bad moment, in 1969. For a decade after World War II, the freeway lobby crushed all before them. The downtowns of city after city were destroyed or menaced by rapidly advancing glaciers of concrete. Si monumentum requiris, go to downtown Buffalo and weep. October 27. Across the country last weekend there were anti-war demonstrations, modest in turnout, but hopefully a warning to Obama that war without end or reason in Afghanistan, plus 40,000 more troops to Kabul, is not why people voted for him. I spoke at our own little rally in my local town of Eureka, California. My neighbor Ellen Taylor decided to spice up the proceedings by having a guillotine on the platform, right beside the Eureka courthouse steps. It's in the genes. Her father was Telford Taylor, chief U.S. prosecutor at Nuremberg. When she told me about the plan for the guillotine, I wasn't sure it was a good idea. But Ellen said she wanted to reach out to new constituencies beyond the committed left, and what better siren call than the swoosh of the avenging blade. 100 years ago people liked to stress the similarities of the American and French revolutions. Mark Twain composed the most passionate defense of the terror ever written, in a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. But then, after 1917, the French Revolution was seen as the harbinger of Bolshevik excess and it grew less popular. Up on the platform I took the guillotine issue head on. Only 666 aristocrats had been topped in Paris in what is now the Place de la Concorde, 1,543 throughout France. The reward, a decisive smack on the snout of the land-holding aristocracy, durable popular power for peasants, workers, and the petit bourgeois. MLE patron and MLE proprietaire stepped into history. There's no sign of populism in any energetic form. The anger is formulaic. October 28. Just how funny was that story of the man in Fairfax County, Virginia, who got up early on the morning of October 19 and walked naked into his own kitchen to make himself a cup of coffee? The next significant thing that happened to 29-year-old Eric Williamson was the local cops arriving to charge him with indecent exposure. It turns out that while he was brewing the coffee, a mother who was taking her 7-year-old son along a path beside Williamson's house espied the naked Williamson and called the local precinct, or more likely her husband, who happens to be a cop. "Yes, I wasn't wearing any clothes," Williamson said later, "but I was alone, in my own home and just got out of bed. It was dark and I had no idea anyone was outside looking in at me." The story ended up on TV, starting with Fox, and in the opening rounds the newscasters and network blogs had merciless sport with the Fairfax police for their absurd behavior. Hasn't a man the right to walk around his own home dressed according to his fancy? Answer, obvious to anyone familiar with relevant case law, absolutely not. Peeved by public ridicule, the Fairfax cops turned up the heat. The cop's wife started to maintain that she first saw Williamson by a glass kitchen door, then through the kitchen window. Mary Ann Jennings, a Fairfax County police spokeswoman, stirred the pot of innuendo. "We've heard there may have been other people who had a similar incident. The cops are asking anyone who may have seen an unclothed Williamson through his windows to come forward, even if it was at a different time. They've also been papering the neighborhood with flyers, asking for reports on any other questionable activities by anyone resembling Williamson, a white guy who's a commercial diver and who has a 5-year-old daughter, not living with him. I'd say that if the cops keep it up, and some prosecutors sense opportunity, Williamson will be pretty lucky if they don't throw some cobbled up indictment at him. Toss in a jailhouse snitch making his own plea deal, a fake police lineup, maybe an artist's impression of the Fairfax flasher, and Williamson could end up losing his visitation rights and, worse comes to worst, getting 10 years plus being posted for life on some sex offender site. You think we're living in the 21st century, in the clinical fantasy world of CSI? Wrong. So far as forensic evidence is concerned, we remain planted in the 17th century with trial by ordeal, such as when they killed women as witches if they floated when thrown into a pond. Let's head north from Fairfax County to Massachusetts, home of the witch trials. How about if you're white in Boston, weigh yourself in your own bedroom with no clothes on and. But let my Boston friend pick up the story, because it happened to him. It was the early 90s. Early on Christmas Eve, 2 burly cops pushed into our house and invaded our bedroom, no warrant. They only backed off after they realized that the scale in our bedroom where I weighed myself was in front of a window. To see me there, the born-agains who moved in next door had to keep a tight watch since it does not take long to weigh oneself. My girlfriend was dressing in the bedroom and my mom and stepdaughter were visiting. By the time the cops understood that I had been weighing myself every morning, the paddy wagon was there ready to take me away. I would have sued them, but I was running for Congress at the time. The cops liked my opponent, a right-wing pro-lifer, and I have always thought that had something to do with their moral diligence that day. One of the cops, the chief, later resigned in a corruption scandal. November 24. No one told us it would be boring, but it is the Obama presidency. Having an adulterer and a moron at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for 8 years apiece, plus Dick Cheney down the corridor, spoiled us. Which side of Bill's head did Hillary hit with the lamp? Would George fight his way to the end of the sentence in his daily battles with the English language? These days tranquility reigns, or seems to, in the Obama's private quarters. Senior White House staffers remain loyal and tight-lipped. Small wonder Jay Leno's nightly show is sagging. There was nothing to make jokes about, at least until Sarah Palin went on her book tour. Politics is getting duller by the day, too, as the idealists watch their expectations trickling all too swiftly through the hourglass. What's left? Enforcing private coverage and savaging the Medicare Advantage plans of low-income seniors. Obama has dipped below 50% in public approval, which, so the pollsters tell us, is nothing particularly unusual for a new president at this stage of the game. What's going to stop him sliding down more? But lo, there's light a little way up the tunnel, the upcoming trial in the shadow of Ground Zero of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 4 alleged co-conspirators, the best news for the print press since Monica Lewinsky. Ahead lie months of searing headlines and blood-curdling editorial howls for vengeance in the New York Post and the Daily News. The scenario envisaged by Obama, Emanuel, and Attorney General Eric Holder is presumably that sometime before the election of 2012, KSM will be ushered into an execution chamber, thus vindicating Obama's oft-advertised commitment to track down the perps of 9/11 and kill them. So eager was Obama to underline this point that while in Asia he declared that those offended by the trial will not find it offensive at all when he's convicted and when the death penalty is applied to him. This remark came after his assertion that the trial would be subject to the most exacting demands of justice. Realizing that the latter remark might be construed by some pettifogging civil libertarians as prejudicial to a fair trial, Obama then added piously that he was not going to be in that courtroom. That's the job of the prosecutors, the judge, and the jury. It's certain that the legal team mustered to defend KSM and the other four will be reviewing mountains of documents amassed by the prosecution, setting forth the evidentiary chain that led to the indictments of the Ground Zero 5. Of course, most of these will no doubt be classified top secret, to be reviewed by defense lawyers only under conditions of stringent security, but it's a safe bet that enough will be leaked to portray the Bush administration and Republicans in general in a harshly unflattering light, with Bush and Cheney ignoring profuse indications of the unfolding conspiracy. There are those who gravely lament the impending spectacle, ranging from pinkos raising wussy concerns about secret witnesses and confessions extorted under torture, to the right blaring that KSM and the others will defile the Foley courtroom with their filthy Muslim diatribes. Bring them on, say I. The show trial is as American as cherry pie, as the former Black Panther H. Rap Brown, currently serving life without the possibility of parole in the Supermax in Florence, Colorado, famously said about violence. American political life is at its most vivid amid show trials. Their glare discloses the larger political system in all its pretensions. At the very least we need the drama to help us get through what is looking more and more like the bland, respectable corporate rule of the Eisenhower years. 2010. January 8. Connoisseurs of the ritual known as accepting full responsibility will surely grade Obama a mere B for his performance Thursday at his White House press conference. Ultimately, the buck stops with me, Obama said, apropos terrors near Christmas Day miss on Northwest Flight 253. As president, I have a solemn responsibility to protect our nation and our people, and when the system fails, it is my responsibility. First strike against Obama's speechwriter is the weasel use of ultimately, not to mention the mawkish use of solemn. Second strike is his habitual dive into systemic failure, as he termed it earlier in the week. Everyone knows that systemic failure spells out as no one is to blame. This is bigger than all of us. That's the phrase's singular beauty. I give John Brennan low marks too. I told the president today I let him down, said Obama's top counterterrorism aide, who followed his boss at the press briefing. Okay so far. Exciting, even. In medieval Japan he would have stuck a sword in his stomach at this point. Not Brennan. I am the president's assistant for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism and I told him I will do better and we will do better as a team. February 5. If you want to draw a line to indicate when history took a great leap forward, it could be February 1, 1960, when 4 black students from the Agricultural and Technical College of North Carolina sat down at a segregated lunch counter in Woolworth's department store in Greensboro, North Carolina. 3 months later, the city of Raleigh, North Carolina, 80 miles east of Greensboro, saw the founding of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, seeking to widen the lunch counter demonstrations into a broad, militant movement. SNCC's first field director was Bob Moses, who said that he was drawn by the sullen, angry, and determined look of the protesters, qualitatively different from the defensive, cringing expression common to most photos of protesters in the South. In contrast to that time, here are 2 important reminders about political phenomena peculiar to America today, which help explain the decline of the left. The first is the financial clout of the nonprofit foundations, tax-exempt bodies formed by rich people to dispense their wealth according to political taste. Much of the progressive sector in America now owes its financial survival, salaries, office accommodation, etc. to the annual disbursements of these foundations, which cease abruptly at the first manifestation of radical heterodoxy. In other words, most of the progressive sector is an extrusion of the dominant corporate world, just as are the academies, similarly dependent on corporate endowments. A second important reminder concerns the steady collapse of the organized Leninist or Trotskyite left, which used to provide a training ground for young people who could learn the rudiments of political economy and organizational discipline, find suitable mates, and play their role in reproducing the left, red diaper upon red diaper, tomorrow's radicals, nourished on the Marxist classics. Somewhere in the late 1980s and early 90s, coinciding with collapses further east, this genetic strain shriveled into insignificance. An adolescent soul not inoculated by sectarian debate, not enriched by the 18th Brumaire and study groups of capital, is open to any infection, such as 9/11 conspiracism and junk science, climate catastrophism, substituting for analysis of political economy at the national or global level. February 10. There used to be a time when the CIA would go berserk at the merest suggestion that its executive actions included torture and assassination. This modesty has long gone, but even so, it was astonishing to hear the Director of National Intelligence, Dennis Blair, blithely tell a Senate committee this week that being a U.S. citizen will not spare an American from getting assassinated by military or intelligence operatives overseas if the individual is working with terrorists and planning to attack fellow Americans. Blair added helpfully that if we think direct action will involve killing an American, we get specific permission to do that. Does that mean the president or one of his cabinet members issued an okay for the FBI to riddle Detroit Imam Luqman Amin Abdullah on October 28, 2009, with 21 bullets, some of them aimed at his testicles and at least one in his back? They say the Imam was handcuffed after this lethal fusillade. February 22. 30 years ago, driving across the hill country in the South, every 50 miles I'd pick up a new Pentecostal radio station with the preacher screaming in tongues in a torrent of ecstatic drivel, Miki Taki Meka Kina Ko Ola Ka, the harsh consonants rattling the speakers on my Newport station wagon. I had a friend, a shouter, whose trailer featured by way of cultural uplift only the Bible and a big TV set tuned to the Christian Broadcasting Network, on which Pat Robertson used to denounce New Age paganism on an hourly basis. Last time I visited, a few months ago, my friend's nice home still featured the Bible. Next to it was a thick manual of astrological guidance. Could Geminis pair up with Scorpios with any hope of success, and kindred counsel, and he and his wife surfed through a big menu of channels. Out on the highway my radio picked up Glenn Beck spouting drivel, but the old Pentecostalists had vanished from the dial. These days, my friend told me, he and his wife didn't tithe to any particular church and pastor. All crooks, he said dryly. They stay home and hold their own Sunday service there. James Cameron gives us Avatar and the planet Pandora, which is Gaia brought to life in the most savage denunciation of imperial exploitation, explicitly American, ever brought to screen. Now a huge hit, Avatar is the most expensive anti-war film ever made. It is nature which today no longer exists anywhere, a peppery German called Marx wrote in 1845. But Rousseau is having his revenge on Karl. The night I went to Avatar the audience cheered when Pandora, as a single Gaian organism, puts Earth's predatory onslaught to flight and man's war machines are crushed by natural forces. Against Genesis and the Judeo-Christian tradition, pagan mysticism is carrying the day, at the level of fantasy, as it is in those astrological manuals down in the Bible Belt. March 4. Joe Stack wrote, I saw it written once that the definition of insanity is repeating the same process over and expecting the outcome to suddenly be different. I am finally ready to stop this insanity. Well, Mr. Big Brother IRS man, let's try something different, take my pound of flesh and sleep well. Stack was now 30 words from the end of his life. He continued, the communist creed, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. The capitalist creed, from each according to his gullibility, to each according to his greed. Joe Stack. Then, on February 18 this year, the computer software engineer climbed into a Piper Cherokee plane and flew it into the IRS building in Austin, Texas. When the smoke cleared and the fires had been put out, the IRS counted many injured and one dead: Vernon Hunter, a 68-year-old Vietnam veteran on the edge of retirement. Later that day, Stack's 36-paragraph suicide note surfaced on the internet. Though opaque in its recitation of his precise personal grudges with the tax man, as a farewell blast at the system, it was eloquent on the essentials of the American way: when the wealthy fuck up, the poor get to die for the mistakes. Such a system, Stack correctly emphasized, is predicated on two interpretations for every law, one for the very rich, and one for the rest of us: what to do. Violence not only is the answer, it is the only answer. From several Republican politicians, hoping to harness the huge head of political steam building up in a society facing mass unemployment for years to come, Stack's last flight got astonishing respect. "It's sad the incident in Texas happened," said Representative Steve King, Republican of Iowa, "but by the same token, it's an agency that is unnecessary. And when the day comes when that is over and we abolish the IRS, it's going to be a happy day for America." March 31. Marijuana was by no means the first boom crop to delight my home county of Humboldt, here in Northern California, 5 hours drive from San Francisco up Route 101. Leaving aside the boom of appropriating land from the Indians, there was the timber boom, which crested in the 1950s when Douglas fir in the Mattole Valley went south to frame the housing tracts of Los Angeles. In the early 1970s, new settlers, fugitives from the 60s and city life, would tell visiting friends, "Bring marijuana," and then disconsolately try to get high from the male leaves. Growers here would spend 9 months coaxing their plants, only to watch, amid the mists and rains of fall, hated mold destroy the flowers. By the end of the decade, the cultivators were learning how to grow. There was an enormous variety of seeds: Afghan, Thai, Burmese. The price crept up to $400 a pound, and the grateful settlers, mostly dirt poor, rushed out to buy a washing machine, a propane fridge, a used VW, a solar panel, a 12-volt battery. Even a 3-pound sale was a relatively big deal. The 1980s brought further advances in productivity through the old Hispanic/Mexican technique of ensuring that female buds are not pollinated, hence the name sin semilla, without seeds. By 1981 the price for the grower was up around $1,600 a pound. The $100 bill was becoming a familiar local unit of cash transactions. In 1982 a celebrated grow in the Mattole Valley yielded its organizer, an Ivy League grad, a harvest of 1,000 pounds of processed marijuana, an amazing logistical triumph. 15 miles up the valley from where I write, tiny Honeydew became fabled as the marijuana capital of California, if not America. That same year, the war on drugs rolled into action, executed in Humboldt County by platoons of sheriff's deputies, DEA agents, roadblocks by the California Highway Patrol. The National Guard combed the King Range. School children gazed up at helicopters hovering over the valley scanning for gardens. War in this case brought relatively few casualties and many beneficiaries into the local economy: federal and state assistance for local law enforcement, more prosecutors in the DA's office, a commensurately expanding phalanx of defense lawyers, a buoyant housing market for growers washing their money into legality, $200 a day and more for women trimming the dried plants. A bust meant at least a year of angst for the defendant and at least $25,000 in legal fees, though rarely any significant jail time. It did produce a felony conviction, several years of probation and all the restrictions of being an ex-felon. There are 32 people serving life sentences in California on a third-strike marijuana conviction. In 2008, 1,499 were in prison on marijuana convictions, in 2007, 4,925 in county jails. By now the cattle ranchers were growing too. Where once you'd see a battered old pickup, Now late model stretch cab Fords, Chevys, and Dodges would thunder by. Ranch yards sported new dump trucks and backhoes. Dealerships were selling big trucks and Toyota 4Runners, purchased with cash. By the mid-90s the price of bud was up around $2,400 a pound. Best of all, the war was a sturdy price support in our thinly populated, remote Emerald Triangle of Humboldt, Mendocino, and Trinity counties. Marijuana remained an outlaw crop. Then in 1996 came California's Compassionate Use Act, the brainchild of Dennis Peron, who returned from Vietnam in 1969 with 2 pounds of marijuana in his duffel bag and became a dealer in San Francisco. In 1990, when his companion was dying of AIDS, Peron began his drive for the legal medical use of marijuana. It was the launch point for greenhouses big enough to spot on Google Earth, plus diesel generators in the hills cycling 24/7 and lists of customers in the clubs down south. By 2005, with increasingly skilled production, the price was cresting between $2,500 and even $3,000 a pound for the grower. These days, in San Francisco and LA, perfectly grown and nicely packaged indoor pot 4 grams for $60, i.e., $6,700 a pound can be inspected with magnifying glasses in tastefully appointed sales rooms. The age of Obama saw Attorney General Eric Holder tell the DEA to give low priority to harassment of valid medical marijuana clubs in states 14 so far, plus Washington, D.C. that give marijuana some form of legality. On March 25, California officials announced that 523,531 signatures, almost 100,000 more than required, had been validated in support of an initiative to legalize marijuana and allow it to be sold and taxed, no small fiscal allurement in this budget-stricken state. The initiative will be on the November ballot. Various polls last year indicated such a measure enjoyed a 55% approval rating. People reckon legalization is not far off and spells the end of the 30-year marijuana boom. The local weekly, the North Coast Journal, has made a somewhat comic effort to construct a silver lining for the county. It talks hopefully of branding the Humboldt terror, of tours of marijuana rise. Dream on. Down south there's more sun, more water, and very capable Mexicans ready to tend and trim for $15 an hour. The smarter growers reckon they have 2 years at most. Here on the North Coast the price of marijuana will drop, the price of land will drop, the trucks will stop being late model. There'll be less money floating around. The New Deal began with an end to prohibition of the sale of alcohol across the United States. The individual small producers of bourbon, some good, a lot awful or downright poison, shut down, and the big liquor producers took over, successfully pushing for illegalization of marijuana in 1937. How long will the small producers of gourmet marijuana last before the big companies run them off, pushing through the sort of regulatory standards that are now punishing small organic farmers? April 9. The 17-minute video recording the U.S. military's massacre from the air in Baghdad is utterly damning. The visual and audio record reveal the 2 Apache helicopter pilots and the U.S. Army intelligence personnel monitoring the real-time footage falling over themselves to make the snap judgment that the civilians roughly 1,000 feet below are armed insurgents and that one of them, peeking round a corner, was carrying an RPG, that is, a rocket-propelled anti-tank grenade launcher. The dialogue is particularly chilling, revealing gleeful pilots gloating over the effect of their initial machine gun salvos. "Look at those dead bastards," one pilot says. "Nice," answers the other. Then, as a wounded man painfully writhes toward the curb, the pilots eagerly wait for an excuse to finish him off. "All you gotta do is pick up a weapon," one pilot says yearningly. Defense analyst Pierre Sprey, who led the design teams for the F-16 and A-10 and who spent many years in the Pentagon, stresses 2 particularly damning features of the footage. The first is the claim that Noor-el-Din's telephoto lens could be mistaken for an RPG. A big telephoto for a 35mm camera is under 1.5 feet at most. An RPG, unloaded, is 3 feet long and loaded, 4 foot long. These guys were breathing hard to kill someone. May 7. Oil drilling is one of the dirtiest of all businesses, physically and politically. In recent years BP has spent many millions in the US, trying to winch its reputation out of the mud with bright advertising paeans to its green commitment. Along with its greenwashing ad campaigns, it staked $500 million on a biofuel research center at the University of California's Berkeley campus. Every gallon gushing from the holes in the ocean floor in the Gulf of Mexico sinks the company's reputation back in the primal ooze of a reputation permanently disfigured by environmental havoc, political bribes, and ruthless campaigns against those courageous enough to blow the whistle on the company. Obama now wags his finger at BP and vows that it will pay for every penny of the cleanup. He actually took more campaign money from BP than did his Republican opponent in 2008, Senator John McCain. June 4. Israel regrets? But no. Israel doesn't regret. It preens and boasts and demands approval, which it duly gets from its prime sponsor, the United States government, and most of the press. The attack on the Mavi Marmara was carefully planned. Israel is plunging into deeper darkness. As the Israeli journalist Gideon Levy recently told one interviewer, in the last year there have been real cracks in the democratic system of Israel. It's systematic, it's not here and there. Things are becoming much harder. And Levy also wrote in Haaretz, when Israel closes its gates to anyone who doesn't fall in line with our official positions, we are quickly becoming similar to North Korea. When right-wing parties increase their number of anti-democratic bills, and from all sides there are calls to make certain groups illegal, we must worry, of course. But when all this is engulfed in silence, and when even academia is increasingly falling in line with dangerous and dark views, the situation is apparently far beyond desperate. June 11. Aggrieved British politicians denounce the Obama administration for throwing heavy emphasis on the formerly discarded British in BP. What do they expect? Here in Petrolia, California, someone asked me at the post office yesterday, was it true the Queen owned BP? What goes around comes around. One of the greatest bailouts in history came in 1953, when the Eisenhower administration authorized a CIA-backed coup in Iran. The Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, owned by the British government, had been expropriated and nationalized in 1951 by unanimous vote of Iran's parliament. The 53 coup evicted Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh and installed Shah Reza Pahlavi, the creature of the West's oil companies, with full tyrannical powers. The AIOC got back 40% of its old concession and became an internationally owned consortium, renamed British Petroleum. July 2. There's been ripe chortling about the spy network run in the US by the Russian SVR, successor to the KGB in the area of foreign intelligence. The 11 accused were supposedly a bunch of bumblers so deficient in remitting secrets to Moscow across nearly a decade that the FBI can't even muster the evidence to charge them with espionage. All of the defendants who appeared in the New York court except one, the fetching Anna Chapman, are also charged with conspiracy to commit money laundering, which carries a maximum penalty of 20 years of prison. Assuming their lawyers don't get them off, a doubtful proposition, we can assume the Russians will round up 11 Americans, accuse them of spying and then do a trade. Then both sides will start again, the Russians training fresh sets of agents to spout American baseball records, burn hamburgers over the backyard grill, jog and do other all-American things like have negative equity on their houses and owe the IRS money. Meanwhile, the Americans are forcing their agents to read Dostoevsky. July 9. It's the worst of times. America is plunging back into depression. Only 1 out of every 2 Americans of working age has a job. Across the last 2 months, more than 1 million Americans simply gave up seeking employment, even as benefits are running out. Somewhere near 10 million Americans without work aren't getting any kind of check. 1 in every 5 children is living below the poverty line, sometimes by as much as 50%, classed as extreme poverty. The stimulus has failed. The housing market is in free fall. A couple of months ago market analysts predicted there would be 5 million more foreclosures between now and 2011, and it looks like they're on target. 40% of delinquent homeowners have already loaded up the SUV, thrown the plastic chairs in the swimming pool and tossed the house keys back at the bank. For tens of millions of Americans, the house is as central and crucial a financial asset as a pig was for an Irish peasant family in the 19th century. The pig, as the old Irish saying goes, was the man beside the fire. It had the place of honor. The pig died, the family starved. People are down. I meet young people every day who say they've simply given up watching the news. It's all too depressing. August 6th. It took a gay Republican judge with libertarian leanings to issue from the bench, in a U.S. district courthouse in San Francisco, one of the warmest testimonials to the married state since Erasmus. Last Wednesday, Vaughn R. Walker struck down California's ban on gay marriage, prompting ecstatic rejoicing among a mostly gay crowd outside the courthouse. His ruling was the first in the country to strike down a marriage ban on federal constitutional grounds. A final judicial verdict is years away, because appeals will now wend their way slowly through the system until they reach the U.S. Supreme Court, 6 of whose 9 current members are Catholics. Judge Walker marshals the testimony mustered by the plaintiffs, those challenging Prop 8, into a veritable thesaurus of the miracles wrought by the marriage ceremony. At the mere overture of "Wilt thou take?" it seems that anxieties about self-worth, the burdens of low self-esteem, the shadows of social ostracism, dissipate in the warm glow of the marriage contract. In fact, the drive for gay marriage is against the trend of the times, which is the single state, or people increasingly united depending on the state they live in by some form of civil union for the purpose of benefits, pensions, health care, wills, inheritances and so forth. Across America, on the last census, there were 100 million unmarried employees, consumers, taxpayers, and voters who headed up a majority of households in 22 states, more than 380 cities. Gays are crowding to board a sinking ship. Married couples with kids, who filled about 90% of residences a century ago, now total about 20%. Nearly 30% of homes are inhabited by someone who lives alone, no doubt awaiting foreclosure. August 18th. I went to get my hair cut the other day in the town of Fortuna and waited 10 minutes while the elderly barber finished buzz cutting a young Mexican American. After the young man had exited under his thin skull cap of black stubble, Don the barber sighed and said, "That's the third boy I've cut today who's headed into the Marines. They all say the same thing. There's no work around here and I've got a family to support. When I tell them to hold off, they say the same thing, too late. I've signed up." Millions are plummeting into total destitution, having reached the end of their 99 weeks of unemployment benefits. Their only option then is the soup line at a church and getting on the waiting list for a homeless shelter. The nearest big city north of me is Portland, Oregon, where the downtown area is filled with homeless people, napping on steps, bedding down on cardboard in doorways. Along the Willamette one can see colonies of the destitute all along the river bank, from the shipyards to Willamette Falls, sleeping under thin plastic and gray skies. Frank Bardak, who lives in the farm town of Watsonville, a couple of hours south of San Francisco, recently described a bank robbery by one young, desperate immigrant. Several months ago, Jericho took his father's pickup truck, drove 20 miles to the upscale tourist playpen Carmel by the Sea, and walked into the local branch of the Bank of America. He waited in line to see a teller, and, when his turn came, he pretended to have a gun under his shirt and quietly demanded that the teller give him her cash. As she was passing out the money, he apologized for frightening her. Meanwhile, she was hiding a GPS device among the bills. He left the bank, his crime apparently unnoticed, and returned to the truck for the drive home. On the way, he got confused and took a wrong turn through Monterey before he got back on the right road home. 20 police cars from 4 different police jurisdictions followed the GPS signal and stopped him 45 minutes after he left the bank. He immediately confessed, explaining that he needed the money to help his dad pay the family mortgage. When his case came to trial, the DA pressed for 2 years in state prison. The judge decided that 6 months in the county jail and 5 years probation would be enough. In Texas or anywhere in the South, the fellow would probably have got 25 years. But in desperate times one can expect people to do desperate, stupid things, and this decent judge showed compassion and understanding. We can probably expect more laid-off workers going postal. On August 3, at 7 a.m., Omar Thornton showed up for a disciplinary hearing at the Hartford Distributors, a Budweiser distribution warehouse in Manchester, Connecticut. Thornton had been caught on video pinching some beer. They asked him whether he wanted to be fired, or just quit. Thornton pulled out a handgun and killed 7 fellow employees before shooting himself dead. Before he loosed off his last shot into his head, Thornton, a black man, called a friend on his cell phone and said he'd taken care of some racists who'd been giving him a hard time. Unemployment means fear, and fear nourishes racism, all the more because we have a black president. Racism is drifting across America like mustard gas in the trenches of World War I. And, final token of hard times, we have Bonnie and Clyde on the run. In their latest guise, the duo consists of John McCluskey and his cousin and fiancée, Caslin Welch, who's no Faye Dunaway. She threw some wire cutters over the fence of her man's Arizona prison. Cops suspect them of killing a couple of retirees, then stealing their truck and heading north up to the Canadian line through Glacier National Park. That's the last sanctuary in America versus horribilis, the American grizzly. Behind them the cops, ahead the bears. It could be the first movie of a new era. August 29. If the attack on Iraq was a war for oil, it scarcely went well for the United States. Run your eye down the list of contracts the Iraqi government awarded in June and December 2009. Prominent is Russia's Lukoil, which, in partnership with Norway's Statoil, won the rights to West Kurna Phase 2, a 12.9 billion barrel supergiant oil field. Other successful bidders for fixed-term contracts included Russia's Gazprom and Malaysia's Petronas. Only 2 US-based oil companies came away with contracts. ExxonMobil partnered with Royal Dutch Shell on a contract for West Kurna Phase 1, and Occidental shares a contract in the Zubair field, in company with Italy's Eni and South Korea's KOGAS. The huge Rumaila field yielded a contract for BP and the China National Petroleum Company, and Royal Dutch Shell split the 12.6 billion barrel Magnun field with Petronas, 60-40. Throughout the 2 auctions there were frequent bleats from the oil companies at the harsh terms imposed by the auctioneers representing Iraq, as this vignette from Reuters about the bidding on the northern Nama field suggests. Sonangol also won the nearby 900 million barrel Nama oil field in Nineveh. Again, the Angolan firm had to cut its price and accept a fee of $6 per barrel, less than the $8.50 it had sought. We are expecting a little bit higher. Can you go a little bit higher? Sonangol's exploration manager Paulino Geronimo asked Iraqi oil minister Hussein al-Sharistani to spontaneous applause from other oil executives. Sharistani said, "No." So either the all-powerful US government was unable to fix the auctions to its liking, or the all-powerful US-based oil companies mostly decided the profit margins weren't sufficiently tempting. Either way, the war for oil doesn't look in very good shape. The left or a substantial slice of it snatches defeat from the jaws of a victory over America's plans for Iraq by proclaiming that America has successfully established what Milne calls a new form of outsourced semi-colonial regime to maintain its grip on the country and region. Iraq is in ruins, always the default consequence of American imperial endeavors. The left should report this, but also hammer home the message that in terms of its proclaimed objectives the US onslaught on Iraq was a strategic and military disaster. That's the lesson to bring home. September 3rd. This weekend brings us the August 28th anniversary of the March on Washington back in 1963. It was when Martin Luther King delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech from the Lincoln Memorial. This year the anniversary celebration has been hijacked by the right-wing commentator, Glenn Beck. The prime speaker will be Sarah Palin, the Tea Party's pinup girl and as unlikely as any woman in Alaska ever to have had a pinup of milk on her dorm wall. To have the March on Washington honored by Beck and Palin is as shocking to liberal America as installing Jefferson Davis, president of the Southern slave states in the Civil War, next to Lincoln in the memorial. Beck admits that when he scheduled a rally in Washington on August 28 to boost his new book, The Plan, and strut his stuff to the Tea Party masses, he had no idea it was the anniversary of the march. But he swiftly turned ignorance into opportunity. He's now saying that he is working to finish the job that was at the heart of the 1963 March on Washington and King's vision. Beck claims the ideas of Dr. King have been corrupted and that he will resurrect the true King. As part of this mission, Beck is trying to separate Dr. King from social justice and limit King to advocacy of individual Christian salvation. If Beck's hijacking provokes some honesty among the left in general about King and about black leadership today, then Beck will have performed a useful service. Too late now to organize the obvious, a huge counter-demonstration to call Beck to accounts and run him and Palin off. The left is too weak for that, having now given up gluten that has given us leavened bread for 5,000 years. September 24. There was a memorial for Ben Sonnenberg last week. Ben died on June 26 at the age of 73 and a substantial crowd of the people who knew and loved him were invited by his widow, Dorothy Gallagher, to muster at the Century Club, on West 43rd Street in New York, on September 15, and honor his memory. Speakers included two of his daughters, Susanna and Seti, Dan Menaker, Michael Train, Ann Carson, Rebecca Ockrent, Susan Minot, James Salter. The world has lost a true humanist, in the Renaissance heft of that word, one in whom refinement of taste and wideness of culture mingled with political passion. I mourn a very close friend. His greatest literary achievement was Grand Street, the quarterly he founded in 1981 and edited till 1990, when multiple sclerosis was far advanced and his fortune somewhat depleted. His friend Gene Stein took the magazine over and it ran till 2004. As he put it laconically, I printed only what I liked, never once did I publish an editorial statement, I offered no writer's guidelines, and I stopped when I couldn't turn the pages anymore. As another great editor, Bruce Anderson, of the Anderson Valley Advertiser, wrote after Ben's death, Grand Street under Sonnenberg was the best literary magazine ever produced in this doomed country. His Grand Street was readable front to back. If you've never seen a Grand Street, the last literary quarterly we're going to have, hustle out to the last bookstore and get yourself one and lament what is gone. When I first came to New York in 1972, I went to a couple of parties thrown by Ben's father, Ben Sr., one of the trailblazers in public relations who gave elaborately staged parties to advance the interests of his various clients, at 19 Gramercy Park. He looked a bit like a comfortably retired Edwardian bookie in 1890s London, with enough knowingness in his glance to deliver fair warning to the unwary. Though he publicly prided himself on never have taken a dime from either Howard Hughes or the Kennedys, Ben Sr. certainly milked big clients like General Motors of plenty of moolah, a satisfactory chunk of which he left to Ben. Ben Jr. detailed his somewhat raffish and caddish youth in his 1991 memoir, Lost Property, but I had already known for almost a decade the tastes that he listed on the first page and that endeared me to him. My favorite autobiographers in this century are Vladimir Nabokov, Theodore Adorno, and Walter Benjamin. A paragraph later he cited my friend Edward Said, whose savage essay Michael Walzer's Exodus and Revolution, a Canaanite reading Ben had published in Grand Street in 1986. There was no other cultural periodical at that time that would have given the finger so vigorously to polite New York intellectual opinion. The finger could be puckish. In January of 1989 he sent me a copy of his offer, which I published in The Nation on behalf of himself, me, and others, to Marty Peretz. Dear Mr. Peretz, do you wish to sell the New Republic? May I know your terms? I am one of a small group whose members are eager to buy the New Republic and restore its credit as a liberal journal. We suspect you may be ready to sell from the vacancy and desperation of recent articles, which I at least associate with the moral and material bankruptcy of the State of Israel. I am the editor of Grand Street, but none of my associates is in the magazine publishing business. Ben's decent obit in the New York Times by William Grimes mentioned many of the writers he published: Ted Hughes, Alice Munro, James Salter, Susan Minot, John Hollander, Northrop Frye, W. S. Merwin, Christopher Hitchens, Amy Willence, and the present writer. But not Edward said. Their relationship was very close, and among my warmest memories are dinners with Ben and his wife, Dorothy Gallagher, in their apartment at 50 Riverside Drive, listening American Samoa Edward thunders to the company about some fresh outrage of his enemies, some new libel lavished upon him, the Canaanite a mere black man, and hearing Ben's delighted laugh, raspy and soon spent because there was not much puff power in his body, imprisoned in the wheelchair or propped up in bed. Ben was just such a physical captive for over a quarter of a century, ultimately unable to move anything but his head, but I never saw him dull of eye or wit, amid what a similarly spry and creatively indomitable Alexander Pope, crippled from the age of 12, half-blind and afflicted with asthma, in the epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, ruefully called this long disease, my life. Great though the editorial achievement of Grand Street was, the resilience that carried him onward through the 2 decades that followed was what seized me. Ben's late style was a marvelously warm and inspiring achievement. I first met him in 1982, when I conducted negotiations on behalf of my father Claude, whom Ben wanted to write a memoir about spies and the Spanish Civil War. I reported to my father the large sum Ben had agreed without much demur to pony up, and Claude duly turned in a very funny essay, full of astute observations about Guy Burgess and spy mania, but also with a wonderfully tragicomic memoir about the strange death of Basil Murray and his ape in Valencia. Soon I was writing for Ben myself, and it was always agreeable. He was good at soft-edged editorial blackmail, designed to propel one past the finishing post. The substantial checks spurred creativity, too, and by 1985 I managed a very long memoir about my childhood, Heatherdown, which was well received. I never would have written it if it hadn't been for Ben. When, to his irritation, I quit New York for Key West in the early 1980s, and ultimately settled here in Northern California, he would refer to my location as though it was in Kamchatka, filled with metropolitan wonderment that we could even communicate past the barrier of the Rocky Mountains, the wastes of the Great Basin, the Sierra, even unto a northern Pacific shore on which he had never, would never, set eyes. But we spoke on the phone constantly, and I like to think these hundreds of parleys interspersed with occasional visits brought us far closer than if I had been trudging down the west side from my old roost on Central Park West and 94th Street. He had been a young flaneur in London in the 1960s and, no doubt, we passed each other unwittingly from time to time on the King's Road, I in the long, dark navy velour overcoat, velvet trousers, Borsalino hat, chiffon scarf I affected at that time, Ben in the tweed suits made for him by Huntsman on Savile Row and shoes hand-stitched by Cleverly, bespoke shoemaker in the Burlington Arcade. Not long after I moved to Petrolia, Ben, probably worried I wasn't warm enough, nor adequately shod, in this Kamchatka in the Pacific Northwest, sent me 2 of his exquisite old tweed suits and brown walking shoes, and, since we are the same build, I wear the herringbone Scotch tweeds and the brown brogues often amid the winter chills of Petrolia, sometimes wondering that if I keel over in the road and some stranger finds me and looks at the label on the inside pocket, he'll see Huntsman and Sons. Limited B Sonnenberg 5.6.69 and launch off into some surreal farce of confused identity of the sort Ben loved. Earlier this year he sent me no less than 6 pairs of black shoes, of minutely varied design, supplied by the diligent and extremely expensive Mr. Cleverly. At least physically, I can stand in Ben's shoes, and when he was alive could feel that at least I was doing his walking for him. But the alumnus of Savile Row and Wilton's, of the Boulevard Houseman, of Malaga back in the day, was no whimsical dabbler. He was that best mix serious and radical about politics and art in a fashion that never forfeited lightness of touch. This spring I felt I hadn't seen him for too long. We seemed to be talking less. I feared for his health and jumped on a plane and spent a long weekend in New York. I entered that bedroom in which I had spent so many delightful hours, its paintings and prints in their familiar spots, and here was Ben, not sinking at all but in good voice, his eyes agleam. A dinner with him and Dorothy, Miriam said, and Joanne Wipajewski was a tumult of laughter and political sallies and disputes. And then, 3 months later, he was gone, taken off by an infection he was too weak to battle. His hundreds of friends were unprepared when he slipped away, surrounded by Dorothy and his daughters. Of course, I comfort myself with the thought of that last trip. I look fondly and sadly at his suits, the books he gave me, along with the autograph letter from Zola on my wall. Privileged is the person who has had such a friend. He was so loyal, and when he was being loyal about people I didn't care for, I comforted myself with the thought that when someone was confiding to Ben some reservations, animosities even, concerning yours truly, Ben would be reliably loyal about me too, though he never shirked his exacting critical standards. At the memorial, James Salter recalled that when Ben was editing Grand Street, Harold Brodkey, a close friend, sent him a very long poem. Ben didn't care for it. He wrote to Brodkey to say that at best he might publish a few pages of it. Brodkey withdrew the poem. Then later Brodkey sent Ben a short story. Ben didn't like that either, and declined to publish it. Brodkey severed their friendship. Then, some time later, Brodkey wrote to Ben saying he would like to put the friendship back on its feet. Ben declined, writing to Brodkey that he didn't relish the prospect of the watchful cordiality that a resumption of relations would now require. Ben always makes me think of Proust, because of his cultivation, because they both spent so much time in bed, because so many chats sent us off down the boulevards of common memory. He was like Proust in cultivation, stylishness, humor, and, as regards his physical afflictions, the way he bore them with such fortitude and grace. October 8. George Soros announced a few weeks ago that he is giving $100 million to Human Rights Watch, conditional on the organization finding a matching $100 million a year from other donors for 10 years. He's been rewarded with ringing cheers for his disinterested munificence. With Soros's extra money, HRW will be dangling big funds at its non-American recruits. Regarding the hefty salaries that will surely follow, it's worth raising the experience of Eritrea, which immediately got into trouble with the NGO system after independence in 1991. Eritrea-based journalist Tom Mountain tells me, for one, Eritrea won't allow the NGOs to pay above civil service salaries. Why? NGOs come into a country and find the best and brightest and give them salaries 10 or 20 times the local rate, buying their allegiance and often turning them against their country. 2. Eritrea has implemented a 10% overhead policy, and all the NGOs that couldn't or wouldn't comply with the documentation were kicked out, about the same time Eritrea kicked out the UN peacekeepers here. NGOs endowed by the rich are instinctively hostile to radical social change, at least in any terms that a left-winger of the 1950s or 60s would understand. The U.S. environmental movement is now strategically supervised and thus neutered as a radical force by the Pew Charitable Trusts, the lead dispenser of patronage and money. Back at the dawn of the 20th century, Lenin and Martov were organizing their international congresses and looking for grant money to this end. Martov, the Menshevik, told Lenin he must absolutely stop paying for the hotels and halls with money hijacked by Stalin from Georgian banks in Tbilisi. Lenin reassured Martov, and then asked Stalin to knock over another bank, which he did, Europe's record bank heist up till that time. It was one way, perhaps the only way, past the grip of cautious millionaires. Then as now. October 29. The sun will rise next Wednesday on a new American landscape, the same way it rose on a new American landscape almost exactly 2 years ago. That was the dawn of Obama time. Millions of Americans had dined delightedly on Obama's rhetoric of dreams and preened at his homilies about the inherent moral greatness of the American people. Obama and the Democrats triumphed at the polls. The pundits hailed a tectonic shift in our national politics, perhaps even a registration of the possibility that we had entered a post-racial era. The realities of American politics don't change much from year to year. The politics of division which Obama denounced are the faithful reflection of national divisions of wealth and resources wider today than they have been at any time since the late 1920s. In fact, the dream died even before Obama was elected in November 2008. Already in September that year, Senator Obama, like his opponent, Senator McCain, had voted, at the behest of Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson and of Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke, for the bailout of the banks. Whatever the election result, there was to be no change in the architecture of financial power in America. Contrary to 1,000 contemptuous diatribes by the left, the Tea Party is a genuine political movement, channeling the fury and frustration of a huge slab of white Americans running small businesses, what used to be called the petty bourgeoisie. The World Socialist website snootily cites a Washington Post survey finding the Tea Party to be a disparate band of vaguely connected gatherings. The WSW sneers that the Post was able to make contact with only 647 groups linked to the Tea Party, some of which involve only a handful of people. The findings suggest that the breadth of the Tea Party may be inflated, the WSW chortles, quoting the Post. You think the socialist left across America can boast of 647 groups, or of any single group consisting of more than a handful of people? Who says these days that, in the last analysis, the only way to change the status quo and challenge the money power of Wall Street is to overthrow the government by force? That isn't some old Trotskyist lag like Louis Proyect, dozing on the dung heap of history like Odysseus' lice-ridden hound Argos, whooping with alarm as the shadow of a new idea darkens the threshold. Who really, genuinely wants to abolish the Fed, to whose destruction the left pledges ever more tepid support? 60% of Tea Party members would like to send Ben Bernanke off to the penitentiary, the same way I used to hear the late great Wright Patman vow to do to Fed Chairman Arthur Burns, back in the mid-70s. November 19. As Obama reviews his options, which way will he head? He's already supplied the answer. He'll try to broker deals to reach common ground with the Republicans, the strategy that destroyed those first 2 years of opportunity. Even many of Obama's diehard fans are beginning to say that the guy hasn't a backbone, no capacity to stand and fight. The left must abandon the doomed ritual of squeaking timid reproaches to Obama, only to have the counselors at Obama's elbow contemptuously dismiss them, as did Rahm Emanuel, who correctly divined their near-zero capacity for effective challenge. 2 more years of the same downward slide, courtesy of bipartisanship and working together? No way. Enough of dreary predictability. Let's have a real mutiny against the Obamian rightward drift. The time is not 6 months or a year down the road. The time is now. The White House deserves the menace of a convincing threat now, not some desperate intra-Democratic Party challenge late next year. There has to be an independent challenge. We have a champion in the wings. This champion of the left with sound appeal to the populist or libertarian right was felled on November 2, and he should rise again before his reputation fades. His name is Russ Feingold, currently a Democrat and the junior senator from Wisconsin. I urge him to decline any job proffered by the Obama administration and not to consider running as a challenger inside the Democratic Party. I urge him, not too long after he leaves the Senate, to raise if only not to categorically reject the possibility of a presidential run as an independent, then, not too far into 2011, to embark on such a course. Why would he be running? Feingold would have a swift answer. To fight against the Republicans and the White House in defense of the causes he has publicly supported across a lifetime. He has opposed the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. His was the single Senate vote against the Patriot Act, his was a consistent vote against the constitutional abuses of both the Bush and Obama administrations. He opposed NAFTA and the bank bailouts. He is for economic justice and full employment. He is the implacable foe of corporate control of the electoral process. The Supreme Court Citizens United decision in January was aimed in part at his landmark campaign finance reform bill. He broke with his party in Senate votes 93 times. At the end, he voted against Obama's compromise on extending the Bush tax cuts. Run, Russ, run. December 10. 2. Patrick Cockburn, Jeffrey St. Clair. Subject, put it on the wall. Cover, a drawing of the cuneiform transcription of a debt cancellation by Enmetna, ruler of the Sumerian city-state of Lagash, c. 2400 BC, the first known legal proclamation. December 24. The prime constant factor in American politics across the past 6 decades has been a counterattack by the rich against the social reforms of the 1930s. 20 years ago, the supreme prize of the Social Security Trust funds, the government pensions that changed the face of America in the mid-30s, seemed far beyond Wall Street's grasp. No Republican president could possibly prevail in such an enterprise. It would have to be an inside job by a Democrat. Clinton tried it, but the Lewinsky sex scandal narrowly aborted his bid. If Obama can be identified with one historic mission on behalf of capital, it is this, and though success is by no means guaranteed, it is closer than it has ever been. As with Clinton, we have an opportunistic, neoliberal president without a shred of intellectual or moral principle. We have disconsolate liberals, and a press saying that Obama is showing admirable maturity in understanding what bipartisanship really means. Like Clinton, Obama is fortunate in having pogs to his left only too happy to hail him. The landscape doesn't change much, as evidenced by the fact that Jeb Bush, former governor of Florida and George W.'s brother, looks as though he's ready to make a bid for the Republican nomination. December 29. Unlike the French or the Italians, for whom conspiracies are an integral part of government activity, acknowledged by all, Americans have been temperamentally prone to discount them. Reflecting its audience, the press follows suit. Editors and reporters like to offer themselves as hardened cynics, following the old maxim, never believe anything till it is officially denied, but in truth, they are touchingly credulous, ever inclined to trust the official version, at least until irrefutable evidence, say, the failure to discover a single WMD in Iraq, compels them finally to a darker view. Once or twice a decade, some official deception simply cannot be sedately circumnavigated. Even in the 1950s, when the lid of government secrecy was more firmly bolted down, the grim health consequences of atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons in the South Pacific, Utah, and Nevada finally surfaced. In the late 1960s, it was the turn of the CIA, some of its activities first exposed in relatively marginal publications like The Nation and Ramparts, then finally given wider circulation. Even then, the mainstream press exhibited extreme trepidation in running any story presuming to discredit the moral credentials of the U.S. government. Take assassination as an instrument of national policy. In these post-September 11 days, when Dennis Blair, the Director of National Intelligence, publicly declares, as he did before the House Intelligence Committee, that the government has the right to kill Americans abroad, it is easy to forget that nothing used to more rapidly elicit furious denials from the CIA than allegations about its efforts, stretching back to the late 1940s, to kill inconvenient foreign leaders. Charges by the Cubans through the 1960s and early 70s about the agency's serial attempts to murder Fidel Castro were routinely ignored, until finally the Senate hearings conducted in 1976 by Senator Frank Church elicited a conclusive record of about 20 separate efforts. Indeed, there was a brief window in the early 70s, amid revulsion over the Vietnam War and the excitement of the Watergate hearings, when the press exhibited a certain unwanted bravado, in part because investigative committees of Congress, enlivened by Watergate, made good use of subpoena power and immunity from threats of libel. Hence the famous Lockheed bribery hearings. Decorum soon returned, however. Just over 20 years later, in 1996, the Washington Post fired off a 6-part series, concocted with the help of Harvard profs, decked out with doleful front-page headlines such as "In America, Loss of Confidence Seeps into Institutions." The Post's earnest message was that mistrust is bad and that it is better for social stability and contentment to trust government, as in the Golden 50s, which, the older crowd may recall, was a time when government told soldiers it was safe to march into atomic test sites and when government-backed doctors offered radioactive oatmeal to disabled kids without their parents' knowledge. The mainstream press, what's left of it, sees an important duty to foster confidence in public institutions. On May 6, right after disclosure of Goldman Sachs's double dealing, came the plummet in the stock market that for a brief moment sliced 998 points off the Dow, prompting serious losses to small investors who had placed stop-loss orders on individual stocks. On Comedy Central, Jon Stewart showed a stream of news anchors characterizing everything from the GM bailout to the mortgage crisis to the rescue of AIG as caused by a perfect storm. Stewart said, "I'm beginning to think these are not perfect storms. I'm beginning to think these are regular storms and we have a tie boat." But the mainstream press zealously steered clear of suggestions that market manipulators might have engineered a killing. The integration of journalists into Washington's policy apparatus with its luxuriant jungle of lobby shops thinly disguised as nonprofits, with their seminars, scholars in residence, and fellowships has led to a decorous tendency to ignore the grime of politics at the level of corruption, blackmail, and bribery, mostly inaccessible anyway without the power of subpoena. There's an interesting genre of books, some written by political fixers in the aftermath of exposure or incarceration. Bobby Baker's Wheeling and Dealing is a good example that usefully describe the grime, but these are rarely reviewed in respectable journals. Sometimes a cover-up does surface, propelled into the light of day by a tenacious journalist. Then there's the outraged counterattack. Are you suggesting, sir, that the CIA connived to smuggle cocaine into America's inner cities? Gary Webb's career at the San Jose Mercury News was efficiently destroyed. Those who took the trouble to read the subsequent full report of CIA Inspector General Fred Hitz found corroboration of Webb's charges. But by then the caravan had moved on. A jury issued its verdict, but the press box was empty. Maybe now the decline in power of the established corporate press, the greater availability of dissenting versions of politics and history, and the exposure of the methods used to coerce public support for the attack on Iraq have engendered a greater sense of realism on the part of Americans about what their government can do. Perhaps the press will be more receptive to discomfiting stories about what Washington is capable of in the pursuit of what it deems to be the national interest. Hopefully, in this more fertile soil, Sid Sheinberg's pertinacity will be vindicated at last, and those still active in politics who connived at this abandonment of principles will be forced to give an account. When it comes to journalistic achievements in 2010, the elephant in the room is WikiLeaks. The alleged leaker of the WikiLeaks files, Army Private Bradley Manning, currently being held in solitary confinement in sadistic conditions, should be vigorously applauded and defended for doing his sworn duty by exposing such crimes as the murder of civilians in Baghdad by U.S. Apache helicopters. Assange and his colleagues should similarly be honored and defended. They have acted in the best traditions of the journalistic vocation. 2011. January 6. For the past 7 months, 22-year-old U.S. Army Private Bradley Manning, first in an Army prison in Kuwait, now in the brig in Quantico, Virginia, has been held 23 hours out of 24 in solitary confinement in his cell, under constant harassment. If his eyes close between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. he is jolted awake. In daylight hours he has to respond yes to guards every 5 minutes. For an hour a day he is taken to another cell where he walks figures of 8. If he stops he is taken back to his other cell. Manning is accused of giving documents to Julian Assange at WikiLeaks. He has not been tried or convicted. Visitors report that Manning is going downhill mentally as well as physically. His lawyers' efforts to improve his condition have been rebuffed by the Army. Accusations that his treatment amounts to torture have been indignantly denounced by prominent conservatives calling for him to be summarily executed. After the columnist Glenn Greenwald publicized Manning's treatment in mid-December, there was a moderate commotion. The UN's top monitor of torture is investigating his case. Meanwhile Manning faces months, if not years, of the same. Torture is now solidly installed in America's repressive arsenal. Not in the shadows where it used to lurk, but up front and central, vigorously applauded by prominent politicians. Coercion and humiliation seep through the culture. On his second full day in office, President Obama signed a series of executive orders to close the Guantanamo detention center within a year, ban the harshest interrogation methods, and review military war crimes trials. In his first State of the Union address a week later, Obama declared to the joint session of Congress, "I can stand here tonight and say without exception or equivocation that the United States of America does not torture. We can make that commitment here tonight." Nonetheless, the torture system is flourishing, and the boundaries of the American empire are marked by overseas torture centers such as Bagram. There are still detainees in Guantanamo as of November last year, 174 of them. They are supposedly destined for a supermax in Illinois. Manning fights for his sanity in Quantico. January 13. Tucson is a schizoid town, pleasantly laid back but also with heavy enforcement under and overtones. The last time I spoke at a public meeting down there, a couple of years ago, the decidedly countercultural audience looked like a throwback to the late 70s in New York, which is probably where many in the crowd originally hailed from. It's an informal place, which is why it was not surprising for Rep. Giffords to set up her table in a Safeway grocery store's parking lot, chatting with locals. This is what she was doing on Saturday. So Jared Launer, 22, with his newly purchased 9mm Glock with extended magazine, was able to stride up to within a yard of the congresswoman and shoot her in the head, then spray the small area with an extended salvo. With this 20-second fusillade Launer killed U.S. District Judge John Roll, 63, Dorothy Murray, 76, Dorwin Stoddard, 76, Phyllis Scheck, 79, Gabriel Zimmerman, 30, and Christina Green, 9. Zimmerman was Giffords's Director of Community Outreach and had helped organize the event. Christina Green, born on September 11, 2001, was taken along to see Giffords by a relative, because the 9-year-old was interested in public affairs. Federal Judge Roll had just dropped by to say hello to Giffords, who shared his liberal opposition to Arizona's fierce stance on illegal immigrants. Sarah Palin had played to her base all through the last 4 months of 2010 with website pictures of select Democratic candidates' districts where there was a Tea Party challenger with crosshair gun sights over them. Giffords got this treatment and stated publicly that Palin should know this sort of rhetoric could have consequences. Palin pulled the image from her site only after the shooting, just after TLC cancelled her Alaska show and will not be bringing it back for a second season. The cancellation didn't have anything to do with the shooting in Tucson. The show was fairly solid in the ratings at 3.2 million viewers, and it seems TLC's worry was that if Palin runs for the Republican presidential nomination, they'd have to give her opponents equal access time. But will Palin now be pilloried as Launer's motivator? She'll certainly get flack, but it will be from people who loathe her anyway. Her base will construe her as a martyr to the commie conspiracy led by Obama and will turn out for her in even greater numbers. They'll quote Jefferson even more fervently, and what country can preserve its liberties, if its rulers are not warned from time to time, that this people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The remedy is to set them right as to the facts, pardon and pacify them. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time, with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. January 15. Editor. Alex Cockburn has been bashing the truthers for many years now. He finds it okay to attack those who seek the truth of what really happened on September 11, 01. Now, he ridicules those who ask why the CIA missed the underpants bomber, even though they had plenty of warning. The truthers reject the obvious answers: caution, bureaucratic inertia, buck passing, turf fights, and say it was a plot. Oh really, Mr. Cockburn, do we? We don't know one way or another, and you are now the spokesperson for the truthers? What's obvious is your strawman attacks are very misplaced. Like, why spend so much time attacking truth seekers? Especially when these failures keep benefiting certain countries and military-industrial corporations. The Israeli firm, ICTS, and two of its subsidiaries are at the crux of an international investigation in recent days, as experts try to pinpoint the reasons for the security failure that enabled Umar F. Abdel-Muttalab to board Northwest Flight 253 and attempt to set alight explosives hidden in his underwear. A Haaretz investigation has learned that the security officers and their supervisor should have suspected the passenger, even without having early intelligence available to them. The failure was a twin flop, an intelligence failure, which U.S. President Barack Obama has already stated, in the poor handling of information that arrived at the State Department and probably also the CIA from both the father of the would-be bomber and the British Security Service, and a failure within the security system, including that of the Israeli firm ICTS. Nothing to see here, move along truther scumbags. So, the US is relying on Israeli security, and we are to believe that everyone just messed up, again. Mr. Cockburn wants us all to fall in line with his theory, the official US government incompetence theory. Esket. 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 Over and over, again and again, just plain dumb goy. For how long? How many more times to fall for lies? As many as it takes. As one commenter wrote online, if the plane went down, maybe Israel could have fed us intelligence saying it was Iran. But, that'd never happen, that's a crazy conspiracy theory, false flag operations never happen. I'm sure Mr. Cockburn would be glad to agree. Cheers. Rob Mahone, Covelo. P.S. I'd rather be a truth seeker, than a denialist. Alexander Cockburn replies, from this it's impossible to discern what Mahone's version of events is. I'd prefer to stay within the ambit of buck-passing, bureaucratic rivalries, and incompetence, starting with the fact that Umar Farouk Abdel-Muttalab didn't show up on the watch list because someone had entered his name wrong. As for denialism, Rob, go preach warming in Western Europe or Beijing, as temps plunge to new lows. The world has been cooling since 1998 and that's the cold truth. Petrolia. February 6. The career profiles of the men Obama picked to send to Egypt to talk to Mubarak give a useful mini-portrait of us Egyptian realities, shorn of happy talk about democracy and the will of the people. The 72-year-old Frank Wisner is a former U.S. ambassador to Egypt and a senior fixer in Washington. He has secure footholds in government and corporate America. Until recently he was vice chairman of AIG, which he left to become a foreign policy advisor at the politically powerful law firm and lobby shop, Patton Boggs. Wisner's father, Frank Sr., ran the CIA's covert arm, went mad after the failure of the Hungarian Rising of 1956, and committed suicide in odd circumstances in a CIA secure house outside Washington, D.C., in 1967. As ambassador to Egypt, Wisner formed a close relationship with Mubarak and long after leaving Cairo continued to nourish it. In 2005 he celebrated the Egyptian election as a historic day. Wisner promptly headed further into egregious falsehood, there were no instances of repression, there wasn't heavy police presence on the streets. The atmosphere was not one of police intimidation. Mubarak is despised, as he has been throughout his entire career. These days, mutilated by neoliberal policies forced on it by the usual international agencies, Egypt is an economic disaster zone, able to feed its exploding population for only 9 months in the year. The current political explosion has sharply aggravated the economic crisis. The custodians of the American empire are right to be perturbed. Those crowds in Tunis and in Cairo, facing projectiles made in America, know well enough the ultimate sponsor of the tyrannies against which they have risen. A belated chirp for democracy from Obama or Secretary of State Clinton will not purge that record. February 11. We need good news. When was the last time we had some, here in this country? The Seattle riots against the WTO? That was back in 1999. Around the world? Hard to remember, it's been a long dry spell. It reminds me of the old Jacobin shivering in the chill night of Bourbon Restoration, and crying out, "Oh, son of 93, when shall I feel thy warmth again?" We raise our glass to the Egyptian people. The brave Egyptian demonstrators did it. Conscripts ready to mutiny if ordered to fire on the crowds did it. Immensely courageous Egyptian union organizers active for years did it. Look at the numbers of striking workers enumerated by Issam al-Amin today. This was close to a general strike. It reminds me of France, its economy paralyzed in the uprising in the spring of 1968. That was when President de Gaulle, displaying a good deal more energy and sang-froid than Mubarak, flew to meetings with senior French military commanders to get pledges of loyalty and received requisite assurance. And next for Egypt? These chapters are unwritten, but the world is bracingly different this week than what it was a month ago. Rulers and tyrants everywhere know that. They know bad news when they see it, same way we know good news when we hear its welcome knock on the door of history. February 14th. The Reagan cult celebrates the centenary of their idol's birth this month, and the airwaves have been tumid with homage to the 38th president, who held office for 2 terms, 1981 to 1988, and who died in 2004. The script of these recurring homages is unchanging, with his straightforward, sunny disposition and "ah shucks can-do" style. The manly Reagan gave America back its confidence. In less flattering terms, he and his PR crew catered expertly to the demands of the American national fantasy, that homely common sense could return America to the vigor of its youth and the economy of the 1950s. When he took over the Oval Office at the age of 66, whatever powers of concentration he might have once had were failing. The Joint Chiefs of Staff mounted their traditional show-and-tell briefings for him, replete with simple charts and a senior general explicating them in simple terms. Reagan found these briefings way too complicated and dozed off. The Joint Chiefs then set up a secret unit, staffed by cartoonists. The balance of forces were set forth in easily accessible caricature, with Soviet missiles the size of upended zeppelins, pulsing on their launch pads, with the minuscule US ICBMs shriveled in their bunkers. Little cartoon bubbles would contain the points the Joint Chiefs wanted to hammer into Reagan's brain, most of them to the effect that we need more money. The president really enjoyed the shows and sometimes even asked for repeats. March 11th. The inhibitions that prompted his stutter extended to other regions of the king's body, as Kitty Kelly narrates in her fine book The Royals. Sexual dysfunction plagued poor George VI. Allegedly, Elizabeth and Margaret were conceived with the help of artificial insemination, donor undisclosed. My maternal grandfather, Jack Arbuthnot of the Scots Guards, could be a candidate as the mystery donor for the future queen. In terms of physiognomy, Margaret is less likely. When he was commanding the guard detail at Balmoral, Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, later George VI's consort, would visit from Glamis Castle as a young girl. The high-spirited Elizabeth used to insist that Major Jack play horse, carrying her about on his shoulders. Perhaps in 1926 the Duchess, as she then was, remembered that early, fairly intimate proximity and sent him a royal request. The popularity of the royal family after the war should not be overestimated. In his excellent history Austerity Britain, David Kynaston quotes James Lees Milne as recording in his diary for November 18, 1947, apropos the announcement of the engagement of Princess Elizabeth to Prince Philip of Greece: a disturbing dinner with Simon Mosley of the Coldstream Guards, says that 50% of the guardsmen in his company refused to contribute towards a present for Princess Elizabeth. The dissentients came to him in a body and, quite pleasantly, gave him their reasons. 1. The royal family did nothing for anybody, and 2. The royal family would not contribute towards a present for their weddings. Moreover, when Simon Mosley said that without the royal family the Brigade of Guards, with its privileges and traditions, would cease to exist, they replied, "Good. Let them both cease to exist." March 17. Last Sunday my phone rang a couple of times from people watching 60 Minutes reporting that in a segment on Christopher Hitchens, the following exchange occurred. Interviewer, Alexander Cockburn, a former friend of yours, called you a self-serving, fat ass, chain-smoking, drunken, opportunistic, cynical contrarian. Hitchens, well, I don't see what's wrong with that, though he should see my ass now. I was puzzled. It's not my argot of abuse, and besides, I haven't written anything recently about Hitchens. Why, unless occasion absolutely requires it, publicly kick a man in as tough a spot as he's evidently in? It seems that 60 Minutes, an immensely popular and profitable adornment of CBS News, can't afford to hire conscientious or experienced researchers and checkers. The phrase is taken from the headline of a torrent of measured abuse of Hitchens written by Jack McCarthy for Counterpunch in 2002, a year when emotions were running high, amid the work-up to the attack on Iraq. Any moderately seasoned checker knows headlines are no nos for specific attribution without detailed inquiry, which certainly did not occur in this case. March 18. Americans read the increasingly panic-stricken reports of deepening catastrophe at Fukushima Daiichi, speed to the pharmacy to look for iodine and ask, it's happened there, can it happen here? They already know it can, and almost certainly will. President Obama took plenty of money from the nuclear industry for his presidential campaign and in his State of the Union address last January reaffirmed his commitment to clean, safe nuclear power, as insane a statement as pledging commitment to a nice clean form of syphilis. This week Obama's press spokesman confirmed that nuclear energy remains a part of the president's overall energy plan. As Will Parrish reports, Obama was flacking for boosted plutonium production even as Fukushima Daiichi went into meltdown. The United States produces more nuclear energy than any other nation. It has 104 nuclear plants, many of them old, many prone to endless leaks and kindred malfunctions, all of them dangerous. Perhaps the news that Japanese nuclear reactors have been damaged and that clouds of official deception are already rising above them will cool the revival of enthusiasm for building new nuclear plants here in the U.S., spearheaded politically by President Obama and okayed by major green groups using the cover of alleged anthropogenic global warming, as long ago planned by the nuclear industry. April 4. In 2009 the New York Academy of Sciences published Chernobyl, Consequences of the Catastrophe for People and the Environment, a 327-page volume by three scientists, Alexei Yablokov and Vasily and Alexei Nestorenko, the definitive study to date. The book stresses that the cover-up began immediately. Official secrecy imposed by the Soviet government lasted 3 years, during which time an unknown number of people died from early leukosis. There were 830,000 liquidators, as the cleanup workers were somewhat bizarrely termed, and for 3 years it was officially forbidden to associate the diseases they were suffering from with radiation. Set the desperate efforts to avoid apocalypse at the Tokyo Electric Power Company's Fukushima plant next to Chernobyl and its ongoing lethal aftermath. Compare the hundreds of square miles of abandoned land in Ukraine next to the evacuated zone, already 20 kilometers in radius on Japan's northeast coast. Think of Southern California or North Carolina or. The United States has 104 nuclear plants. Nuclear expert Robert Alvarez writes that a single spent fuel rod pool as in Fukushima or Sheeran Harris holds more cesium-137 than was deposited by all atmospheric nuclear weapons tests in the Northern Hemisphere combined, and an explosion in that pool could blast perhaps 3 to 9 times as much of these materials into the air as was released by the Chernobyl reactor disaster. Significant sections of the environmental movement here, impelled by monomaniacal concern over the hypothesis of anthropogenic global warming, have made their shameful pact with the nuclear industry. It's over. Look at Chernobyl, look at Fukushima. There's no middle ground. April 9. Fox News says Glenn Beck's daily program will transition off the network show sometime before the end of this year. Beck co-signed the statement and confirmed this on his show on Wednesday, April 6, speaking vaguely of sustaining the 2-year relationship with Fox by developing things. He sounded shell-shocked, like a man who'd been shown the door. I've always had a soft spot for Beck, partly because of his deep roots in the mulch of American nutdom, fertilized by the powerful psychic idiom of rebirth and redemption. Progressives, today's milquetoast substitute for old-line radicals, have trembled at his ravings about the left's conspiracies against freedom. Personally, I found them heartening. Respect at last. Who but Beck could turn a conservative African-American Harvard grad, an errand boy for corporate America, into a latter-day recreation of W.E.B. Du Bois and Malcolm X, now installed in the White House? A fairly typical reaction from the PWOG sector was that of Michael Keegan, president of People for the American Way, who swiftly proclaimed that it's encouraging to know that it is no longer economically viable for a major television network to support the demagogic rantings of its most unhinged conspiracy theorist. But from Keegan's point of view, aren't demagogic and unhinged rantings exactly what he and his liberal fellows should want from Fox? Isn't it good to have a clownish ideologue bringing the Republican Party into disrepute? Give me Beck any day. April 14. What began in Britain in 2005 as a third-rate burglary of voicemails, supposedly limited to a criminal invasion of privacy by a News of the World reporter and a private investigator, has flowered beautifully into a Level 7 scandal that threatens the careers of 2 of Rupert Murdoch's top executives, not to mention the heir apparent to the News Corp empire, James Murdoch. It even laps at the ankles of the 80-year-old magnate, threatening the final financial triumph that was scheduled to usher him into Valhalla. Will Rupert himself be enmeshed? Bruce Page, author of a fine book on Murdoch, suggests to me that what could drag the dirty digger into the swamp would be the disclosure of any deal he may have made to stem the scandal when Gordon Brown was still PM. Brown won't confirm or deny that Murdoch approached him. April 20. It looks as though eastern Libya will slide into the Mediterranean under the sheer weight of Western journalists assembled in Benghazi and Misrata. A tsunami of breathless reports suggests that Misrata is enduring travails not far short of the siege of Leningrad in World War II. The reports have been seized on by President Obama, British Prime Minister Cameron and French Prime Minister Sarkozy to raise the ante on Mission Odyssey Dawn. In their joint newspaper column published on both sides of the Atlantic, they now say that to leave Gaddafi in power would be an unconscionable betrayal and speak of Misrata as enduring a medieval siege. Not yet, surely. A medieval siege was something that usually lasted at least a year, in which the city's inhabitants were reduced to eating rats, then each other, and the besiegers all succumbed to plague. Maybe it will turn out that way, with reporters eyeing each other from a gastronomic perspective and wiring Ferran Adria, seeking recipes for preparing haunch of Haksu Vidi. So long as Gaddafi is in power, NATO and its coalition partners must maintain their operations so that civilians remain protected and the pressure on the regime builds, write the 3 leaders. This is not mission creep but, once again, mission leap, way beyond the UN mandate. It seems that the rebels might actually be under the overall supervision of the international banking industry, rather than the oil majors. On March 19 they announced the designation of the Central Bank of Benghazi as a monetary authority competent in monetary policies in Libya and appointment of a governor to the Central Bank of Libya, with a temporary headquarters in Benghazi. CNBC senior editor John Carney asked, "Is this the first time a revolutionary group has created a central bank while it is still in the midst of fighting the entrenched political power? It certainly seems to indicate how extraordinarily powerful central bankers have become in our era." Ellen Brown, author of The Terrific Web of Debt, The Shocking Truth About Our Money System and How We Can Break Free, wrote recently about the rebels' sophisticated financial operations in the following terms. According to a Russian article titled "Bombing of Libya Punishment for Gaddafi for his attempt to refuse US dollar," Gaddafi made a similarly bold move. He initiated a movement to refuse the dollar and the euro, and called on Arab and African nations to use a new currency instead, the gold dinar. Gaddafi suggested establishing a united African continent, with its 200 million people using this single currency. During the past year, the idea was approved by many Arab countries and most African countries. The only opponents were the Republic of South Africa and the head of the League of Arab States. The initiative was viewed negatively by the USA and the European Union, with French President Nicolas Sarkozy calling Libya a threat to the financial security of mankind, but Gaddafi was not swayed and continued his push for the creation of a united Africa. And that brings us back to the puzzle of the Libyan Central Bank. In an article posted on the Market Oracle, Eric Encina observed, one seldom mentioned fact by Western politicians and media pundits, the Central Bank of Libya is 100% state-owned. Currently, the Libyan government creates its own money, the Libyan dinar, through the facilities of its own central bank. Few can argue that Libya is a sovereign nation with its own great resources, able to sustain its own economic destiny. One major problem for globalist banking cartels is that in order to do business with Libya, they must go through the Libyan Central Bank and its national currency, a place where they have absolutely zero dominion or power-broking ability. Hence, taking down the Central Bank of Libya may not appear in the speeches of Obama, Cameron, and Sarkozy, but this is certainly at the top of the globalist agenda for absorbing Libya into its hive of compliant nations. I'd really like to see an objective account of Gaddafi's allocation of oil revenues versus the United States, in terms of social improvement. April 22. For a nation that loves anniversaries, the 150th anniversary of the outbreak of the American Civil War, April 12, 1861, crept by on tiptoe, like a burglar slipping through a darkened house. The reason for this eerie semi-silence is not hard to find. The Civil War is contested political terrain, particularly in the racist backwash after the 1960s and the civil rights movement, which naturally looked back on the Civil War as one in which tens of thousands of Americans gave their lives for the principle that all are born free and slavery is a shameful blot on any society. These days we live in the shadow of Nixon's Southern strategy, which became Reagan's Southern strategy and is now standard issue campaign politics for the Republican Party: play the racist card, throw money at think tanks to churn out papers delivering an onslaught on quotas, deride all attempts to level the racial playing field. Speak frankly about the supposed pathologies of the black family. Meanwhile, up north, the forthright honoring of a war waged for honorable principles has faded amid revisionist histories of what the war was really about. Add to this a general wan feeling that the fruits of a terrible conflict were the appalling racism of the Reconstruction period after the Civil War, when the Ku Klux Klan began to burn and lynch, and the migration of Southern slaves and their descendants from the Deep South to the slums of Chicago and other northern cities. Ahead lay decades of poverty and oppression that prompted the riots of the 1960s. So the Civil War is a dangerous football to start kicking around on network TV, bad for the advertising business, except for the deadened hand of Ken Burns. The arrival of a black man to the White House has naturally intensified these divisions. April 28. Americans were offered closure Wednesday to one of the multifarious strands of our national dementias. It took the drab guise of the long-form birth certificate, signed and filed in Hawaii on August 8, 1961, indicating that the president is a legitimate occupant of the Oval Office. But will the White House's release of the certificate finish off the birther movement? Certainly not. Harold Camping, president of Family Stations Ministry, has been preaching for some time now to a vast and devoted national audience that God's plan is to inaugurate the Second Coming and end the world by flooding on May 21, 2011. It's a safe bet that Camping and his disciples will be saying on May 22 that his math was merely a year or two off, and the end is still nigh. His congregation will have its faith fortified. Membership will probably increase, as it did after the failure of Camping's last prediction of the Second Coming, which he scheduled for September 6, 1994. Sociologists call the phenomenon of increased commitment to a baddie theory, at the very hour of its destruction by external evidence, cognitive dissonance. May 6. Peering briefly at the royal nuptials in a house high up in the mountains above Malibu, I was surprised to see how spectacularly tacky the British upper classes have become. They looked very vulgar. The appalling cuteness of the Aston Martin supplied the coup de grace. The groom didn't know how to stand up properly. Contrary to effusive comparisons, the bride's much-touted dress from the atelier of the wildly overpraised late Alexander McQueen was a far cry from Grace Kelly's, designed by Helen Rose, who had dressed her in high society and the Swan. The bride's head-dress hung like a dish rag. The only vestments borne with confidence and aplomb were those of the churchman. The Archbishop of Canterbury, with his emphatic beard and specs, had a splendid cape. His voice was confident. I'd like to see him in debate with one of Tehran's ayatollahs. But the Anglo actresses watching the event on our mountain were ecstatic. My daughter Daisy, returning to London 2 days later, reported that the young women she was encountering were all swept away by the event and eager for marriage. May 11th. Has there ever been such a chilling launch to a re-election campaign? I take the kickoff to be April 27th, when Obama produces his long birth certificate at a White House press conference. He says it's time to abandon such idle distractions and face the big, serious issues. He knows something we don't. That serious issue number one is a killing. The Navy SEALs are on standby, primed with Obama's orders for the summary assassination of Osama bin Laden. There's cloud cover over Abbottabad, so bin Laden gets an extra couple of days puttering around the house listening to his old speeches. William and Kate won't have to share Saturday's headlines with the head of Osama. Had all gone well, Sunday's newspapers would have been freighted with the news that Muammar Gaddafi had been killed in the course of a NATO bombing strike on a command and control site in Tripoli. It had been on the cards from day one. Indeed, on April 29 the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service leaked an accurate forecast to Rex, a Russian online news agency, whose Kirill Svititsky quoted an anonymous source within the intelligence service. There will be an attempt to kill Muammar Gaddafi on or before May 2. The governments of France, Britain, and the US decided on it, for the warfare in Libya does not proceed well for the anti-Libyan alliance. The April 30, 2011, bombing attack, made in the direct aftermath of Gaddafi's call for a ceasefire, was not burdened with fancy talk about Article 51. UN Resolution 1973, which simply established a no-fly zone, was the sole legal pretext for targeted assassination. Obama is certainly not the first US president to have taken a keen interest in assassinations. We could start with the bid on Zhou Enlai's life just before the Bandung Conference in 1955. Then we could move on to the assassination of the Congo's Patrice Lumumba in 1961. The Kennedy years saw the first of many well-attested CIA efforts to assassinate Fidel Castro. In his Killing Hope, U.S. military and CIA interventions since World War II, Bill Bloom, one of Osama's favorite authors, has an interesting list of U.S. targets, starting in 1949 with Korean opposition leader Kim Koo and going on to Indonesian President Sukarno, Kim Il-sung of North Korea, Mohammad Mossadegh, Philippines opposition leader Claro Recto, Jawaharlal Nehru, Gamal Abdel Nasser, Norodom Sihanouk, José Figueres Ferrer, François Papadoc Duvalier, Gen. Rafael Trujillo, Charles de Gaulle, Salvador Allende, Michael Manley, Ayatollah Khomeini, the 9 commandantes of the Sandinista National Directorate, prominent Somali clan leader Mohamed Farah Aidid, Slobodan Milosevic. In sum, assassination has always been an arm of U.S. foreign policy, just as in periods of turbulence, like the 60s, it has always been an arm of domestic repression as well. This is true on either side of the executive order President Gerald Ford issued in 1976 banning assassinations. No employee of the United States government shall engage in, or conspire to engage in, political assassination, stated Executive Order 11905, now inoperative. May 13. Pinko terror SYMPS and the rule of law gang may cavil and whine at the lack of legal propriety in the execution of Osama, but it's not cutting much ice with liberal America. For long years what might be called the progressive segment of American voters have chafed at Republican jibes that their guy Obama is a wimp, all the more irritably because deep down many of them thought the charge had some merit. It's wondrous what 2 expanding bullets to the head of an unarmed man will do. The chorus of approval for the SEALs covers the liberal spectrum. The Nation's Jeremy Scahill exulted, as did Gary Wills on the New York Review of Books site, with an ecstatic paean, the President's crack team, concluding, "We should keep in mind what superb things can be done by our Navy SEALs. And we should keep somewhere in the back of our minds a remembrance that the one ultimately pulling the trigger, was the President of the United States." May 20th. The French are for the millionaire. The Americans are for the maid. Among the French, 3 out of 5 think the IMF's former managing director, Dominique Strauss-Kahn, has been framed. Here in the US there's not been a reliable poll, but public sentiment is clearly against Strauss-Kahn, amplified by self-congratulation that America is a nation of laws, a maid's word as potent as that of a millionaire, in contrast to the moral decay and deference to the rich prevalent in France. The French, for their part, stigmatize America as a puritanical, omnipotent imperial police state, whose intelligence agencies are efficiently capable of any infamy. But even as they charge that Strauss-Kahn was set up, the French press is rather weak on identifying or even suggesting the precise mastermind or group working to destroy a man who might have been the French Socialist Party's candidate, evicting Sarkozy from the Élysée Palace. May 27th. Was there ever a nation so marinated in hypocrisy as America? At home and abroad, President Barack Obama trumpets Uncle Sam's virtues and dispenses patronizing homilies to other nations on how to behave themselves and honor freedom and democracy. This last week it's been Europe's turn to hear these self-righteous preachments. A couple of weeks ago, Secretary of State Clinton attacked China, contrasting untiring efforts by the US to encourage human rights around the world, at a time when the Chinese are trying to stop history, which is a fool's errand. They cannot do it. But they're going to hold it off as long as possible. A week earlier, Obama signed an expanded trade pact with Colombia, where in 2010 51 Colombian labor organizers were murdered, many of them by government-sponsored death squads. As Richard Trumka, head of the AFL-CIO, remarked, he doubted the trade agreement would be moving forward if 51 CEOs had been killed. If there's one state in the Middle East where the US surely has clout, it's Bahrain, which just happens to be the base for the US Fifth Fleet. While Clinton was wagging her finger at China, details were surfacing of the ferocious repression of Bahrain's Shia majority by Bahrain's Sunni rulers, backed by Saudi troops. Masked squads raid Shia villages at night. At least 27 Shia mosques and religious meeting places have so far been wrecked or bulldozed flat. If this was Libya, Clinton would trumpeting the repression as further justification for NATO's onslaught. Not so in Bahrain. Peter Lee recently described the repression in the country. In one sequence, a Human Rights Watch representative directs the reporter's attention to a crime scene that has come to symbolize the worst excesses of Bahrain's riot police, the place where a young man, Hani Jamaat, was beaten. Apparently, he was not a demonstrator, he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time as riot police swept the area. The camera pans on the blood-stained floor of a deserted construction site as the HRW staffer relates with forensic detachment, "We found fragments of his kneecap, we also found one of his teeth." And you're left to wonder, how does someone get beaten so severely a piece of his kneecap is dislodged from his body? The young man was taken to the hospital for treatment, then disappeared from the hospital. His family was summoned to retrieve his body 4 days later. Amid Obama's grandiose eloquence about freedom, he has effectively excluded Palestinians from his supportive embrace and, amid meaningless verbal froth, collapsed yet again in the face of Israeli intransigence and the lobby. U.S. diplomacy, supervised by Obama and Clinton, will of course be dedicated to efforts to hold back history while strong-arming the UN into attempting to do the same. June 16. Here's Trotsky on Celine Louis. Ferdinand Celine walked into great literature as other men walk into their own homes. A mature man, with a colossal stock of observations as physician and artist, with a sovereign indifference toward academicism, with an extraordinary instinct for intonations of life and language, Celine has written a book which will survive, independently of whether he writes other books, and whether they attain the level of his first. Journey to the End of the Night is a novel of pessimism, a book dedicated by terror in the face of life, and weariness of it, rather than by indignation. Active indignation is linked up with hope. In Celine's book there is no hope. Decay hits not only parties in power, but schools of art as well. The creative methods become hollow and cease to react upon human sensibilities, an infallible sign that the school has become ripe enough for the cemetery of exhausted possibilities, that is to say, for the academy. Celine will not write a second book with such an aversion for the lie and such a disbelief in the truth. The dissonance must resolve itself. Either the artist will make his peace with the darkness or he will perceive the dawn. I like the cemetery of exhausted possibilities. Put it next to Robert Browning's lines in Bishop Blougram's Apology. What's the vague good o' the world, for which you dare, with comfort to yourself, blow millions up? We neither of us see it. We do see the blown up millions spatter of their brains, and writhing of their bowels, and so forth. In that bewildering entanglement of horrible eventualities, past calculation to the end of time. Round out the funeral bouquet with this, from Adorno: the injunction to practice intellectual honesty usually amounts to sabotage of thought. The writer is urged to show explicitly all the steps that have led him to his conclusion, so enabling the reader to follow the process through and, where possible in the academic industry, to duplicate it. This demand not only invokes the liberal fiction of the universal communicability of each and every thought and so inhibits their objectively appropriate expression, but is also wrong in itself as a principle of representation. For the value of a thought is measured by its distance from the continuity of the familiar. From Minima Moralia, and as succinct a critique of the culture of the Internet as one can find. June 29. How many nails does it require to whack down forever the coffin lid on European social democracy? Lenin, outraged in 1914 at the sight of social democratic parties across Europe rallying behind their national flags and voting war credits to unleash the horrors of World War I, would have been caustically unsurprised just over a century later at the current spectacle in Athens. Here, last Wednesday, Greek Prime Minister George Papandreou won a no-confidence vote for what Michael Hudson describes as a program for national suicide, which can only be thwarted by a national referendum. The confidence vote was to ram through an austerity package, amounting to over €78 billion, against the furious protests and resistance of the Greek people. Around €28 billion of the total is to be raised through spending cuts and increased revenue, while €50 billion will be raised through the privatization of state enterprises. It really is a bit rich to hear preachments from Germany about the importance of paying debts. 90% of all Germans oppose a bailout for Greece on the grounds of the latter's aversion to paying reparations for its supposed profligacy. Never has a country flourished more mightily than Germany from flouting reparations and debts. Albrecht Ritzkel, a professor at the London School of Economics, points out in an interview in Der Spiegel that Germany welched on loans from the US to pay the reparations levied by the Allies after World War I. After World War II, a divided Germany was excused reparations to countries such as Greece that it had invaded. Under a 1953 treaty, the issue of reparations was on the table after reunification in 1990. But, Ritzkel says, with the exception of compensation paid out to forced laborers, Germany did not pay any reparations after 1990, and neither did it pay off the loans and occupation costs it pressed out of the countries it had occupied during World War II. Not to the Greeks, either. Ritzkel reckons Germany was the biggest debt transgressor of the 20th century. July 18. On August 2, the United States could start defaulting on its obligations as the Tea Party crowd in the House of Representatives refused to raise the debt ceiling. America is in love with apocalypse. It always has been. Every couple of years someone says the end is nigh. When I came to America's shores in 1972, Hal Lindsey's The Late Great Planet Earth had just been published and sold 30 million copies over the next 20 years. Lindsey wrote, rather presciently, that the Antichrist would rule over a 10-nation European community through the 1970s until the rapture scheduled for the 1980s and the Second Coming. Not many people here really think the US government will shut down on August 3rd. The fight over the deficit is one of those American ceremonies, as embalmed in ritual speech and gesture as an English coronation. August 4th. Of course he blew it. Whether by artful design or by sheer timidity is immaterial. He blew it. 2 days before the United States was officially set to default on its debts on August 2nd, Barack Obama had the Republicans where he wanted them. All he had to do was announce that he'd trudged the last half-mile towards a deal, but that there's no pleasing fanatics who reject all possibility of compromise, who are ready and eager to shut down the government, to see seniors starve and veterans denied their benefits. So, Obama could proclaim, he was invoking the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution that states that the validity of the public debt of the United States shall not be questioned. Obama could have done that, but he didn't. At the 11th hour and the 55th minute he threw in the towel, and allowed the Republicans to exult that they'd got 95% of what they wanted, cuts in social programs, a bipartisan congressional panel to shred at its leisure what remains of the social safety net, no tax hikes for the rich, no serious slice in the military budget. August 10th. What's a riot without looting? We want it, they've got it. You'd think from the press that looting was alien to British tradition, imported by immigrants more recent than the Normans. Not so. Gavin Mortimer, author of The Blitz, had an amusing piece in the first post about the conduct of Britons at the time of their finest hour. It didn't take long for a hardcore of opportunists to realize there were rich pickings available in the immediate aftermath of a raid, and the looting wasn't limited to civilians. The looting was often carried out by gangs of children organized by a Fagin figure. He would send them into bombed-out houses the morning after a raid with orders to target coins from gas meters and display cases containing World War I medals. In April 1941, Lambeth Juvenile Court dealt with 42 children in one day, from teenage girls caught stripping clothes from dead bodies to a 7-year-old boy who had stolen 5 shillings from the gas meter of a damaged house. In total, juvenile crime accounted for 48% of all arrests in the 9 months between September 1940 and May 1941, and there were 4,584 cases of looting. Perhaps the most shameful episode of the whole Blitz occurred on the evening of March 8, 1941, when the Café de Paris in Piccadilly was hit by a German bomb. The café was one of the most glamorous night spots in London, the venue for off-duty officers to bring their wives and girlfriends, and within minutes of its destruction the looters moved in. Some of the looters in the Café de Paris cut off the people's fingers to get the rings, recalled Ballard Berkeley, a policeman during the Blitz who later found fame as the Major in Fawlty Towers. Even the wounded in the Café de Paris were robbed of their jewellery amid the confusion and carnage. The riots in London last week started in Tottenham, an area with the highest unemployment in London, in response to the police shooting a young black man, in a country where black people are 26 times more likely to stopped and searched by the cops than whites. As the Daily Mash puts it, many of these kids are less than 2 miles away from people who get multi-million-pound bonuses for catastrophic failure and live in a culture where the material excess of people who are famous for nothing is rammed relentlessly into their faces by middle-brow tabloid newspapers. And of course later today the looters will be condemned in Parliament by a bunch of people who stole money by accident. September 7th. The protesters outside the White House have furled their banners and headed home. Now the Obama administration will decide whether to issue a presidential permit for the 1,700-mile Keystone XL pipeline extension, a $7 billion project to bring heavy, sour crude oil extracted from tar sands in Alberta, Canada, down through Montana and the Plains states to refineries on the Gulf Coast, notably in Port Arthur, Texas. Even as the protesters savaged the scheme as a fearsome environmental disaster, the State Department issued its final environmental impact statement on August 26. Not surprisingly, it was favorable to the project, furnishing such nuggets of encouragement as analysis of previous large pipeline oil spills suggests that the depth and distance that the oil would migrate would likely be limited unless it reaches an active river, stream, a steeply sloped area, or another migration pathway such as a drainage ditch. There's no national need for the Keystone XL extension. But money talks, of course. Obama received $884,000 from the oil and gas industry during the 2008 campaign, more than any other lawmaker except John McCain. September 8. America's problems are huge. 14 million Americans officially looking for jobs, about 4 job seekers for every job vacancy, 8.8 million part-time workers since the recession began, roughly 2.6 million people too discouraged even to look for a job, total about 25 million people needing work or more work, and an economy that is creating no new jobs. As the economists Randall Wray and Stephanie Kelton point out, business will not hire more workers until it has more sales. Consumers will not spend more until they've got more jobs. You can find America's future in blueprints minted in business-funded think tanks 30 to 40 years ago at the dawn of the neoliberal age: destruction of organized labor, attrition of the social safety net, attrition of government regulation, a war on the poor, fought without mercy at every level. Last year the New York police stopped and questioned 601,055 people, predominantly blacks and Hispanics, and the numbers were up 13% for the first 6 months of this year. September 22. First, a simple rule for killers: if you are going to murder someone in the United States, don't try to get the job done in Texas. Keep your captive alive in the car till New Mexico, which recently banned the death penalty, or press on to California, which retains the death penalty but makes available very large sums of state money, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars, for a capable death penalty defense. Business is correspondingly brisk in the lethal injection chamber in Huntsville, Texas. There are currently 413 on death row, and at the time of writing, 475 have been executed since 1976, 235 of them during Rick Perry's decade-long stint as governor. It turned out Thursday we won't have to adjust the numbers yet. On September 15, the scheduled execution day for Dwayne Edward Buck, the U.S. Supreme Court granted a stay of execution for Buck while it reviews the case. No one claims that Buck, 48, didn't shoot to death his former girlfriend and her male companion and wound a third in Houston in 1995. He himself admits his crimes. At issue is what an expert witness told the court during the sentencing hearing, where the jury decides whether the convicted murderer should go to prison for a life term or get lodgings on death row. To get Buck lined up for the lethal needle, his prosecutors needed to prove future dangerousness. How might Buck behave in the event he ever got out of prison? Dr. Walter Quijano, a psychologist practicing in Conroe, a town just south of Huntsville, had actually been called by the defense, who hoped he would testify that Buck's killing spree was an act of rage unlikely to be repeated. Under cross-examination, however, the prosecutors asked Quijano, the race factor, black, increases the future dangerousness for various complicated reasons, is that correct? Yes, Quijano answered, probably out of sheer force of habit, because usually he was the prosecution's expert, and he had testified in similar fashion for the prosecution in 6 other cases, racially profiling the defendants into the Huntsville death house. His yes was enough for the jury, which cut smartly through all uncertainty about Buck's future decisions by saying he should die, thus rendering speculation unnecessary. In 2000, then Texas Attorney General John Cornyn, recognizing the constitutional abuse for what it was, called for Buck and the other 6 to receive a retrial. Buck is the only condemned man who hasn't gotten one. On September 13, Linda Giffen, one of Buck's prosecutors in 1995, joined the chorus of voices calling on Gov. Perry to stay his execution. Of course, it doesn't help anyone on death row, headed for the injection chamber and amid last-ditch appeals, that we're in campaign mode and right after Perry issued a fervent endorsement of the death penalty, earning him hearty cheers in the auditorium of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, when he stressed that imposing it has never lost him a moment's sleep. October 12. Even by the forgiving standards of American credulity, the supposed Iranian plot to assassinate the Saudi ambassador to the US is spectacularly ludicrous. Why would Iran want to kill the Saudi envoy, the mild-mannered functionary, Adel al-Jubair? I could understand an inclination to dispose of the irksome Prince Bandar, who held the job for 22 years, from 1983 to 2005, simply in the spirit of change. But to kill any ambassador, particularly a Saudi ambassador, is to invite lethal retaliation, even war. Iran doesn't want war with the US. Suppose the CIA leaks a secret national security review concluding that the moon is actually made of cheese, and the Chinese are planning to send up a pair of gigantic bioengineered rats to breed in numbers sufficient to eat the cheese and thus sabotage US plans for missile defense radar deployment on the moon's dark side. The headlines will initially proclaim doubts on Chinese rat threat widespread. Many scoff. The lead paragraphs in news stories in the New York Times, Washington Post, and Wall Street Journal will quote the scoffers, but then balance will mandate respectful quotation from intelligence sources, faculty professors, think tank experts and the like, all eager to dance to the government's tune. Many say rat scenario plausible, etc., etc. Lo and behold, by the end of a couple of days of such news stories, the Chinese rat plot is firmly ensconced as a credible proposition. News reports then turn to respectful discussion of the US government's options in confronting and routing the Chinese rat threat. Vice President says all options are on the table, etc. October 28. Denied post-mortem imagery of Osama bin Laden and Anwar al-Awlaki. The world now has at its disposal photographs of Muammar Gaddafi, dispatched with a bullet to the head after being wounded by NATO's ground troops outside Sirte. Did the terminal command, finish him off, come via cell phone from the U.S. State Department, whose secretary, Hillary Clinton, had earlier called for his death, or by dint of local initiative? At all events, since Gaddafi was a prisoner at the time of his execution, it was a war crime, and I trust that in the years of her retirement Mrs. Clinton will be detained amid some foreign vacation and handed a subpoena. My friend and neighbor in Petrolia, Joe Paff, wrote a response to a dreadful story about Gaddafi's killing on Yahoo's site, commenting, "This kind of gloating is bound to come back and bite your butt." Imagine how many people in the world would like to see Netanyahu or Obama dragged from their hiding holes and tortured. It will take about 6 months for everyone to regret the new Libyan Democrats. Yahoo's initial electronic response was to write to Joe, "Oops. Try again." So he checked post a second time. Yahoo then rewrote his comment, complete with misspellings, stripped of any mention of Netanyahu or Obama, and posted it as, "This is the kind of gloating that comes back and bites you on the butt." Just imagine how many people in the world would like to see Americans dragged through the streets and tortured to death. As Joe wrote me, just another small episode in artificial intelligence and the present taboos. October 29. Remember Tilikum, kidnapped by whale slavers off Iceland at the age of 2 in 1983? Deliberately starved as part of his training in a Sealand tank in Victoria, Canada, Tilikum has spent the past 19 years at the SeaWorld Marine Park in Orlando, Florida. The whale has been involved in 3 lethal onslaughts on his captors, the most recent being an attack on Don Bronchia, a trainer he dragged into his tank and drowned in February 2010. Why was Tilikum spared? Big whale, big money. There's a lot riding on the slave orcas toiling away, giving as many as 8 performances per day, 365 days a year, as the star attractions in these marine parks. Tilikum's asset value is enhanced by his duties as a sperm donor. He's a breeding stud often kept in solitary, away from the other orcas, and has fathered 13 killer whales. Earlier this week, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals filed a lawsuit against SeaWorld for enslaving 5 orcas. Tilikum is one of the plaintiffs. PETA suit invokes the 13th Amendment, abolishing and prohibiting slavery, and demands the orcas release under the amendment's terms. All 5 of these orcas were violently seized from the ocean and taken from their families as babies, says PETA's president Ingrid Newkirk, echoed by PETA's lawyer, Jeff Kerr, who told AP, by any definition, these orcas are slaves kidnapped from their homes, kept confined, denied everything that's natural to them and forced to perform tricks for SeaWorld's profit. Will the orcas get legal standing? Animals currently have no rights recognized in U.S. law, but many groups of lawyers are working to strengthen laws that protect animals, and many individuals have successfully brought lawsuits to protect the welfare of animals. Animal rights, or animal liberation, are one of the oldest forms of animal law. 3 years ago the DC Bar Journal ran a very useful survey by Catherine Alfizi, who pointed out that it was the Michael Vick case that allowed for just the right atmosphere to push for state and federal legislation that would strengthen dogfighting and animal cruelty laws. Vick was the Atlanta Falcons quarterback who pulled a 23-month sentence after pleading guilty to conspiring to run a dogfighting ring on his property in Surry County, Virginia. Some animal lawyers flee the term animal rights, while others question the whole concept of legal boundaries between animals and humans. Several state bars have animal law sections or committees. In 2005, the American Bar Association's Tort Trial and Insurance Practice section created its Animal Law Committee. More than 100 animal law courses are being taught at law schools across the states. The legal system, Alfizi reckons, is beginning to reflect the increasingly complex relationship between people and their pets in our society. The phrase increasingly complex does the Middle Ages a grave injustice. Just read my Counterpunch co-editor Jeffrey St. Clair's marvelous introduction to Jason Hribel's Fear of the Animal Planet, The Hidden Story of Animal Resistance. In medieval Europe, thousands of animals were summoned to court and put on trial for a variety of offenses, ranging from trespassing, thievery and vandalism to rape, assault, and murder. The defendants included cats, dogs, cows, sheep, goats, slugs, swallows, oxen, horses, mules, donkeys, pigs, wolves, bears, bees, weevils, and termites. These tribunals were not show trials or strange festivals like Fool's Day. The tribunals were taken seriously by both the courts and the community. Humans and animals often ended up in the same courtroom as co-conspirators, especially in cases of bestiality. The animals were given their own lawyers at public expense. Sometimes, particularly in cases involving pigs, St. Clair writes, the animal defendants were dressed in human clothes during court proceedings and at executions. The animal trials peaked in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, then faded away, done in by the Enlightenment and by René Descartes, who argued that animals were mere physical automatons. They lacked the power of cognition, the ability to think and reason. At Port Royal the Cartesians cut up living creatures with fervor, and in the words of one of Descartes' biographers, kicked about their dogs and dissected their cats without mercy, laughing at any compassion for them and calling their screams the noise of breaking machinery. Across the Channel, Francis Bacon declared in his Novum Organum that the proper aim of science was to restore the divinely ordained dominance of man over nature, to extend more widely the limits of the power and greatness of man, and so to endow him with infinite commodities. Bacon's doctor, William Harvey, was a diligent vivisector of living animals. Thus, at the dawn of capitalism, the materialistic view of history left no room for either the souls or consciousness of animals. They were no longer our fellow beings. They had been rendered, philosophically and literally, resources for guiltless exploitation, turned into objects of commerce, labor, food, and entertainment. Tillicum should get his day in court. November 2nd. I have to admit, writing these lines at the start of November, that after digesting the daily reports from our national battlefield, my eyes flicker across the world map to Greece, and my heart beats a lot faster. Now there, surely, we can savor the whiff of a pre-revolutionary situation. It must be the drat Leninist in me, even after years of therapy. Surfeited with somewhat turgid paeans to the democratic gentility of the OW sirs, I clamber up to the dusty top shelf, furtively haul down Vladimir Ilyitch's April theses of 1917 and dip in, end the war, confiscate the big estates, immediately merge all the banks into one general national bank. The blood flows back into my cheeks, my eyes sparkle. Then, hearing my daughter's footfall outside the library, I shove Lenin back into place, scuttle back down the ladder and pluck a copy of E.F. Schumacher, even though I'm not at all sure what is on the OW Sir's reading lists or Twitter menus. Now take an arc of Greek history, as evoked in a photo that landed in my inbox at the end of October, featuring a group of Greek demonstrators in front of the Parthenon holding a white banner with OXI 1940, 2011 written on it in red and black letters. In Greek OXI means no. The email reminded me that the no of 1940 was the answer, given on October 28, to the Italian ambassador relaying Mussolini's demand that Greece open its borders to the Italian army. The no thus marked Greece's entry into World War II. Annual ceremonies have officially commemorated this response to fascism. This year, on the morning of October 28, a group of artists, authors, and academics smuggled a big OXI sign onto the Acropolis, wrapped up around the body of an excellent theater actress under a very large coat. And we managed to demonstrate for more than half an hour on the Acropolis itself. The group could do this because all policemen were at the parade's battlegrounds at Syntagma and everywhere in Attiki, and none managed to climb the Acropolis in time. OXI in 1940 to Mussolini. OXI in 2011 to the bankers seeking to plant their neoliberal jackboots on the neck of the Greek people. OXI to the bankers' local collaborators. Like Greece, the strength of the OWS movement lies in the simplicity and truth of its basic message: the few are rich, the many are poor. In terms of its pretensions, the capitalist system has failed. Nearly 6 million manufacturing jobs in the United States have disappeared since 2000, and more than 40,000 factories have closed. African Americans have endured what has been described as the greatest loss of collective assets in their history. Hispanics have seen their net worth drop by 2/3. Millions of whites have been pitchforked into penury and desperation. But for all its simplicity and truth, how much staying power does the OWS message have as presently deployed? In terms of its powers of repression, the system has not failed. To date, the OWS movement has not even confronted the moneyed elite with a threat on the scale of the 1999 protests in Seattle. There are many options lying ahead for the OWSers to ponder, though they should remember Lenin: there is never a final collapse of capitalism unless there is an alternative. Having briefly tasted batons and pepper spray, OWSers should know that when capital feels it is being pushed to the wall, it will stop at nothing to crush any serious challenge. The cop puts away his smile. The indulgent mayor imposes a curfew. Exemplary sentences are handed down. The prisons fill up. Organized repression can be defeated only by organized resistance, nationwide. How to mount this is the OWSer's urgent, immediate challenge. November 8. As he prepares to follow Gov. Rick Perry into the oubliette of campaign history, Herman Cain can at least console himself that as an alleged harasser of women, his was certainly a classier act than that of a man who not only got elected president in 1992 but was triumphantly re-elected in 1996, each time by about 45 million Americans armed with the knowledge that if you left your wife at the table next to Gov. Bill Clinton of Arkansas in McDonald's, by the time you got back from ordering more fries, Bill would be ensconced in your seat, his hand already hovering above your wife's thigh. So Obama's opponent in 2012 will surely be Mitt Romney, a Mormon millionaire reminiscent in style, and utter lack of any fixed political conviction beyond knee-jerk conservatism, to George Bush Sr. There's no point in trying to sketch in the real Mitt Romney, because there isn't one. He's been campaigning for the Republican nomination for 8 solid years, and his brain has been washed clean years ago of anything approaching an original or useful thought about America's condition. November 16. What next? Thus far the OWS movement has mostly been evoked by its participants in terms of self-education and consciousness raising about the nature of America's political economy. There's been a lot of talk about a brave new world being born. One fellow chided me for not writing more about the movement which he hailed as the most militant upsurge from the left since the Vietnam War, the most frontal assault on the worst features of capitalism since the Great Depression. This is a vast overstatement. In terms of substantive achievements, OWS has a long way to go, which is scarcely a reason for reproof since it only really got going in September. The most frontal assault on the worst features of capitalism since the Great Depression. Scarcely. Today, the OWSers have registered a presence and won considerable public support, which should not be surprising because America is in poor shape, the rich unpopular, and politicians despised. But, as yet, there is no sign of any material political consequence deriving from this popularity. November 24th. It's Thanksgiving here in America, a day of infamy for turkeys. At my place in Humboldt County, Northern California, turkeys learned their lesson a few years ago, when 5 fine specimens of Meleagris gallopavo wild turkey to you wandered onto my property. I assume they forgot to check the calendar. Under California fish and game regulations, you can shoot them legally for 2 weeks around Thanksgiving. Out came my 12 gauge, and I loosed off a shot that at some 100 feet did no discernible damage, and after a brief bout of what the hell was that, the turkeys continued to forage. A fusillade of 2 more shots finally brought down a 14-pounder. I hung him for 4 days, plucked him, and by Thanksgiving's end he was history. Wild turkeys hadn't been seen in California since earlier in the Cenozoic era, but in recent years 2 ranchers in my valley imported a few, and now they've begun to appear in our neighborhood in substantial numbers. I've heard reports of flocks of up to 100 wild turkeys 15 miles up the Mattole River around Honeydew, an impressive quantity though still far short of the 1,000 birds counted in one day by 2 hunters in New England in the 1630s. The taste of wild turkey? Between you, me, the drumstick and my dog Jasper, it was markedly similar to farm-raised turkeys, though of course superior to the flanges of blotting paper consequent upon the familiar over-roasting of store-bought turkey at low temperatures for 10 hours. I'm for high heat and about 3.5 hours for a turkey of average size, though not for the dirigibles they used to raise on a farm in Loletta, near here, which turned the scales at 40 pounds. Globalism has its alluring sides. It was good that turkeys, potatoes, and peppers got to Europe. That was early globalism. It was much more rapid in those days. The speed with which New World foods spread across Europe and Asia is astounding. The first Indian housewife got the basics for what we regard as part of the eternal Indian diet, curry, in about 1550, and within 5 years it was on every household menu in India. The Spanish brought turkeys back to Europe from Mexico, and by the 1530s they were well known in Germany and England, hailed at the festive board as part of tradition immemorial. The Puritans had domestic turkeys with them in New England, gazing out at their wild relatives, offered by the Indians who regarded them as somewhat second-rate as food. Of course, wild turkeys have many enemies aside from the beast called man. There are swaths of Humboldt and Mendocino counties where coyotes and mountain lions now hold near exclusive sway. Ranchers running sheep used to hold off the coyotes with M80 poison gas canisters that exploded at muzzle touch, but these are now illegal, and the alternatives are either trapping, which is a difficult and time-consuming job, or getting Great Pyrenees dogs to guard the flock. But the coyotes are crafty and wait till the sheep have scattered, then prey on the unguarded half. And not all Great Pyrenees have that essential sense of vocation. My neighbors down the river, the Smiths, who raise sheep, had a fine Great Pyrenees, Esm, partnered with the idle Tofu. Esm would rush about protecting sheep while Tofu lounged under the trees near the homestead, reading the paper and barking importantly whenever cars drove up. Before she died in childbirth, Esm produced Baxter, taken by my neighbors up the river, the Weaver wrens. Baxter grew bored at the Weaver wrens. I would see him trotting down the road, then up every driveway to gossip with the locals. Jasper would run him off, and Baxter would never make a fight of it but collapse instantly like a vast white eiderdown, paws in the ear and throat exposed. It's ended well for Baxter. He rapidly ingratiated himself with a new couple on the road, implanting in their minds the notion that he would be a good match for another vast white dog, Grendel, already in their possession. He correctly perceived they were from Berkeley, where he knew that at last he would be able to get a decent shampoo. They commute to the Bay Area and I hear that Baxter is now a familiar flaneur on Shattuck, pausing to review the menu outside Chez Panisse before crossing the road to greet the pizza crowd next to the cheese board. I'll have to check with Baxter, but doubtless turkey is on the menu at Chez Panisse for Thanksgiving. Most Americans, even the stylish crowd at that fabled restaurant, won't eat anything else on the big day. December 8th. When in doubt, will on Teddy Roosevelt. It's in every Democratic president's playbook. TR was president from 1901 to 1909. He was manly, ranching in North Dakota, exploring the Amazon and nearly expiring on the River of Doubt. He was an imperialist con amore, charging up San Juan Hill, sending the Great White Fleet round the world, proclaiming America's destiny as an enforcer on the world stage. He loved wilderness, mostly through the sights of a big game hunter's rifle, a wilderness suitably cleansed of Indians. I don't go so far as to think that the only good Indians are dead Indians, he wrote in The Winning of the West, but I believe 9 out of 10 are, and I shouldn't like to inquire too closely into the case of the 10th. When necessary he could play the populist rabble-rousers card, flaying the trusts, railing against the malefactors of great wealth. But on TR's watch the modern, centralized corporate American state came of age. LBJ loved TR for his toughness. Draft-dodging Bill Clinton invoked TR as his ideal. At least Johnson and Clinton had elements in them of TR's most admirable trait, gusto, something of which Obama is dismally devoid. December 10th. Editor. According to petroleum expert Alexander Cockburn, we have an oil surplus. This surplus is caused by excessive production from fields in North Dakota. If we're suffering such a surplus, how come more than half the oil we use is imported? Seems like this glut problem is easy to fix. Best regards. Bart Boyer, San Diego. Alexander Cockburn replies, yes, these days the U.S. consumes about 19 million barrels of oil every 24 hours, about half of them imported. At 25%, Canada is the lead supplier. Second comes Saudi Arabia with 12%. Third comes Mexico. But supply of crude oil to the U.S. is only half the story. Saudi Arabia controls OPEC's oil price and adjusts it carefully with U.S. priorities in the front of their minds. If Alaska oil was not exported to the Far East, contrary to the U.S. Congress's original mandate for the North Slope oil only to be used in the lower 48, and if U.S. oil companies weren't exporting diesel to Europe and Latin America because they can make more money that way, the U.S. would be floating in even more of a glut than it is now. The amazing feature of the subdivision of moronic humanity known as the peak oilers is that they dwell in a moral stratosphere so pure that they forget entirely that oil companies, now and always, want to make money, as much as possible, and to this end rig supply, markets, and prices to that end. It's sad that some of the best journalism on this theme ever produced in America, right down to James Blair and Robert Sherrill, is too coarse for the Poe's delicate sensibilities. December 18th. The great historian Gabriel Kalko makes a persuasive case that in the end the Eurozone, indeed the EU, will go into meltdown. This is just fine in my book. The sooner we get back to francs, lire, punts, drachmas, and the rest of the old sovereign currencies, the better in the long run. It used to be as much a part of going to France as choking on Gaulois smoke to change money and be handed a bundle of notes featuring the devious Cardinal Richelieu, instead of the characterless but somehow always expensive euros. The EU project is in potential outline a totalitarian nightmare. Down with federalism. Remember Simone Weil's hatred of the Roman Empire and what it did to Europe's cultural richness and diversity. If we consider the long centuries and the vast area of the Roman Empire and compare these centuries with the ones that preceded it and the ones that followed the barbarian invasions, we perceive to what extent the Mediterranean basin was reduced to spiritual sterility by the totalitarian state. As Weil's biographer, Simone Petermont, comments, the Roman peace was soon the peace of the desert, a world from which had vanished, together with political liberty and diversity, the creative inspiration that produces great art, great literary works, science, and philosophy. Many centuries had to pass before the superior forms of human life were reborn. December 21st. I can't count the times, down the years, that after some new outrage friends would call me and ask, what happened to Christopher Hitchens? The inquiry premised on some supposed change in Hitchens, often presumed to have started in the period he tried to put his close friend Blumenthal behind bars for imputed perjury. My answer was that Christopher had been pretty much the same package since the beginning, always allowing for the ravages of entropy as the years passed. As so often with friends and former friends, it's a matter of what you're prepared to put up with and for how long. I met him in New York in the early 1980s and all the long-term political and indeed personal traits were visible enough. I never thought of him as at all radical. He craved to be an insider, a trait which achieved ripest expression when he elected to be sworn in as a U.S. citizen by Bush's Director of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff. In basic philosophical take, he always seemed to me to hold as his central premise a profound belief in the therapeutic properties of capitalism and empire. He was an instinctive flagwagger and remained so. He wrote some really awful stuff in the early 90s about how indigenous peoples, Indians in the Americas, were inevitably going to be rolled over by the wheels of progress and should not be mourned. On the plane of weekly columns in the late 1980s and 90s, it mostly seemed to be a matter of what was currently obsessing him. 4 years in the 80s he wrote scores of columns for The Nation, charging that the Republicans had stolen the 1980 election by the October surprise, denying Carter the advantage of a hostage release. He got rather boring. Then in the 90s he got a bee in his bonnet about Clinton, which developed into full-blown obsessive megalomania, the dream that he, Hitchens, would be the one to seize the time and finish off Bill. Why did Bill, a zealous and fairly efficient executive of Empire, bother Hitchens so much? I'm not sure. He used to hint that Clinton had behaved abominably to some woman he, Hitchens, knew. Actually, I think he'd got to that moment in life when he was asking himself if he could make a difference. He obviously thought he could, and so he sloshed his way across his own personal Rubicon and tried to topple Clinton via betrayal of his close friendship with Sid Blumenthal, whom he did his best to ruin financially and get sent to prison for perjury. Since then it was all pretty predictable, down to his role as flagwagger for Bush. I guess the lowest of a number of low points was when he went to the White House to give a cheerleading speech on the eve of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I think he knew long before that this is where he would end up, as a right-wing codger. He used to go on, back in the 80s, about sodden old wrecks like John Brain, who'd ended up more or less where Hitchens got to, trumpeting away about Islamofascism like a Cheltenham colonel in some ancient Punch cartoon. I used to warn my friends at the New Left Review and Verso in the early 90s, who were happy to make money off Hitchens's books on Mother Teresa and the like, that they should watch out, but they didn't, and then kept asking 10 years later, what happened? Between the two of them, my sympathies were always with Mother Teresa. One awful piece of opportunism on Hitchens's part was his decision to attack Edward Said just before his death, and then for good measure again in his obituary. With his attacks on Edward, especially the final post-mortem, Hitchens couldn't even claim the pretense of despising a corrupt presidency, a rapist and liar, or any of the other things he called Clinton. That final attack on Said was purely for attention, which fueled his other attacks, but this one most starkly because of the absence of any high principle to invoke. Here he decided both to bask in his former friend's fame, recalling the little moments that made it clear he was intimate with the man, and to put himself at the center of the spotlight by taking his old friend down a few notches. In a career of awful moves, that was one of the worst. He courted the label contrarian, but if the word is to have any muscle, it surely must imply the expression of dangerous opinions. Hitchens never wrote anything truly discommoding to respectable opinion, and if he had, he would never have enjoyed so long a billet at Vanity Fair. Attacking God. The big battles on that issue were fought 1, 2, even 500 years ago when they burned Giordano Bruno at the stake in the Campo de' Fiori. A contrarian these days would be someone who staunchly argued for the existence of a supreme being. He was for America's wars. I thought he was relatively solid on Israel/Palestine, but there too he trimmed. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency put out a friendly obit, noting that despite his rejection of religious precepts, Hitchens would make a point of telling interviewers that according to Halacha, he was Jewish, and noting his suggestion that Walt and Mearsheimer might be anti-Semitic, also his sliming of a boatload of pro-Palestinian activists aiming to breach Israel's blockade of the Gaza Strip. I always liked Noam Chomsky's crack to me when Christopher announced in Grand Street that he was a Jew, from anti-Semite to self-hating Jew, all in one day. As a writer his prose was limited in range. In extempore speeches and arguments he was quick on his feet. I remember affectionately many jovial sessions from years ago, in his early days at The Nation, but I found the Hitchens cult of recent years entirely mystifying. He endured his final ordeal with pluck, sustained indomitably by his wife Carol. December 22. A couple of months ago came a mile marker in America's steady slide downhill towards the status of a banana republic, with Obama's assertion that he has the right as president to order secretly the assassination, without trial, of a U.S. citizen he deems to be working with terrorists. This followed his betrayal in 2009 of his pledge to end the indefinite imprisonment without charges or trial of prisoners in Guantanamo. Now, after months of declaring that he would veto such legislation, Obama has crumbled and will soon sign a monstrosity called the Levin/McCain Detention Bill, named for its two senatorial sponsors, Carl Levin and John McCain. It snugged into the 2012 National Defense Authorization Act. The detention bill mandates don't glide too easily past that word that all accused terrorists be indefinitely imprisoned by the military rather than in the civilian court system. This includes U.S. citizens within the borders of the United States. Simultaneous to the looming shadow of indefinite internment by the military for naysayers, we have what appears to be immunity from prosecution for private military contractors retained by the U.S. government, another extremely sinister development. The corporations involved are now arguing in court that they should be exempt from any investigation into the allegations against them because, among other reasons, the U.S. government's interests in executing wars would be at stake if corporate contractors can be sued. They are also invoking a new, sweeping defense. The new rule is termed battlefield preemption and aims to eliminate any civil lawsuits against contractors that take place on any battlefield. You've guessed it. As with associated forces, an elastic concept discussed above, in the Great War on Terror the entire world is a battlefield. 2012. January 6. Rumor is running rife. Prosecutor Fouquier Tinville has agreed that there are certain words that have counter-revolutionary potential, in the sense they have the power, as Fouquier put it, to debase and coarsen common speech by repeated and thoughtless use. There's a grinding noise, a squeaking of axle, and round the corner from its long journey from the conciergerie comes the first load of the condemned. First up, sustainable. It's been at least a decade since this earnest word was drained of all energy, having become the prime unit of exchange in the argot of purposeful uplift. As the final indication of its degraded status, I found it in President Obama's signing statement which accompanied the whisper of his pen, as on New Year's Eve, a very quiet day when news editors were all asleep, he signed into law the National Defense Authorization Act for 2012, which handed $662 billion to the Pentagon, and for good measure ratified by legal statute the exposure of U.S. citizens to arbitrary arrest without subsequent benefit of counsel, and to possible torture and imprisonment. Signed I, abolishing habeas corpus. Don't bother asking what happens to non-US citizens. As he set his name to this repugnant legislation, the President issued a signing statement in which I came upon the following passage: "Over the last several years, my administration has developed an effective, sustainable framework for the detention, interrogation, and trial of suspected terrorists." So much for sustainable. Into the tumbrils with it. Next up, iconic. I trip over this golly gee epithet 30 times a day. No warrant for its arrest is necessary, nor benefit of counsel or trial in a U.S. court. Off to the tumbrils, arm in arm with narrative. These days everyone has a narrative, an earnest word originally recruited, I believe, by anthropologists. So we read according to the Pentagon's narrative. Why not use some more energetic formulation, like, according to the patent nonsense minted by the Pentagon's press office? Suddenly we're surrounded by narratives, all endowed with equal status. Into the tumbrils with it. I think farce has almost run its course, though occasionally the shooting star of 2011 is to be spotted panting along in some peloton of waffle from the commentariat. Off with its head, along with meme, an exhausted little word that deserves the long dark rest of oblivion. January 13th. The world's press is chock-a-block with if questions about Iran and war. Will Israel attack? Is Obama, coerced by domestic politics in an election year, being dragged into war by the Israel lobby? Will he launch the bombers? Is the strategy to force Iran into a corner, methodically demolishing its economy by embargoes and sanctions so that in the end a desperate Iran strikes back? As with sanctions and covert military onslaughts on Iraq in the run-up to 2003, the first point to underline is that the US is waging war on Iran. But well aware of the US public's aversion to yet another war in the Middle East, the onslaught is an undeclared one. As for the embargo of Iranian oil, Obama is most certainly doing the oil industry a big favor. There have been industry-wide fears of recession-fueled falling demand and a collapse of oil prices. That has led to industry-wide enthusiasm for strongly cutting total world oil production, with all the cuts to be taken out of the hide of the Iranians. The Financial Times made clear the need to shrink world production in the following key paragraph in a report last week: oil prices have risen above $110 a barrel since Iran threatened to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most important oil choke point, accounting for about a third of all seaborne traded oil. Oil fell to a low of $99 in October amid global economic growth worries. As Pierre Spray remarked to me, note also that this is one of those rare but dangerous moments in history when big oil and the Israelis are pushing the White House in the same direction. The last such moment was quickly followed by Libya's invasion of Iraq. January 20th. Newt Gingrich is a one-man, made-in-America melting pot. Here's a committed devotee of tooth-and-claw capitalism, vultures perched on both shoulders, advocate of 8-year-old black children working as janitors, campaigning with a pro-worker film of which John Reed or Ken Loach would be proud, paid for by a rabidly anti-union billionaire who thinks Israel should bomb Iran and drive the Palestinians into the sea. Gingrich burned for revenge for his rough treatment in New Hampshire by Romney's campaign commercials. But how, on a tight timeline, to acquaint South Carolina Republicans with Romney's infamies? He needed money, lots of it, double quick. Occupy Las Vegas. Some things don't change in American politics, and rich people sitting in Las Vegas with pots of cash is one of them. Joel McCleary, a friend, remembers fundraising in Las Vegas when he was working for the Jimmy Carter campaign in 1976. The crucial Pennsylvania primary was coming up and the Carter people needed a big wad of cash for the final push against Henry Scoop Jackson of Washington, known as the senator from Boeing, also running for the Democratic nomination and favored by powerful labor chieftains in Pennsylvania. Joel was told the go-to guy for untraceable campaign cash was Hank Greenspun, publisher of the Las Vegas Sun. Greenspun was a notoriously tough egg, a former gun runner for the Haganah, the man who, in the midst of the Cold War witch hunts, outed Senator Joe McCarthy in the Sun as a homosexual. Joel was told to act manly. Greenspun duly received him in his office. "Why the hell should I get money for Jimmy Carter?" he asked. "Because Jimmy Carter is going to be president," Joel answered boldly, "and if you don't support his campaign he'll fuck you." Greenspan told Joel to come back in 2 hours. He returned to find Greenspan sitting at a table surrounded by other toughs. In the middle of the table was a paper bag. "So the Baptist fuck wants money," Greenspan growled, as he pushed the bag over to Joel. "Remember, this comes from the State of Israel. Don't you ever forget it?" Enter 78-year-old Sheldon Adelson, the world's 16th richest man, a bit dented by the property crash in Nevada but still with $23 billion at his disposal. The sun rises on his empire in Las Vegas, sets on it in the east in Macau, with its zenith over the State of Israel, whence his second wife hails. On Israel, Adelson entertains very harsh views about the advisability of negotiations of any sort with Palestinians and lately has been lobbying fiercely. He owns the free weekday Israel Hayom, the largest circulation newspaper in Israel, for an attack on Iran. When Newt Gingrich, fishing for Zionist money, abandoned his previous, relatively temperate, posture on the Israel/Palestine issue, and declared that Palestinians were an invented people, he was directing his remarks to an audience of one. Adelson was exceedingly pleased and expressed his gratification in material terms, with a further $5 million, now staking Gingrich's campaign ads in South Carolina. To date, Adelson has donated about $13 million to Gingrich's campaign, a U.S. record. January 27. Last week, Revolutionary Prosecutor Fouquier Tinville announced the capture and imminent trial of Gros, long sought in its counter-revolutionary mutation as a transitive verb governing an abstraction, as in grow the economy, a formulation popular among the Girondin faction. Gros, said the prosecutor, was being held in the conciergerie, under constant surveillance. "I've no doubt that the tribunal will not long delay in sending Gros in this usage to a well-deserved rendezvous with the fatal blade. I associate the usage with the 1992 Clinton campaign, where talk about growing the economy was at gale force. My friends and neighbors here in Petrolia, Karen and Joe Paff, tell me that when they were starting up their coffee business, Gold Rush, at the start of the 1980s, the local bank officials were already hard at it, talking about growing the business. I hate the usage, with its smarmy implication of virtuous horticultural effort. As counterpuncher Michael Greenberg writes, it sounds phony, aggressive, and even grammatically incorrect, not the nurturing grow that one associates with living things. Joining grow in the tumbril will, I trust, be blood and treasure, used with great solemnity by opinion formers to describe the cost, often the supposedly worthy sacrifice, attached to America's wars. The usage apparently goes back to Jefferson, but that's no excuse. The catchphrase seeks to turn slaughter and the shoveling of money to arms manufacturers into a noble, almost mythic expenditure. Shackled to blood and treasure should be its co-conspirator, in harm's way. Jack Flanagan writes from Kerala, Mr. Cockburn, somebody might have beat me to it, but my candidate for the squeaky old tumbril is in harm's way. It has, especially in the last 10 years, acquired a treacly red, white, and blue patina about it that is overwhelmingly connected to the military and police. Someone sailing on a Gaza flotilla or staring down a line of sneering, rabid cops is not very likely to be referred by our political/media elites as in harm's way. Last week, dispatching the phrase to the tumbrils, I said the G.H. Bush campaign of 1979 for the Republican nomination heft it's not over till the fat lady sings to national prominence. Jeremy Pixar writes to say the phrase was actually first popularized by the coach of the Baltimore Bullets basketball team in 1978. As usual, G.H. Bush was only capable of feeble imitation when he used it, hoping to sound like a real guy. Further research discloses its use in sports journalism has been attributed to writer/broadcaster Dan Cook around the same time, and in the mid-70s by a Texas Tech sports official. From Kevin Rath. Mr. Cockburn. Recently I have been accosted with the phrase reaching out to you by salespeople. While it may be inappropriate since your focus is the news, This stupid phrase people from marketing use in their email subject titles and language is really annoying. Reaching out to your Tumblr cart. Kevin Rath, a CP member. January 31st. Why do American jobs end up in China? The supposed answer in an anecdote: the late Steve Jobs summons his senior lieutenants and holds up the iPhone prototype. It's due to be shipped to stores in not much more than a month. He points out that the plastic screen has been scratched by his keys. I won't sell a product that gets scratched, he says, according to a recent New York Times story. I want a glass screen, and I want it perfect in 6 weeks. After one executive left that meeting, he booked a flight to Shenzhen, China, the Times reports. If Mr. Jobs wanted perfect, there was nowhere else to go. The next sequence reads like a montage in some 1920s film about industrial production. Within days, a Corning glass plant in China is turning out big sheets of toughened glass, which are shipped to a nearby Chinese plant to be cut into iPhone panes. The small panes are trucked to a Foxconn factory complex 8 hours away. The first truckloads arrived in the dead of night, according to a former Apple executive. Managers rousted thousands of workers out of their beds, lined them up, gave each of them a biscuit and a cup of tea and launched them on a 12-hour shift. In 96 hours, the plant was producing more than 10,000 iPhones a day. Within 3 months, Apple had sold 1 million of them. Since then Foxconn has assembled more than 200 million units. The suicide rate among its workers was, Jobs insisted, below the overall Chinese rate. Of course, typical Times readers nod their heads. No, cohorts of American workers aren't available to be kicked out of bed in their communal dorms and put to work in half an hour. There's no China-subsidized factory space. And pulsing just below the surface of the text, no tiny, skillful Oriental fingers, not to mention tiny Oriental wages, for the uniformed assemblers. When President Obama dined with the kings of Silicon Valley last year and asked, "Why can't that work come home?" Jobs' reply was unambiguous: "Those jobs aren't coming back." Apple is spiritually offshore. "We sell iPhones in over 100 countries," an Apple executive told the Times. "We don't have an obligation to solve America's problems. Our only obligation is making the best product possible." It was the phrase about having no obligation that riled up Clyde Prestovitz, one of the U.S. government's top trade negotiators in the Reagan years. In an acrid posting on the Foreign Policy website and in a chat over the phone with me from his winter quarters in Maui, Prestovitz efficiently dismembered Apple's no-obligation pretensions and its rationale for why it and kindred companies had no alternative to offshoring. In the 1981-86 period, Prestovitz says, Jobs and his executives had the funny notion that the U.S. government had an obligation to help them. We did all we could, and in doing so came to learn that virtually everything Apple had for sale, from the memory chips to the cute pointer mouse, had its origins in some program wholly or partially supported by U.S. government money. The heart of the computer is the microprocessor, and Apple's derived from Motorola 680X0, which was developed with much assistance, direct and indirect, from the Defense Department, as were the DRAM memory chips. The pointer mouse came from Xerox's PARC Center near Stanford. In addition, most computer software at that time derived from work with government backing. Prestovitz points out that Apple also assumes the U.S. government is obligated to stop foreign pirating of Apple's intellectual property and, should supply chains in the Far East be disrupted, to offer the comforting support of the Seventh Fleet. And those supply chains, are they the natural product of good old free market capitalism, or does that scalability and flexibility and capacity to mobilize large numbers of workers on a moment's notice have something to do with government subsidies and the interventionist industrial policies of most Asian economies? What about those jobs that aren't coming back? We're not talking about simple assembly that costs a bundle per unit in America and mere cents in China. In the mid-90s, at the Apple plant in Elk Grove, California, the cost of building a computer was $22 a machine, compared with as little as $5 at a factory in Taiwan. This is not a dominant factor when the machine sells for $1,500 and you have costs like transport to figure in. Furthermore, stricken America is actually becoming a low-wage magnet. The high-wage, more complicated manufacturing jobs are in microprocessors, memory chips, displays, circuitry, chipsets and so forth. This is where America is supposed to have a comparative advantage. So why are Asian countries supplying the memory chips and microprocessors and displays instead of the United States? Prestovitz points to government subsidies and protection for Asian producers, currency manipulation and bureaucratic pressure on U.S. corporations by Beijing to make the product in China. So there's nothing irrevocable about the job loss. U.S. workers, taught the necessary skills, can put things together properly. But if the jobs keep going away, why would any American lay out the money to learn those skills? Obama's recent State of the Union speech was a step in the right direction, calling on business leaders to ask what you can do to bring the jobs back. Specifically, he proposed ending tax breaks for U.S. corporations operating overseas, rewarding US-based production and turning the unemployment sinkhole into a re-employment system. These jobs could and would come back to America, says Prestovitz, if Washington were to begin to respond tit for tat to the mercantilist game. It wouldn't be difficult to make a lot more of the iPhone in America and to make it competitively if either Apple or the US government really wanted that to happen. February 8. Civilian deaths due to drones are not many, Obama says. So that's okay then. This was a headline in the New York Times for January 31, accurately reflecting Obama's expressed views. It was back in the mid-1920s that my father Claude, then working as a night editor at the London Times, won a prize for writing the dullest headline actually printed in the Times for the following day. Headline: Small earthquake in Chile. Not many dead. February 10. Back in the 1960s, Herbert Marcuse pointed out in one of his books that the Pentagon had given up on verbs. Pentagonese consisted of clotted groups of nouns, marching along in groups of 3 or 4. Verbs, which connected nouns in purposive thrust, were regarded as unreliable and probably subversive. They talked too much, gave too much away. Despite the Pentagon's best efforts, linguistically the 60s were a noisy and exhilarating era, bitching. The 70s gave us the argos of feminism and queerdom, and then suddenly we were in the wastelands of political correctness, where non-white people were described as being of color, cripples became less abled, and sexual preference became LGBTQ, though another capital letter may have been added while my back was turned. Where are we now? Irritating words and terms spread across the internet like plague through a European town in 1348. There's something very passive about the overall argot, and a look through one's daily inbox is like walking along a beach piled with decayed words and terms. There's much more ill-written prose than there was 30 years ago. The following words and phrases are under severe scrutiny by prosecutor Fouquier Tinville, renowned for his implacable fairness: reach out, discourse, the other, massive, and its associate whopping. Next week I shall report on the decisions of the prosecutor on the accused. From Thomas Naylor. Have a nice one. Nice what? Cheese, mushroom, and pepperoni pizza? Hearty dump? Damn good F? Well, you know. Probably the first, since most of those robotic sales types uttering that apogee of inanity have cheesy smiles on their faces and are programmed to masticate only sound bite-sized slices. From Anne Haydock. I wonder if there is room on the tumbril cart for on the table? I seem to remember Obama saying that prosecuting Bush and Cheney were off the table. I'm sure I've seen it a number of times in the last few years. From Stuart Newman. With On the Ground, notwithstanding all the insights garnered there by guests of the PBS NewsHour and Charlie Rose. Here, http://www.pbs.org/newshour/bb/politics/jan-june12/Nevada_02-03.html, at 3:02, Judy Woodruff asks a reporter what he has learned on the ground about Mitt Romney's popularity among Nevada voters, and the reporter responds in kind, despite the fact that he is 100 feet above a fake cityscape of Las Vegas. From Bruce Anderson. Not much in circulation yet, but spotted twice now in EDU Pros, a search firm dedicated to surfacing appropriate candidates for school district leadership positions. I also nominate appropriate as now applied to everything from mass murder to bad table manners. From Ed Zukzik. I have some nominations for the tumbrils. 1. Robust, as in robust interrogation techniques, or robust Article 2 powers. Seems always to be used as a euphemism for the unconstitutional and / or illegal abuse of something. From Troy Nichols. Another proposition, let's just permanently dispose of an entire class of obnoxious business speech, the made-up business gerund. These clunky mutations are often close to meaningless, and the rest of the world surely laughs when they hear us talking like that. At present these words are highly concentrated in corporate memos and various official statements, but they'll soon leak into the public discourse if left unchecked. You see it every once in a while already. Proliferation is certain. Let's preempt this danger and send them all to the tumbrils now. If there's any doubt about a certain word, say it in its infinitive form. If it sounds ridiculous, off it goes. February 17th. Few spectacles have been more surreal than that of senior U.S. officials, starting with the President, the Secretary of State and the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, solemnly lecturing Assad and his beleaguered Syrian government on the need to accommodate rebel forces whose GCC sponsors are intent on slaughtering the ruling Alawite minority or driving them into the sea. At one grimly hilarious moment last Friday, these worthy sermons were buttressed by a message from Ayman al-Zawahiri, the head of al-Qaeda, therefore presumably the number one target on President Obama's hit list, similarly praising the Lions of Syria for rising up against the Assad regime. Al-Qaeda and the White House in sync. March 7th. Suddenly the right has gone truly crazy. It must be sunspots. We're 3 years into sunspot cycle number 24 and it crests in activity with 59 sunspots in early 2013, the weakest sunspot cycle in 100 years, therefore not much help in the Earth's current cooling phase, during which contrary to warmist doctrine CO2 levels have been rising. Overall there has been a fairly steady warming trend of 0.5 degrees Celsius per century since 1680, which is when that notorious playboy Charles II of England began racing his Ferrari at Silverstone. If you're into sunspot theory, increased negative ionization during sunspot maximum periods increases human excitability. The sunspot-sodden American right, in this instance the male right, is imploding under the sheer pressure of its repressions, always nearer the surface than in the more decorous psychic plumbing of the liberal legions. It feels like we're back in 1960 when the pill first came online and predictions of moral collapse were selling by the gross at every convenience store. March 23rd. In the 21st century, the best anti-poverty program around is a first-class education, President Obama famously declared in his 2010 State of the Union address, just as millions of high schoolers across the nation were embarking on the annual ritual of picking their preferred colleges and preparing the grand tour of the prospects, with parents in tow, gazing ashen-faced at the prospective fees. The image is of the toiling students springing from lecture room to well-paying jobs demanding advanced skills in all the arts that can make America great again, outthinking, outknowing the Chinese, Japanese, Indians, South Koreans, and Germans in the cutting-edge, cutthroat high-tech economies of tomorrow. Start with the raw material in this epic knowledge battle. As a dose of cold water over all this high-minded talk, it's worth looking at Josip Araksa and Richard Aram's recently published Academically Adrift, Limited Learning on College Campuses. The two profs followed more than 2,300 undergraduates at 29 universities, selected to represent the range of America's 2,000-plus four-year college institutions. As summarized by Stephen Kent in Daily Finance. Among the author's findings, 32% of the students whom they followed in an average semester did not take any courses that assigned more than 40 pages of reading per week. Half did not take any courses in which more than 20 pages of writing were assigned throughout the entire term. Furthermore, 35% of the students sampled spent 5 hours or less a week studying alone. Typical students spent about 16% of their time on academic pursuits, and were academically engaged, write the authors, less than 30 hours a week. After 2 years in college, 45% of students showed no significant gains in learning. After 4 years, 36% showed little change. And the students who did show improvement only logged very modest gains. Students spent 50% less time studying compared with students a few decades ago. Students who majored in traditional liberal arts fields like philosophy, history, and English showed significantly higher gains in critical thinking, complex reasoning and writing skills over time than students in other fields of study. But of course these are the courses and instructors being ruthlessly pruned back. One of the study's authors, Richard Aram, says college governing boards, shoveling out colossal sums to their presidents, athletic coaches and senior administrative staff, demand that the focus be student retention, also known as trying very hard not to kick anyone out for not doing any measurable work. As Aram put it to Money College, students are much more likely to drop out of school when they are not socially engaged, and colleges and universities increasingly view students as consumers and clients. Unfortunately, there is no guarantee that all students want to be exposed to a rigorous academic program. The U.S. government's Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that in 2010 only 20% of jobs required a bachelor's degree, whereas 26% of jobs did not even require a high school diploma, and another 43% required only a high school diploma or equivalent. Please note that the latter 69% were therefore free of the one debt in America that's even more certain than taxes: a student loan. At least if you're provably broke, the IRS will countenance an offer in compromise. In fact, they recently made the process slightly easier. No such luck with student loans. The banks are in your pocket till the last dime of loan plus interest has been extorted. Now for the next dose of cold water. The BLS reckons that by 2020 the overwhelming majority of jobs will still require only a high school diploma or less, and that nearly 3/4 of job openings due to growth and replacement needs over the next 10 years will pay a median wage of less than $35,000 a year, with nearly 30% paying a median of about $20,000 a year. As Jack Metzger, Emeritus Professor of Humanities at Roosevelt University, correctly remarks, put these two sets of numbers together, and it is hard to avoid the conclusion that Americans are overeducated for the jobs that we have and are going to have. It's hard to imagine why anybody would call us a knowledge economy. In other words, millions of Americans are overeducated, servicing endless debt to the banks and boosting the bottom lines of Red Bull and the breweries. The snobbery, as Metzger points out, stems from the fact that America's endless, mostly arid debates about education are conducted by the roughly 1/3 who are college educated and have okay jobs and a decent income. The knowledge economy in the US now needs more than 6 million people with master's or doctoral degrees, with another 1.3 million needed by 2020. But this will still be less than 5% of the overall economy. Even if we expand the definition to include jobs requiring any education beyond high school, the knowledge economy now and a decade from now will still represent less than 1/3 of all available jobs. This is a lot of jobs, about 44 million now, and if you work and live in this 1/3, especially in its upper reaches, more education can seem like the answer to everything. Indeed, according to the BLS, having a bachelor's degree should yield a person nearly $30,000 a year more in wages than a high school graduate. But most of the American economy is not like this. The BLS's 3 largest occupational categories by themselves accounted for more than 1/3 of the workforce in 2010, and they will make an outsized contribution to the new jobs projected for 2020. They are office and administrative support occupations, sales and related occupations, food preparation and serving occupations. Other occupations projected to provide the largest number of new jobs in the next decade include child care workers, personal care aides, home health aides, janitors and cleaners, teacher assistants, non-construction laborers, security guards, and construction laborers. So what is the best anti-poverty program? Higher wages for the jobs that are out there, currently yielding impossibly low annual incomes. The current American minimum wage ranges between $7.25 and $8.67 per hour. From time to time, senior executives of Walmart call for a rise in the minimum wage since, in the words of one former CEO, Lee Scott, our customers simply don't have the money to buy basic necessities between paychecks. The minimum wage in Ontario, Canada, is currently well over $10 per hour, while in France it now stands at nearly $13. Australia recently raised its minimum wage to over $16 per hour, and nonetheless has an unemployment rate of just 5%. March 23. From Michael Dawson, Portland, or in harm's way. This one was apparently used by our friend Staff SGT. Robert Bales in a 2009 Pentagon-published discourse on how to distinguish good guys from bad guys, we discriminated between the bad guys and the non-combatants, and then afterward we ended up helping the people that 3 or 4 hours before were trying to kill us. I think that's the real difference between being an American as opposed to being a bad guy, someone who puts his family in harm's way like that. In harm's way. It dehumanizes and dehistoricizes all enemies. It flatters the speaker as somebody who chooses to stop evil, presumably also suggesting the notion that, once one gains that status, one has the right to go shoot up a village. April 5. I'd say the chances of George Zimmerman spending time behind bars for killing Trayvon Martin are about the same as SGT. Robert Bales doing time for killing those 16 Afghan villagers the night of March 11. 0. Like most things that happen in America these days, the Trayvon Martin case is turning into yet another hearse trundling the Republican Party to its doom in November. Zimmerman stakes his defense on Chapter 776.013 of the Florida Criminal Statute on home protection and the use of deadly force. Paragraph 3 states, a person who is not engaged in an unlawful activity and who is attacked in any other place where he or she has a right to be has no duty to retreat and has the right to stand his or her ground and meet force with force, including deadly force if he or she reasonably believes it is necessary to do so to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself or herself or another or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony. This is what's colloquially known as the Stand Your Ground law. Outrage about the case built across the first 2 weeks of March. By the third week it was a national scandal. Black columnists described how they warned their sons not to run in any crisis situation, always be polite to the cops no matter how provoked. The Rev. Al Sharpton covers the case full volume on MSNBC. The usual litter of deadly cop shootings of blacks are exhumed from recent Florida police records. Protest demonstrations are held in Sanford. There are the obvious questions. If Martin had wrestled the gun away from Zimmerman and shot him, would he have been allowed to walk away free? No, sir. Political pressure forces the appointment of Special Prosecutor Angela Corey, to determine whether to charge Zimmerman. If she does so, it will probably be for second-degree manslaughter. President Obama speaks on March 23 about the killing of Trayvon, saying, "If I had a son, he would look like Trayvon." I think are right to expect that all of us as Americans are going to take this with the seriousness it deserves, and we are going to get to the bottom of exactly what happened. 2 Republican candidates for their party's nomination to the presidency promptly bring out the hearse, most recently deployed to freight denunciations of women's right to birth control. Newt Gingrich states that Obama's comments are disgraceful and that any young American of any ethnic background should be safe, period. We should all be horrified, no matter what the ethnic background. Is the president suggesting that, if it had been a white who'd been shot, that would be okay, because it wouldn't look like him? That's just nonsense. Then Rick Santorum chimes in, stating that Obama should not use these types of horrible and tragic individual cases to try to drive a wedge in America. This unleashes Rush Limbaugh, who says that Obama is using the case as a political opportunity. Geraldo Rivera suggests Martin brought it on himself by wearing a hoodie. At which point the conservative columnist William Tucker has had enough. In the hard-right American Spectator, under the headline, "Count Me Out on Trayvon Martin, Why Gingrich, Santorum and many conservatives are dead wrong on this one," Tucker writes, "Republicans have no reason to intervene in this fight. 75% of the public thinks Zimmerman should be charged with something. Personally, I can't wait until Newt Gingrich and Rick Santorum get off stage so we can start running a presidential campaign that isn't based on trying to alienate the vast majority of Americans over irrelevant issues. What is it that prompts Republicans to try so hard to alienate women, blacks, Hispanics, independents, and all those millions and millions of Americans to the left of the Tea Party they'll need to beat Obama? Maybe they feel it's their last throw. All the demographics look unfavorable for any future Republican majority. So there is a desperate effort to get everything they can right now. Conning working-class whites with racism, sexism, anti-gay/anti-immigrant rhetoric, etc., has worked so well since Nixon that it's become an addiction. April 18. This has been a bad year for grand restaurants in the 3 to 4 star range. The clang of their closing doors raises the question, is the whole gastro frenzy that stirred into life in the mid-1970s finally lurching towards closure? Goodbye Iron Chefs, sayonara molecular gastronomy in the style of Ferran Adria, farewell those overcooked paragraphs of fine restaurant writing that became the hottest reading in the New York Times. On March 7 the high society eatery La Côte Basque closed its doors. This last Wednesday the New York Times mourned at length the Chicago restaurant Charlie Trotter's, slated for extinction in August. According to the Times, Trotter's had a huge and lasting impact on Chicago's culinary landscape, if not the nation's. Okay, a couple of big-time restaurants bite the dust in the Great Recession. So, for several years one of the New York Times' most avidly read writers was Sam Sifton. Sifton approached his job con amore. Not from him any cavils about price, let alone high-end gastro flim-flam. His prose had the confident lilt of a man writing for Wall Streeters for whom a couple of $1,000 dropped on a dinner for four was absolutely no problem, and indeed almost an emblem of parsimony. In early October last year he published an emotional eulogy to Per Se, the best restaurant in New York City, located in the Time Life building at Lincoln Center. A photo disclosed no less than 6 Per Se employees mustered round a dish being plated for some expectant customer. Per Se's signature starter course is oysters and pearls, wrote Sifton. It combines a sabayon of pearl tapioca with Island Creek oysters and a fat clump of sturgeon caviar from Northern California. These arrive in a bowl of the finest porcelain from Limoges. Paired with a glass of golden semillon from Elderton, they make a fine argument for the metaphor of transubstantiation. After this rather laconic reference to the Eucharist, an editorial note disclosed that this was Sifton's last review. I've no idea whether Sifton's liver couldn't take the pace anymore or whether the Times simply felt things were getting a little out of hand, and the paper was becoming a stand-in for Gourmet magazine. Either way it seemed we'd got to the end of an era. The day it announced the closing of Charlie Trotter's, an article counseled Times readers on how to use leftovers. The readers seemed to be getting testy too, though they are by nature on food sites, saving for the post-mortem all the things they didn't dare tell the waiter. Oliver Gardner from Florida wrote, "Ate there one time in 2006. Was awful. Paid $400 for a bottle of wine that retailed for $60. Ridiculous markup. A couple of the courses were very good, but each consisted of about 2 bites of food. It was over before you knew it. Attitude like I've never seen. Snooty snooty snooty. Would not return. Better meal, by far, at Momofuku Noodle Shop. When I first came to New York in 1972 the high-end gastro-porn industry was barely in motion. If you wanted to have a fancy French meal, you went to Lute's, which closed down in 2004. Domestic kitchens were wreathed in smoke from burned offerings to Julia Child. Fiery Hunan cooking was all the rage, followed by a pallid style of cooking known as cuisine mensuire, where tasteful dollops of steamed chard held sway. Then, in 1975, Craig Claiborne reported on the front page of the New York Times that he and Pierre Franey had blown $4,000 on a 31-course, 9-wine dinner at Chez Denis in Paris, a feast offered by American Express at a charity auction. In those post-Vietnam days, columnists kept whole stables of moral high horses pawing the ground in their stalls. Espying the $4,000 binge, Harriet Van Horn stabbed furiously at her typewriter. This calculated evening of high-class piggery offends an average American sense of decency. It seems wrong, morally, aesthetically and in every other way. Above the column I remember an editor ran the head "E don't et vomit." People were shocked, but Claiborne had put down a marker. 30 years later, you didn't need to eat your way through 31 courses to run up a tab of $4,000. The wine alone could cost that. These days several restaurants offer food clad in gold. New York Serendipity, for example, advertises the Golden Opulence Sundae, a chocolate sundae covered in 23-karat gold leaf, suffused with gold drogettes, and served with an 18-karat gold spoon that diners can keep. The price? $1,000. Mannerism began to creep onto the food pages. In 2010 bugs were suddenly all the rage. A 5-course Mexican feast at the Brooklyn Kitchen in Williamsburg last Saturday night engineered to introduce New Yorkers to the succulent wonders of edible insects, the New York Times reported. The first couple of courses yucca frites dotted with mealworms, a smoked corn custard sprinkled with crispy moth larvae. At some point during dinner a bowl of squirming wax moth larvae was passed around. Good restaurants are still cooking excellent food. Restaurants establishing direct relationships with small farm suppliers is surely a good thing, though often the menu in such places begins to look like a gazetteer, and one does ask oneself, is the Neiman Ranch really all that it claims to be? Overall, the standard, domestic as well as professional, of American cuisine has never been higher. It's just that one doesn't pick up that crackle of excitement, that rush to get a table at that new place down the block. Also, there have been unpleasing stories of the darker side of the profession, with the owners or managers of restaurants, such as Mario Batali, stealing the tip income of their miserably underpaid waiters. In a recent story in The Guardian by Moira Herbst, 3 Manhattan bartenders accuse the owners of downtown wine/tapas spots Bar Veloce and Bar Carrera of skimming up to 30% of their tips, along with failing to pay proper wages and overtime. Lists of America's best restaurants these days have a somewhat haphazard look, which may be no bad thing. One site, The Daily Meal, lists L.E. Bernardine in New York as its top pick. L.E. Bernardine is indeed a very fine restaurant, but scarcely evidence of exciting novelty. My brother Andrew and I went there in the early 1980s, pockets stuffed with expense money from house and garden with which to track down America's best of that era. We had plates of flake salt cod followed by oxtail stew, just about the simplest, cheapest ingredients money could buy. Both were unbeatable, with fatism kept at bay by Italian cooking at its simple best. April 20th. Scene 1. Antechamber to Heaven, a large reception room in the Baroque style. A door opens and an angel ushers in Christopher Hitchens, dressed in hospital clothing. The angel gestures for CH to take a seat. He is about to do so when he espies a familiar figure reading some newspapers. CH, Dr. Kissinger. The very last person I would have expected to encounter here. All the more so, since I don't recall any recent reports of your demise. HK, you will no doubt be cast down by the news that I am indeed alive. This is a secret trip, to spy out the terrain diplomatically, assess the odds. CH, you think you have the slightest chance of entering the celestial sphere? HK, everything is open to negotiation. CH, have you threatened to bomb heaven secretly? Of course. HK, very funny. As a matter of fact, Wojtyla Pope John Paul II, I should say, has kindly offered to intercede at the highest level. And talking of negotiation, perhaps we could have a quiet word. Ch, what about? HK, that worthless book you wrote about me, The Trial of Henry Kissinger. John Paul says that the prosecutors here have been using it in drawing up preliminary drafts of their case against me. Now, he also says it would be extraordinarily helpful if you would sign this affidavit. My lawyers have already prepared it, saying that you unconditionally withdraw the slurs and allegations, the baseless charges of war criminality, and attest under eternal pain of perjury that these were forced on you by your Harper's editors. Dr. Kissinger. Your idea is outrageous. I stand behind every word I wrote. HK, Too bad. After all, you certainly have experience in, how shall we say, adjusting sworn affidavits to changing circumstance. I believe Mr. Sidney Blumenthal could comment harshly on the matter. Dr. Kissinger, let me reiterate. HK, my dear fellow, spare me your protestations. Let us consider the matter as mature adults, both of us, if I may say, now in potentially challenging circumstances. Speak for yourself, Dr. Kissinger. I do not recognize this as Heaven's Gate, or you as a genuine physical presence. I do not believe in the afterlife, and therefore regard this as some last-second hallucination engendered in my brain in my room in M.D. Anderson Hospital in Houston, Texas. I may be dying, but I am not dead yet. I have not dropped off the perch. HK, off the perch. How very English. You will dismiss these as a mere last-second hallucination, a terminal orgy of self-flattery on your part, but the New York Times certainly thinks you're dead. The Washington Post thinks you're dead. Let me look at those. HK, rather too flattering, if I may be frank. But, of course, as you say, all fantasy. They're very concrete. Far more amiable than I would have dared to imagine. Is it possible to get a drink in this anteroom? HK, after the soaring eagle of certainty, the fluttering magpie of doubt. I think we can bend the sumptuary laws a little. Some schnapps? I would have preferred Johnny Walker Black, but any port in a storm. HK, Bishop Berkeley, a philosopher, claimed, like you, that the world could be all in one's imagination. It was your Dr. Samuel Johnson who sought to rebut Berkeley's idealist theories by kicking a stone. And what did Dr. Johnson say when he kicked that stone? He said, "Sir, I refute it thus." HK, precisely. Let the schnapps be your empirical stone. Now, if I may, let me continue with my proposition. As you know, you wrote another pamphlet, equally stuffed with lies and foul abuse, called The Missionary Position. Yes, a fine piece of work about that old slag, Mother Teresa. HK, the old slag, as you ungallantly term the woman, is now part of an extremely influential faction in heaven, including Pope John Paul II. Mother Teresa remains vexed by your portrait. She says it is in libraries and all over the internet. She, like me, would dearly love to see you make an unqualified retraction of your slurs. And that, of course, I will not do. HK, you're aware of the fate of Giordano Bruno? Certainly. One of reason's noblest martyrs. Burned at the stake in the Campo de' Fiori in Rome in 1600 for heresy. He insisted, with Copernicus, that the earth revolves around the sun and that the universe is infinite. HK, quite so. A noble end, but an extremely painful one. Perhaps, with satanic assistance, I can remind you of it. He claps his hands, and two fallen angels in black robes draw open a pair of heavy red velvet curtains at the far end of the room. HK makes a theatrical bow and motions CH forward. The latter edges near the space are now suffused with leaping flames. For a brief moment there's a ghastly wailing, and CH leaps back into the room. Ch. Great God. Hk. You seem to have reverted to religious belief with startling speed. Ch. No, no. It was purely a facund parlor. Not a pretty sight. Hk. But in your view, a pure hallucination, Neen. No need to kick the stone, like Dr. Johnson. Before Ch can answer, the fallen angel sees him and start dragging him toward the open curtains. They are about to hurl him into the pit, when St. Michael, stop. He hands Ch and Hk tickets. These are one-day passes to heaven. In Mr. Hitchens's case, for purposes of interrogation by the Board of Inquiry and final judgment. Exeunt St. Michael, Hk, and Ch through ornate gilded doors to heaven. Scene 2. Heaven. A vast Baroque gallery, in which an animated throng is enjoying itself in something closely resembling a cocktail party. St. Michael, we've just remodeled. Before, we had something in the Gothic style, but the feeling was that in keeping with the times there should be more gold, more sense of extravagant illusion. And that of course brought us to the Baroque. You will no doubt detect many echoes of the Palazzo Colonna in Rome. Hk, I think I see His Holiness John Paul II, over there. With your permission, I might have a word? St. Michael, of course. And Mr. Hitchens, before we get to the Board of Inquiry, I'm sure there are some immortals you'd like to tip your hat to. Ch. The hat is all very well, but... St. Michael, how forgetful of me. In general we're an abstemious crowd here, but there's no ban on moderate enjoyment. A cherub swoops down, proffering a well-stocked tray. Ch. Angel. Pope Pius V, Michael, I couldn't help overhearing your reference to the Palazzo Colonna, built in the late 17th century, and of course memorable for the marvelous depictions on the ceiling of its grand gallery of the Battle of Lepanto in 1571, our Holy League's historic defeat of the Ottomans. Ch. Ha! The wily Turk, lurking like a cobra midst the fairest flowers of God's creation, lies ever ready to pounce upon the unsuspecting traveler and bug. Pius V, I don't believe I've had the honor. St. Michael, this is Mr. Hitchens, a British-American writer here on a possibly brief visit. And this is Saint Pius V, who indeed occupied the Holy See at the time of Lepanto. Ch. The honor is mine. Pius V, those were the days, when the wind was truly at our backs. 210 ships of the Ottoman Armada, almost their entire fleet, sent to the bottom of the Gulf of Patras, the Counter-Reformation in full spate, the Council of Trent a magnificent success, heresy confronted and extirpated by our inquisitors. Ch. The screams of their victims no doubt inaudible amid the general braze of triumph. Pius V, speaking as a former inquisitor, let me say that by modern standards of bloodshed consequent upon religious or ideological conflicts, the number of those who perished by reason of their adamant heresy was startlingly small. Have you kept up with recent scholarship on the topic? I thought not. Out of 62,000 cases judged by the Inquisition in Italy after 1542, only 1,250 ended with death sentences. The Spanish Inquisition held an average of 350 trials a year between 1560 and 1700 and executed between 3,000 and 5,000 people. Ch. I do not propose to stand silently here, your so-called holiness, and endure from a dotard in a white petticoat filthy apologias for atrocious barbarism in the name of his so-called God. St. Michael, Mr. Hitchens. I suggest you moderate your language immediately. Pius V, brutto insolente, ignoranti, ubriacon piano di merda. Mother Teresa, brutto insolente, indeed. Mr. Hitchens, I understand from Dr. Kissinger that you are prepared to repudiate your libels upon me. Ch. Certainly not. John Paul II, but why not? After all, your arguments against the Blessed Teresa were either trivial or absurd, and in all instances morally odious. To focus on the latter, by 1996, the Blessed Teresa was operating 517 missions in more than 100 countries. And you, what were you doing for the poor? Would a starving person near death be more likely to get a bowl of soup or shelter from the Blessed Teresa or from Christopher Hitchens? I have never had pretensions to be in the professional charity business. Malcolm Muggeridge, if I may intrude. Of course, as a great admirer of Mother Teresa, I was in receipt of Mr. Hitchens's barbs, so I do speak as a biased witness. I regard it as truly extraordinary that while Mr. Hitchens was blithely ladling his sewage over our heads, he was as a sometime U.S. correspondent. I have followed these matters closely from here in heaven, a fierce and influential advocate of one of the most violent onslaughts on the poor in recent historical memory. First, the sanctions on Iraq, which caused untold misery to Iraq's poorest citizens, then the actual attack of 2003, which eventually prompted the deaths of over 1 million Iraqis and a crisis that still virtually paralyses that wretched nation. I would not change a syllable of what I wrote. Worse still, I speak also as someone who reported from the Soviet Union during Stalin's rule. Mr. Hitchens displayed himself as a craven apparatchik of the Bush White House, actually going to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue the night before the invasion to give a pep talk to the president's staff about their noble mission. Since Beatrice Webb was my wife's aunt, I am intimately familiar with the follies of socialists. You, in your contempt for lesser cultures, remind me of the German Social Democrat Eduard Bernstein, who argued that to oppose Rhodes's suppression of the Matabele uprising was to oppose the spread of civilization, and that the higher culture always has the greater right on its side over the lower. If necessary it has the historical right, the duty, to subjugate it. The mission to Baghdad was noble, the eviction of a filthy tyrant was worth the denial of medicine and medical equipment for babies, the forcing of hundreds of thousands of poor Iraqis into near starvation, the creation of millions of internal refugees plus those who managed to flee the country, the unleashing of sectarian bloodshed on an unparalleled scale. Just so that your hero, Tony Blair, and your supreme leader, Mr. Bush, could boast mission accomplished? Since His Holiness Saint Pius V, who has departed the field of disputation, was invoking the Battle of Lepanto, I'm surprised not to hear any parallels drawn between that engagement and the crusade against Islam, of which the war in Iraq and the terror axis of Hussein and Osama was a significant element. You mean your precious crusade against so-called Islamofascism, the bizarre coinage of a Trotskyite, such as you once were? Lepanto at least saw the Ottoman Armada, and the unfortunate slaves who rode their galleys, sent to the bottom of the sea. Your crusade in Iraq saw the triumph of the Shia, and a significant victory for Iran. With Vice President Cheney you must be the last two men alive who believe in the Hussein/Osama axis. John Paul II, the Holy See, strongly opposed the war. Before it began, I sent Cardinal Pio Laghi to tell Bush it would be a disaster and would destroy human life. The war was useless, served no purpose and was a defeat for humanity. Such was my view, which was the recorded opinion of the Holy See. Surely, a more humane posture than your own hosannas to cluster bombs. Those steel pellets will go straight through somebody and out the other side and through somebody else. So they won't be able to say, I was bearing a Quran over my heart and, guess what, the missile stopped halfway through. No way, 'cause it'll go straight through that as well. They'll be dead, in other words. Rather well put, if I say so myself. You are impervious to rebuke, which is not surprising, since if one rebuke is let in the door, it can usher in another, and then some serious inner reflection may become unavoidable. As Cardinal Newman put it, to live is to change, and to be perfect is to have changed often. Newman, that old queen. Like Saint Pius, I'll quit the field now, but let me return to something His Holiness John Paul II said. Would a starving person near death be more likely to get a bowl of soup or shelter from the Blessed Teresa or from Christopher Hitchens? What has constantly struck me is the desolate sterility of your atheism. We had atheists in our generation, of course, but they lived in a world and consorted with people for whom religion had profound meaning, often inspiring them to acts of nobility and extraordinary self-sacrifice. In your book, religious people are stupid. But they weren't stupid, and the atheists I'm thinking of, my dear friend, a man you profess to have admired, Claude Cockburn, didn't deride them, but cheerfully swapped quotations from the Sermon on the Mount. The context was one of respect and mutual striving for a better world. What sort of moral leadership did you, the great and ultimately rather wealthy exponent of atheism, display? Extreme disloyalty to close friends, constant public drunkenness and brutish rudeness, particularly to women, and a life, if I may say so, of almost psychotic self-centeredness and exhibitionism. You had your claque Messrs. Amos, Fenton, and the others, and their energies in promoting you as a major intellectual and stylist were unceasing, and in their somewhat homoerotic loyalty, rather touching, but I don't think the verdict of history will be quite so kind. Scene 3. Antechamber to heaven. CH is sitting on a bench. Door opens and St. Michael bids HK a cheerful goodbye. HK, Mr. Hitchens. You seem somewhat subdued. A little schnapps? CH, my dear fellow. You arranged your affairs successfully. HK, entirely so. In large part owing to you. Pope John Paul II and Mother Teresa, not to mention Saint Pius V, were so shocked by your views and by your language that they entirely discounted the charges you leveled against me, and believe me to have been vilely traduced. Ch, I suppose I should be glad to have been of service. But let me ask a question, since you are Jewish, why would you be taking such trouble to build up contacts in what is clearly a Christian heaven? HK, between ourselves, I am preparing for a final conversion and absolution. Jews are vague about heaven and, after a lifetime's observation, I am inclined to think that the atmosphere in Gehenna would be extremely acrimonious. Your plans? Ch, once again, I feel it necessary to insist that I do not recognize myself as being in heaven, or disputing with a 16th century pope, or indeed being reprimanded by St. Michael and Malcolm Muggeridge, or talking affably with Henry Kissinger. So, please, regard this as ongoing cerebral activity on the part of C.E. Hitchens, patient at M.D. Anderson. HK, as you wish. But here, just remember Dr. Johnson's stone. Farewell, my friend. Lights fade to a dark red. End. April 27th. Alex. During last week's tumbril break, while the blade was resharpened and the cartwheels greased, Fouquier Tinville's agents ever vigilant fingered another enemy of the revolution, an expression that has managed to evade tribunal scrutiny and a well-deserved turn in the tumbril, the new normal. The new normal is the new vexing news-speak for matters that are rotten. Mark how the new normal only refers to degeneration and deterioration, political, economic, social, cultural, environmental, and so on. That our kids are graduating from college with no job prospects and debts approaching a home mortgage is the new normal. That millions of skilled factory workers and tradespeople can only find work flipping burgers or emptying bedpans in nursing homes is the new normal. That the NSA now vacuums up and stores all of our electronic communications is the new normal. That grannies and toddlers are groped or scoped at airports is the new normal. That our legal system has become two-tiered, no accountability for political and economic elites while the rest of us face strip searches and isolation cells for petty infractions is the new normal. Perhaps I missed one, but I can't recall any usage of the new normal in reference to a situation that is better now than it was a decade or a generation ago, unless it was used in a corporate boardroom. If I may reword a statement by the late philosopher and teacher J. Krishnamurthy, there's nothing normal about being well adjusted to a sick society. Off with it. Best regards. Bill Allen, Philo CA. Bill, Your denunciation carries no small measure of the passion of the great Maximilian. The new normal has trundled on its last journey to the Place de la Revolution, shoulder to shoulder with nuanced, a wormy little term that has crept into popular usage in the press in recent months. Its function seems to be one of flattery by the writer for sentiments which, if set forth in straightforward English, would excite derision, as in his nuanced arguments for reforms in Social Security and Medicare. 2 weeks ago I wrote Fouquier-Tinville is preparing for a major trial, having announced the arrest and incarceration in the conciergerie of telling truth to power, a hugely annoying phrase, simultaneously exaggerating the courage required to tell the truth and underestimating power's own resourcefulness in adjusting truth to its own requirements. The preparations continue. April 28. In September 2004, Merck, one of America's largest pharmaceutical companies, issued a sudden recall of Vioxx, its anti-pain medication widely used to treat arthritis-related ailments. There was a fair amount of news coverage after the recall, but pretty slim considering the alleged 55,000 death toll. A big class action lawsuit dragged its way through the courts for years, eventually being settled for $4.85 billion in 2007. Senior FDA officials apologized for their lack of effective oversight and promised to do better in the future. The Vioxx scandal began to sink into the vast marsh of semi-forgotten international pharmaceutical scandals. The year after Vioxx was pulled from the market, the New York Times and other media outlets ran minor news items, usually down column, noting that American death rates had undergone a striking and completely unexpected decline. Typical was the headline on a short article that ran in the April 19, 2005, edition of USA Today, USA records largest drop in annual deaths in at least 60 years. During that 1 year, American deaths fell by 50,000 despite the growth in both the size and the age of the nation's population. Government health experts were quoted as being greatly surprised and scratching heads over this strange anomaly, which was led by a sharp drop in fatal heart attacks. May 18. The news is in. White births are no longer a majority in the United States. The Bureau of the Census confirms that non-Hispanic whites accounted for 49.6% of all births in the year ending July 2011, while minorities including Hispanics, blacks, Asians, and those of mixed race reached 50.4%. Is Whitey ready for a fresh start? Face it, we may be a minority, but we got the firepower. Where did we go wrong? Too much atonal music, maybe. Richard Pryor probably put his finger on it. Prior to a white audience, what the matter, y'all stop fucking? There will be no shortage of niggers. Niggers is fucking dot. The news is not good. At almost exactly the moment we yielded majority status, we not the people to be sure, but our president and our Congress were putting the finishing touches to our modern system of government, known as fascism. The mobs who flooded into the streets to revel in the execution of Osama bin Laden were not exulting in America, land of the free and of constitutional propriety. They were lauding brute, lawless, lethal force. In this year of political conventions we'll be hearing a lot of tub-thumping about American freedoms, but if there's any nation in the world that is well on the way to meriting the admittedly vague label of fascist, surely it's the United States. May 20. In the dock is anecdotal, long sought by the force of revolutionary vigilance. Prosecutor Fouquier-Tinville says he can do no better than read from the denunciation filed with his office by Patrick Cockburn. A telling example of how undervaluing evidence as anecdotal gives a free pass to misrepresentation, fraud, and crime came last week in a report in Britain over unsafe breast implants. It had emerged that 47,000 British women had French-manufactured implants made out of mattress gel using industrial-grade silicone, never intended for medical use, that can burst and swell in the body. The deliberate fraud by the French company was unmasked by French investigators in 2010. In Britain, it emerged, surgeons had warned that the implants were rupturing during demonstrations as long ago as 2006, one demanding the implants no longer be used. 2 other surgeons had experience of the catastrophic disintegration of implants. But the British government medical devices watchdog, MHRA, decided to do nothing because, so the report says, the evidence was anecdotal. Furthermore, the official watchdog, discounting the evidence of 3 surgeons, felt that to issue a warning would lead to an unwanted scare which could have serious commercial implications. There were lively outbursts of emotion during the unfolding of this outrage to morals and upright conduct, and it was clear to anecdotal in the dock that this was not its lucky day and that a rendezvous with the fatal blade would not be long postponed. Sentence was duly pronounced, without a single dissenting voice. May 30th. A heart in love will decipher every squiggle in the letter as a kiss. In the final days of the 2008 campaign and in the opening ones of his administration, Barack Obama and his top legal aides seemed to the eager ears of marijuana legalizers on the West Coast and around the country to be opening the door to a new, more sensible era. Drug activists exulted in a big win. Today's comments clearly represent a change in policy out of Washington, Ethan Nadelman of the Drug Policy Alliance said to the Los Angeles Times. Attorney General Eric Holder, Nadelman added in the New York Times, had sent a clear message to the DEA that the feds now recognize state medical marijuana laws as kosher. On January 22, DEA agents raided a South Lake Tahoe dispensary run by Ken Estes, a wheelchair-bound entrepreneur. In a typical rip and run, they seized about 5 pounds of cannabis and a few $1,000s but made no arrests. Less than 2 weeks later, the DEA raided 4 dispensaries in the LA area. 8 days after that came a bust on the Mendo Healing Cooperative Farm in Fort Bragg, California. The love-lost Obamians had forgotten how to read political declarations with a close and cynical eye, and to bear in mind the eternal power struggle between federal prosecutors and enforcers, e.g., the DEA and equivalent state bodies. The feds wanted to make it completely clear that, whatever Obama might hint at, they weren't going to be hogtied by wussy state laws. Bust a guy in a wheelchair, bust a dispensary, make your point, I'm the man. Meanwhile, what has been happening out in the fields, dells, plastic greenhouses, and indoor grows in the counties of Mendocino, Humboldt, and Trinity? The timeless rhythms of agriculture, overproduction, plummeting prices, the remorseless toll of costly inputs like soil and fertilizers. Back in the early 1990s, the price to grower per pound was around $5,000. A couple of years ago, the average had dropped to about $2,000 more for really skilled growers who black box their greenhouses, darkening them earlier each day to trick the plants into putting out an early crop. Right now, it's down to maybe $1,000 a pound in the fall, $600 in the Christmas rush. Do these prices bear any relation to the prices in the fancy dispensaries in Southern California? Guess. Bruce Anderson, editor of the weekly Anderson Valley Advertiser, says that in recent weeks, raids were conducted on 2 homes, one in Eureka, one in Redwood Valley, where better than $400,000 cash was confiscated by the forces of law and order. Every time the cops make big cash hauls, more people are convinced that they, too, should get into the pot business. Looked at objectively, and all things considered, the nebulous legal status of marijuana is perfect for Mendocino County's financial well-being. Every year the cops take off just enough dope to keep pot prices at least $1,000 a pound. Legalization would further depress the Mendocino County economy, and depress it big time. Short of legalization, nothing is going to stop any kind of grow, indoors or outdoors. But legalization is not a realistic prospect, and so the status of the herb will inevitably remain cloudy. For its part, the DEA is announcing big impending raids in Mendocino County, some targeting the vast stretches of the Mendocino National Forest and the growers drawing on the waters of the Middle Eel. This is all happening under the aegis of a president who cozily disclosed his marijuana habit as a young man. One bust and Obama would still be organizing communities on the south side of Chicago. But his sense of self-righteousness is too distended to be deflated by any sense of hypocrisy. The war on marijuana has nothing to do with medical properties and so forth. U.S. drug policy is about social control. That's the name of the game. June 1st. Never trust a president who claims he reads himself to sleep with the help of Marcus Aurelius. That was Bill Clinton, who claimed this thundering imperial boar never strayed far from his hand. Most certainly view with profound suspicion a president who professes to be guided in his conduct in grave moral matters by Augustine and Aquinas. The excellent, astounding New York Times story by Joe Becker and Scott Shane, published on May 29, reports that Obama decided to take personal control of the White House's secret and unconstitutional death list after reading Augustine and Aquinas. A student of writings on war by Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, he believes that he should take moral responsibility for such actions. And he knows that bad strikes can tarnish America's image and derail diplomacy. Notice how the paragraph devolves rapidly from moral duty to PR. June 3. With rare emotion, prosecutor Fouquier Tinville announced that Play by the Rules had been captured by revolutionary vigilance, and faced the supreme penalty. This pious phrase, he said, is the tribute power pays to the oppressed. Yes, he cried, the feudal peasants whose daughters were raped by Monsieur le Vicomte played by the rules, even as they groaned under the extra taxes levied by the Vicomte. Our glorious revolution says no, we do not play by the rules. A stormy ovation accompanied the condemned to his final night in the conciergerie. The keen blade of justice must fall swiftly on the word tsunami, which has turned into a cliché through overuse with astonishing speed. This happened rapidly after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, and its use reached epidemic proportions after the tsunami in Japan in 2011. Its use is mainly to add verbal spice and drama to usually mundane events by suggesting that what is happening is massive, devastating, and unstoppable. Users of the word can often hope to see their use of the phrase "a tsunami of" promoted into a headline. Take, for instance, the case of identity theft tax fraud in southern Florida. Whatever else this is doing, it is not, unlike Sri Lanka in 2004 or Fukushima in 2011, killing a lot of people. But the chief federal prosecutor for the Southern District of Florida, Wilfredo A. Ferrer, first described it as an epidemic and then added the IRS is doing what they can to prevent this, but this is like a tsunami of fraud. And sure enough, tsunami of fraud was in the headline in the International Herald Tribune version of the New York Times story. June 4. 2. Patrick Cockburn. Subject, Directions. After reviewing our intended restaurants in what aides emphasized was an unusual personal initiative, it seems to me much better you come directly to the apartment, leave your bags, and then we can walk the 100 m or so to a restaurant reconnoitered by Daisy. Tell your taxi driver to cross onto the Isle St. Louis from the right bank across the Pont Marie, debouching on the Isle itself into the Rue de Deux Ponts. Cross straight over the quays Bourbon/d'Anjou running on the northern edge of the Isle. Then, take a right, onto the Rue St. Louis NL Isle. Then take the first right on the Rue Regratier, go about 20 m. Number 24 is on the right-hand side and an antique shop on the left. We'll be able to spot you. NB I think there's some mysterious Isle St. Louis elsewhere in their search engines. Just Thunder Isle St. Louis, next to Notre Dame Island. June 15. I'd never realized, until reading Neil Schaefer's biography, how close Sada came to being guillotined by the Committee of Public Safety. His trial, which would also have been his death sentence followed by instant decapitation, was scheduled for July 27, 1794. But the bailiff never came for him at his prison at Picpus. There's no clear explanation why. Bribery of the bailiff by Sada's faithful friend Madame Quesnette may have been Sada's salvation. That same day, July 27, spelled Robespierre's own doom, on 9 Thermidor, in the revolutionary calendar. The next day Robespierre was executed and Sada was safe. He was freed on October 15, 1794. This was not the end of his experience in prison. By the end of 1801 Sada was in Charenton, dying there in 1814, his final liaison being with Magdeleine Leclerc, a 17-year-old. He was 74 and there seems to have been affection on both sides. He recorded her visits to the prison meticulously, as was his habit. The last embrace was their 94th. Poor Madame de Sada. She had to run around Paris looking for glass test tubes that would serve as dildos for her husband, the Marquis, to use in autoerotic stimulation in his prison in Vincennes. She had to order them from a glass-blowing factory, where the salesfolk would ogle respectable René, indicating their view that these glass flasks Sada wanted, some of them 9.5 inches in circumference, were intended for her own gratification. In 27 months, Sada noted, he used such flasks a total of 6,536 times, an average of 8 a day. Name Sada called his wife in one letter sent from Vincennes in the late fall of 1783 included Mohammed's delight, heavenly pussy, fresh pork of my thoughts, shining paintbox of my eyes, mirror of beauty, spur of my nerves, violet of the Garden of Eden, 17th planet of space, discharge of angelic spirit, rose fallen from the bosom of graces, my baby doll. June 22. The predictable word is in from Rio, failure. The conference 20 years on from the huge Earth Summit, Rio 92, has been unable to produce even the pretense of an energetic verbal commitment of the world's community to sustainable principles. The reason? These conferences have always been pretty fraudulent affairs, lofted on excited green rhetoric and larded with ominous advisories that this time we cannot afford to fail and that the tipping point is finally here. But failure has been a loyal companion, and many a tipping point has tipped without a miss. There is no such thing as a world community. There are rich nations and poor nations, all with differing national interests, and the former will never accede willingly to the agendas of the latter, however intricate the language of the final windy declaration. Since G.R.O. Brundtland lofted it to glory in 1987, the word sustainable has long been drained of all meaning. The general absurdity of these Earth summits, Rio, Kyoto, Copenhagen, Durban, and now Rio again, is summed up in what the Green Forces hoped this time would be a concluding declaration to which enough nations could fix their name and declare victory for the planet. Originally it was to be the commitment to a green world, but not enough nations cared for that, so the fallback face saver was a plan for a UN treaty to protect the international high seas. To the Greens' utter astonishment, early on Tuesday it turned out that the US and Venezuela were vetoing this plan. Whatever Hugo Chávez's motives, the reason for the US veto was obvious and should have been so from the moment the plan was moved. The Brazilians threw in the towel, insisting on a spineless final declaration. Sustainability was suddenly thrust forward as a face saver. Like some trollopian parson, somehow surviving the bureaucratic infighting was the Commission on Sustainable Development, which had been leading a quiet and unassuming life in some UN back office. Now the hitherto toothless commission will be elevated into a high-level body charged with monitoring and enforcing sustainable development goals and will report to the UN General Assembly. Among its possible areas of concern, food security and sustainable agriculture, sustainable energy for all, water access and efficiency, sustainable cities, green jobs, decent work, and something called social inclusion. By the time the actual world leaders settled into their suites, US President Barack Obama, Britain's David Cameron, and German leader Angela Merkel were all no-shows. There was absolutely nothing to do, no rousing declarations, just muted jawboning about how the mere fact that these sessions were taking place was important for the planet. These and other conferences sustain, year by year, a kind of fiscal stimulus for NGOs and the hospitality industry. Ban Ki-moon himself admits nothing useful will be agreed in Rio, but says calling such conferences junkets is irresponsible. He says, "If you can find any alternative, please let me know." July 11. Hardly had the boyish visage of J.P. Morgan Chase's Jamie Dimon quit CNN screens than it was succeeded by that of Bob Diamond, former chief executive of Barclays, accused of masterminding the greatest financial scandal in the history of Britain. Columnists shook with rage at the reeking cesspool being disclosed, mind you, 4 long years after the Wall Street Journal broke the story that the Libor was being fixed. Libor, which stands for London Interbank Offered Rate, is supposed to be based on the average rate of interest banks charge to borrow from one another. The rate is set every morning by a panel of banks. Each bank submits the rates at which it believes it can borrow from the collective money pool, from overnight to 12 months. LIBOR is the benchmark for investments all over the world. The Financial Times estimates that $350 trillion worth of contracts have been pegged to it. It is also considered a barometer of a bank's health. Just as customers with bad credit records have to pay higher interest rates, banks deemed in financial distress have to pay more to borrow. In October 2008, a doomsday month for the world banking industry, it looked like Barclays was next in line for a rescue after taxpayers bailed out the Royal Bank of Scotland and Lloyds/HBOS on October 13. One big warning flare was that beleaguered Barclays could borrow from the common money pool only at a very high rate of interest. The answer was to fix the rate, with Barclays traders secretly winching it down. It was all completely illegal. Next thing we knew, there was Diamond being reprimanded by a select committee of the House of Commons for being nothing better than a common thief. But then into the hurly-burly suddenly intruded a new actor, actually one in the form of a savior, Paul Tucker, Deputy Governor of the Bank of England. It turned out that Diamond and Tucker had had a conversation of considerable moment, one prudently recorded by Barclays, on October 29, 2008. Diamond said Tucker had relayed concerns from senior Whitehall figures that Barclays's LIBOR was consistently higher than that of other banks. Tucker is alleged to have conveyed the view from Westminster that the bank's rate did not always need to appear as high as it had recently. In other words, Westminster wanted Barclays to massage its rate to a lower level. But all with full deniability. According to Barclays, Bob Diamond did not believe he received an instruction from Paul Tucker or that he gave an instruction to Jerry Del Messier. However, Jerry Del Messier concluded that an instruction had been passed down from the Bank of England not to keep LIBOR so high, and he therefore passed down a direction to that effect to the submitters. Barclays said there was no allegation by the authorities that this instruction was intended to manipulate the LIBOR. And when he was questioned by Tory MP David Ruffley on July 9, Tucker testified that a bell did not go off in my head that banks were lowering their LIBOR submissions. Marvelous, the join between civil society and state was tactfully seamless, with deniability all round. So first there are the senior Whitehall figures, i.e., the permanent government running Britain. When a senior Whitehall figure urges the commission of a serious crime, he merely murmurs that the bank's LIBOR did not always need to appear as high as it had recently. There then follows a flurry of talk about misunderstandings, but, Lord save us, certainly not in order to fix the LIBOR. Then, unmistakably, there is a huge plunge in Barclays's rate. The government's concern that Barclays might appear to be on the brink is averted. But we live in a capitalist world, duly furnished with its rewards and penalties. Barclays has agreed to a $450 million settlement, and Diamond and Del Messier have resigned. On his way out the door, Diamond said he'd been promised £18 million as a golden handshake. The standing committee had a good jeer, but Diamond stuck to his guns, and there the matter rested until July 10, when Barclays announced that Diamond will forfeit up to £20 million in bonuses and incentives but will retain 1 year's salary, pension, and other benefits worth £2 million. Of course, there have been furious calls for further punishment and reform. Labour leader Ed Miliband says, we should break the dominance of the big five banks, and strike off those whose conduct lets this country down and prosecute those who break the law. He also wants to increase competition by forcing the big banks to sell off up to 1,000 of their branches. In the current culture of rabid criminality in the banking system, that would surely be unwise, unleashing 1,000 small-time banksters. People calling for banking reform on either side of the Atlantic are underestimating the problems of enforcement. A writer on the financial news blog Zero Hedge recently remarked that the LIBOR scandal seems to be waking people up to manipulation and fraud by the big banks. Of course, there are tools at the ready: sanctions, tribunals, a ban for life for crooked traders. But Libor was meant to be the prime glittering advertisement for the free market. Now it turns out that the whole thing is a fix, a grimy hand all too visible. It's like the spy in Conrad's Secret Agent vowing to destroy the first meridian. Is it possible to reform the banking system? There are the usual nostrums, tighter regulations, savage penalties for misbehavior, a ban from financial markets for life. But I have to say I'm dubious. I think the system will collapse, but not through our agency. July 13. 2 years after he was sacked by President Obama as the top commander in Afghanistan for suggesting to Rolling Stone magazine that the real enemy were the wimps in the White House, General Stanley A. McChrystal has recycled a perennial chestnut: bring back the draft, i.e., a conscripted army, not the volunteer army of today. These days McChrystal teaches at Yale with what must be a protection unique in the annals of academic freedom. Everything he tells his students is by contractual agreement off the record. But he made his proposal about the draft in a public venue. McChrystal claimed, "One of the few good legacies of Vietnam is that after years of abuses we finally learned how to run the draft fairly. A strictly impartial lottery, with no deferments, can ensure that the draft intake matches military needs. Chance, not connections or clever manipulation, would determine who serves. It's certainly true that the volunteer army is a mess. Suicides are surging among the troops. According to AP, the 154 suicides for active duty troops in the first 155 days of the year far outdistance the U.S. forces killed in Afghanistan. The volunteer army also struggles with increased sexual assaults, alcohol abuse, and domestic violence. Liberals like the idea of a draft army because they think it would curb any president's eagerness to go to war. There are indeed sound arguments for a draft. They were put eloquently not so long ago by Bill Broyles, a Vietnam vet. In spite of the president's insistence that our very civilization is at stake, the privileged aren't flocking to the flag. The war, Broyles wrote, is being fought by other people's children. If the children of the nation's elites were facing enemy fire without body armor, riding through gauntlets of bombs in unarmored Humvees, fighting desperately in an increasingly hostile environment because of arrogant and incompetent leadership, then those problems might well find faster solutions. The truth is that despite all these fine words, a draft is never going to happen. The military-industrial complex needs the money. It's why they're cutting back troops right now. When Obama introduced the new strategy last year, he emphasized that the Pentagon will be getting more money, not less. In the past 5 years the U.S. has spent $2.59 trillion on defense. The new plans call for an allocation of $2.725 trillion between 2013 and 2017. So much for any peace dividend when the troops come home from Afghanistan. As my brother Andrew Cockburn recently predicted, the budget will grow but the military will shrink. There will be no more nation building with its long and expensive occupations. Overall, troop levels will be cut by about 100,000 soldiers and Marines. Fewer new planes will be built. America will no longer be equipped to fight 2 full-scale wars at the same time, an official requirement for decades. Such was the military-cultural context for calls for the draft, huge ground forces stocked with draftees. What we have now is precisely the opposite: robot/drone wars, with no need for suicidal soldiers or politically awkward draftee casualties. The money all goes to Lockheed and the other big aerospace companies. Remember, there's a good reason why they abolished the conscript army. It mutinied in Vietnam and thus was a prime factor in America's defeat. Afterward, in one of the many diverting episodes in A Colossal Wreck, my father describes an evening in his house in Petrolia, when, as a storm blows outside and friends are over, he recounts adventures with 7 Days, a weekly newspaper he worked on in London in the 60s. By dawn we had the pages made up and then it was a rush to the train station, then an hour down to the printers. So different now, so much easier, so much cheaper. Who says there isn't progress in human affairs, though I do miss the inky excitement of those old hot type days. My father embodied a kind of inky excitement. It wasn't just that his clothes often bore the traces of his involvement with leaking pens, old cars, gardening tools, or blackened saucepans, but also that he contained the energy and strength of a team of 19th-century revolutionary printers working to a deadline. I remember how, on childhood trips with my father, I tried to keep up with his lean galloping figure as he sped through airports and car parks laden with the tools of his trade. In the age before laptops and mobiles, he'd think nothing of carrying a fax machine and a typewriter along with his favored fiberglass suitcases heavy with books, a leather sack-like bag of old cameras and lenses, Turkish coffee decanters and an electric ring for motel breakfast enhancement, as well as an array of colorful scarves to put over the motel lamps to create a more convivial atmosphere. On arrival at any new place, his suitcases exploded with useful and charming items, which he'd immediately deploy. To his amazement, his favorite penknife was once confiscated in De Gaulle Airport. He'd forgotten it was in his pocket. He could write anywhere, and he did. Throughout the last 3 months of his illness in spring 2012, he wrote in the crowded Wi-Fi lounge of the cancer clinic where we resided, his back to a piano from which often thundered grotesquely sentimental tunes played by a fellow patient. Always a deadline looming, he dictated his last column to me for the UK site The First Post. One word came back by email from the editor, Nigel Horn: brilliant. Nigel was not the only one who had no inkling my father was ill. Though his colon cancer had been diagnosed 2 years previously, almost none of his friends knew. He wanted to keep his illness to himself, out of his writing, out of the press and out of many of his close friendships. He didn't want the distraction of death talk, and he wanted to be seen as he had always been: engaged, interested, unambivalently alive. His energy was such that he was assumed invincible. Friends felt they would forever call on him for his take on world events, or for a gossip, or advice on anything from heartbreak to the best kind of glue for fixing broken china. Neighbors dropped by to discuss all manner of things. Young local artists knew him as a patron and came by to see their work up on his walls. Master craftsmen called in to go over plans for the next building project. The cider house, Greek temple, redwood tower, still room, dark room, stables and library were just some of the additions resulting from these collaborations. At home the phone rang constantly and I admired his habit of picking it up every time, if only to say he was on a deadline and could he call them back in 10 minutes. Friends took it for granted that they would one day see his 95-year-old figure behind the wheel of the 1959 Chrysler Imperial as he roared past the ordinary Subarus on the road out of Petrolia. His cars were more than just vehicles. Repeated breakdowns, though exasperating, provided adventure that would otherwise be missing. Each time one of his various cars failed last year, he was miraculously rescued, by a really nice Marine for example, or an engaging nurse, and in the most unlikely or dangerous of spots. He would report on these encounters when he got home. He was always interested in people. A few days before he died, when a doctor asked him, "How are you feeling, Mr. Cockburn?" he replied, "I'm good." "And how are you?" "When I was a teenager my father used to suggest I read the dictionary when I had a spare minute, or if I was feeling a bit down." His own father Claude had recommended a dip into Marx if darkness descended. The point being made was a reminder not to collapse, to find meaning, counter chaos with spirited punches, get to the root of things and then improvise, blow your trumpet from there. Beat the devil, fanning the flames of discontent. These phrases were at one point in the 80s darned into colorful patches onto his jacket and baseball cap. And more recently Counterpunch designed a badge featuring the slogan "Dogs Against Romney" above an image of our dog Jasper. His death came as an impossible blow, not only to those closest to him, but to the thousands that depended upon his voice week after week. That voice remains, and is at its constant best, in a colossal wreck. Daisy Cockburn. Petrolia, March 2013.